You lucky rascal. There's a young lady from the neighboring village who has taken a liking to you. I've come to act as a matchmaker. That young woman. Oh my, she's quite the beauty. Wang, the matchmaker from the east of the village, swayed her ample figure as she excitedly entered my courtyard. I set down my work, feeling a wave of skepticism wash over me. How could a poor lad like me attract the attention of a beautiful woman? My name is Chi Si-Yuan, and I have not seen my parents since childhood. My grandfather raised me single-handedly. Unfortunately, a few years ago, my grandfather also departed from this world. He was a craftsman, skilled in both blacksmithing and carpentry. From a young age, I learned the trade from him, and now I make a modest living by live streaming my blacksmithing skills. I may not have many fans, but it is enough to sustain me in the countryside. Wang, please don't jest with me. I am so poor that I can barely keep food on the table. Why would a girl possibly have eyes for me? TSK, why are you still doubting? I've been a matchmaker for over 30 years. When have I ever deceived anyone? She approached me, her face adorned with flattery as she handed me a photograph. Here, take a look. This is a picture of the young lady. See how lovely she is. I took the photograph and examined it closely. In the image, a woman dressed in a red wedding gown sat on a wooden chair, her profile slightly turned towards the camera. She possessed a high nose and elongated phoenix eyes. Her lips curled into a subtle smile, exuding confidence and charm. Wang, are you pulling my leg? This girl is more beautiful than any internet celebrity. How could she possibly be interested in me? I chuckled helplessly and handed the photograph back. I still have my live stream to attend to. Please do not complicate matters. Wang pushed the photograph back towards me, her expression tinged with displeasure. What do you mean? Here I am, offering you a potential bride, and you call it a hassle? As long as you agree, you won't have to spend a dime on the wedding. They don't want any cars or houses, and they won't even ask for a dowry. At this point, I found the whole thing increasingly implausible. Why would such a beautiful woman want to marry me, a penniless wretch? The girl's family has already come to our village. The only condition is that you must move to their village after marriage. Once you agree, they will come to fetch you first thing tomorrow. As for the matchmaking fee, I won't take a penny from you. They've already compensated me. No wonder Wang was so enthusiastic. It seemed the fee from the other side was quite substantial. Yet I knew well the adage, no one offers kindness without a hidden agenda. It was highly likely they were aware of my lack of support and thus proposed such an arrangement. In such a scenario, whether they sought my organs or my very life, no one would come to my rescue. Wang appeared determined to secure this matchmaking fee, showing no signs of retreat despite my refusals. She continued to persuade me for quite some time, and when she realized I was adamant in my refusal, she finally left me the photograph to consider. I am quite suspicious by nature. If they truly had ulterior motives, then the photograph might be questionable as well. I would never gamble with my life. Thus, I resolved to discard the photograph. Just as I reached the courtyard gate, preparing to throw it away, I noticed Uncle Lee from our village wandering restlessly from a distance. His expression was grave, and he looked at me with a mixture of concern and hesitation, as if he had something difficult to convey. What's the matter, Uncle Lee? Is there something you need? I inquired, my curiosity piqued. Upon hearing my question, Uncle Lee seemed to gather his resolve. He clenched his teeth and stomped his foot before hastening towards me. Si-Yuan, did Wang say she was matchmaking for you? And did she give you a photograph? Yes, how did you know about this? I asked, puzzled. Upon hearing my response, Uncle Lee gripped my arm tightly, his face filled with dread. He leaned closer and lowered his voice. This engagement is suspicious, you must not agree. As soon as he spoke, Uncle Lee noticed the photograph in my hand. This thing is very sinister, you must get rid of it. He swiftly snatched the photograph from me and flung it far away. This was indeed peculiar. Uncle Lee was the kind of person who could not bear to see others prosper. Regardless of who in the village was doing well, he would harbor jealousy. He would even slander others. There was a female college student from the village who was thriving in the city, working as a sales manager for a company. He insisted that her position was dubious. As a result, she became the target of ridicule among the villagers. Why would such a person come to my aid? After some contemplation, I surmised his motives. Yet I maintained an appearance of urgency. Uncle Lee, what exactly is going on? Please tell me. But Uncle Lee merely sighed in resignation. This matter is rather lengthy. Just remember that Wong and that photograph are suspicious. With that, Uncle Lee released my arm and walked away without looking back. I watched his retreating figure and let out a cold laugh. The old man is playing riddles with me. I bent down to retrieve the photograph that Uncle Lee had discarded. His appearance had altered my previous perspective. It seemed he was aware of some hidden truth and wanted me to reject Wong's proposal. I brought the photograph back into the house and casually placed it on the bed. The live stream was still ongoing, and to maintain my attendance record, I had to return to work. At 11 p.m., I concluded my live stream and lay down to rest. How can one find themselves without money and a career, yet still have no time? I complained, then recalled the photograph Wong had given me. The photograph appeared unchanged, devoid of any oddities. I stared at it, and the more I pondered, the more unsettling it felt. Something doesn't add up. My earlier suspicions were likely correct. There are no free lunches in this world. Wong's matchmaking, upon closer reflection, revealed substantial issues. I absolutely refused to believe that a beautiful woman, whom I had never met, would marry someone who had nothing to offer. But what of Uncle Lee? If my assumptions held true, then given Uncle Lee's character, he would be grateful that he wasn't working with Wong to harm me. Why would he come to help me? If he was warning me about Wong, wouldn't that suggest that Wong was indeed trustworthy? Wait, if we assume Wong is definitely suspicious, then what could be Uncle Lee's true intention? Damn, I've been duped. Chapter 2. The beautiful woman comes to fetch you. I cursed vehemently and abruptly sat up from the bed. These two are in cahoots. The villagers are well aware of my naturally suspicious disposition, and these two have cunningly exploited that weakness to set a trap. Old Wong was the first to propose a match for me. If I acquiesced to the union, everything would proceed seamlessly. Conversely, should I decline, then Old Lee would make his entrance, urging me not to accept the proposal. With his despicable character and my inherent distrust, they have orchestrated this scheme with remarkable finesse. I clutched the photograph tightly, my gaze turning icy. Humph! I shall see what mischief you two can conjure. I resolved to confront Old Wong and the woman in the photograph. At that moment, I would discreetly initiate a live stream, informing my followers that should any trouble arise during the broadcast, they should alert the authorities immediately. Having devised my strategy, I redirected my focus to the photograph. I scrutinized it carefully, finding no irregularities. Leaning in closer, I detected no strange odors either. Could it be as I meticulously inspected the photograph with my fingers, I discovered something hidden within. The concealed item was as thin as a cicada's wing, which explained its difficulty to detect. I angled the photograph and cautiously peeled back the corner. Upon seeing what lay inside, I was momentarily frozen, a wave of inexplicable terror washing over me. Nestled within the photograph was a piece of yellow paper inscribed with someone's birth date and a strand of a woman's long hair. Hair? Birth date? My brow furrowed, my mind swirling with confusion. Suddenly, the piercing sound of a Suona horn shattered the quiet of the night. Invading my ears, I peered out the window in bewilderment, only to behold a wedding procession approaching my courtyard. Accompanied by the rhythmic beating of gongs and drums, the participants were clad in attire reminiscent of the late Qing dynasty, their skin as pale as plastered in the blink of an eye. They had entered my yard. Typically, rural homes are left unlocked at night, a fact that now brought me misfortune. My heart raced, and cold sweat swiftly soaked my clothes. No, I must hastily secure the door. Though my body trembled with fear, my mind was remarkably alert. I dashed to the door and locked it with frantic speed. Through the peephole, I saw the procession halt before my door, gently placing down a bridal sedan chair. They then stood still, like lifeless figures. A delicate, pale hand reached out to lift the curtain of the sedan chair. Following that, a woman clad in a red wedding gown, her head adorned with a red veil, gracefully descended from the chair. The attire she wore was identical to that of the woman in the photograph. Upon stepping down, she walked directly towards my door. At that moment, my fear peaked. I could no longer bear to watch and collapse to the ground. Pressing my back firmly against the door, bang, 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 bang. "Little young master, are you home?" A melodious voice rang from outside the door. Bang, 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 bang again. The sound of knocking echoed. "Little young master, I have come to fetch you. Do open the door." Upon hearing the words, "I have come to fetch you," I was suddenly reminded of old Wang's earlier statement. Should you agree, they would come for you first thing in the morning. Trembling, I pulled out my phone. And indeed, the time read midnight. Old Wang, you truly did not lie. Yet, might this be a tad too early? The knocking persisted for a good 10 minutes before finally ceasing. I pressed my mouth shut, fearful of making even the slightest sound. Silence enveloped the room for several minutes, during which no further sounds emanated from outside. Remaining in this state of paralysis was not a viable option. With no noise for so long, perhaps they had departed. Summoning my courage, I stood up and peered through the peephole once more. Outside, there was naught but emptiness. I dared not relax my guard and continued to scrutinize the view for a while longer. Once I was certain they had truly left, I finally allowed myself to close my eyes and exhale a long breath. This entire affair had completely exceeded my expectations. Remaining here would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. I had to alter my plans. Time was of the essence. I needed to pack my belongings and leave at dawn. Until I unraveled this mystery, I could not afford to stay in the village. The diarist finally shifted his attention to me and Wang Pur. Initially, his expression was one of surprise, followed by confusion, and ultimately transformed into a look of sudden realization. I thought he had finally grasped the situation and was prepared to rescue me. Yet, his face suddenly flushed, revealing an awkward demeanor. I thought to myself, this Taoist must have misunderstood. Oh dear, ascetics should not look at improper things. Indeed, as expected, the Taoist covered his face and awkwardly walked past us. I apologize for interrupting your refined enjoyment. Please do not let a mere Taoist ruin your mood. I shall take my leave now. You two continued. At that moment, I felt a mix of urgency and frustration. I truly wanted to rush forward and give this red-haired Taoist a piece of my mind. Was he even a legitimate Taoist? How could he think so perversely? Just as the Taoist was about to exit the room, I realized that if he left, I would be doomed. Summoning all my strength, I managed to squeeze out a few words. Don't go. But before I could fully utter the word save, Wangpa suddenly tightened her grip. Don't he go? The diarist turned back, contemplating for a moment, then awkwardly scratched the back of his head. You two are playing so openly? I is a Taoist. It's rather inappropriate for us three. Moreover, she is a bit too old. It is quite an eyesore for me. My heart brimmed with indignation. What kind of person was this? I was too anxious, my mind in a frenzy. I should have shouted for help instead of saying don't go. However, Wangpa seemed to be even angrier than I was. She glared at the Taoist and shouted furiously, "Get lost? Oh, all right, all right." The Taoist smiled sheepishly and left in a fluster. Wangpa turned to me, grinning sinisterly, as if to convey that no matter how hard I tried, I could never escape her grasp. In this life-and-death moment, my mind raced, and in the blink of an eye, I conceived my last resort. My hands groped frantically on the ground until I easily found a tile that had fallen from the roof. With all my might, I hurled the tile towards the doorway. With a loud crack, the tile shattered upon impact. Seizing this opportunity, I began to struggle with all my strength, letting out the loudest sound I could muster through my nose. In an instant, she tightened her grip and raised her other hand, striking down towards my head. The Taoist was still several meters away. Even if he realized what was happening now, he would never have time to save me. I was truly on the brink of death. Chapter 4. Someone wants to scheme against me. Wang Po's hand was mere moments away from my skull. At that moment, I could only surrender and quietly await the arrival of death. But just then, a yellow talisman, accompanied by a fierce sound of slicing air, struck Wang Po. Wang Po let out a piercing scream, both her and the talisman flying over a meter away. As her hand released my neck, I gasped for air and began to cough uncontrollably, clutching my throat in a fit of violent hacking. The sensation was excruciating, as if I might cough out my own lungs. "Are you all right, brother?" The Taoist hurried over to help me up. "I sincerely apologize. Your position was rather ambiguous, I thought. You two had just completed a ghostly marriage and were preparing to He awkwardly patted my back, attempting to offer some comfort. After coughing for a while, I finally managed to recover. Seeing that I was not severely harmed, the Taoist also let out a sigh of relief. He raised an eyebrow at me, displaying an expression of determination. "Rest assured, as long as the Taoist is here, that ghostly entity cannot harm you in the slightest." The Taoist drew out a wooden sword, limping towards Wang Po. "You old hag. You almost duped me. Don't think the Daoist is unreasonable. Since you are also a victim of wrongful death, I shall show mercy and grant you a chance for reincarnation. If you are willing to let go of your hatred, I will immediately help you transcend. What do you say?" The Taoist's words were indeed somewhat dashing. However, with his strikingly bright red hair and his limping gait, he hardly resembled a Taoist. Anyone unaware would mistake him for a rogue harassing an elderly woman. Wang Po regarded the approaching Taoist with a renewed malevolent smile. "Reincarnation? Ahahaha." Wang Po's eyes turned cold. "You young red-haired fool, you may not be old, but your words are quite bold. Though you think I truly fear you?" The Taoist Wang Po and Li Diyi are evidently intent on my demise. If their sole purpose were to take my life, why would they go through the trouble of orchestrating a performance merely to deliver photographs to me? There are countless more straightforward and effective methods at their disposal, which would not necessitate risking their own lives. So, what could be their motive? The answer is glaringly apparent. There exists another individual pulling the strings. One who has meticulously plotted this entire scheme, calculating not only my downfall but also that of Wang Po and Li Diyi. Upon hearing my inquiry, Wang Po inexplicably burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha! Qi Siyuan, you truly overthink matters. No wonder that person remarked that someone is naturally suspicious, as you would easily fall into their trap with the slightest provocation." Furrowing my brow, I pondered that my suspicions had indeed been validated. Who could that person be? I hastily pressed for answers. Whoever it is, it no longer bears significance. He is already dead. What? Dead? I had contemplated numerous possibilities regarding the identity of this individual. Yet I had never anticipated that he would be deceased. Indeed, he was killed by my own hands. Wang Po let out a bitter laugh, seemingly recalling some unpleasant memory. "Qi Siyuan, he is the one who instructed me to deliver the photographs to you. He was also your guide. What sort of guide?" I inquired anxiously. "Humph, do you truly believe I would divulge that information? Qi Siyuan, even if I cannot kill you now, you shall not survive for long." Her eyes glinted with a mixture of excitement and madness. "You have already entered into a betrothal with the woman in the photograph. If the wedding does not take place within 3 days, your demise is inevitable. Ha ha ha, but without a guide, how would you find the woman depicted? Just wait here for death. I shall await you in hell." I stroked my chin, a faint smile playing on my lips. It seemed I would have to reconsider my assertion that villains do not provide answers to riddles. Enraged by Wang Po's taunts, the Taoist kicked her sharply in the back. "Damn it, answer his question promptly, or I shall beat you until your soul departs." Wang Po glared fiercely at the Taoist. "Little red-haired brat, do you think I fear you? Even if my soul were to scatter, I would still refuse to answer any of your questions." The Taoist, still seething, attempted to strike Wang Pu again, but I intervened. There is no need for that, young Taoist. She has already answered my question. My words. Both the Taoist and Wang Pu were taken aback. Seemingly unable to comprehend my meaning, I approached Wang Pu, crouching to meet her gaze. My first question is, what purpose do the birth date and hair from the photograph serve? It was evident that the explanation involving the betrothal was the answer to this question. Wang Pu let out a cold laugh, her expression dismissive. Is that all? I expected something more profound. I ignored her. My second question is, why do you claim I caused your death? The answer to this was equally straightforward. The individual manipulating you from behind the scenes must have promised you a substantial sum of money and instructed you to deliver the photographs into my hands. Yet, once you completed the task, he reneged on his word and killed you. Hence, you accuse me of your demise. Had it not been for me, you would not have taken on this job, and thus, you would not have met your end at his hands. After hearing my response, a mocking expression spread across Wang Pu's face. And what of it? Knowing that changes nothing. Without a guide, you are still destined to await your demise. I rose to my feet, looking down at the disheveled yet still fierce Wang Pu. Wang Pu, you mentioned earlier today that the family of the woman in the photograph arrived in our village. That individual is your so-called guide? Is he not? The purpose of the guide is to lead me to marry the woman in the photograph, so he would never leave this village. I've witnessed your methods of killing. A single blow assures no escape. Therefore, Wang Pu, where do you suggest I might find the guide's corpse? Might I not easily discover it? Wang Pu failed to grasp the implication in my words. With a derisive snort, she retorted, even if you find the corpse. What then? Do you truly believe discovering the body will lead you to the woman in the photograph? I shook my head in exasperation. Wang Pu, are you truly this foolish, or merely pretending? Surely you know that modern travelers must carry identification. Yes? Without it, one cannot venture far. If the corpse possesses identification, I can effortlessly locate his residence. Conversely, if it lacks identification, it confirms that what you told me yesterday about the girl from the neighboring village is accurate. The place where he resides cannot be too distant, as long as I capture his likeness with my phone and inquire nearby with the photograph you provided. I cannot fathom how I would fail to uncover his address. Upon hearing my reasoning, Wang Pu finally lost her composure. She kicked the ground forcefully, lunging at me with claws bared. Chi Si Yuan, you insufferable brat, I will surely kill you. However, before she could rise, the Taoist's wooden sword pierced her body. Wang Pu let out a pained scream. Her already translucent form grew fainter still. Old hag, resorting to desperate measures now? The Taoist yanked out his sword, causing should one unwittingly erect a temple for a vengeful ghost. Offering incense and worship, the entire village may suffer misfortunes, with ailments and calamities befalling them. In the worst-case scenario, natural disasters and human tragedies could ensue, leaving no survivors. I inquired of the young Taoist. Is the ghostly figure in the photograph benevolent or malevolent? The Taoist examined the hair in the picture, noting the absence of any ominous aura, suggesting a benevolent spirit. He then shifted his gaze to the 8 characters, his eyes widening in astonishment. Moreover, this ghostly figure is quite ancient. Her mastery might even rival that of my master. I too scrutinized the 8 characters, but found them inscrutable. How ancient is ancient? I asked. The Taoist extended his index finger, forming the numeral 1. 100 years? I queried, skeptical. He shook his head. 1,300 years. 1,300 years. This figure genuinely took me by surprise. Upon reflection, I realized this individual had lived during the Tang dynasty. Gazing at the Taoist's 8 characters and the photograph, I could not shake the feeling that he was deceiving me. You cannot be jesting. 1,300 years ago. Were there even photographs then? I voiced my doubts. TSK, who said that what appears in photographs must be human. Have you not heard of supernatural photographs? I conceded that there were indeed numerous accounts of photographs capturing paranormal events. I pressed on. Must I truly engage in a ghostly marriage with her? Is there truly no other recourse? The Taoist grimaced. Well, there is an alternative, albeit a challenging one. I seized upon a glimmer of hope. What is this method? To refuse a ghostly marriage, the only effective means is to engage in another ghostly marriage with a different spirit. However, the strength of the other spirit must be at least comparable to hers. Lest they be easily vanquished, A 1,000-year-old female ghost is already a rarity. Moreover, she must be willing to offend another 1,000-year-old female ghost on your behalf. Do you believe you can find such a soul? After hearing the Taoist's words, I abandoned that hope that it seemed that this ghostly marriage was indeed unavoidable. The Taoist's scrutiny of the photograph shifted subtly. No, wait. I believe I have seen the woman in this photograph before. The Taoist appeared uncertain, scrutinizing the photograph more closely. By the heavens, I do seem to recognize her. Could it be that this Taoist has encountered the woman depicted in the photograph? Such a coincidence seemed too improbable. That said, the Taoist's appearance itself was also rather fortuitous. We reside in the north, while Longhu Mountain lies to the south. Given such a vast distance, why would he coincidentally appear here? And why would he fortuitously save me? Furthermore, he claims to have seen the woman in the photograph. In an instant, my mind was struck as if by lightning. Could it be that the person whom Wang Pe killed was not the true guide? Might the genuine guide be the Taoist before me? It is entirely plausible. He may have enlisted a false guide to liaise with Wang Pe and Li Diyi, while he himself remained hidden. Once night fell, he could eliminate the two and frame the one who had been in contact with them. Thus, he could silence everyone without revealing his identity. By saving me, I would lower my guard against him. What a meticulously crafted scheme, deceiving not only humans but also spirits. In that moment, a cold sweat soaked my back once more. Yet, my expression remained unchanged. I could not allow such a person to perceive any flaw. Should he detect that I had uncovered his plot, I would find myself in a perilous predicament. I composed myself, adopting a tone of feigned suspicion, and asked, "Young Taoist, where have you seen her before?" I fixed my gaze upon his eyes, awaiting his response. "Red-haired old rogue, let me see what scheme you are truly concocting." Chapter 7. The game of wits. The Taoist remained oblivious to my unease, continuing to focus intently on the woman in the photograph. His expression was one of deep conflict, as if he harbored some unspeakable secret. Observing his demeanor, I couldn't help but mock him inwardly. It seemed he was about to put on quite the performance. He sighed. His gaze shifted from conflicted to serious, as if he had organized his thoughts. "Brother, it is not that I, the Taoist, wish to conceal anything. The matter at hand is quite extensive. I can only divulge what you are permitted to know." The Taoist introduced himself as Zhang Lingxiu, a disciple of the 67th generation of the Longhu Mountain Tianshi lineage. Recently, Longhu Mountain had received directives from above to collaborate with other practitioners of feng shui and metaphysics. This assembled team was unprecedentedly formidable, comprising not only the Taoists from Longhu Mountain, but also members from the Maoshan sect, corpse-handling lineage, tomb raiders, and feng shui experts, among others. They even included historians, architects, and mathematicians from non-feng shui fields. The preparation and departure of this team took less than a day, although the arrangements were hastily made. Every individual in the group was an elite within their respective fields. Longhu Mountain was no exception. In addition to several of the most powerful Taoists on the mountain, their venerable Tianshi, who was also Zhang Lingxiu's master, personally took part. Zhang Lingxiu did not explain the reason for this gathering, only revealing that they had traveled to a place called Wuyin Village, less than 2 hours away from our village. Initially, Zhang Lingxiu had not been selected for this team, but due to a reason he could not disclose, he was temporarily brought in. Upon their arrival at Wuyin Village, he did not enter but instead waited outside the village. During this waiting period, feeling bored, he began to stroll around the village. Coincidentally, while wandering, he discovered a stone pillar that had been shattered but was now restored. The woman carved upon this pillar was the very same as the one in the photograph. The pillar bore the name Fuxing Yangyang. Finding the pillar intriguing, he memorized the image of the woman depicted. The reason he came to our village to save me was that he sensed the emergence of a vengeful spirit nearby and feared for the lives of those in our village. As for the incident involving the ceiling, it was rather awkward. He had intended to create a small hole in the ceiling to make a grand entrance, thereby enhancing his own prestige. However, he had not anticipated that the talisman given to him by his master would possess such power. Resulting in the complete collapse of the roof, I inwardly cursed, thinking, what foolishness is this, to traverse the roof instead of using the door? Yet, now was not the time to ponder such matters. Zhang Lingxiu had just mentioned a place called Wuyin Village, stating that it was quite close to our village. However, having lived here for over 20 years, I had never heard of such a place. Life in the countryside differs greatly from that in the city. Rural folk are well acquainted with the surrounding villages and towns. If such a place existed, I would undoubtedly have some recollection of it. Nevertheless, while I had not heard of Wuyin village, there was a mysterious area cloaked in perpetual fog within the forest, approximately 2 hours from our village. The fog there is thick, and it is said that in the densest areas, even two people standing face to face cannot discern each other. Legends claim it to be the dwelling place of deities, filled with untold treasures. Yet, this is mere folly. People from our village have ventured there, only to find it to be nothing more than a fog-obscured forest, entering from the east and exiting from the west. There is nothing within. Observing my furrowed brow and deep contemplation, Zhang Lingxiu inquired, "What troubles you? Have you thought of something?" I feigned a look of confusion and disclosed my earlier thoughts to him. Zhang Lingxiu, after listening to my account, chuckled dismissively. "Oh, you misunderstand. Wuyin village is indeed real. However, it seems to be shrouded by some form of array. To enter Wuyin village, one must be guided by a resident of the village. Otherwise, one would simply pass through." Zhang Lingxiu's description was rather far-fetched. Even if what he said were true, and there indeed existed a village that could only be accessed with the guidance of a villager, do they not engage in agriculture? I had never heard of any land belonging to Wuyin village in our area. I voiced my concerns. Whether you believe it or not is irrelevant. The fact remains that your fiancé resides in Wuyin village. You should simply go and see for yourself. Go and see? I interrupted Zhang Lingxiu, as I realized a critical issue. Did you not say that without a villager's guidance, one cannot enter Wuyin village? Or do you have a means of taking me there? Now is an opportune moment for indirect probing. If he possessed a method to lead me into Wuyin village, would that not further validate my suspicions? "No, I cannot lead you," he replied, chuckling as he settled comfortably on the Kong. "My master has forbidden me from entering, so Wuyin village can only be accessed by you alone. He would not accompany me?" Perhaps my conjecture was incorrect. "Just me? You must be jesting." Zhang Lingxiu, reclining against the wall with his hands behind his head and legs crossed, appeared nonchalant. "How could a serious person like me jest with you? You have already entered into a ghostly engagement with the spirit in the village, thereby qualifying as a villager of Wuyin village yourself. Thus, you can enter on your own. You will not accompany me?" I expressed my concerns about the dangers of venturing alone. Did I not mention? My master has forbidden me from entering. Besides, what danger do you anticipate? Are you afraid of ghosts or of people? Regardless, the powerful figures congregated in Wuyin village will be able to assist you. What is there to fear? I mused that he had a point. If he was not deceiving me, I need not worry excessively. As for whether he has lied, I will verify it personally in a moment. Chapter 8. Investigation. Zhang Lingxiu sighed and pouted his lips. "Alas, you, my friend, are truly fortunate. You have managed to impress such a beautiful ghostly fairy. Tsk, how enviable that I shot a glance at this red-haired Taoist, feigning a sense of familiarity. Enough with the nonsense. Why are you always so irreverent?" Hearing my words, Zhang Lingxiu did not get angry. Instead, he began to sway his head as if reciting scriptures. As the saying goes, singing and dancing with joy, free and unrestrained. Concern for the opinions of others only leads to internal strife. Only by following one's heart can one achieve true freedom. Therefore, as a Taoist master, I say whatever comes to mind and do whatever I pleased. Do you understand? Lao Qi? Zhang Lingxiu beckoned me to sit beside him. Come, let me enlighten you about the matter of ghost marriages." Once he opened his mouth, he couldn't stop talking. In truth, he didn't say much about ghost marriages. Most of the time, he was just making jokes. Moreover, the types of ghost marriages are numerous and complex. With each type further subdivided into various rules, I was left feeling utterly overwhelmed. However, there was one method that left a deep impression on me due to its simplicity. As long as the hands of the living and the dead are bound with a red string, and then they bow to heaven and earth, it suffices. Yet, despite this ritual, the ghost cannot possess the living, nor can they consummate the marriage. It can be said that while they are married, it is akin to being unmarried. Nevertheless, I did gain some clarity. At the very least, I confirmed that this ghost marriage must proceed with my willing consent. As the clock approached 2 in the morning, Zhang Lingxiu was still chattering away. Growing increasingly annoyed, I told him to go to sleep, as I needed to head to the county early the next day to buy some things. Upon hearing that I was going shopping, This rascal insisted that I buy him a small umbrella, joking that with such a beautiful fiancée, I would surely lose control. That item carries too much young energy. Be careful not to harm your wife. I glared fiercely at the Taoist. Scram, just go to sleep. Thus, we lay on the Kong, gazing up at the vast starry sky, gradually drifting into slumber. Around 3 in the morning, I suddenly opened my eyes. I quietly crawled out of bed and cautiously approached the Taoist. Who? The Taoist was fast asleep, snoring continuously. Zhang Lingshu? I called out to him twice, but he remained deeply asleep. Confirming he wouldn't awaken easily, I quietly got to my feet. It was time to validate my suspicions. I stealthily took the Taoist's wooden sword. This wooden sword could slay the old hag, so it must be a decent talisman. I also grabbed a backpack containing photographs, hair, and birth dates, along with a pair of pliers, gloves, and some plastic bags. With everything prepared, I mounted the old bicycle left by my grandfather and rode towards the eastern edge of the village. I had 2 objectives for this outing. The first was to visit the homes of the old hag and Oldly to examine the condition of their corpses. If Zhang Lingshu truly killed both of them, there should be clues related to him at the scene. Since there were no ghost houses in the village, the victims of the old hag would likely be residing in either her home or Oldly's house. Their bodies were most likely there. The second objective was to head to the county and seek out places with clairvoyance to gather information. If most of what they said aligned with the Taoist's claims, I would believe him for once. If the majority contradicted him, I would proceed with caution. The rural night was pitch black, but I dared not turn on my flashlight. If anyone was awake and saw me heading to the old hag's house, it would be difficult to explain. After riding for about 10 minutes, I arrived at the old hag's doorstep. Her house was relatively close to mine, so I came here first. I parked the bicycle aside and took out the wooden sword I had stolen from the Taoist. Mimicking him, I bit my middle finger and smeared the blood onto the sword's surface. After donning the gloves and putting plastic bags over my shoes, I cautiously made my way towards the old hag's home. To be honest, I was quite frightened, but I had to do this. This matter concerned my life and death. No matter how terrified I was, I needed to ascertain whether Zhang Lingshu could be trusted. Approaching the window, I swallowed hard and took a deep breath, hoping to calm my nerves and slow my racing heart. However, the more I tried to reassure myself, the more anxious I became. This was not a viable strategy. I gritted my teeth and forced myself to look up at the window. The very moment my gaze met the window pane, I saw a ghastly pale face pressed against it. The face was stark white. Eyes wide open, mouth agape, locking eyes with me. My pupils dilated suddenly, and my mouth fell open. Just as I was about to scream, I quickly reacted, covering my mouth with my other hand. I then collapsed onto the ground. My body trembled uncontrollably, yet my eyes remained fixated on the face pressed against the window. I stared at it for what felt like an eternity, but it showed no signs of movement. Trembling, I retrieved my phone and leaned closer to the window. Using the screen's glow, I illuminated the face. It was a man's visage, pallid and devoid of color, his eyes bulging, the scara bloodshot. This was not a ghost, but rather a corpse. Wait. An unknown man's corpse has appeared in the old hag's house. Could it be that this body is Chapter 9? The corpse that I hurried to the door, turning the handle. Indeed, the door was locked. Returning to the window, I took the pliers from my backpack. The old hag's house had not been renovated and still featured the original wooden windows. The glass was secured with nails. After decades of exposure to the elements, the wood had become incredibly fragile. With relative ease, I pried the nails from the frame that I reached inside, pushed aside the latch, opened the window, and carefully set the glass aside. Having completed these tasks, I leaped inside through the window. Inside, there were 3 corpses, all lying on the Kong. The first was the man whose face had been pressed against the window. The other 2 were the old hag and Oldly. How convenient that they were all here. I muttered to myself as I began examining the 3 corpses. The man wore a black t-shirt and blue jeans, appearing to be quite young, around 25 or 20-6, as for the old hag and Oldly. They were dressed in thermal underwear, lying together under a shared quilt. How interesting. I had never heard of them being together, and they managed to keep it quite discreet. Oldly bore multiple stab wounds, with a dagger deeply embedded in his chest. His hand gripped the handle tightly. If one were not to look closely, they might assume it was suicide. I crouched down, extending my still trembling arm to inspect Oldley's corpse. Aside from the stab wounds, there was nothing particularly noteworthy about him. It appeared he had indeed been killed by the dagger. After examining Oldley, I moved to the old hag. There were unmistakable strangulation marks on her neck, with deep purple bruises clearly visible. These marks could only have been left by a man's hands. Additionally, there was evident flesh and blood under her fingernails, with some nails broken and bent, creating a gruesome sight. It was evident that the flesh under the old hag's nails must have come from her assailant's body during the struggle. When she strangled me, I had also gripped her arms tightly. Thus, the flesh and blood under the old hag's nails must have originated from the assailant's arms. However, curiously, there were no scratch marks on Zhang Lingshu's arms. Could it be I approached the corpse wearing the black t-shirt and noticed that his arms were covered in scratch marks? The presence of scratch marks on his arms proves he was the one who killed the old hag, doesn't it? So my previous assumptions were all wrong. Realizing this, I finally felt relieved regarding Zhang Lingshu. It seemed I had been overly cautious, nearly wrongfully accusing an innocent man. Following protocol, I also examined this corpse. He bore strangulation marks on his neck as well, but these were from behind, and the impressions were short and thick. It seemed he had attempted to escape through the window but was pursued by the old hag's ghost. Strangled from behind, he ended up in this bizarre position. His skin was very pale and smooth. Unlike that of a typical rural dweller, rural individuals, due to their labor in the fields, often have sun-kissed skin, darkened and aged by prolonged exposure to the sun. How could his skin be so fair and smooth? I rummaged through his pockets but found them empty, devoid of any belongings. While it's understandable for a modern individual to not carry an ID, not having a phone is quite perplexing. The absence of any possessions on him implies that they were taken away, leading me to wonder, could there truly be a fourth individual? Did he kill the old hag and Oldley? Then frame the man in the black t-shirt? In an instant, I was drenched in cold sweat. I dared not let my guard down and meticulously re-examined the corpse in the black t-shirt. The more I stared at the strangulation marks on his neck, the more I felt something was off. The old hag had been strangled from the front, and when he attempted to kill me, he also approached from the front. Yet, when the old hag killed the man in the black t-shirt, why did she choose to strike from behind? If she attacked from behind, wouldn't she be unable to see his face? His face, in a way, a wildly divergent thought exploded in my mind. The black t-shirt was strangled from behind, along with the wounds on his arms. These occurrences were not premeditated, but rather a tragic accident. The murderer took advantage of this unforeseen event to fabricate the scene. I was mistaken from the very beginning. The flesh found beneath Wang Po's nails did not originate from the victim's arm. My initial assumption stemmed from my desperate attempt to pry Wang Po's arm apart for survival. However, given Wang Po's age, it was evident she could not have overpowered the other individual. Thus, it is highly probable that she chose not to escape but rather opted for mutual destruction. Regrettably, Wang Po's short and stout physique hindered her from grasping the adversary's neck. Instead, she could only scratch desperately at their face and throat. This suggests that the assailant's injury was not on the arm but rather on the face. It is quite likely that after killing Wang Po and Li Deyi, upon witnessing the latter's transformation into a ghost, the assailant hastily opened the window to flee. The individual in the black t-shirt, residing in another room and having heard the commotion, came to investigate. Upon discovering the bodies of Wang Po and Li Deyi, he noticed their signs of transformation. Realizing the situation was dire, he too attempted to escape through the window, but alas, he was a step too late. Once Wang Po turned into a ghost, she immediately spotted the fleeing figure of the black t-shirt, with only the three of them in the room. Wang Po naturally assumed he was responsible for the deaths of both victims. Without a second thought, she attacked from behind, choking him to death. Because she struck from behind, Wang Po never laid eyes on his unblemished face. After killing the black t-shirt, she came seeking vengeance against me. The murderer seized this opportunity to return to the room, inflicting wounds on the black t-shirt's arm, absconding with his personal belongings, and fabricating the scene. Modern medicine could effortlessly identify the flesh from the assailant under Wang Po's nails through DNA analysis. This action was undoubtedly not intended to mislead the police. But could it be to confuse me? Indeed, this revelation clarifies all the questions. The true guide understood my cautious nature, which is why he felt compelled to fabricate this entire scenario, aiming to convince me that the injured black t-shirt was the genuine guide. As long as I believed the black t-shirt was the assailant, he could brazenly present himself before me, masked by that disfigured face. Chapter 10. The accident. Zhang Lingxiu bore no scratches on either his face or arms, indicating he was not the true guide. With Zhang Lingxiu's suspicions alleviated, I saw no reason to remain in this den of chaos. I climbed out of the window, secured the latch, and replaced the shattered glass. Fastening it with nails once more, stealthily, I exited Wang Po's courtyard, shedding my plastic bag and gloves, casting a glance around to ensure no one had noticed me. Only then did I mount my bicycle and ride towards the county town. The day was still young, and I leisurely enjoyed breakfast in the county. Checking the time, it was still before 5 o'clock. Stores would not be opening at this hour. I sought a place to retrieve my phone and began searching for information regarding Fuxing Yangyang and Wuyin Village. After an extensive search, I found nothing of substance. In desperation, I resorted to researching topics related to metaphysics. I continued my inquiries until after 8 o'clock, finally tucking away my nearly dead phone. I sought a place to consult with someone knowledgeable. Although I decided to trust Zhang Lingxiu, my cautious nature advised me to gather more information. After inquiring with 7 or 8 establishments and spending a fair amount of money, I unfortunately received little valuable insight. It seemed I had no choice but to place my faith in Zhang Lingxiu and venture to Wuyin Village. Having gathered what information I could, I prepared to purchase the necessary equipment for my journey to Wuyin Village. Zhang Lingxiu assured me there would be no dangers, yet who could say for certain? I needed to be thoroughly prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. The items I purchased were plentiful: compressed biscuits, bottled water, a flashlight, a lighter, gasoline, a compass, various medical supplies, a sewing kit, paper, pins, rope, a listening device, a pinhole camera, a signal jammer, and a range of other equipment. The latter items proved difficult to obtain. Had it not been for acquaintances in the county town, such items would have been utterly unobtainable. The only regret I harbored was that there were no satellite phones available in our county town. Otherwise, I would have certainly procured one to counter situations lacking mobile signal. Gazing at my fully packed backpack, I felt confident I had enough to handle any surprises that might arise over the next 3 days. Just as I intended to leave the county town to return home and return the wooden sword to Zhang Lingxiu, I suddenly remembered his request for a small umbrella. Humph! After some contemplation, I resolved to purchase a box, regardless of its necessity. It was imperative to prepare for every eventuality. With my acquisitions in tow, I rode my bicycle swiftly back to our village. At noon, I arrived at my doorstep. Old Zhang, I'm back. I borrowed your wooden sword for a bit. Typically, I was not one to engage in idle chatter or display undue familiarity with others. However, Zhang Lingxiu was an exception. He always acted as if we were close friends. A slightly intimate call would suffice for me to claim the sword without reservation. Suddenly, a series of muffled groans emanated from within the house. Recognizing that sound, I recalled making a similar noise when Wangpa had me by the throat. My heart sank. Could something have happened to Zhang Lingxiu? I refrained from foolishly barging into the house. If even someone as formidable as Zhang Lingxiu could be in peril, my entrance would only lead to my demise. Gripping the wooden sword tightly, I cautiously approached the window. Peering through, I discovered him bound in ropes. Kneeling on the floor, his mouth tightly wrapped in several layers of tape. In a wonder, he could only emit muffled sounds. What in the world was happening? Who had kidnapped Zhang Lingxiu? Could it be the guide? Unlikely. If the guide wished to employ forceful means, all prior actions would be rendered meaningless. After all, this marriage with the dead could only proceed with my willing consent. So who, then, had bound Zhang Lingxiu? Frowning from my vantage point outside, I exchanged a knowing glance with him. He seemed to comprehend my intent. His pupils darting towards the door. It appeared the individual who had kidnapped Zhang Lingxiu was lurking just behind the door. I slowly retreated to a side room, where I stored various items I had crafted during my live streams. I enjoyed forging weapons, and among my creations, swords and blades were my specialty. I selected my most prized piece, a double-handed tang knife. This blade, forged from high-carbon alloy steel through repeated folding and hammering, was crafted into Damascus steel. The blade was exceptionally sharp and resilient. With the right force, it could cleave a person in two. Holding the tang knife, I positioned myself cautiously at a safe distance of about 10 meters from the door. Did they believe I would charge in to confront the assailant? Certainly not. I was not that foolish. I drew the tang knife merely for my own protection. Calling the police would result in a slow response. possibly implicating Wang Pu and Li Die's deaths, which would severely jeopardize my plans to visit Wuyin village. Thus, the only viable means to swiftly rescue Zhang Lingxiu lay in a single course of action. Drawing a deep breath, I shouted, "Someone, help!" That my intention was to summon the villagers, hoping their presence would intimidate the intruder into fleeing. To my astonishment, a long whip shot out from the doorway at an imperceptible speed, in the blink of an eye. The whip coiled around my neck, yanking me toward the threshold. My reflexes were swift. Within less than a second, I reacted, desperately swinging the tang knife at the whip encircling my neck. A shower of sparks erupted as the knife struck, yet to my bewilderment, the whip remained intact before my eyes. How could this be? I had previously severed rebar nearly the thickness of my little finger with this very knife. What material was this whip made of, to withstand my blade unscathed? There was no time for contemplation. I was on the verge of being dragged through the door. Clutching the tang knife, I exerted all my strength to maintain my balance, and my eyes fixated on the doorway, the moment my body was about to be pulled inside. I swung the tang knife with all my might at the shadow lurking beyond the door. However, a dark figure effortlessly evaded my strike. I quickly steadied myself, preparing to deliver another blow, but before I could raise the knife again, a leg clad in white stockings came barreling toward my face. Chapter 11. The white stocking leg with a resounding thud. My vision went black, and I lost consciousness. When I awoke once more, I found myself securely bound in ropes. However, my situation was decidedly better than Zhang Lingxiu's. My mouth was unsealed by tape, and I was not forced to kneel. I merely leaned against the wall, seated on the ground. "Oh, you woke up quite quickly?" A voice brimming with arrogance and caprice remarked. Following the sound, I beheld a young girl, barely out of her teenage years, perched on the bed with her legs crossed. She was playfully toying with the tang knife I had forged. Dressed in a black Lolita dress and donning a pair of black shoes, her slightly plump yet not overweight legs were snugly encased in white stockings. Her hair was styled into two playful buns reminiscent of Neza, lending her an adorable appearance. However, the most striking feature was undoubtedly her ample bosom, which commanded attention. "This knife is impressive. It didn't even dull when it struck my whip. How about I keep it for a couple of days?" The moment the girl opened her mouth, her charming demeanor was immediately shattered. Her tone and posture invariably exuded an air of arrogance, starkly contrasting with her otherwise endearing appearance. As I gazed at the young lady's face and arms, I discerned no signs of injury upon her. It seemed evident that this girl was not the guide. So, who was she? Why had she kidnapped Zhang Lingxiu? And why had she taken me as well? "Who are you? Why have you abducted us?" I watched as the girl approached me slowly, voicing my inner confusion. She ignored my inquiries and instead stood before me, lifting my chin with the sheath of her knife. A glimmer of mockery and derision dancing on her face. Not bad looking. I supposed it is no wonder Zhang Lingxiu, that red-haired creature, has taken a liking to you. Now, do tell. How long have you two been together? Huh. What did she mean by that? I pondered over her words, trying to decipher the implications they carried. Clearly, this girl was familiar with Zhang Lingxiu and had known him for quite some time. But why did she assume that I had been acquainted with Zhang Lingxiu for long? Moreover, her phrasing about taking a liking and being together was rather peculiar. What do you mean by that? I retorted. Are you playing dumb with me? The girl chuckled, turning to rummage through the backpack I had brought back. She retrieved the small umbrella I had purchased, insisting that I produce it before you would acknowledge the situation. Right? Observing the box containing the small umbrella, the mocking smile on her face grew more pronounced. You two are quite safety conscious, aware that this item can prevent the spread of infections. Upon seeing the box, I finally comprehended the girl's intent. It made my blood boil. I couldn't help but curse Zhang Lingxiu silently. Damn it. One should never heed Zhang Lingxiu's words. Retribution comes swiftly. I hurriedly explained to the girl that the item was not intended for use with Zhang Lingxiu, but was something he had asked me to buy for a ghost marriage. Upon hearing the term ghost marriage, the girl's expression shifted from derision to curiosity. Ghost marriage? What ghost marriage? Who are you planning to marry in the afterlife? Before I could respond, Zhang Lingxiu suddenly made a noise, shaking his head vigorously while emitting muffled grunts. His intent was clear. He was signaling me not to mention the ghost marriage to her. The girl, noticing Zhang Lingxiu's behavior, angrily rolled up her sleeves and approached him. A swift kick aimed at the back of Zhang Lingxiu's head followed. You, red-haired creature. I have yet to settle the score for leaving me alone outside Misty Village. How dare you shake your head here? The girl lifted her fair thigh and, with her black shoe, pressed down on Zhang Lingshu's back, forcing him to the ground. The vigorous motion made her ample bosom sway and bounce in a rather dizzying manner. Zhang Lingshu had previously claimed that he had not been chosen by the old Celestial Master, but had been added to the team for some reason. It seemed that the reason was this girl before me. Her manner of speaking clearly portrayed the image of a willful princess. Typically, such children are raised in families of high status and extreme indulgence. If my guess is correct, this girl must share a bloodline with the old Celestial Master. She wished to accompany him to Misty Village, yet he was reluctant to bring her along, unable to resist her strong-willed nature. Consequently, he had Zhang Lingshu follow her outside Misty Village to intercept her. Fearing retaliation, Zhang Lingshu had abandoned her and fled. How intriguing, I mused internally. If my intuition was accurate, I was about to acquire a free bodyguard. The girl delivered a few more kicks to Zhang Lingshu before turning her gaze back to me. Now that we are undisturbed, do enlighten me about the ghost marriage. We can discuss the ghost marriage later. I straightened up, smiling at the girl. How about we make a wager? I will ask you 3 questions, and you need only respond with yes or no. From there, I shall deduce your identity. The girl was clearly intrigued, glancing down at Zhang Lingshu. Have you disclosed your identity to him? With his face still pressed against the ground. Zhang Lingshu managed a feeble shake of his head, mumbling something barely audible. No confirming that Zhang Lingshu had not revealed her identity to me, the girl stepped closer, looking down at me with a mix of curiosity and amusement. Interesting, what are the stakes? I tilted my head upward, offering a gentle smile. If I win, not only must you release us, but you must also accompany me to a certain place. The girl scoffed, seemingly unconvinced that I could win. And if you lose? If I lose, you will still release us and accompany me to that place. Upon hearing my response, the girl's expression grew cold as she swiftly drew a dagger. Pressing the tip against my neck, her face a mask of menace. Are you mocking me? I met her gaze without a hint of fear. I am not jesting. My wager holds sufficient allure for you. The girl snorted dismissively, casting a scornful glance my way. Humph, I do not believe you. Let us increase the stakes, shall we? Oh, what do you wish to wager? I inquired. A life. Chapter 12. A life. A life? I furrowed my brow tightly, scrutinizing the cold-faced girl before me. Are you certain? If I guess your identity correctly, you will surrender your life to me? Pfft. Ha ha ha. For some reason, the girl suddenly burst into laughter. She sheathed her dagger, crouching down to meet me at eye level. As she crouched, her ample bosom swayed enticingly, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of her curves. How wonderfully Na'vi you are. I, from a prestigious lineage, have no interest in your life, let alone surrendering it to you. She propped her chin on her hand, a playful smile gracing her lips. Now, do present your questions. I am genuinely curious to see if you can guess correctly. I pondered how this girl was just as unserious as Zhang Lingshu. Was it just the two of them, or had the monastic life transformed them all? Stealing my resolve, I began to pose my first question to her. Are you a relative of the old Celestial Master from Longhu Mountain? Upon hearing my question, the girl's expression shifted to one of shock. How did you know? Observing her astonishment, I felt a sense of assurance. The girl turned to Zhang Lingshu, asking, red-haired creature, have you truly not disclosed my identity to him? Zhang Lingshu, wearing an expression of innocence, continued to make muffled sounds, barely managing to convey that he had not. Impressive, the girl exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with a hint of admiration. How did you deduce that? The question had yet to be fully posed. All you need do is respond with yes or no. I interrupted her, unwilling to engage in idle chatter. She complied, offering a simple yes before falling silent. For my second question, are you a direct descendant of the old Celestial Master? I inquired. The girl nodded, affirming with a yes. Confirming her status as a direct descendant of the old Celestial Master significantly narrowed down the possibilities. Given his title, she could not be his daughter. A great-granddaughter would not qualify as a direct descendant either, leaving the answer glaringly evident. For my third question, are you the granddaughter of the old Celestial Master? The girl shook her head, stating, no then, you must be the granddaughter, correct? Impressive, impressive, impressive. The girl applauded before proceeding to untie my bonds. I, in truth, This was a wager I could not lose. Even if I had guessed incorrectly, and she were not related to the old celestial master, I would still emerge victorious. After all, I was guessing her identity. If none of my 3 questions yielded any useful information, I could still claim that her identity was simply that of a female. Who could argue that being female was not an identity? Wordplay is a facet of the game. If one fails to grasp the question properly and loses, they can hardly blame others. How on earth did you figure that out? The girl asked. Her curiosity piqued. I shared my deductions, omitting the part about wordplay. Impressive. You actually guessed correctly. I appreciate intelligent individuals. From now on, you may call me Xiaobai. Xiaobai linked her arm with mine, pressing her soft bosom against my arm. Having been single for over 20 years, I had never experienced such a sensation, leaving me somewhat uncomfortable. From now on, you shall serve as my strategist. That red-haired creature, Zhang Lingxiu, seems rather foolish, yet he is quite cunning. I have fallen for his tricks more than once. If only there were someone as clever as you around, I wouldn't be so easily deceived. Zhang Lingxiu clever? That thought had never crossed my mind. He had always struck me as rather dim-witted. Could it be that it was all an act? Now is not the time to dwell on such matters. I had more pressing issues at hand. I proceeded to inform Xiaobai about the ghost marriage and our intended journey to Misty Village. As I had surmised, she was quite intrigued by Misty Village. And no sooner had I finished speaking than she tugged at my arm, eager for me to take her to Misty Village. Zhang Lingxiu remains bound, and I genuinely fear that he might starve to death in my home if I do not release him. I instructed Xiaobai to untie him while I took this opportunity to prepare lunch and charge my phone. During our meal, I noticed a bald patch on the back of Zhang Lingxiu's head, evidently a result of Xiaobai's excessive force while tearing off the tape. Old Zhang, I remarked, after lunch, Xiaobai and I will head to Wuyin Village. Are you still planning to stay behind? Zhang Lingxiu sighed in resignation. Fine, I'll go. Xiaobai is going. How could I possibly not follow? My master specifically sent me to keep an eye on her. If my master discovers that she entered the village while I wasn't present, I would surely face dire consequences. Xiaobai shot a fierce glare at Zhang Lingxiu. Humph, you deserve it. Who told you to be the lapdog of an old man? She then scooped up the meat from the dish and dumped it into our bowls. Not forgetting to stick her tongue out at Zhang Lingxiu, I observed Zhang Lingxiu's expression, nearly on the verge of tears, as he struggled to finish a large bowl of rice with only a few wilted vegetable leaves. Xiaobai, being the granddaughter of the old celestial master, was not someone I dared to provoke. I could only happily consume all the meat in my bowl. After lunch, I donned my newly purchased gear and armed myself with a tang knife, setting off towards Wuyin Village alongside the two of them. This time, Xiaobai had learned her lesson. She bound our arms together with a whip to prevent Zhang Lingxiu from pulling any tricks and leaving her outside the village. Wuyin Village lay ensconced within a forest shrouded in thick fog, located merely an hour's journey from our village. Before long, we arrived at the outskirts of the forest. The fog-enshrouded woods starkly contrasted with the towering trees and lush foliage outside. Within the fog, however, it appeared perpetually devoid of sunlight, exuding an aura of utmost eeriness. The gnarled, withered trees stretched their skeletal branches skyward like talons. Life was scarce, with only a few crows perched on the boughs. Emitting chilling cries, we opted not to enter Wuyin Village directly, but instead sought out the statue of Fuxing Yangyang, guided by Zhang Lingxiu's memory. The statue, a cylindrical structure approximately 1/2 meter in diameter and 2.5 meters tall, depicted the woman from the photograph. The head of the statue seemed to have been crushed by some formidable force and was subsequently reassembled. As I approached and touched the stone pillar, I found it to be remarkably hard. Not even an elephant could hope to damage such a formidable statue. What could have shattered the head of this statue? Chapter 13. The Cry of a Woman. Is it a ghost? I recalled Wang Pu. Although she had exerted considerable strength when she grasped my neck, she had not been able to snap it, let alone shatter such a hard statue. My gaze then shifted downward, where I noticed some inscriptions at the base of the pillar. 4 pillars, 10 evils. Fuxing Yangyang. 4 pillars, 10 evils? Earlier that morning, while researching metaphysics in the county town, I had encountered a fortune-telling method known as the 4 Pillars of Destiny, which combines celestial influences with human fate to predict one's destiny. But why did the inscription on the statue read 10 evils instead of divine spirits? I posed this question to Xiaobai and Zhang Lingxiu, hoping to ascertain their knowledge on the matter. However, They too had only heard of the 4 pillars of destiny and had no understanding of the 4 pillars, 10 evils. Why bother with such details? Perhaps this statue has nothing to do with the 4 pillars at all. If I were you, I would enter the village sooner and inquire with the villagers to uncover the truth. Zhang Lingshu reasoned wisely. Relinquishing my fixation on the statue, I turned and followed the 2 deeper into the fog. As we advanced, the fog thickened and the sky darkened ominously. After just 20 minutes, the daylight had nearly faded into night. Checked my phone and saw that it was barely past 4 o'clock. Old Zhang, are you certain there is no danger in this thick fog? I inquired, concern lacing my voice. It's only a little past 4, and it feels like night already. Something seems off about this fog. Zhang Lingshu scratched his head in confusion. I don't know. I've heard people say there's no danger within this fog. Didn't you mention that someone from your village crossed through this fog without encountering any danger? Zhang Lingshu countered. Recalling my earlier words, I only heard about it. I didn't see him cross, so who knows if he was just boasting? Xiaobai, observing our indecision, looked quite displeased. You two are useless. Danger exists, so what? Should we avoid it just because of that? With that, Xiaobai took my arm and continued deeper into the fog. Thankfully, with Xiaobai and Zhang Lingshu by my side, I felt less apprehensive about potential dangers. The 3 of us continued to navigate through the darkness, and soon, night had completely enveloped us. My vision was entirely consumed by darkness. I waved my hand in front of my face and realized I couldn't even see my own palm. Suddenly, a pungent, moldy odor invaded my nostrils. The once soft ground beneath my feet had transformed into a surface as hard as stone. I took a step forward. An eerie echo rang out in the emptiness, sending chills down my spine. Xiaobai quickly removed the whip binding our arms, and it seemed Zhang Lingshu had also drawn the wooden sword he carried on his back. Something is amiss. The malevolent energy here is overwhelming. Xiaobai grasped my hand tightly. Stay close to me, and whatever you do, do not let go. Although I could not see Xiaobai's face, I sensed her small hand was clammy and slick with cold sweat. With every step we took, the echo reverberated ominously. As we progressed slowly, I found myself hearing the faint sound of a woman weeping from ahead. Unsure if I was imagining things, I cautiously moved closer. Before long, I confirmed that the sorrowful cries indeed belonged to a woman. In that instant, my hair stood on end, and my body trembled uncontrollably. Hearing a woman's cry in such a sinister place was utterly disconcerting. It was impossible to associate it with humanity. Old Zhang, Xiaobai, did you hear that woman's cry? The sound of a woman's weeping? Xiaobai's quivering voice was the first to reach my ears. I didn't hear a woman's cry, but I did hear some rustling sounds ahead. Following that, Zhang Lingshu's voice was filled with terror. Hey, why are you two acting like this? I can't hear anything at all. Shouldn't I be able to hear something? Why was it that Xiaobai and I heard one thing, while Zhang Lingshu heard nothing at all? Habitually, I sought to find logic in this bizarre occurrence, only to discover there was none to be found. Thus, I ceased my contemplation and continued to follow them cautiously. As the sound of the woman's cries grew ever closer, my fear intensified. I suddenly realized that the cries were not from a single woman, but from a multitude of women. Their wails were piercing and mournful, as if they would tear me apart if I dared to approach. Xiaobai's hand began to tremble as well. I could not discern what she was hearing, but I felt her fear mirrored my own. The cries drew nearer, and I perceived that the women were now right before me. I had walked into the midst of these weeping figures, and a profound terror enveloped me, drowning me like a rising tide. My heart raced as if it were a frantically beating drum, threatening to leap from my throat. The haunting cries of women echoed from every corner around us, as though they were positioned on either side, staring at us while emitting spine-chilling sounds. As we pressed forward, the fog that enveloped us gradually thinned. I surveyed my surroundings and discerned that we were in what appeared to be a corridor. Every so often, a faint green light emanated from the walls. Though dim, it provided some illumination in the oppressive darkness. Strangely, while I could make out the outlines of the walls, the figures of the weeping women remained elusive, their mournful cries reverberating through the air. Slowly, the dense fog began to dissipate, allowing me to finally comprehend my surroundings. I found myself in a long, dimly lit corridor of an abandoned hospital. The walls had long since cracked and peeled, and the pervasive scent of mildew hung in the air like ink spilled on rice paper, spreading wildly throughout the corridor. The space was shrouded in darkness, with the only green light emanating from the emergency exit signs. Chapter 14. Human Pupae. The hospital rooms flanking the corridor were secured behind heavy iron doors, each featuring a narrow iron window. The source of the women's cries originated from within these small windows. No wonder I had not seen their owners. They were all imprisoned within these rooms. What on earth is this place? Zhang Lingshu vigilantly surveyed his surroundings and soon noticed the iron bars on the door of the ward. Just as he was about to approach and ascertain the situation within, both I and Xiaobai simultaneously called out to stop him. Wait! Our voices startled Zhang Lingshu, making him shudder. Damn it! He turned his head, glaring at us with evident anger. What are you two doing? Do you not realize that startling someone at this moment could be deadly? I looked at Zhang Lingshu and informed him and Xiaobai about the source of the woman's cries emanating from within the iron bars. Upon hearing my description, Xiaobai furrowed her brow in concern. Observing her contemplative expression, I inquired, What is it, Xiaobai? Do you hear a different sound from me? Xiaobai nodded, her expression still rife with fear. Yes, the sound I hear is still that eerie one. It seems as if there are thousands of insects, rubbing against each other, crawling incessantly. Cold sweat streamed down Xiaobai's forehead. It was evident that she was genuinely terrified of insects. Damn, why is it that you all hear strange noises while I hear nothing? The unsettling feeling of being different from others truly gnawed at me. Zhang Lingshu cautiously approached the iron door, lowering his voice as he said to Xiaobai and me, Let me take a look first. If there's danger, you two should run. He reached the iron door, leaning close to the bars. After peering inside for a moment, confusion spread across his face. He turned to us, gesturing for silence, then beckoned us to come closer. Both of us approached Zhang Lingshu's side, peering into the iron bars. The ward inside resembled the dilapidated corridor outside, long abandoned and in disrepair. Rusty iron beds were haphazardly strewn about, and on the moldy, tattered sheets lay numerous bizarre entities, pupal creatures the size of adults. The cries of the woman I had heard were indeed coming from these pupae. They writhed on the beds like genuine silkworms, presenting a truly grotesque sight. Their skin bore a striking resemblance to human skin, though the distance made me hesitant to ascertain whether it was indeed human flesh. Leaning closer to the iron bars, I sought to discern what these pupae truly were. Their movements were peculiar, unlike the natural writhing of silkworms. Rather, they seemed to struggle, akin to individuals bound and helpless. I felt as though they were desperately attempting to escape their confinement. At that moment, Zhongli, although our actions were not swift, it took merely a few seconds for us to reach the doorway. Just as I thought we had finally escaped danger, a mass of sticky black hair suddenly ensnared my waist from behind. I thought to myself, surely not. We had made it to the door. Must I truly be pulled back again? Zhang Lingshu swiftly bit his middle finger, smearing the blood upon the wooden sword in an instant. He propelled himself behind me and cleanly severed the mass of hair. Run! Zhang Lingshu forcefully pushed both me and Xiaobai out through the great door, causing us to tumble to the ground. Struggling to rise, I anxiously cast a glance at Zhang Lingshu. The female spirits were right behind him. There was no time to flee. Zhang Lingshu leapt, attempting to vault out of the corridor. However, his speed was no match for that of the spirits. The hair was poised to entangle his legs. Old Zhang! I shouted in desperation. I wanted to rush forward to pull him back, but before I could rise, a cramp in my stomach forced me back down. A slender shadow darted past my eyes. I focused intently and discovered that it was Xiaobai's whip, flung in haste. Since it was in close proximity to Zhang Lingshu, the whip was swifter than the hair this time. It coiled around Zhang Lingshu's arm, yanking him towards safety. Just as Zhang Lingshu's body crossed the threshold, the heavy door unexpectedly shut with no warning. I looked towards the door and was startled to find it densely covered with talismans. Appearing quite nude, it seemed that while Zhang Lingshu was casting talismans to exorcise the spirits, he had taken the opportunity to affix them to the door. The female spirits moved with incredible speed. Yet because of this, they could not slow down, crashing into the door with a series of piercing wails. Once we confirmed that the spirits could not breach the door, we finally exhaled in relief. My goodness, that was terrifying. Zhang Lingshu collapsed to the ground, panting, and asked, What did you both see? The three of us must have witnessed different things, right? Taking advantage of Zhang Lingshu's inquiry, I recounted everything I had seen to them. Upon hearing my account, Zhang Lingshu gave me a thumbs up. Impressive. Old Qi, you managed to maintain your composure in the face of such a scene. Forget about those female spirits. Many people crumble before they even see the ghost. After praising me, Zhang Lingshu turned to Xiaobai. Xiaobai, what did you see? Xiaobai swallowed hard, still trembling uncontrollably. The things I saw were truly horrifying. She placed her hands on her chest and took a deep breath. Once she regained her composure, she began to describe her experience. After we stepped into the hospital corridor, Xiaobai heard a series of unsettling rustling sounds. As we progressed, the sounds grew increasingly pronounced. Xiaobai quickly realized that the source of the noise was her greatest fear, bugs. When we emerged from the thick fog and peered through the iron bars into the ward, Xiaobai spotted a pupa the size of an adult lying on the iron bed. However, unlike what I had seen, Xiaobai noticed that instead of a female ghost emerging from the pupa, a swarm of insects was crawling out. Cockroaches, centipedes, maggots, scorpions, spiders, caterpillars, bedbugs, and many more. So many that Xiaobai couldn't even name them all. Chapter 16. The lucky star goddess. These insects surged forth like a tidal wave from the pupa. Just as Xiaobai, paralyzed by fear, fixed her gaze upon them, a cockroach, as large as a human, descended from above, landing upside down in the iron window. The cockroach stared intently at Xiaobai, its antennae rubbing together, producing an ear-piercing hissing sound that sent shivers down her spine. Immediately following was the sound of alarms blaring through the corridor and the iron door being smashed open. Xiaobai noticed the wave of insects rushing forth like a tsunami from the thick fog. Terrified, she turned to flee. After a harrowing escape through the door, she turned back only to see me on the verge of being engulfed by the swarm. She dared not hesitate, quickly flinging her whip in an attempt to pull me to safety. However, we were too far apart. Despite her swift reaction, she could not match the speed of the insects. Witnessing me being consumed by the swarm, she hesitated not a moment, casting a talisman towards the mass before charging into the fray. Fortunately, Zhang Lingshu was right behind her, continuously throwing talismans to cover her, pushing the swarm back slightly, granting her the chance to rescue me from the clutches of the insects. By then, however, my body was already crawling with centipedes. Xiaobai was terrified of the bugs, yet she could not abandon me. Thus, she quickly steeled herself, mustered her courage, and began to pull the centipedes off me with her bare hands. After hearing Xiaobai's account, I felt a swell of guilt for her. Had it not been for my delay, she would not have had to risk her safety to save me, nor would she have had to touch the very insects she feared most. I wanted to express my gratitude to Xiaobai, but she interrupted me with a wave of her hand. Hey, don't start with the thank yous. I can't handle that mushy stuff. I chuckled and nodded, choosing to remain silent. This girl, though seemingly brash and arrogant, truly possessed a strong character and a kind heart. Had our roles been reversed, I would certainly not have put myself in such peril for someone I had only just met. Xiaobai turned her attention to Zhang Lingshu. And you? What did you see? Upon hearing Xiaobai's question, Zhang Lingshu slapped his thigh, his features contorting in alarm. Oh my goodness, what I saw was downright terrifying, he exclaimed. I didn't hear the sounds you mentioned, but I did see the pupa. However, what emerged from it was neither a female ghost nor insects, but it was. What was it? Xiaobai asked anxiously. It was my master. The old celestial master? My grandfather? Both Xiaobai and I exclaimed in shock simultaneously. Yes, can you imagine? Hundreds of old celestial masters chasing after me, yelling that they would make me pay for it. I nearly wet myself in fear. Xiaobai and I exchanged incredulous glances, unable to fathom that in Zhang Lingshu's mind, the old celestial master was more terrifying than anything else. After listening to their descriptions, I gathered my thoughts. The pupae in the ward were identical in appearance to each of us. Yet what emerged from them was different for each of us. It seemed that the spirits within the pupae could transform into the things we feared most. Zhang Lingshu and Xiaobai often encountered spirits, so they were not afraid of ghosts. Rather, they feared other entities. As for the long-haired female ghost I had seen, it was merely the most common female ghost trope in films and television. Having deduced this, I resolved to assess our surroundings. We had not escaped the hospital. The environment remained a foul, moldy corridor. I looked towards the nearest door, marked Dermatology Clinic 317. This indicated we were on the third floor of the outpatient department. You two should stop lying around and get up, I said, looking down at them. We have yet to escape the hospital. We must leave before we rest. Escape? You will not be able to. A hauntingly ethereal voice echoed from behind us. We jumped at the sound. Xiaobai and Zhang Lingshu hurriedly stood, turning to face the source of the voice alongside me. Upon seeing the figure behind us, we were all stunned. It was not a human, but rather a rather striking female ghost. Her high ponytail cascaded over her blood-red garb, billowing with each gust of chilling wind. With a prominent nose, elongated phoenix eyes, and brows like swords, she exuded a grace that was both gallant and delicate. Her unique aura combined the free-spiritedness of a man with the soft beauty of a woman, resembling a wandering heroine of the martial world, a captivating charm that was hard to resist. Despite the visible crimson aura surrounding her, and her face twisted in grotesquerie, her indescribable beauty struck deeply into my heart, leaving me momentarily entranced. I recognized this ghost. She was the one known as the Lucky Star Goddess from the photograph. Upon seeing her, my anxious heart finally settled. She was a ghostly figure with over 1,000 years of Taoist cultivation, and no matter how powerful the spirits here might be, they could not possibly rival her strength. With her presence, we would no longer be pursued by other spirits. However, what did she mean when she said we could not escape? Before I could ponder further, Zhang Lingshu was the first to speak. Wow, old Shi, your wife is stunning. She's even prettier than in the photo, Zhang Lingshu exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as he pointed at the Lucky Star Goddess. He took a couple of steps forward, grinning mischievously at her. Sister-in-law, it's truly wonderful that you're here. Please, take us away from this ghastly place. If you and old Shi marry soon, Xiaobai and I can finally rest easy. Hearing Zhang Lingshu refer to her as sister-in-law, the Lucky Star Goddess's already fearsome visage became even more terrifying. With a swift gesture, she unleashed a wave of crimson energy that surged toward Zhang Lingshu. Startled by the sudden attack, Zhang Lingshu quickly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the onslaught. What the hell? Are you crazy? Zhang Lingshu exclaimed, furrowing his brow in confusion as he looked at the Lucky Star Goddess. What do you mean by this? Are you trying to kill us? You must understand, you have a betrothal to old Shi. If you kill him, you will face heavenly retribution. Even if the lightning does not strike you dead, your cultivation will be utterly obliterated. The Lucky Star Goddess paid no heed to Zhang Lingshu's words. She unleashed a few more menacing auras with a swift backhand, yet this time, the speed of the auras was significantly greater than before. Fearing that I might not evade them, Xiaobai grasped my collar. Narrowly avoiding the lethal energies, the auras whizzed past us, colliding with the heavily talisman-covered door behind us, shattering it into fragments. Chapter 17. The tragedy in the operating room. I hastily turned around, terrified that the female spirits lurking behind the door would surge forth. Thankfully, their silhouettes were no longer visible. I could not discern whether they were unable to breach the door and had returned to the ward, or if they were simply intimidated by the presence of the benevolent deity before us. Goodness, there is something amiss with that woman. Zhang Lingshu retrieved a talisman and hurled it at the benevolent deity. He then brandished his wooden sword, charging towards her in pursuit of the talisman. The talisman, which could have obliterated numerous female spirits, was effortlessly caught by the benevolent deity. With a firm grip, she reduced it to ashes. At that moment, Zhang Lingshu reached her, forcefully swinging his wooden sword at her. However, she remained as tranquil as a still lake, merely extending a finger to deflect his weapon with ease. Before Zhang Lingshu could react, her palm struck his chest like a bolt of lightning. He was sent hurtling backwards like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. It appeared that one of his ribs had been fractured. Noticing this, Xiaobai quickly handed me several talismans. If ignited and affixed to the spirit, they would take effect. She wrapped a whip around my waist and, pulling me along, we dashed towards the benevolent deity. I began to grasp her intentions, synchronizing my movements with hers and awaiting her next action. As we neared the deity, Xiaobai produced a handful of talismans and threw them all at her. The benevolent deity, unfazed, merely waved her hand, shattering the talismans into pieces. Yet, Xiaobai seized this opportunity to fling me out of the whip's grasp. I zipped past the benevolent deity, spinning and flying several meters away. As I landed, the tremendous force caused me to roll another few meters before regaining my balance. Struggling to rise, I was beset by a violent dizziness that rendered my body somewhat unresponsive. Nevertheless, I dared not pause. Instead, I staggered forward, sprinting into the distance. "If you manage to escape, bring Grandpa along." Xiaobai's voice called out from behind me. I did not look back or respond, continuing my frantic dash. The dizziness was still overwhelming. Shouting might exacerbate my condition. From the current circumstances, it was evident that neither Xiaobai nor Zhang Lingshu stood a chance against the benevolent deity. If I remained, they would have to contend with the deity while also finding a way to protect me. Rather than complicate matters further, it was wiser to make my escape. If fortune favored me, I might even bring the celestial master with me. Even if luck was not on my side and I failed to escape, they need not worry about me and could flee with all their might. Thinking of escape, it would not be so simple. The lady would not allow you to harm her strategist. For heaven's sake, I shall fight you to the end. The shouts and clashes behind me persisted, and I dared not halt, sprinting with all my might in search of the staircase to the second floor. How bizarre. I had clearly established an engagement with the benevolent deity. Why then did she seek to kill me? Zhang Lingshu had explained the concept of ghost marriages, asserting that such unions were beneficial for both parties, and they could be dissolved post-marriage. If she did not wish to proceed with the ghost marriage, it would suffice to annul the engagement later. This way, I would not die, and she would not incur divine wrath. What could her motives possibly be? As I pondered, the corridor leading to the third floor appeared before me. I dashed into it, only to discover that the staircase leading upwards had collapsed, strewn with rubble. However, this did not concern me. My objective was to descend and leave the hospital. Without hesitation, I raced down the staircase. Yet upon reaching the second floor, I found the staircase leading downwards similarly choked with debris. Fortunately, a hospital could not have just one escape route. There must be other staircases available. I exited the corridor into the hallway. Just as I intended to seek out another staircase, I was taken aback. This floor was not the second. It was the 14th. The 14th floor? How could this be the 14th floor? I had just been on the third. I quickly scanned my surroundings and confirmed that the door numbers indeed all began with 14. Truly a bizarre turn of events. How could I have descended from the third floor to the 14th? The entire 14th floor was composed of operating rooms. Yet unlike the third floor, this corridor was neither decayed nor moldy. It appeared just like any ordinary hospital's operating room. Strangely, all the lights in the operating rooms were illuminated, and the sign indicating in surgery blinked with a glaring red light. I glanced back towards the corridor. If I returned, would I even make it back to the third floor? If I did, would I not run headlong into the benevolent deity, sealing my own doom? After a moment's contemplation, I resolved to remain and seek a new escape route. Strolling nonchalantly past the operating rooms was clearly not a wise decision. I pressed my body against the wall, one hand gripping the lighter and the other clutching the talisman Xiaobai had handed me, and cautiously approached the nearest operating room. Standing before the door, I was not foolish enough to simply peek inside. Instead, I retrieved my phone, intending to utilize the screen's reflection to glimpse the interior. Through the screen, I discerned several shadowy figures gathered around the operating table, diligently performing surgery on an individual. The figures appeared extremely focused, entirely unaware of the screen pressed against the door from the outside. Satisfied that they were oblivious to my presence, I cautiously leaned forward to observe the scene unfolding within. The operating room was horrific. 5 semi-transparent black figures surrounded a Taoist priest on the operating table. The priest wore attire strikingly similar to Zhang Lingshu's. 4 of the SH. The two of them were not evenly matched. They could only retreat while fighting, hoping to find an opportunity to escape successfully. As he descended the staircase and reached the 14th floor, he found no trace of Xiaobai. Upon exiting the corridor, he discovered a detailed floor plan of the hospital in the room before him, which meticulously recorded the layout of the hospital and the methods to leave. As he prepared to exit the hospital to summon assistance from Wuyin village, he fortuitously encountered me, who was peering into the operating room. At that moment, it seemed he had begun to believe in my authenticity. Zhang Lingshu's explanation initially appeared plausible. However, I noticed that he consistently and subtly fixated on my eyes. Each time I caught him gazing at me, he would swiftly avert his gaze. This behavior raised my suspicions, prompting me to lower my head and feign deep contemplation to avoid his scrutiny. Both Zhang Lingshu and I had ascended from the third floor to the 14th. If the movement between floors was not random but followed a certain pattern, then Xiaobai should also appear on the 14th floor. If the allocation of floors were indeed random, it would be too coincidental for Zhang Lingxiu and me to both materialize on the 14th floor. In this hospital, teeming with spirits, the ascent and descent had evidently been manipulated to prevent anyone from leaving alive. Such a place would not easily allow Zhang Lingxiu to discover an escape route. Coincidence has never been something I believed in. The Zhang Lingxiu before me was undoubtedly suspicious, yet he bore no discernible difference from my memory of him. What could be the explanation? I recalled the spirits on the 3rd floor, capable of transforming into the very manifestations of my deepest fears. Did this imply that these spirits could read minds or memories? Could it be that activating such a power required one to maintain eye contact? Having known Zhang Lingxiu for less than a day, reading such memories would not necessitate such elaborate measures. Thus, it was highly probable that the spirits here possessed the ability to read minds. With this thought in mind, I resolved to test Zhang Lingxiu. So that's how it is done. Why apologies, old Zhang, but with so many spirits around, I must exercise caution. As I spoke, I brought the lighter and talisman paper before me. Please, continue to lead the way. I need to study this talisman Xiaobai gave me. It might save my life in a critical moment. I feigned curiosity as I fiddled with the talisman, all the while aiming to divert his gaze to prevent him from reading my thoughts. Should he suddenly launch an attack, I would be prepared to retaliate with the talisman, thus serving two purposes. All right then, let us proceed. With that, he turned and continued onward, while I followed closely behind, the lighter pressed against the talisman. My mind racing with thoughts on how to eliminate Zhang Lingxiu before me, I pondered whether my thoughts of killing him would trigger his mind-reading abilities. Regardless of my mental declarations, he made no move. Suddenly, I spoke up. By the way, old Zhang, what is your master's name? Prior to posing this question, I had fabricated a name for the old master, Zhang Baoling. To avoid revealing any inconsistencies, I had been repeatedly convincing myself that the old master was indeed named Zhang Baoling. Just as I was on the verge of believing this to be true, I directed my inquiry to him. Upon hearing my question, Zhang Lingxiu paused, turning to face me with a furrowed brow. A hint of confusion evident. My mind echoed a single thought. If he could not answer that my master is Zhang Baoling, then he must be the false Zhang Lingxiu. Zhang Lingxiu's eyes locked onto mine once more. I dared not dwell on it and simply reiterated that thought. Yet, he merely glanced at me before breaking into a smile and saying, "What's the matter, Lao Qi? Still not trusting me? My master is indeed Zhang Baoling." Chapter 19. Pursuit. The instant he uttered the name Zhang Baoling, my suspicions were confirmed. An uncontrollable realization surged through my mind. The false Zhang Lingxiu's expression twisted into one of loathing as he lunged for my throat. Reacting swiftly, I ignited the talisman and hurled it at his face. To my dismay, the talisman spun lazily in the air, eventually plummeting to the ground. Damn it! How is it that Zhang Lingxiu and Xiaobai can throw things so far, while I can barely toss a piece of toilet paper? The false Zhang Lingxiu, momentarily taken aback by my blunder, stared blankly at the still-burning talisman on the ground. Seizing this opportunity, I quickly turned to flee. Only then did he snap back to reality, cursing at me as he pursued with astonishing speed. The false Zhang Lingxiu was incredibly swift, rapidly closing the distance between us. I ignited another talisman, crouched low, and struck it behind me with force. He was unprepared for my sudden halt, and his momentum caused him to collide with the talisman. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as I was knocked back several steps by the shockwave. Fortunately, I sustained no injuries, merely a tingling sensation in my arm. This was anticipated. When Zhang Lingxiu had used a talisman to collapse my roof, he had emerged unscathed. However, the false Zhang Lingxiu was far less fortunate. His body was engulfed in black smoke, half of him transforming into a shadowy figure from the operating room, while the other half retained Zhang El. Isn't this the very scene I witnessed outside the operating room, where a Taoist priest was skinned and transformed into a pupa? The only difference is that the shadow has morphed into a nurse, and the Taoist on the operating table has become myself. Ah, you have finally awakened. We have been waiting for you for half the day. This surgery cannot proceed while you are conscious, for that would be utterly uninteresting. A figure clad in Taoist garb stands with his back to me. He drapes a white lab coat over himself and dons a doctor's cap and gloves. Let me see how well my exceedingly perceptive patient has prepared for this. He turns to reveal a face identical to that of Zhang Lingxiu. Chapter 20. Blood handprints. Alas, Look at me, how unprofessional. I have forgotten to wear a mask. He is clearly intent on allowing me to see this face to deepen my fear of him. Approaching the medical cart, he picks up an exceedingly sharp scalpel, but it matters not. I am not human, my body harboring no bacteria or viruses, so I shall forego the mask. He bends down, bringing Zhang Lingshu's face close to mine. Our surgery is rather special. There will be no anesthetic administered, so it will be quite painful. Bear with it, will you? Gazing at his wickedly grinning visage, I furrow my brows, my mind racing to devise an escape. Yet, I find myself pinned to the operating table. Regardless of my thoughts, I cannot conjure any means of escape. The false Zhang Lingshu fixates on my eyes, effortlessly reading every thought within me, still not giving up. Are we? I am not entirely unreasonable. I shall grant you 10 seconds to contemplate. However, after that brief span, if you fail to conceive a means of escape, I shall begin to slice open your skin. The false Zhang Lingshu straightens his back, turning away from me. I shall not look into your eyes. Devise your plan. 10, 9, 8. He speaks so casually, yet what can one possibly conceive in merely 10 seconds? 7, 6. Do not lose hope, Qi Siyuan. Though time is scant, it is not impossible to generate a solution. Surrender, and you shall truly meet your demise. 5. For, if only an unexpected event could occur, perhaps there is still hope. 3, 2. I must find a way to create an accident. 1. No, it is futile. I cannot think of anything. The time is far too brief to devise a plan. The false Zhang Lingshu turns back, toying with the scalpel in his hand. Teske, I had thought you clever. Yet, with all this time, you have not conceived a plan at all. He aims the blade at me, slowly descending toward my brow. Well then, I shall begin. Do scream loudly, for the louder you cry, the more exhilarated I shall become. As the blade descends, the expression on the false Zhang Lingshu's face grows increasingly twisted. Disturbingly, he extends his tongue, saliva trailing down, rendering him utterly grotesque. As the blade approaches, a sharp pain pierces my brow. The nearer it draws, the more intense the pain becomes. Damn it, Qi Siyuan, think harder. Even if I must fabricate an excuse to delay them, it would suffice. I continue to ponder, my body writhing in struggle, yet I am truly out of options. The cold tip of the blade finally grazes my brow, and my body tenses instantaneously, my heart seemingly halting its rhythm. A viscous liquid begins to trickle down from my brow. Realizing my skin has been breached, I finally relinquish my struggle, awaiting the inevitable arrival of death. The thick liquid flows down to my nose, a pungent stench invading my nostrils, forcing a shiver from within me. What is this? Why does my blood reek of foulness? Before I can comprehend, a drop of viscous, foul liquid plops onto my face. I then realize that the liquid was not from me, but rather had fallen from my brow. Just as I wish to see what is dripped upon my face, the lights in the operating room begin to flicker erratically. The false Zhang Lingshu stands, momentarily stunned by this spectacle. What is this? What dares to intrude upon the 14th floor? He scans the room, then looks up at the ceiling. At some point, a pair of blood handprints has appeared upon the ceiling. They seem small, likely the imprints of a child around 10 years of age. Dark red liquid continuously drips from the prints. The foul, viscous substance on my face originates from this source. The false Zhang Lingshu and the nurses nearby grow increasingly tense upon witnessing the handprints. I can distinctly feel their grip on my hands trembling. Blood handprints? Surely not. The false Zhang Lingshu swallows hard, his voice trembling as he speaks. Hee hee hee, hee 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 hee. The laughter of a little girl fills the operating room. Yet this laughter is both ethereal and sinister. Upon hearing the laughter, the nurses holding me down release their grip entirely. Although they are apparitions, they seem to have encountered a ghost. They scramble toward the door in a frenzied rush. How did you escape? It is impossible for you to emerge. Cold sweat beads upon the false Zhang Lingshu's brow. He gazes in horror at the blood handprints on the ceiling, then casts a resentful glance at me. He suddenly raises the scalpel, lunging toward my throat with blinding speed. However, without the nurses restraining me, how could I allow him to succeed so easily? I swiftly roll off the operating table, the scalpel narrowly missing me as it plunges into the table instead. I scramble to my feet, confronting Zhang Lingshu from across the table. They are clearly frightened. The blood handprints on the ceiling prompt them to hastily seek an escape. If I utilize the operating table to execute a maneuver akin to Qin Wang's circumvention of the pillar, I refuse to believe he would dare to cling to me relentlessly. The false Zhang Lingshu peers into my eyes, deciphering my innermost thoughts. After a moment of hesitation, he flings the scalpel toward my face and quickly turns to pursue the fleeing nurses. The scalpel whizzes past me, narrowly grazing my scalp, before crashing into the wall behind. At this point, they have reached the entrance, desperately attempting to escape. Just as I begin to breathe a sigh of relief, thinking these deadly apparitions are finally departing, I notice that no matter how they twist the doorknob, the operating room door remains immovable as if welded shut. Suddenly, the flickering lights extinguish entirely. The blood handprints on the ceiling seem to come alive, spreading outwards in all directions. Before long, the entire ceiling is cloaked in a dark crimson hue. The false Zhang Lingshu and the nurses, who had been attempting to open the door, become acutely aware of the ominous phenomenon above. Gazing at the ever-expanding bloodstains, they frantically batter the door with their bodies. They care not for the bruises inflicted by their assault, fervently striving to break free. The bloodstains spread with alarming speed, soon engulfing the entire operating room, leaving no medical instruments untouched. Before me, near the wall, a blood-red vortex materializes, from which a slender, blood-soaked arm emerges. Following this, a little girl dressed in a pink floral dress. Her long, jet-black hair cascading down her back, pushes herself up from the vortex, her hands braced against the ground. She stands with her back to me, her face pressed against the wall, utterly motionless. Chapter 21. Cooperation. The little girl remains still, showing no signs of wanting to move. The false Zhang Lingshu and the nurses also notice her presence. Upon sighting the girl, they react as though confronted by death itself. Their attempts to break down the door intensify. Yet, the door refuses to yield. He. With the little girl's eerie and ethereal laughter resonating throughout the operating room, her hair, cascading down her back, transforms into needle-like strands. With barely perceptible speed, they shoot out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the entire operating room, including the instruments and walls, is pierced by her hair. The false Zhang Lingshu and the nurses are not spared either. They become like hedgehogs, their bodies bristling with hair. The entire operating room is engulfed by the little girl's hair, with one exception. Me? Not a single strand touches my body. She has clearly chosen to spare me. But why would she, a spirit, wish to protect me? As a ghost, it is remarkable enough that she does not harm the living. It is unfathomable that she would choose to save me. What could be her motive? Surely she does not seek my assistance? Big brother, you are indeed clever. You have effortlessly deduced my intentions. The little girl's voice suddenly resonates within my mind. This sensation is exceedingly peculiar, as if my thoughts momentarily slip from my control, becoming the thoughts of another. What is happening? I had merely speculated, never uttering my thoughts aloud. The little girl has maintained her back to me, never meeting my gaze. There is no reason she should be able to read my mind. Wait a moment. Who claimed that the spirits in this hospital could only read minds through the eyes? Ultimately, the notion of reading minds through the eyes was my conjecture. Though I confirmed that the false Zhang Lingshu reads minds in such a way, it does not prove that other spirits do as well. Contemplating this, cold sweat trickles down my forehead. Confronted by a specter capable of discerning my thoughts without so much as a glance, any attempt at subterfuge before her was rendered futile indeed. You are quite astute, young man, to grasp so much in but an instant, echoed the voice of the little girl in my mind once more. You are correct. I need not gaze into a person's eyes to unveil their thoughts. However, rest assured, all other spirits here, apart from myself, must rely on sight to perceive one's mind. My intention in saving you, she paused, is not to solicit your assistance, but rather to forge a partnership. Partnership? I pondered, incredulous. How could one who so effortlessly dispatched numerous ghosts desire to collaborate with me? Memories of countless films where ghosts allied with humans surfaced in my mind. Typically, the specter would safeguard the human, while the latter would assist the ghost in fulfilling unfulfilled wishes. Could it be such a simple arrangement? No, that seemed implausible. If it were merely that, there would be no need for such prolonged scrutiny. The voice of the little girl resonated in my thoughts again. Since your arrival at this hospital, I have been observing you. You are not only intelligent but also sufficiently cautious. After deliberating for some time, I believe that you, as an older brother, may be able to actualize my plan. Slowly, she rotated her body, reminiscent of a marionette, her movements slow and rigid. Her delicate features bore an unsettling pallor, and her enormous eyes resembled bottomless voids, as if they could consume one's very soul. Do you wish to survive, older brother? The little girl's voice intruded upon my thoughts once more, her meaning unmistakable. If I wish to live, I must cooperate with her. How delightful. Engaging with an intelligent individual truly saves time. Yet, you are mistaken. I hold no interest in your life, but the inhabitants of Wuyin Village are most intrigued. Wuyin Village? How could she possibly know of it? No, it was clear she possessed the ability to read minds. Since my entry into this hospital, she had been delving into my thoughts, thus her awareness of Wuyin Village was unsurprising. You need not believe me, older brother. We are, in fact, akin to grasshoppers tethered to the same rope. If you wish to live, your only option is to ally with me. There is no choice for either of us. Her implication was that her predicament was equally perilous, necessitating our alliance for any hope of survival. I contemplated the truth of her words, yet their veracity mattered little. The priority was to escape this place alive. If I refused her, I might not even manage to leave this operating room. However, before acquiescing, I needed clarity on the terms of our collaboration. Before I could voice my inquiries, the little girl's voice reverberated in my mind. The terms of our collaboration cannot yet be disclosed. At present, I require you to survive and find a way to enhance your abilities. Once you have enough strength to protect yourself here, you must locate this hospital in the real world and find me there. Her words plunged me into contemplation. To survive here and bolster my strength, then I must seek out the hospital in the real world? The magnitude of this information was overwhelming. According to her, this place was not the real world. But where, then, was it? Hell? Moreover, she expected that after leaving this place, I would return. That seemed utterly impossible. If I managed to escape and reach Wuyin Village, I would certainly relocate to another city and live a peaceful life, severing all ties with these fiends and phantoms. That is not the case, older brother. Should you survive and escape Wuyin Village, you will undoubtedly seek me out. You do not yet comprehend, but once you leave Wuyin Village, you will realize that apart from cooperating with me, you will have no other options. It appeared she was unfazed by the prospect of my non-return. Did she possess knowledge of some hidden truths, or was she merely intent on placing a curse upon me, ensuring my demise should I fail to return? Excellent, older brother. It is imperative that you maintain a skeptical attitude towards everything. Only then can you survive. A strand of her hair seemed to move of its own accord, almost as if it possessed consciousness, drifting languidly towards me. Chapter 22. Encounter with Zhang Lingshu. The tendril of hair unfurled before me, revealing a wooden pendant. Carved upon it was the visage of a fierce golden deity, its expression far from welcoming. Whether it was a talisman of fortune or misfortune remained uncertain. To demonstrate my sincerity in this partnership, I present you with this pendant. It is an item carried by the villagers of Wuyin. As long as you wear it, the spirits of this hospital, apart from myself, will be unable to detect your presence. However, this pendant is a one-time use. Once you leave this place, its efficacy will cease. Without a moment's hesitation, I accepted the pendant. Surviving this ordeal was my foremost concern. Very well, older brother, you may depart now. I have already opened the door to the operating room. Depart? What nonsense. If this is a partnership, I cannot remain in the dark about everything, can I? Tell me who you are, the location of this hospital, and what you know. Instead of vocalizing my demands, I posed my questions silently in my mind. The little girl smiled faintly, though her smile bore an eerie quality. Do not misunderstand, older brother. While we are indeed in a predicament together, I have yet to fully acknowledge your capabilities. You must discover a way to escape this place independently and identify the location of this hospital in the real world to prove your worth to me. I have provided you with the pendant. If you cannot manage to leave with it, then our collaboration is futile. It may be better for you to perish here than to harbor any expectations of you. How intriguing. This child appeared no older than 10, yet her intellect surpassed that of many adults. Despite stating we were in this together, she withheld any beneficial information and continued to test my abilities. What was her true agenda? Very well. However, even if I manage to escape Wuyin village, how can you assure me that I will acquire the means to protect myself? What if I lack the talent for it and can never learn? The little girl chuckled once more. That is of no concern. 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. It matters not to me. I am not human. What I possess in abundance is time. Yet, I have faith that you, older brother, will not keep me waiting too long now. You must leave. Depart from here swiftly. Do not disappoint me. She had effectively dismissed me. Clearly, I could glean no more valuable intelligence from her. Nodding at the little girl, I bid her farewell in my mind and turned towards the door, as my hand touched the doorknob. Her voice pierced through my thoughts once more. Wait. I turned back, puzzled, and to my surprise, she spoke aloud. Xia Luyun sought me out once. She left you a gift. Xia Luyun had visited her? Who was Xia Luyun? What did she mean by leaving a gift? I gazed at her, confusion etched on my face. But she offered no further explanation. This was clearly a hint, yet the key figure in this clue was a stranger to me. Could it be that this was the little girl's ace in ensuring my return? However, such considerations were not my immediate concern. The pressing matter was to escape this hospital. I donned the pendant gifted by the little girl, opened the door, and stepped out of the operating room. I surveyed my surroundings, realizing I was still on the 14th floor. The corridor appeared even dimmer than when I had first arrived, as the lights in the operating rooms had all extinguished. Odd. These rooms had been brightly lit before. Could it be that the spirits were now unable to see me, hence their absence? It seemed likely. Given the temporary safety, I resolved to leave post-haste. Previously, I had descended from the 3rd floor only to find myself on the 14th. Thus, I was curious as to which floor I might reach by descending from the 14th. Leaning against the wall, I cautiously moved forward. Despite the pendant's protection, I remained wary. Not long after, I heard what sounded like someone softly calling my name from behind. I swiftly turned around, only to see a traditional funeral garment floating alone in the air, calling out my name and hastily approaching. I was immediately struck with dread, my body trembling involuntarily. What was happening? Hadn't the little girl said that with the pendant, no spirits would notice me? Was I deceived by that child? There was no time for further contemplation. I turned to flee, yet the funeral garment only called out louder. Hey, don't run, Lao Qi. It's me, Lao Zhang, Zhang Lingxiu. What? Zhang Lingxiu? I halted, scrutinizing the floating garment. As it drew nearer, I discerned that it was not merely a garment adrift, but a figure clad entirely in black, obscured by the shadows. It was only the darkness of his attire, coupled with the dim surroundings, that had concealed his identity. Wait! Don't move! Having narrowly escaped the clutches of a false Zhang Lingxiu, I knew I must remain cautious. Despite the little girl's assurance that the spirits could not see me, the figure, appearing somewhat bewildered, halted in his tracks. Huh? Lao Qi, what do you mean? I lowered my gaze, avoiding his stare, and began to mentally prepare myself. Xiao Bai is merely a nickname. Her full name is Zhang Baiyao. If this individual cannot answer, he must be a spirit. Having sufficiently steeled myself, I took a few steps forward, ensuring he could see my eyes. Lao Zhang, I recently encountered a ghost impersonating you. You must answer my questions. If you cannot, it will prove you are merely a spirit in disguise. The individual scratched his head, his words imbued with perplexity. Ah, there are indeed little ghosts daring enough to masquerade as a Taoist priest? Such audaciousness. All right, go ahead and ask, he urged. I began to internally repeat the name Zhang Baiyao. What is Xiao Bai's full name? Ah? What is Xiao Bai's full name? Upon hearing my inquiry, his confusion deepened. But I never told you Xiao Bai's full name. Suddenly, the person before me clapped his hands, a look of enlightenment spreading across his face. Oh, I see now. You fancy Xiao Bai, and you wish to pry information from me, don't you? He pointed his finger at me, his eyes glinting with mischief. You rascal, TSK. Well, Xiao Bai is indeed quite adorable. Though her temperament is a tad fierce, she is certainly far superior to your fiancé Yi, who greets you with a murderous intent upon their first meeting. I shot him a glare. My exasperation palpable. All right, seeing your unseemly demeanor, it's evident you are indeed sincere. With my suspicions about this individual being Zhang Lingxiu confirmed, my anxious heart finally found solace. Chapter 23. The search symbol. As I approached him, I noticed that his exposed skin was smeared with a black substance, accompanied by a pungent odor reminiscent of smoke. Having lived in the countryside for years, I was all too familiar with this scent. It was that of pot-bottom ash. Curiously, I inquired, "Why have you donned the attire of the deceased, and why the thick layer of pot-bottom ash?" Upon hearing my question, Zhang Lingshu perked up, proudly explaining, "Ah, you wouldn't understand. This is no ordinary burial garment. This is a shroud worn by the deceased for 7 days. If a living person wears this attire, it can mask their living aura, rendering them imperceptible to ghosts. As for the pot-bottom ash, applying it to your skin is akin to becoming invisible before spirits. As long as we are cautious in our conversation and refrain from shouting, those ghosts won't be able to detect me." He glanced at his burial garment with a hint of regret. "Alas, this shroud can only be worn for 8 hours. Otherwise, it would truly be a marvelous treasure." Pondering over his words, I realized he wasn't carrying a bag. Where had he procured this clothing and pot-bottom ash? I voiced my curiosity, only to be surprised when he cheerfully produced a sealed plastic bag and a small box filled with pot-bottom ash from the collar of his shroud. "Look at this. If I can defeat them, I'll wear the Taoist robe to save the world. If I can't, I'll switch to the burial garment and make a quiet escape. After all, dead friends are better than a living Taoist." Well, I never expected Zhang Lingshu to be such a character, and a wonder Xiao, by remark that he is quite cunning. I truly underestimated him. "By the way, Lao Qi, you mentioned encountering a fake version of me? What exactly transpired?" I recounted my escape from the 3rd floor until our paths crossed, detailing the events I had experienced, albeit omitting certain parts. Particularly my collaboration with the little girl. I merely mentioned that a ghostly girl had saved me and gifted me a pendant that wouldn't be detected by spirits. After listening to my account, Zhang Lingshu picked up the pendant hanging around my neck and examined it closely. "Lao Qi, you truly are audacious. You dare to carry something given to you by a ghost." Zhang Lingshu scrutinized the pendant for quite some time, seemingly discerning something. "What's the matter, Lao Zhang? Is there an issue with this item?" He placed the pendant down, his brow furrowed in confusion. "This thing exudes a significant aura of malevolence. The carvings on it resemble those of some kind of malevolent deity. However, this ominous artifact hasn't caused you any harm. Rather, it conceals the living aura you emit." Zhang Lingshu shook his head in resignation. "What a pity. This item is single-use." Hearing his description, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared that the little girl had not tampered with the pendant. I looked at Zhang Lingshu and inquired, "How did you end up on the 14th floor? What about Xiaobai?" Upon hearing my question, Zhang Lingshu shot me a glare. "Oh, how dare you bring that up? I nearly got beaten to death by your wife." I wasn't about to back down and glared right back. "She may not necessarily be the fortune star goddess. Let us not forget that the ghosts here can read minds and alter their forms." All right, calling her the female ghost from the 3rd floor will suffice," Zhang Lingshu conceded, ceasing our argument to continue his narration. "That woman was too domineering. I felt like a mere chick before her, utterly outmatched. Xiaobai fared a bit better, managing to hold her own for a few exchanges. I seized the opportunity while she was entangled with Xiaobai to swiftly don the burial garment and apply the pot-bottom ash. Making my escape." I nodded, indicating my understanding. Zhang Lingshu, noticing my lack of a significant reaction, asked, "Hey, why aren't you asking me anything?" "Ask you? What should I inquire about?" I replied curiously. "Isn't it customary to ask such questions?" Zhang Lingshu made an exaggerated expression, feigning outrage. "What? You actually left Xiaobai behind to flee? Do you wish to endanger her?" Watching his antics, I could only chuckle in resignation. "Didn't I escape alone as well? What right do I have to criticize you?" Zhang Lingshu shot me an annoyed glance. "You are truly dull. The lines I meticulously prepared are going to waste. Let me tell you, don't underestimate Xiaobai. Despite her youth, she is quite skilled. While she may not be able to defeat that female ghost, escaping is certainly within her capabilities. Our presence there would only hinder her." Zhang Lingshu then raised an eyebrow, a smug expression crossing his face. "As for me, I train every day. From donning the Taoist robe to applying the pot-bottom ash, the entire process takes merely 15 seconds. Unfortunately, today I broke a few ribs, which cost me some time. It took a whole 20 seconds. Hearing that he could do it in 15 seconds, I initially thought he was boasting. However, upon reflection, I realized that even in a military drill, assembling quickly wouldn't take too long. With that in mind, his 15 seconds didn't seem so exaggerated after all. Still, it became clear to me why he wasn't a match for Xiaobai. He wasted too much time on this. Then let us hurry and leave this place. Let us hope to encounter Xiaobai. I was reluctant to engage in further banter with Zhang Lingxiu, having grasped the details and aimed to depart swiftly. Dante Rush, I have something good. Zhang Lingxiu pulled out a paper crane made from talisman paper from the pocket of his shroud. He pointed at the crane, looking at me with a grin. See this? It's a search symbol. Place a person's hair inside, and as long as they are within 100 kilometers, it will lead you to your target. You secretly gathered Xiaobai's hair? His cheerful demeanor made me feel a wave of nausea. Hey, what are you talking about? We exchanged hair to ensure we could find each other in case of danger. His explanation eased my concerns. However, this search symbol was indeed quite useful. As long as I had it, I wouldn't risk getting separated from Zhang Lingxiu and Xiaobai. Once we reached Wuyin village, I could also use the search symbol to locate the corpse of the fortune star goddess, considering her hair was safely tucked in my backpack. Hey, Lao Zhang, this item is quite impressive. Could you spare me 10 or 8 of them to prevent getting lost again and not being able to find you? What are you talking about, 10 or 8? Do you think I'm a rich heir? Reluctantly, Zhang Lingxiu pulled out a single unwrapped piece of talisman paper from his pocket. This is standard issue for us Taoists from Lunghu Mountain. As the direct disciple of the Heavenly Master, I only have 3. Zhang Lingxiu hesitated for a moment while looking at the talisman paper in his hand, but ultimately handed it to me. I'll lend you this. Just remember to return it after the ghost marriage. I accepted the talisman paper he offered, and I also snagged a strand of his hair. Chapter 24. The sudden appearance of a person. I enclosed his hair within the paper and folded it into the shape of a crane. Then asked him, is this sufficient? Yes, then you simply toss it into the sky, and it will seek out your target. If the owner of the hair is over 100 kilometers away, it will fall to the ground. If you wish to change the target, just unfold the paper crane and replace the hair. After speaking, Zhang Lingxiu held up the paper crane and brought it to his lips. With a strong blow, the crane took flight. However, instead of guiding us to Xiaobai, it merely fluttered for a moment before descending straight to the ground. It fell to the ground. Zhang Lingxiu had mentioned that if it fell, it meant Xiaobai was over 100 kilometers away. But how could that be possible? 100 kilometers? Even driving on the highway would take about an hour. How had she managed to cover such a distance in such a short time? Zhang Lingxiu squatted down to pick up the fallen paper crane, his expression growing increasingly grave as he stared at it. Damn, it can't be. He rose to his feet and placed the paper crane back into his pocket. Lao Qi, we need to leave this place quickly. This is not the real world. It is a ghostly realm. Not the real world, but a ghostly realm. Instantly, I recalled what the little girl had said earlier. She had mentioned that this place wasn't reality. But what exactly was a ghostly realm? I inquired of Zhang Lingxiu for more information about this ghostly realm. A ghostly realm, how should I explain this to you? Lao Qi, have you ever watched a horror movie? Isn't it common in films to depict scenarios where the male and female protagonists are searching for one another, both in the same location yet unable to see each other, only to pass by without recognition? What is that called again? Ah, the concept of the outer world and the inner world. Yes, that's how it is referred to in movies. We are akin to being in the inner world, a realm that overlaps with reality yet is entirely distinct from it. Zhang Lingxiu's explanation was simple and comprehensible. I grasped it immediately upon hearing it. This person-finding talisman operates based on magnetic fields, yet the magnetic field within a ghostly realm is exceedingly chaotic, rendering the talisman ineffective in such an environment. However, this is no ordinary ghostly realm. There are skilled individuals here manipulating the situation. The spirits here are likely to be bred by someone. Bred by humans? Can ghosts indeed be domesticated? Zhang Lingxiu seemed to understand my confusion and took the initiative to elaborate on the ghostly realm. A ghostly realm only has a chance of forming when individuals filled with immense resentment meet their demise. The greater the resentment, the higher the likelihood of formation. Moreover, the stronger the resentment of a ghost, the more formidable it becomes. Such entities are also characterized by unstable emotions, leading to increased obsession and madness. Ghosts do not congregate. Furthermore, the ghosts within a ghostly realm are even more extreme. Thus, it is nearly impossible for 2 ghosts to coexist in the same ghostly realm. Should they encounter one another, they would surely engage in a deadly struggle. Additionally, a highly unstable phenomenon manifests within a ghostly realm, closely tied to the souls it contains. This is often a reflection of their experiences in life or their unyielding attachments. Some ghostly realms perpetually replay the scenes from before the spirit's demise. Others are filled with grotesque remnants of flesh and blood, horrifying in nature. Some appear deceptively warm at first glance, yet upon deeper reflection, they evoke sheer terror. Others resemble the real world almost perfectly, yet one cannot shake the unsettling feeling of being watched by unseen eyes. Lao Qi, do you now comprehend why I perceive this place as being under someone's control? I nodded at Zhang Lingxiu, my understanding taking shape. Indeed, if this were a typical ghostly realm, one would not encounter so many spirits. Even if there were such a multitude of spirits, the scene would be exceedingly complex and chaotic. Certainly not resembling an ordinary hospital as it appears now. Zhang Lingxiu patted me on the shoulder with a smile, affirming, "Well done. You are indeed teachable. Enough of this. Attempting to locate Xiaobai in this ghostly place is akin to chasing shadows. While the spirits remain oblivious to our presence, we must find a way to exit, after which I will bring my master here for greater certainty." After a brief discussion, we resolve to descend from the 14th floor and see where it leads us. We tread cautiously down the corridor. Approximately 20 minutes later, we discovered a second staircase at the other end of the corridor. The iron door at the staircase was firmly shut, marked with the Arabic numeral 18. The number was small yet scrawled in a crooked manner, evidently handwritten, and the writer's hand must have trembled while doing so. Curiosity piqued, I approached for a closer inspection, only to realize that the number had been burned into the surface. I touched it, finding not only a smudge of black soot on my hand, but also a distinctly warm residue. Recently scorched? Aside from the three of us, was there a fourth person present? This fourth individual must be nearby. I quickly turned to look at Zhang Lingxiu behind me. Noticing my strange expression, Zhang Lingxiu approached curiously to feel the mark as well. "Chow." Zhang Lingxiu's eyes widened in shock, and he lowered his voice to curse under his breath. I swiftly drew my dao, pressing my back against the wall beside the iron door, ready for confrontation. While ineffective against ghosts, it would serve well against humans. In the uncertainty of whether the individual was friend or foe, caution was prudent. Observing my swift reaction, Zhang Lingxiu also leaned against the opposite wall, his demeanor turning serious. We were unsure if someone lurked behind the door. At this moment, Zhang Lingxiu had a broken rib, significantly diminishing his combat capability, and armed with only a wooden sword, his lethality against humans was decidedly limited. The door could only be opened by me. I kicked the iron door open, the impact resonating loudly against the wall. Bang! Gripping my dao tightly, I charged into the corridor. The scene before me mirrored that of the third floor. The staircase leading upwards had collapsed, while the one leading downwards remained intact. Yet, there were no signs of any individuals present. Zhang Lingxiu followed closely behind. Entering beside me, he leaned against my back, focusing his attention on any potential hiding places behind the door. After a thorough inspection of the corridor, we found no trace of a third person, allowing us to exhale in relief. Nevertheless, we dared not let our guard down, as we were unaware of our visitor's origins. Should it be a formidable opponent, Zhang Lingxiu and I, in our current state, would surely be at a disadvantage. After a brief hesitation, we resolved to descend further. Zhang Lingxiu's shroud could only sustain him for 8 hours. Should we exceed that time, his situation would become perilous. Armed with our respective weapons, I faced forward while he faced backward, both of us cautiously descending the staircase. Throughout this descent, I pondered the meaning behind the Arabic numeral 18 on the iron door. If the individual who left the number did not intend harm but rather sought to convey information, what could it signify? Chapter 25. Ghostly walls. What could that 18 mean? Is it a directive to ascend to the 18th floor? Or does it indicate that the hospital comprises a total of 18 floors? Before I could form a conclusion, we reached the bottom of the staircase. This level mirrored the corridor of the 14th floor. The staircase leading downward was choked with rubble, leaving only the route back up. We employed the same strategy once more, kicking open the iron door at the corridor's entrance, back to back as we rushed out. I had anticipated encountering either a person or an empty corridor, yet the sight before me left me utterly dumbfounded. This corridor was enveloped in a thick layer of flesh walls. Furthermore, numerous repulsive intestines intertwined with the flesh walls, resembling fresh pig intestines coated in nauseating slime. Most disturbing of all was the fact that these intestines appeared almost alive, writhing incessantly in a grotesque display. Disgusting as it was, we could not afford to delay on such matters. I quickly scanned the area, finding no signs of other individuals nearby. My gaze shifted to the staircase's marking, which read second floor. Descending from the 14th floor, we had arrived at the second floor. I instinctively sought to discern a pattern between the levels. In truth, I recognized that with such meager information, I could not deduce anything substantial. Yet, this was an instinct I could not suppress. After contemplating for a considerable time without arriving at any conclusions, I intended to consult Zhang Lingxiu on our next course of action, only to find him crouched nearby, seemingly fixated on something. Upon closer inspection, I discovered that the wall beside Zhang Lingxiu was not only covered in intestines, but also had other items nestled within the gaps. These items predominantly consisted of baby supplies, bottles, cradles, various toys, and so forth. Could this possibly be a ghostly realm for infants? Zhang Lingxiu held a picture frame, scrutinizing the photograph within. I approached out of curiosity to see the image. The photograph was exceedingly blurry, not due to scratches or dirt, but because the figures within had been entirely distorted and deformed. It faintly resembled a father cradling a swaddled infant. I tapped Zhang Lingxiu on the shoulder. Lao Zhang, is there something amiss with this photograph? Zhang Lingxiu stood up and casually tossed the frame to the ground. This is a significant problem. Can't you sense the peculiarity of this corridor? Lao Qi, we have unwittingly entered another ghostly realm. Another ghostly realm? Instantly, I recalled Zhang Lingxiu's earlier words, that every ghostly realm presents a unique scene. Thus, the third floor displayed a desolate ruin, the 14th floor resembled a typical hospital, and now the second floor had transformed into a wall of intestines. Are you suggesting that each floor is a distinct ghostly realm? Zhang Lingxiu nodded. That's precisely it. On the third floor, there exists a formidable female ghost capable of transforming into your wife. On the 14th floor, there is a little girl who can annihilate numerous spirits in an instant. Therefore, here, too, there must be a powerful ghost. If my guess is correct, it could either be the swaddled infant or the father holding the baby. Damn it, every floor is guarded by an extraordinarily powerful ghost. Not only have they created such exaggerated ghostly realms, but they have also disrupted the order of the corridors with formations. It is clear they do not wish for anyone to escape alive. I looked at Zhang Lingxiu, inquiring with curiosity, formations? Isn't this just a case of ghostly walls? Zhang Lingxiu shook his head in disagreement. Certainly not. Lao Qi, you must have noticed, right? This corridor only allows upward or downward movement by one floor. In the same corridor, one can only reach one destination. If I am not mistaken, this hospital has corridors on all sides, and each corridor follows a predetermined route, leading to a singular location. This is a common tactic employed in Bagua formations. However, I am uncertain which arrangement method the person who set this up utilized. Let us not dawdle here any longer. While these ghosts are unable to see us, we should traverse a few more floors, gathering data to deduce the formation method at play here. Indeed, Zhang Lingxiu had less than 8 hours remaining. If we did not find a way out within that time frame, it would spell his doom. We hastened our pace, searching for other corridors. As we delved deeper, the surroundings began to shift. The baby supplies interspersed among the intestines gradually transformed into children's toys. Among the myriad of toy models, there exists an abundance of figures such as Ultraman, toy cars, and toy guns. As we ventured further, we began to notice the emergence of numerous stationary items, including pencils and erasers, among these toys. The majority of these writing instruments were predominantly blue and black, suggesting that their owner was likely a young boy. Upon reaching the corner of the corridor, we found ourselves in a different hallway. Here, the surroundings transformed once more. The children's items had vanished entirely, replaced instead by an array of missing person posters affixed to the walls. The text on these posters appeared as distorted and warped as the photographs they bore, rendering it nearly impossible to decipher their contents. It became evident that this must be the haunt of a grieving father, a man who had lost his child and was now trapped here as a ghost. It was a tragic fate, yet one that did not concern me. My own survival was paramount. Rather than lament another's misfortune, I resolved to focus on escaping my own peril. With no spectral entities hindering our progress, we swiftly located the staircase on this side of the building. We ascended, only to discover that our path led solely upwards, with no option to descend. Exchanging a glance with my companion, we proceeded upward without hesitation. Upon reaching the upper floor, we found it to be just as Zhang Lingxiu had described. The staircase was choked with rubble, leaving only the route back downstairs. We gripped our respective weapons and cautiously pushed open the iron door at the corridor's entrance. The corridor lay deserted. Stepping out, a sense of familiarity washed over me. We had entered a dimly lit operating room. Zhang Lingxiu and I quickly turned our attention to the staircase signage, realizing we were on the 14th floor. Had we returned? Was this not a case of being ensnared by a ghostly wall? This situation bore a striking resemblance to such a phenomenon. Observing my skepticism, Zhang Lingxiu confidently patted his chest. Fear not, we are merely back on the 14th floor, following a route designed by the Bagua Formation. He gestured ahead, addressing me. Did I not mention that with corridors on all sides, each must have a staircase? The 14th floor is relatively normal. Let us circle around, and you shall see whether my claims hold merit. We traversed the perimeter of the 14th floor, discovering indeed that each corridor was equipped with a staircase. To my astonishment, Zhang Lingxiu's hypothesis proved to be correct. Chapter 26. The Bagua Formation. The hospital was structured as a square, with each corridor leading to a staircase. North up, west down, south up, and east down. Hey, Lao Qi, with all the items in your bag, do you have any paper and a pen? Zhang Lingxiu inquired. Yes, I do. Why do you ask? I replied. Hand them over. I shall sketch a diagram to map out our path for better analysis of the layout here. I retrieved the paper and pen from my backpack and handed them to him. Zhang Lingxiu took the materials and began by drawing a Taiji symbol, then surrounded it with an array of incomprehensible little lines. Once he finished, I realized he had crafted a diagram of the Bagua. He labeled several lines with the numbers 3, 2, and 14, then furrowed his brow and bit his pen, deep in thought, at that moment. Zhang Lingxiu presented a stark contrast to the person I had first encountered. Initially, I perceived him as carefree and oblivious, the type who would struggle to think critically. Yet now, he exuded calm and composure, adeptly employing his experience for analysis, an image drastically different from my earlier assumptions. As he continued to ponder, I too took out paper and a pen, scribbling my own thoughts. Lacking knowledge of formations and having only completed junior high, I had long forgotten even the fundamentals of algebra, let alone employing mathematics to unravel this Flores enigma. After scribbling aimlessly for quite some time and wasting several sheets of paper, I employed every arithmetic operation I could think of, yet still found myself at a loss. Before long, Zhang Lingxiu tucked away his paper and pen. All right, Lao Qi, let us try a different staircase down. Let us see where we end up this time. Noticing my efforts, Zhang Lingxiu leaned in curiously and smirked at my chaotic notes filled with calculations. Enough, Lao Qi, you've seen the layout of the staircases. This is evidently a form of the Bagua Formation. This arrangement is exceedingly intricate, far beyond your capacity to decipher. If you were truly able to break this formation, I would feast upon those intestines on the second floor, leaving nothing behind. All right, you are the best, I retorted, begrudgingly putting away my paper and pen. Deep down, I knew I could not solve it. Yet I was accustomed to the notion that rather than succumbing to despair, it was better to engage my mind. It alleviated my anxiety. We had previously descended from the west, so this time we chose the east. We both felt that this time we should arrive at a different destination. However, as we descended the staircase and opened the iron door, the nauseating sight of intestines met our gaze once more. What on earth? How did we end up back on the second floor? I exclaimed, bewildered. What sort of cursed formation is this, that both paths lead to the same place? Zhang Lingxiu pulled out his paper and marked the diagram of the Bagua. I similarly annotated my own chaotic sketch. Lao Zhang, since the staircases on either side of the 14th floor both lead to the second floor, should we not try the staircase on the other side of the second floor to see if it leads us back to the 14th? After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Lingxiu nodded in agreement. Before departing, we surveyed the second floor. We quickly discerned that the layout here was entirely different from that of the 14th floor. This level featured north down, east down, south up, and west up. Zhang Lingxiu furrowed his brow, jotting down a series of numbers on his Bagua diagram that I could not comprehend. This is quite complex. I wonder if I can handle it. Once Zhang Lingxiu finished recording, we shifted to the east staircase and descended. Upon opening the iron door and stepping out of the corridor, we were once again greeted by the sight of the 14th floor. Thus, it appeared that despite the presence of 4 corridors, we could only access 2 floors. This made matters considerably simpler. We need not concern ourselves with the orientation of the staircases. but rather focus on moving up and down continuously. After all, the spirits here could not see us. With a stroke of luck, we might even reach the first floor directly. I shared my thoughts with Zhang Lingxiu, yet he dismissed my perspective. Lao Qi, your understanding is overly simplistic. Did you not notice that the layout of the fourth floor differs entirely from that of the second? This indicates that each floor's arrangement corresponds to the Bagua's core. Although there are two staircases leading down, they both lead to the same level, implying we have not traversed correctly. Not traversed correctly? What do you mean? I asked, bewildered. Lao Qi, have you ever played a maze game? For instance, if a room has 4 exits, regardless of whether you choose correctly or incorrectly, the next room will mirror the current one. The correct path might be north, north, west, south, west, west. If you follow the correct route, you will find your way out. If not, you will remain trapped in that room indefinitely. This place operates like an exceedingly complex maze game. If my conjecture is accurate, in order to reach the exit on the first floor, we must navigate through each corridor on every floor according to the proper method. Upon hearing Zhang Lingxiu's words, I felt as though my head might explode. I considered myself a person capable of critical thought, yet this intricate maze exceeded my cognitive abilities. It seemed I would be of little help in escaping. Once more, Zhang Lingxiu recorded some numbers on his Bagua diagram and then beckoned me over. All right, Lao Qi, let us hurry. We will return to the second floor and ascend from there to see where we end up. I shook my slightly overwhelmed head and followed Zhang Lingxiu to the second floor. Upon reaching the second floor, we randomly selected an upward staircase and began our ascent. The moment we exited the corridor, a spine-chilling scene unfolded before us. Faces filled with terror and despair were embedded on either side of the corridor, their features merging with the walls, which seemed alive, clinging tightly to their faces and hands, as they writhed in agony. Their mouths gaped open and their eyes bulged in terror, their hands clawing forward in a desperate bid for freedom. The haunting wails echoed in my ears, sending shivers down my spine. What the hell? Zhang Lingxiu muttered in a voice so faint it was barely audible. What is happening here? This cursed place seems to only have the 3rd and 14th floors appearing somewhat normal. We stood frozen in place as if ensnared by an invisible spell, slowly recovering from our shock. I struggled to suppress my fear and turned to examine the corridor, only to realize we were on the 18th floor. Chapter 27. Unraveling the puzzle. Zhang Lingxiu, too, recognized that we were on the 18th floor. Lao Qi, do you recall the number 18 on the iron door? Could it possibly relate to the 18th floor? After pondering for a moment, I replied, if the individual who inscribed that number intended to convey a message, it would likely be to direct our attention towards the 18th floor. Perhaps we should investigate for any clues? I swallowed hard, casting a terrified glance at the embedded spirits in the walls. However, we should be cautious. If it's a false lead, we could be putting ourselves in danger. Zhang Lingxiu, equally apprehensive, nodded fervently in agreement. Yes, that makes sense. Lao Qi, you speak with great wisdom. This dreadful place is utterly terrifying. Let us hastily search for clues and leave if we find none. We cautiously advanced, fearful of encountering the clawing phantoms that adorned the walls. The 18th floor remained an operating theater, its entrance similarly framed by a visage. We dared not open the door, lest we disturb the spirits within. The layout of the corridor on this floor had also undergone a transformation. Zhang Lingxiu marked something on the paper and then gestured for me to follow. He led me down a descending passageway, and upon exiting, we found ourselves on the 16th floor. The corridor on the 16th floor was overrun with human eyes, ceaselessly scanning in all directions, as if searching for something elusive. After circling the 16th floor, Zhang Lingxiu made another notation on the paper. Old Qi, we're out of paper. Bring me some more. I dared not delay and quickly handed him the paper. Zhang Lingxiu accepted it, sitting cross-legged on the ground. He arranged some formation on the paper, filled with symbols I could not comprehend. Observing his intense focus, it seemed he would be engrossed for quite some time. Once idle, my mind began to wander uncontrollably, conjuring the horrifying images from within the hospital. Thus, I felt compelled to take out my pen and paper, attempting once more to unravel this riddle that seemed insurmountable. After exhausting dozens of sheets with various methods, each one a failure, one particular approach illuminated a glimmer of hope. It was a simple arithmetic operation, yet it regrettably remained flawed overall during this process. I continually pondered the significance of the number 18. Normally, encountering this number in such a place should hint at the 18th floor, However, with the floor teeming with phantoms, there was no possibility of investigation. Or perhaps, wait, what if the number does not indicate a need to investigate the 18th floor, but rather to pay attention to the floor itself? I swiftly retrieved the scrap paper I had previously written on and introduced this novel perspective into the arithmetic operation closest to the mystery's solution. Old Zhang, I have deciphered it. I gazed at the remarkably simple formula in my hands, trembling with excitement. Zhang Lingshu seemed not to have heard my words clearly. Hey, don't disturb me. I'm in the thick of arranging this formation. Don T interrupted my train of thought. I abruptly stood and hurried to Zhang Lingshu's side. Old Zhang, stop with the formation. This is merely a straightforward mathematical formula. This time, Zhang Lingshu comprehended my words and ceased his actions. What? You've solved it? He inquired, shaking his head with a smile. Don't jest, old Chi. I know you're quite clever, but this isn't your area of expertise. He returned his focus to the paper and pen in his hand. I am nearly finished with my arrangement, so don't complicate things, all right? I snatched the paper from Zhang Lingshu's grasp. Before I could articulate my thoughts, he expressed his discontent. Hey, old Chi, you're going too far. You won't die from that pendant just yet. I only have a few hours left. Don't mess with me. Old Zhang, I'm not joking. I genuinely found a way to escape this place. Zhang Lingshu scoffed, dismissing my claim with a wave of his hand, clearly doubtful that I could unravel the Flores enigma. All right, then tell me, how do we leave this place? His attitude incited a wave of annoyance within me. I furrowed my brows, my tone becoming less amicable. What, do you not believe I can lead you out, brother? I've explained this numerous times. These spirits are evidently interconnected through a complex 8 trigrams formation. You claim you don't even know what the 8 trigrams are. How can I trust you? Zhang Lingshu's reasoning held merit, yet he misconstrued a vital detail. This was not an 8 trigrams formation at all. Since you don't believe me, I shan't elaborate further. Old Zhang, you have 4 floors to choose from. Whichever you select, I shall guide you to that level. The 18th floor, the 4th floor, the 3rd floor, and then there's the 1st floor, from which we can escape. Upon hearing my words, Zhang Lingshu could not contain his laughter. All right, old Chi, you speak with such conviction that I nearly believe you. I did glean some insights while arranging the formation. Indeed, there is a route back to the 18th floor, but it cannot lead to the other 3 levels. I want to put you in a bind. Aside from the 18th floor, I'll trust you wherever you take me. What do you say? I smiled back at him. Of course, that's no problem. However, old Zhang, you previously stated that if I could solve the mystery of the floors, you would eat the intestines on the 2nd floor clean? Correct? Does that still hold true? Zhang Lingshu nodded nonchalantly. Of course. But old Chi, your confidence is commendable, but you must be quite sure of yourself. If you can't lead me out then, rest assured, if we cannot escape, I will consume those intestines. Zhang Lingshu pounded his chest, giving me a thumbs up. All right, impressive, old Chi. I admire your stubbornness. We haven't visited the 4th floor yet, so let us go there. I want to see how you will eat those intestines. With that, he pointed with his thumb towards the adjacent passageway, signaling me to lead the way. I refrained from further banter and casually selected an assay. The biting cold wind grew ever stronger, causing both Zhang Lingshu and me to involuntarily shiver. It is unbearably frigid. Zhang Lingshu wrapped his arms around himself, his body trembling incessantly. At least we now know how to leave. Let us make haste. We ascended the staircase and returned to the 16th floor. As soon as we arrived, Zhang Lingshu began to calculate. 18 minus 16 equals 2. Thus, if we descend 1 floor at a time, we shall reach the 1st floor. Zhang Lingshu excitedly waved at me, but I seized his arm to halt him. Hold on, old Zhang, we still have ample time before the 8-hour mark is up. Zhang Lingshu appeared somewhat bewildered, unsure of my intentions. What? Aren't we hurrying to escape? Of course, old Zhang, surely your memory isn't that poor. I paused deliberately, teasingly stating, you mentioned that if I could lead you out, you would consume all the intestines on the 2nd floor. Since we have time, why not indulge in some intestine sashimi first? This. Zhang Lingshu froze in place, his eyelids twitching awkwardly. His eyes darted around, and suddenly he wrapped his arm around my shoulder, wearing a mischievous grin. Heh, old Chi, given how close we are, can you bear to see me eat such a thing? How about this? What do you think of Xiao Bai? Am I not your wingman? She's a wealthy 3rd-generation heir. The soul that I quickly shook off his arm, retorting with annoyance. Ugh, go away, go away. No wonder Xiaobai treats you so poorly. You truly deserve it. Zhang Lingshu smiled faintly, seemingly unfazed by my words. Friends are meant to be sold out. If we don't sacrifice her now, wouldn't it be me who ends up in trouble? I shot him an exasperated glare, my expression turning serious. I can't be bothered to bicker with you. We've been apart from Xiaobai for so long. I wonder how she is faring. We must leave this place quickly, so your master can come to rescue her. Zhang Lingshu also restrained his playful demeanor. Indeed, we need to hurry. We wasted no more time and quickly searched for the staircase leading down. Zhang Lingshu glanced at me and gestured to himself, indicating he would go first. Half a minute later, I followed closely behind, entering the corridor. Upon reaching the ground floor and pushing open the iron door, I found it was indeed the first floor. The corridor on the first floor presented a stark scene. A riot had occurred here, with numerous dried, dark bloodstains adorning the walls. A deformed cart lay overturned, an incomplete infusion stand, and a wheelchair sprawled on the side. Various medical instruments lay scattered haphazardly across the floor, bearing witness to the horrific events that had transpired. I had little interest in the past events. All I wished was to leave as swiftly as possible. I surveyed the surroundings and noticed Zhang Lingshu standing not far off, examining a sign on the ceiling. He spotted me and waved. Old Qi, come here quickly. Look at this. I approached Zhang Lingshu and discovered he was studying the sign indicating the direction to the hospital's main entrance. Can this be trusted? Zhang Lingshu shrugged nonchalantly. Who cares? As long as the spirits here can't detect us, we might as well check it out. Following the sign's guidance, we made our way to the end of the corridor and turned left. After walking for a while, we indeed found ourselves in front of the hospital's grand entrance. The door stood wide open, revealing a pitch-black expanse of fog outside, identical to the thick mist we had encountered upon our arrival. Chapter 29. A step away, I had previously pondered whether the exit would be exceedingly difficult to find. To my surprise, it lay plainly before us. Zhang Lingshu and I exchanged a glance. Both brimming with excitement, at long last, we could leave. His lips curled upward in an uncontrollable grin, his body quivering with exhilaration. He grasped my arm and raced toward the door. Hurry, old Qi. I can't bear to stay here another second. I shared his sentiment, quickly following him as we dashed toward the fog. Soon, we reached the entrance, mere steps away from the ominous mist. Finally, we could escape. Memories of our harrowing experiences in the hospital flooded my mind. Each level's spirits had nearly led to my demise. Had it not been for the little girl who gifted me the pendant around my neck, I would have found it exceedingly difficult to survive. The fog loomed closer, and my heart raced in tandem. Once we entered the mist, it would signify our departure from this cursed place. How ironic! When I first encountered the fog, I felt fear and loathing. Yet now, I longed to plunge into its embrace. We finally stood at the threshold. Just a step away from the fog, I reached out, eager to plunge into the mist. But just as my hand was about to touch it, a dark crimson light suddenly appeared before me. Zhang Lingshu and I, caught in our momentum, collided with the light as if striking an iron wall. A ringing buzz filled my mind. Before the pain could catch up, the light, as solid as iron, erupted outward. We were flung several meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. It was only then that my mind registered the intense dizziness and pain. My body felt as if it were crushed beneath a 1,000-pound boulder, making even the slightest movement a Herculean task. Each breath filled my lungs with a strong metallic taste, leaving me gasping for air. After a few moments, the buzzing in my brain gradually subsided. My dizzy, darkened vision slowly returned to focus. I struggled to lift my head and found Zhang Lingshu in an even worse state than I. The impact had exacerbated his already fractured ribs, and blood gushed from his mouth. He lay on the ground, clutching his chest, writhing in agony like a worm severed in two. I turned my gaze toward the entrance, eager to discern what had obstructed our path. A red figure stood before the fog, surrounded by swirling dark crimson malevolence. A sense of foreboding washed over me. I closed my eyes and shook my head to dispel the dizziness, then looked again toward the fog. Indeed, it was her, the goddess of fortune. In that instant, I felt as though I had plunged into an ice-cold abyss. How could it be her? How could it possibly be her? Is she the same spirit from the third floor? But that spirit was supposed to be a mind reader, a mere impersonator. wasn't it? Moreover, the little girl who gave me the pendant had said that as long as I wore it, the spirits of this hospital would be unable to detect me. Zhang Lingxiu was also clad in a funeral garment and smeared with soot. How had she discovered us? You don't seriously believe you can escape from here, do you? With just a pendant that can conceal your aura? Along with clothing worn by the dead and soot, do you think you can slip past me? The goddess of fortune's voice rang clear and powerful, each word slicing through the air like a blade. Humph, how naive. You will both die here. No one will escape. I attempted to move, but pain shot through me. Yet I regained some sensation. Struggling, I managed to rise and stagger toward Zhang Lingxiu. He seemed slightly better. Though the pain in his lungs contorted his expression, I draped his arm across my shoulder, barely managing to help him to his feet. Something's amiss, old Qi. Listening to what the female ghost said, it's evident she is indeed the one from the third floor. Zhang Lingxiu was drenched in cold sweat, unsure whether it was from pain or fear. The spirits within their own domains, while more powerful than ordinary ghosts, are simultaneously confined within their own realms. Unless they possess the strength to break through those confines, otherwise they would remain forever trapped, like earthbound spirits. Regardless of whether this ghost is your fiancé, or a spirit that has breached the third floor confinement, neither of us stands a chance against her. Zhang Lingxiu eyed the female ghost warily, his gaze filled with despair. Indeed, even if Zhang Lingxiu were uninjured, he would still be no match for the female ghost, let alone me, who is utterly useless. The pendant around my neck, along with Zhang Lingxiu's funeral garment and soot, would have no effect against the ghost before us. Surviving her grasp would be a task more challenging than ascending to the heavens. What to do? Should we flee? Perhaps we could leverage our knowledge of the ghost's domain to buy ourselves some time. Yet our condition is far too dire. We might not even make it a few steps before she ends our lives. Confronting her, that would lead to a swifter demise than fleeing. Humph, how amusing. The female ghost let out a chilling laugh. What's this? Planning your escape, are you? She extended her palm and touched the wall. The plaster where her hand made contact rapidly peeled away in an instant. Countless pulsating red veins spread from her palm, swiftly enveloping the entire wall. We attempted to flee, but the speed at which these veins spread was insurmountable. In the blink of an eye, the corridor was filled with writhing, horrific blood vessels. Our legs became ensnared by the creeping veins. We could only wield our weapons and strike desperately. The speed of the veins' advance far outpaced our desperate attempts to fend them off. Zhang Lingxiu was merely seconds behind me before being ensnared in the same meaty cocoon. Aren't you both masters of escape? Now, let's see how you intend to flee. The constricting veins tightened around us, the pressure mounting incrementally. Before long, I felt my breaths becoming labored. She intended to crush us alive. How unfortunate, having been so close to the fog just a moment ago. Perhaps if a few seconds had passed earlier, we might have escaped with our lives. This time, my mind, surprisingly, did not contemplate an escape plan. Perhaps it too felt that there was no longer any possibility of survival. In despair, I closed my eyes, quietly awaiting the arrival of death. At that moment, I heard a voice in the distance, Xiao Bai's voice. Military strategist, the red-haired monster. Grandmother has brought people to save you. A series of sounds akin to ruptured blood vessels echoed around me. The once powerful veins, like suddenly snapped rubber bands, quickly fell away from my body. I hurriedly opened my eyes to discover a captivating woman wielding a wooden sword standing before me. She faced away, shielding me behind her. Chapter 30. The beauty in a Cheongsam. This woman was tall and statuesque, her silhouette exuding grace. She wore high heels and a Cheongsam that accentuated her alluring curves. Her long, elegant hair was styled neatly at the back, exuding a refined and graceful aura. A yellow robe draped over her shoulders fluttered gently, adding a touch of mystery to her mature and sensual demeanor. Slowly, she turned to face me. She appeared to be around 30, with exquisite features and skin as fair as snow. Her beautiful eyes held a natural allure, though a hint of fatigue lingered within them. Oh dear, little brother, it seems I have arrived just in time. Had I been a moment later, you would have faced dire consequences, she said. Her words rang true, since encountering Wang Puer, each time I had narrowly escaped, often just a breath away from demise. Yet this time, it was evidently much better. I still had a considerable amount of time before reaching that critical point. I quickly glanced at Zhang Lingxiu and saw that he had already been rescued by Xiao Bai. Appearing to be relatively unscathed, my heart finally settled as I turned to the woman in the Chong Sam to express my gratitude. Thank you. Upon hearing my words, she smiled gently. Little brother, how polite of you. No need to mention it. After all, you are the military strategist of my dear disciple. Her disciple-s military strategist? She was Xiao Bai's master. Wasn't he Xiao Bai the granddaughter of the old celestial master? Did she still need to take on a master? A barrage of questions erupted in my mind. Xiao Bai, supporting Zhang Lingxiu, approached us. She looked at me, her voice filled with concern. Are you all right? Don't worry. I am fine, I replied. Seeing that I was relatively unharmed, Xiao Bai sighed in relief, but then shot a glare at Zhang Lingxiu, promptly slapping him on the back of his head. Zhang Lingxiu, taken aback, exclaimed, Hey, Xiao Bai, I'm a patient. I'm already in such a miserable state. Why are you hitting me? Xiao Bai placed her hands on her hips, glaring at him indignantly. Well, what do you expect? Grandpa bestowed upon you the 5 Thunder Talismans to save your life, and you used them to show off to the military strategist. If the 5 Thunder technique is as powerful as heavenly thunder, would we have suffered so terribly if you had used it? Upon hearing Xiao Bai's critique, I recalled the scene where Zhang Lingxiu had instantly obliterated several of Li Deyi's men using the 5 Thunder technique. That moment had indeed left a profound impact on me. However, I had not anticipated the true might of that 5 Thunder Talismans. Zhang Lingxiu sheepishly scratched his head. Well, I've had that talisman for several years and never used the actions of the 2 individuals transpired in the blink of an eye. Their speed undeniably swift. Xia Luyuan attempted to claw at Master Xiao Bai with the nails of her other hand, only to find Xiao Bai's whip shooting out from behind her master, swiftly coiling around her arm. Before she could fully react, Xiao Bai's whip, akin to a ferocious python, tightly ensnared her. Seizing the opportunity, Master Xiao Bai vigorously flicked the Taoist robe draped over her shoulder, causing a short sword radiating a golden light to shoot forth from within it. With one hand forming incantations and the other manipulating the air, the golden sword flew straight toward Xia Luyuan's chest, piercing through her torso and continuing behind her. Before Xia Luyuan could emit a scream of agony, the sword that had flown behind her unexpectedly penetrated her body once more, returning with the same swift motion. In mere seconds, Xia Luyuan's body had been pierced multiple times. Zhang Lingxiu and I observed this scene with great excitement. These two could overpower Xia Luyuan, allowing us a chance to escape. However, our elation was short-lived as the whip binding Xia Luyuan suddenly snapped. With a single hand, she effortlessly grasped the golden sword. With a slight exertion of her palm, the red cord entwined around the sword was corroded by the malevolent energy emanating from her hand, causing a cascade of copper coins to tumble to the ground uncontrollably. Xiao Bai, retrieve the sword. Seeing Xiao Bai unarmed, Zhang Lingxiu wasted no time in hurling his wooden sword at her. Observing this, Xia Luyuan unleashed a surge of malevolent energy to deflect the sword, only to be intercepted by Master Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai caught the wooden sword, joining her master in the fray against Xia Luyuan. The two wielded their wooden swords, launching continuous assaults on Xia Luyuan. Thus, the 3 engaged in a fierce exchange, neither side gaining the upper hand. Previously, I was aware that Xiao Bai was superior to Zhang Lingxiu, but I had not anticipated her ability to barely keep pace with Xia Luyuan's movements in tandem with her master. No wonder Zhang Lingxiu was unperturbed by the prospect of Xiao Bai facing Xia Luyuan alone. She indeed possessed some capabilities. Yet, despite Xiao Bai's ability to match their movements, her facial expression clearly revealed her struggle. Soon, her speed and strength began to wane. Seizing the moment, Xia Luyuan lunged for her vital points. Be careful! Her master rushed in front of Xiao Bai, shielding her. However, she was evidently a moment too late. Although the wooden sword deflected the assault of Xia Luyuan's claws, her sharp nails still grazed against her flesh, leaving 3 crimson streaks upon her shoulder. Realizing she had been injured, she chose not to linger in battle any longer. Retreating with Xiao Bai, I glanced at her, relieved that the wound was not deep. She swiftly grasped the cuff of her robe, tearing off a strip of cloth, and with a single hand wrapped it around her shoulder, securing the wound with a deft motion of her teeth and hand. Oh dear, this is not good. Master Xiao Bai's gaze remained fixed on Xia Luyuan in the distance, her expression betraying not only vigilance but also a hint of suspicion. I caught the glimmer of insight in her eyes. Seizing the pretext of inquiring about her injury, I asked, "How are you? Are you all right?" Master Xiaobai, perceiving my concern for her wound, smiled gently. "It is but a minor injury. Thank you for your concern, young brother." After the pleasantries, I delved straight into the matter at hand. "Have you noticed something?" Upon hearing my inquiry, Master Xiaobai furrowed her delicate brows, then smiled again, glancing at Xiaobai. "My dear disciple, no wonder you refer to him as a strategist. He truly possesses some skill." Xiaobai, still clutching the wooden sword, fixed her eyes intently on Xia Luyun, evidently still ensnared in the tension of battle. "What skill? What skill?" Master Xiaobai did not respond to Xiaobai but turned her attention back to me. "What is it? Young brother, have you also noticed something?" I shook my head, indicating that I had merely sensed a hint of doubt in her gaze. "Ah, so that is how it is, young brother. You truly are observant." "Indeed, I do find it somewhat peculiar." With that, Master Xiaobai's demeanor grew serious, her voice lowered to a whispered. In our brief skirmish, I discerned that Xia Luyun's strength appeared to far exceed my own. Yet, for some unknown reason, she had been holding back her power. Not only was she restraining herself, but she also feigned a demeanor of merely being slightly stronger than me. Listening to Master Xiaobai, I too felt puzzled. Since her appearance on the third floor, Xia Luyun had always seemed intent on bringing us to our demise. Why, when it came to actual combat, did she hold back? Are you certain? Could it be a mere illusion? Master Xiaobai nodded firmly. Of course, there is no mistake. This individual is indeed holding back. Chapter 32. Departure. Xiaobai and Zhang Lingxiu, lacking experience, might not perceive it. However, any seasoned veteran would easily discern when an opponent was holding back in battle. If she truly wished to kill us, it would be a simple task for her. Master Xiaobai's words provided me with a fresh perspective. Initially, I had found it strange that there was no justifiable reason for the goddess of fortune to kill me. Why must she resort to violence here? Is it possible that she does not actually wish to harm me but is compelled to feign a murderous intent? There exists such a possibility. According to Master Xiaobai, Xia Luyun could effortlessly end our lives, yet the three of us, myself, Xiaobai, and Zhang Lingxiu, were able to escape from her presence with ease. Even when ensnared by those blood vessels, their constriction was remarkably slow. The hair of the female ghosts on the third floor, however, had swiftly penetrated my throat, granting me no respite whatsoever. The more I pondered, the more sense it made. Given that she chose to perform here, it implied that there were eyes watching her every move. Was this hospital under constant surveillance? Or were there others present besides the four of us? Suddenly, I recalled the figure on the 14th floor. Who had written the number 18? Was Xia Luyun performing for their benefit? It was a perplexing conundrum, one that I could not unravel. Ever since Wang Po provided me with the photograph, every issue and clue that emerged had become a tangled mess. Impossible to decipher. Perhaps only by venturing to Wuyin village could I uncover the core clues to unravel this mystery. For now, it was far more critical to ascertain whether Xia Luyun truly wished to kill us. I summoned everyone to my side, whispering my plan in a manner only the four of us could hear. Once I finished, Master Xiaobai stepped forward, positioning herself in front of us, while the three of us adopted a stance ready for a charge. Master Xiaobai drew a talisman paper from her robe, folded it into a triangle, and then cast it into the air, quickly forming seals with her hands. The talisman paper, illuminated by a brilliant yellow light, soared upward. Xia Luyun, do you think your 1,300 years of Taoist cultivation can stop me? This is a secret technique of our Maoshan sect. While it may not rival the Five Thunder True method, it is still formidable. Regrettably, such a technique can only be used once in a short time. Otherwise, it would be you who suffers the consequences. Master Xiaobai maintained her smiling demeanor, yet her gaze brimmed with mockery. So, Xia Luyun, do you dare to take it head-on? Upon witnessing our readiness for a frontal assault, Xia Luyun displayed a look of bewilderment. She seemed uncertain whether Master Xiaobai's claims were genuine. Then she turned her gaze toward me. The architect of this plan, I subtly nodded in affirmation. Humph, humph, humph. Upon seeing my slight nod, Xia Luyun suddenly erupted in laughter. A fierce malevolent energy radiated from her, coalescing into a massive crimson barrier before her, filling the entire hall. Without shattering this barrier, escape would be impossible. How amusing! If you can do it, then go ahead and try. she taunted. I fear not the tribulations of heaven. Why should I fear you? Witnessing Xiao Yun's actions, I was nearly certain that she harbored no intentions of harming us. My plan was straightforward. The talisman paper wielded by Master Xiaobai was not a secret technique of Maoshan, but rather an utterly ordinary ghost-repelling talisman. To avoid being discovered by those lurking in the shadows, Master Xiaobai folded the talisman into a triangle, concealing its markings. Moreover, her subsequent words were laden with deeper meaning. We conveyed to Xia Luyun that we would soon unleash a powerful spell, suggesting that we had discerned her reluctance to kill us, yet she felt compelled to maintain the facade. Thus, we provided her with a way out, proposing to defeat her with what sounded like a grand technique, allowing her to release us. The implication behind the statement that the spell could only be used once in a short time was clear. This opportunity was singular. If she failed to seize it, we would find it exceedingly difficult to devise another plan. Xiao Yun's hesitant expression upon hearing Master Xiaobai's words indicated that she had grasped our intentions but lacked the confidence to ascertain their accuracy. Only after I offered her a subtle nod of encouragement did she finally find conviction in her assumptions. Seeing that Xiao Yun was prepared, I signaled to Master Xiaobai, "Make your move." Master Xiaobai pointed her sword forward. The talisman paper, glowing with intense yellow light, shot straight toward the massive barrier before Xiao Yun. "Go!" Master Xiaobai bellowed, then pursued the talisman, racing toward the exit. The three of us followed suit, sprinting after Master Xiaobai with all our might. In the electrifying moment, the talisman collided with the barrier, which shattered like a fragile eggshell under its impact, while the talisman remained undiminished, hurtling towards Xiao Yun's body. Realizing the imminent danger, Xiao Yun hastily extended her hands to block it, yet the talisman effortlessly pierced through her form, soaring out of the hospital and into the thick fog beyond. With an anguished wail, Xiao Yun's figure dimmed significantly. She fell to the ground like a marionette with severed strings, her malevolent aura dissipating into thin air. Master Xiaobai formed hand seals once more. The copper coins, scattered across the ground due to the corrosion of the red string, seemed to respond to a call like soldiers summoned to battle. They soared above Xiao Yun's head, forming a circle. Subsequently, these coins rapidly plummeted to the earth, leaving behind a golden beam of light in their descent. It appeared as though an iron cage had ensnared Xiao Yun within. Seizing the opportunity, we hastily rushed to her rear, sprinting towards the thick fog. Xiao Yun's anguished shouts echoed behind us, "I will kill you! I will kill you!" Upon reaching the entrance, I turned back to glance at Xiao Yun. Trapped amidst the coins at that moment, she was still emitting cries of pain and fury, yet her face bore a significant smile. My suspicions were confirmed. Xiao Yun indeed harbored no intentions of harming me. She was exceptionally clever, able to discern the veiled meanings within our words in such a short span. Uncertain of who was watching her, it mattered little now. The bizarre engagement between Xiao Yun and me, the mysterious deaths of Wang Pa and Li Daiyi, the hidden implications in the little girl's words, and the enigmatic figure leaving clues at the hospital. All questions that I believed would unravel once I departed from this place and arrived at Wuyin village. "Stop looking! Hurry up!" Zhang Lingshu shouted. He grasped my arm, pulling me into the enveloping darkness of the fog. Chapter 33. Inside Wuyin village, the fog was as dense as when we arrived, an impenetrable darkness where one could not see their fingers. Fortunately, the surroundings were no longer that of a hospital but had reverted back to a forest. The first time I had traversed this woodland, my heart had been filled with dread, yet now, I felt an overwhelming sense of reassurance. Indeed, the finest remedy for fear is to confront an even greater terror. We pressed on without a moment's hesitation, navigating swiftly through the pitch-black forest. After several minutes, the thick fog began to thin, gradually transforming into a more ordinary white mist. Our visibility improved with each passing moment. Before long, the fog completely dissipated, restoring our sight to normalcy. The sky had darkened entirely, with the moon hanging high above, casting a faint illumination upon the shadowy forest. Not far from the woods, signs of bright lights emerged, indicating that Wuyin village was within close proximity. I glanced at the wooden pendant around my neck and noticed it had developed a crack. "Oh dear, finally! I'm utterly exhausted," Zhang Lingshu lamented, breaking the silence that had persisted. Our pace slowed as he continued. "I wonder who was responsible for that five thunder talisman that caused us such strife." Xiaobai crossed her arms, casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Lingxiu. Hey, you little brat, are you ever going to stop? Why don't you ask your grandfather for a Five Thunder talisman? Before Zhang Lingxiu could finish, Xiaobai covered her ears, shaking her head vigorously. Not listening, turtle reciting scriptures. Afterward, she made a face at Zhang Lingxiu. Master Xiaobai stifled a smile. All right, my dear disciple, let us spare Lingxiu the trouble. Xiaoluyuan's strength is far beyond a mere 1,000 years. Even with a Five Thunder talisman, it would be difficult to harm her. Zhang Lingxiu furrowed his brow, appearing contemplative. That doesn't make sense. I've seen her birth chart. She should only have a cultivation of over 1,300 years. Oh, Lingxiu, my dear brother, you are falling into a misconception. Master Xiaobai remarked. 1,300 years merely indicates her existence as a ghost for that duration. It does not guarantee what she experienced in life or what she encountered after becoming a spirit. All of this affects her power. Xiaobai shrugged nonchalantly. As for her actual strength, I am uncertain, but her acting skills are truly commendable. Right? Zhang Lingxiu interjected. Her acting is indeed remarkable. Had I not known she was going easy on us, I would have genuinely believed she was defeated by that yellow paper talisman. Such performance deserves an Oscar. With our escape from danger, the volume of our conversation noticeably increased. Zhang Lingxiu's previous remark was particularly loud, prompting me to signal for silence. Lower your voices. We are unaware if those watching Xiaoluyuan are also monitoring us. It's best to avoid discussing such topics unless necessary. My words restored the tension that had briefly lifted, and the group, now devoid of the mood for idle chatter, hastened their pace towards Wuyin Village. Soon, we arrived at Wuyin Village, which was ablaze with lights, exuding an air of festivity. Every household had adorned their doors with auspicious characters and hung red lanterns. Wow, Lao Qi, your ghost marriage decorations are quite grand, I remarked, redirecting my attention from Zhang Lingxiu's comment to the architecture of the village. The buildings of Wuyin Village were distinct from ordinary rural constructions. Every structure was crafted in an ancient style, with the ground paved in sturdy bluestone, providing a solid and textured feel. The courtyard walls were constructed from thick, durable bluestone, while the entrance boasted enormous double wooden doors, embellished with door nails symbolizing status. Each home's entrance was flanked by a pair of stone lions, conveying an air of opulence. The village was far from deserted. On the contrary, it was bustling with activity. The villagers donned relatively simple attire, standing outside their doors, observing us. Some pointed and whispered amongst themselves, their words lost to us. This village was peculiar. Unlike typical rural areas, where families often struggled financially, here the living conditions had evidently improved. Every household had transitioned to tiled roofs in recent years, but that was the extent of it. Our village's asphalt road had only been completed a decade ago, yet here the paths were astonishingly paved entirely with bluestone. This bluestone bore no signs of modern industrial processing, exuding an ancient ambience, likely over a century old. The lavishness of the architecture was equally astonishing. Selecting any house here would easily place it among the wealthiest merchants in the outside world. It was truly hard to fathom the financial resources that could allow an entire village to utilize such expensive materials. Could it be that the villagers of Wuyin Village were all affluent individuals a century ago? Furthermore, the villagers appeared unusual. Typically, older rural residents might favor traditional garb, while the younger generation's attire often mirrored that of city dwellers. However, the clothing of these villagers was strikingly antiquated. Moreover, while rural folk typically bear dry, sun-kissed skin, these villagers appeared fair and clean, resembling city dwellers instead. We initially planned to observe the surroundings before approaching someone familiar to inquire about Wuyin Village's circumstances. Yet, before we could complete our observations, an elderly man, appearing to be quite advanced in years, hurriedly approached from a distance. You finally arrived. The old man, at least 60 years old, donned a worn Zhongshan suit, stooped slightly, with sparse, graying hair. Numerous age spots adorned his weathered skin, giving him an appearance of frailty, yet his vitality was commendable. He spoke with a resonant voice, and even as he jogged towards us, he showed no signs of fatigue. I have waited for you for quite some time. The elder wore a cheerful expression, exuding warmth and friendliness. Elder, judging by your tone, do you happen to know us? Master Xiaobai addressed him respectfully, even employing honorifics. Of course. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zhao Xiao. The village head here. You may call me Old Zhao. Village Chief Zhao's laughter was hearty, evoking a natural sense of kinship. I often encountered such smiles reminiscent of the kind-hearted elders in our village. This young Taoist, are you with the old Heavenly Master? He inquired. The old Heavenly Master has been here for some time, hosting everyone at the guest house. You should hurry along. Chapter 34. Village Chief Zhao turned his attention to me, his expression shifting to one of confusion. Huh? Young brother, how is it that you came here with the old Heavenly Master? Where is the person I sent to meet you? His question left me momentarily speechless. As I contemplated how to respond, Zhang Lingshu interjected, Hey, how can you bring that up? Our Lao Chi nearly got killed thanks to you. Village Chief Zhao's face contorted in bewilderment upon hearing this. Huh? Young Taoist? What do you mean by that? Are you pretending not to understand? Zhang Lingshu retorted disdainfully. Using such underhanded tactics to deceive us into a ghost marriage, and you still refuse to admit it? The person you sent found a matchmaker and told our Lao Chi that a great beauty was interested in marrying him. Our Lao Chi was overjoyed and readily agreed. Who would have thought this was a ghost marriage? I genuinely wanted to scold him, who was overjoyed. I was manipulated by Wang Pa and Oldly to accept that photo, but before I could voice my thoughts, the village chief's eyes widened in disbelief. What? That's impossible. The person I sent is honest and kind. I have repeatedly admonished that deception must not be tolerated. How could he commit such an act? Zhang Lingshu let out a cold snort. Humph, that is merely the beginning. Afterward, that individual even went so far as to murder the matchmaker, transforming her into a vengeful spirit, who subsequently strangled him to death. Moreover, the spirit of that matchmaker sought out our elder Qi. This was all conveyed to us directly by her. Were it not for my exceptional Taoist skills, our elder Qi would have met with a tragic end. The village chief, Zhang, gaped in shock, his expression one of disbelief. What do you mean? That is impossible. I know that child well. He struggles to kill even a chicken. It is utterly inconceivable that he would commit murder. Have you all made a mistake? Could it be that the matchmaker lied to you? Zhang Lingshu stepped forward, rolling up his sleeves, eager to engage him in debate. I quickly grasped his arm, shaking my head. Naturally, I did not believe the ghostly tales of village Chief Zhao. The guide he dispatched to our village was not only astute but also ruthless. It was implausible that he would send such a capable individual to ensnare me and Wang Pua, only to later claim that this guide was a gentle soul incapable of harming even a chicken. Village Chief Zhao, my friend here has a rather irritable temperament. I hope you do not take offense. Village Chief Zhao waved his hand dismissively, chuckling lightly. The fiery temperament of youth is understandable. I was even more impetuous in my youth. Did I cease the pleasantries and got straight to the point. Village Chief Zhao, your reaction time is quite impressive. We have barely arrived in the village, yet you already knew we were here. Moreover, I distinctly remember that we never mentioned an engagement with the goddess of fortune, did we? How did you come to know? In response to my pointed inquiry, Village Chief Zhao remained unruffled. The people of our village are rather united. As soon as you entered, the villagers saw you and promptly called me. Upon learning of your arrival, I naturally rushed out to greet you. Additionally, do not be deceived by my frail appearance. I possess a considerable understanding of feng shui. The relics of the goddess of fortune are indeed with you. Just then, he mentioned a phone call. I swiftly pulled out my mobile device, only to find there was no signal. Village Chief Zhao quickly interjected, eager to clarify. Do not mind that. Our village has no signal. We communicate solely through landlines. I pocketed my phone and smiled politely. Oh, it is nothing. I merely took it out instinctively to check. Village Chief Zhao, please do not take offense. We have encountered numerous dangers on our journey and must remain cautious. Village Chief Zhao maintained his benevolent smile. I understand. However, rest assured, your union with the goddess of fortune will not bring you any harm. I wonder if you noticed that the statue of the goddess of fortune outside Wuyin village has been destroyed. Xiao Bai quickly nodded. Yes, we saw it appear to be glued back together with some sort of adhesive. Correct? Village Chief Zhao sighed and continued. Alas, indeed, I cannot fathom which scoundrel dared to vandalize the temple and statue of the goddess of fortune. Our village is protected by a magical formation. Without the temple, the spirits would be treated as malevolent entities by the formation. When the temple was damaged, the goddess of fortune was already gravely injured, compounded by the assault of the formation. Now, she can barely maintain her human form and is struggling to persist in the thick fog. This old man undoubtedly harbors significant secrets. What does it mean that the spirit of Xia Luyun cannot maintain her human form? She was clearly vibrant and lively in the hospital, even managing to provide us with assistance. Could this old man truly be ignorant of the matter? I glanced at the other three and noticed their brows were equally furrowed. You say she cannot maintain her human form, but Wei Xiaobai attempted to voice her observations, only to be promptly interrupted by Zhang Lingxiu. Ah, that is indeed quite tragic. Upon finishing, Zhang Lingxiu shot me a glance, signaling that this old man was not to be trusted. Xiaobai, displeased at being interrupted, contemplated retorting to Zhang Lingxiu, but he shot her a stern look that rendered her momentarily speechless. It seemed she understood that this was not the appropriate time for banter. Village Chief Zhao remained oblivious to our unease and continued narrating the tale of Xia Luyun. Currently, the soul of the goddess of fortune may dissipate at any moment. Hence, it is necessary for you to undergo a ghostly marriage, allowing her to enter your body and nourish herself. However, do not worry, young brother. This nourishment will not have any adverse effects on you. The only downside is that you will be unable to marry or bear children and cannot leave Wuyin Village. Fear not, for we shall not neglect you. We will provide you with a residence and arrange for someone to attend to your needs. All your desires, save for those involving women, shall be fulfilled. We will care for you until the end of your days. Zhang Lingxiu raised his chin, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Humph, that sounds pleasant. Our elder Qi has already made arrangements with your goddess of fortune. How could he possibly refuse? Village Chief Zhao was left speechless by Zhang Lingxiu's retort. A head of silver hair was elegantly coiled at the back. His white beard and elongated eyebrows, resembling frost and snow, cascaded down his face, which was adorned with numerous wrinkles. He exuded an air of solemnity and dignity, his eyes sparkling with vitality. As he walked, he held his head high and strode with an impressive gait, entirely uncharacteristic of someone who had surpassed 60 years of age. Surely, he must be the venerable celestial master. Upon seeing him approach, Xiaobai joyfully waved her hand and dashed towards the old celestial master. "Grandpa!" she exclaimed, leaping into his embrace. The celestial master appeared momentarily taken aback. "Xiaobai, how did you get here?" Releasing her hold on him, Xiaobai placed her hands on her hips, adopting a somewhat accusatory demeanor. "Humph! How could you leave such a delightful granddaughter outside the village? That is truly outrageous. If I had not been clever enough, you would have succeeded in your scheme." The celestial master rubbed his forehead, looking quite exasperated. "Oh, my little ancestor, I am utterly at a loss with you. Without anyone from Wuyin Village to guide you, how did you manage to infiltrate?" It seemed he recalled something, for he shouted towards the indistinct figures behind me, "Zhang Lingxiu, stop hiding. Did I not instruct you to keep an eye on her and ensure she did not follow?" Zhang Lingxiu sheepishly emerged from behind me, scratching the back of his head. "Heh, master. This situation has its reasons." Xiaobai, displaying a commendable sense of responsibility, swiftly informed the celestial master of her determination to accompany us to Wuyin Village. Anticipating his ire towards Zhang Lingxiu, the celestial master listened intently, his brow furrowing in concern. He cast a glance at me, maintaining his stern expression. Zhang Lingxiu, sensing the tension, tentatively inquired, "Master, you see, this was a rather unavoidable circumstance. Could you perhaps let me off the hook?" The celestial master curled his lip in a sardonic smile. "Humph, of course. After all, you have sustained injuries. As your master, how could I make things difficult for you?" "Ah, that is a relief," Zhang Lingxiu sighed in relief. However, the celestial master's subsequent words struck him like a thunderbolt. "You have indeed suffered quite a bit. It must be due to your usual negligence in cultivation. Upon returning, I shall confine you to closed-door training until you meet my standards." With this, the celestial master revealed a barely perceptible, sinister smile. "Rest assured, I will provide you with special training." Zhang Lingxiu's legs trembled uncontrollably, and he stumbled to the ground, his eyes vacant and lips quivering. "Lao Qi, I'm doomed. Remember to burn paper for me at Longhu Mountain on this day next year." I found his demeanor rather amusing. He had not displayed such fear even in the terrifying confines of the hospital. It was evident how strict the celestial master was with his disciples. as it left Zhang Lingxiu in such a state of dread. Chapter 36. The scratch mark. Xiaobai, noticing the awkward atmosphere, quickly intervened to ease the tension. "Oh, venerable celestial master, please do not make things difficult for Lingxiu." She stepped forward, clasping her hands in a respectful gesture towards the celestial master, who reciprocated the gesture. The disciple has been remiss in his duties, causing Daoist Lin to witness this farce. The celestial master's expression grew increasingly urgent. "Daoist Lin, you are the only one." Xiaobai remained silent, merely closing her eyes and shaking her head slightly. Upon observing this, both the celestial master and the Taoist behind him lowered their heads, enveloped in a heavy silence, the atmosphere laden with sorrow. It seemed the celestial master recalled something. "Daoist Lin, where did you go? What strange occurrences did you encounter?" Xiaobai recounted her experiences in detail. I listened attentively, gaining insight into how she ended up in the hospital. Xiaobai and the celestial master had led a large group to Wuyin village, but amidst the thick fog, they became separated. Approximately a dozen individuals, alongside Xiaobai, inexplicably found themselves in the hospital. Most of these individuals were experts from various fields, with less than a third being capable of combating ghosts. The ghosts in the hospital possessed the ability to read minds. They would disguise themselves as allies, striking from behind or sowing discord among the group. As suspicion grew among the individuals, conflicts erupted, leading to the deaths and injuries of those incapable of confronting the ghosts. Ultimately, Xiaobai was the last one standing, her formidable strength allowing her to navigate the hospital alone. Initially, she, like Zhang Lingxiu, believed the hospital's floors were connected to a Bagua formation. However, as her investigation deepened, she gradually discerned that the floors bore no relation to the formation. After spending a considerable amount of time, she finally unraveled the mystery of the hospital's layout. Just as she intended to leave, she encountered Xiaobai, who was being pursued by a ghost. This encounter led to the moment where Xiaobai met us on the first floor. Upon concluding her story, Xiaobai turned to the celestial master. "How many of us remain?" The celestial master responded, his tone laden with resignation. "Alas, only about 20 of us are left." Xiaobai was clearly taken aback, not expecting the numbers to be so few. "Shall we still proceed to the underground palace?" "Yes," the celestial master affirmed resolutely. "We have come this far. We must see the underground palace for ourselves. We shall depart tonight." Before the celestial master could finish his sentence, a piercing and shrill voice erupted from the courtyard adjacent to the guest house. "Damn you, Zhao Fugue! Have you gone to see Widow Wang at the east end of the village again?" Following this, sounds of a scuffle and a man's cries echoed from the courtyard. A man suddenly burst through the gate, scanning the area before spotting us standing not far away. "Oh, Dad, thank goodness you are here." He rushed to Zhao village head. "Dad, my wife is throwing a fit again. You must help me." Grabbing Zhao village head by the shoulders, he appeared quite frantic. His clothing bore signs of having been violently torn, revealing bruises and scratches all over his exposed skin. My attention was drawn to the scratches on his face, stirring a prior suspicion in my mind. Could it be? Just as I intended to step forward for a closer look, the man's wife's voice rang out again. "How dare you ask Dad for help?" Unbeknownst to me, the man's wife had appeared at the gate, brandishing a feather duster and vociferously berating him. "You shameless fool! After being caught so many times by me and Dad, you still dare to go. Do you think you can just do whatever you want with any woman you see?" The man's wife approached, unleashing a flurry of blows with the feather duster. Unable to endure the pain, the man circled around Zhao village head in a desperate attempt to escape. Dad, please help me." Zhao village head, unsure whether to side with his son or feeling embarrassed, hurriedly intervened to restrain his daughter-in-law. All right, daughter-in-law. Family matters should not be aired in public." Zhao village head stood in front of his son, continually soothing his daughter-in-law's temper. Despite her evident anger, she hesitated to strike her father-in-law. She pointed an accusing finger at the man, scolding, "You'd better behave when you come home tonight with that." She stormed off, muttering angrily while clutching the feather duster. As she passed by me, I called out to her. "Wait." She turned, her brows furrowing, the remnants of her anger evident in her unfriendly tone. "What do you want?" I approached her and grasped her hand. Her skin was fair and delicate, clearly unaccustomed to hard labor. Upon examining her nails, I noticed bits of flesh embedded within the crevices, with some nails displaying signs of having been torn, indicating recent scratching. "Are you unwell?" I asked. With a sharp retort, she yanked her hand away and stepped back, her expression shifting to one of fear and wariness. "What do you want?" I hastily retrieved a box of Band-Aids from my backpack, which I had purchased alongside medical supplies in the county town. "Your nails are somewhat torn. If not attended to, they might break." I offered her the Band-Aid. "Use this to bind them. It might help." She hesitated for a moment before snatching the Band-Aid from my hand. "Thanks." With that, she turned and re-entered the courtyard. With the immediate threat seemingly past, the man let out a sigh of relief. But Zhao Village Head seized his son's clothing, delivering a swift kick to his backside. "Hey, Dad, what are you doing? Why are you hitting me too?" Zhao Village Head remained silent, persistently kicking his son. The Celestial Master and Xiao Bai could no longer bear to watch and quickly intervened, separating the man from Zhao Village Head. The Celestial Master, appearing somewhat embarrassed, attempted to placate Zhao Village Head. "All right, Village Head. Do not be angry. Come with us into the guest house so we can discuss how to enter the underground palace. We will need your guidance." The Celestial Master's words had a calming effect. Zhao Village Head's breathing gradually steadied. "I apologize for causing everyone to witness this farce." He glared at his son, scolding, "You scoundrel. I must now discuss the matter of entering the underground palace with the Celestial Master and the others." He approached me, introducing his son. "Young brother, this is my disappointing son, Zhao Feng, also known as Xiaoming Fugui." Zhao Feng, appearing quite astute, quickly stepped forward upon hearing his father introduce him, seizing my hand with a broad smile. Chapter 37. The Test. "Hello, I am Zhao Feng. May I ask your name?" I refrained from responding to him and instead seized the opportunity to observe his face. Striking and distressing claw marks marred his visage. Deep and fresh, flesh lay exposed beneath the wounds, with not a trace of scabbing to be seen. After a moment of contemplation, I returned a polite smile. "Hello, I am Qi Siyuan." Once Zhao Village Head noted our greetings, he proceeded to assign tasks to his son. "This young man is here to engage in a ghostly marriage with the Goddess of Fortune. Tonight, I shall enter the underground palace with the old Celestial Master. We will not be returning for several days. The arrangements for the ghostly marriage between the Goddess of Fortune and this young man will be entrusted to you. Do not mess it up." Zhao Feng nodded vigorously. Sure, don't worry. I will handle it. You can trust me." Zhao Village Head turned his head away, glaring at him. "I trust you, indeed." Zhao Feng rubbed his nose, offering an awkward smile. It's a different matter." Zhao Village Head ignored him and approached the old Celestial Master. "All right, old Celestial Master, let us proceed to the guest house." "Wait a moment." The old Celestial Master instructed Xiao Bai and Zhang Lingshu. "You two shall remain here until our return." Upon hearing this, Xiao Bai's expression fell. "No, I want to go with Grandpa. I also wish to see the underground palace you mentioned." The old Celestial Master firmly refused her. "No, the underground palace is likely more perilous than a hospital. You must stay here obediently until I return." Xiao Bai attempted to argue with the old Celestial Master, but Zhang Lingshu quickly intervened. All right, Xiao Bai, she is to engage in a ghostly marriage with the Goddess of Fortune. She is a ghost of millennia. Don't you want to see that? Besides, what if something goes awry? I might not be able to handle it alone. Having you alongside me would be reassuring." Xiao Bai crossed her arms and pouted, contemplating the matter carefully. You do have a point." She then rushed to my side, linking her arm with mine. The sensation of being touched by two soft entities made me somewhat uncomfortable. "Fine. Watching the strategist and the millennial ghost marry should be quite interesting. I shall stay." Zhang Lingshu raised an eyebrow at the old Celestial Master, seemingly seeking approval. The old Celestial Master nodded in satisfaction. "Well, you are somewhat useful. Regarding your closed-door training, I shall consider it appropriately." Zhang Lingshu was elated upon hearing this, clasping his hands in gratitude to the old Celestial Master. "Excellent. Thank you, Master, for your generosity." Zhao Village Head led the old Celestial Master's group into the guest house. Xiao Bai tossed us a flirtatious glance, waved her hand, and followed them inside. Zhao Feng kept his gaze fixed on his father. Only when Zhao Village Head completely vanished from sight did he let out a sigh of relief. "Phew, they are finally gone." Zhao Feng sat at the round table, casually picking up a half-finished teacup belonging to an unknown Taoist. "Don't be shy. Make yourselves comfortable." He drank the tea in one gulp and refilled the cup. Noticing we hadn't taken our seats, he gestured for us to join him. "Hey, the elders have left, so let's relax a bit." He retrieved several unused teacups from the table and poured tea for the three of us. Come, sit. Faced with his warm invitation, the three of us could hardly refuse and took our places around the round table. Zhao Feng offered me the teacup. Why did you arrive so late? My dad dispatched someone the day before yesterday to find a suitable match for the ghostly marriage with the goddess of fortune. Seizing the opportunity, I examined his nails. They were immaculate, devoid of any signs of vigorous scratching. I accepted the teacup and set it down on the table. The matter is rather complex. I recounted my encounter with Wang Pu'er and the events that transpired upon entering Misty Hidden Village. Though I omitted the details of my visit to Wang Pu's residence, my intention in sharing these details was deliberate, as I suspected that the man before me was the guide mentioned by Wang Pu. If my conjecture held true, he would undoubtedly follow us closely to Misty Hidden Village, and he would be fully aware of the events we experienced. I aimed to observe his micro-expressions, hoping to glean some insight from his demeanor. But alas, whether due to his exceptional acting or genuine ignorance, I failed to capture any valuable information from his expressions. Oh dear, how perilous! You've endured much hardship. Zhao Feng attempted to refill my cup but noticed my tea remained untouched. Huh. Why aren't you drinking? Afraid it's poisoned. Zhao Feng poured himself another cup and downed it. Rest assured, this tea is perfectly clean. Besides, it's what the old celestial master and the others left behind. What could possibly go wrong? I smiled and shook my head. No, I simply do not have a penchant for tea. Zhao Feng was quite correct. I was indeed worried about the possibility of poison in the tea. I had heard of a kettle capable of holding two types of water, one toxic and the other harmless. I could not afford to let my guard down. Any actions fraught with danger must be approached with utmost caution. Zhao Feng, unperturbed by my refusal, set the kettle aside and turned to us three. I truly did not expect you to encounter so many dangers. After such a lengthy ordeal, you must be utterly exhausted. And considering how young people generally love to sleep in, how about this? I will arrange rooms for you so you can rest well. Tomorrow afternoon, I will return with the items needed for the ghostly marriage. At that time, I will share some important details regarding the ghostly marriage. Upon hearing the term ghostly marriage, Zhang Lingshu subtly nudged my leg with his knee. If you're going to discuss this, I might not be able to sleep. He patted his chest and pointed to himself with his thumb. As a Taoist from Longhu Mountain, I specialize in matters of yin and yang. I am well versed in ghostly marriages. Why not introduce the general process now? If there is any mistake in the procedure, that would be unfortunate. Zhang Lingshu's intentions were quite clear. He sought to probe Zhao Feng regarding his knowledge of the ghostly marriage process. If someone advocating for the ghostly marriage was unfamiliar with its procedures, then their motives for approaching us would be evident. Chapter 38. Sister Oh my, I didn't expect the young Taoist to possess knowledge in this area. Zhao Feng spoke confidently. This procedure has been passed down from the first village head, so it cannot possibly go awry. However, since the young Taoist wishes to hear it, I shall explain. Zhao Feng exhibited no signs of panic as he elaborated on the ghostly marriage process with ease. We will commence precisely at 8 in the evening. At that time, a paper figure carrying the belongings of the goddess of fortune will be sent to welcome the groom. After all, it's a matter of joining Misty Hidden Village, which cannot be avoided. The groom will then be seated in a bridal sedan and will circle around Misty Hidden Village before proceeding to the temple of the goddess of fortune for the official wedding ceremony. Afterward, there will be a series of intricate steps, such as crossing a fire pit and burning the 8 characters, culminating in the wedding ceremony. At that point, the spirit of the goddess of fortune will be summoned and will possess the paper figure. The groom will lift the veil with a scale rod, marking the official conclusion of the ghostly marriage. Upon finishing, Zhao Feng turned to Zhang Lingshu with a smile. So, what do you think, young Taoist? This process should pose no issues, right? Zhang Lingshu gave a thumbs up, his expression exaggerated. Truly impressive, first village head. This is indeed the process for a grand wedding. Not only does it pose no harm to my old Qi, but it also greatly benefits the goddess of fortune. Moreover, Zhao brother, your explanation was exceptionally clear and comprehensible. As expected of the village head's son, it seems the next village head will undoubtedly be you. Zhao Feng basked in the praises, grinning from ear to ear at Zhang Lingshu's commendations. The young Taoist is quite the charmer. Your words have brought me much joy, ha 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 ha. Zhang Lingshu and Zhao Feng engaged in mutual flattery. While under the table, he gave me an okay sign. It appeared that Zhao Feng's outline process was indeed sound. Zhang Lingshu's innate ability to befriend others was truly commendable, and I aspired to learn this skill. Perhaps it would prove useful when I ventured out tonight to gather information. I cleared my throat, attempting to emulate Zhang Lingshu's approach to engage Zhao Feng. Ahem. Zhao, Zhao. The words stuck in my throat, and I found myself unable to utter them. That I realized that it was indeed difficult to approach someone entirely unfamiliar and address them in such a familiar manner. My ease in conversing with Zhang Lingshu stemmed from his incessant references to old Qi. But Zhao Feng was a different case altogether. I could hardly open my mouth to address a complete stranger as a brother. Zhao Feng, misinterpreting my hesitation, remarked, "If you truly cannot recall, you may also call me by my nickname." Zhao Fugue. That I cleared my throat again to alleviate the awkwardness. Ahem. Zhao Feng, I have a question I wish to ask you. In the hospital, we encountered a ghost. This specter was immensely powerful and seemed intent on ending our lives. We nearly perished at her hands. The ghost bore an uncanny resemblance to the goddess of fortune, Fu Xing Yang Yang. Do you have any idea what this could mean? Zhao Feng's expression was one of profound astonishment. What did you say? You encountered Fu Xing Yang Yang in the hospital? And she wished to kill you? Zhao Feng furrowed his brow, his fingers drumming incessantly on the table. Surely not. The spirit of Fu Xing Yang Yang is exceedingly weak, barely able to maintain a human form. How could this be possible? Xiaobai crossed her arms and retorted angrily at Zhao Feng. Not possible. We even employed a demon-revealing mirror. The reflection showed nothing but Fu Xing Yang Yang's face. Moreover, her strength aligns perfectly with that of a 1,000-year-old female ghost. Xiaobai's demeanor towards Zhao Feng was exceptionally hostile. From the moment she laid eyes on him, her gaze was filled with rage. Presumably due to her dissatisfaction with Zhao Feng's infidelity during their marriage, she was a person without guile, her emotions plainly written across her face, and she spoke without filtering her thoughts. Perhaps it was the previous incident when Zhang Lingshu cast her a knowing glance, leading her to realize that my ghostly marriage was no simple matter. Thus, until now, she had refrained from voicing any opinions on matters related to my ghostly union. Upon my mention of the goddess of fortune in the hospital, she finally offered some additional insights. Zhao Feng, however, paid no heed to Xiaobai's abrasive attitude. After a moment of contemplation, he revealed a piece of astonishing news that left us all in shock. I believe I know who you encountered. She is the twin sister of Fu Xing Yang Yang, named Xiaolu Yan. Upon hearing this revelation, the three of us were taken aback. Xiaolu Yan has a twin sister? This is the first time I have ever heard of such a thing, and I had never considered it in that light. Are you saying that the entity we encountered in the hospital was not the goddess of fortune? Xiaolu Yun, but rather her sister, Xiaolu Yan, but I have no grievances against her. Why would she seek to kill me? Zhao Feng sighed softly. Well, rather than saying she wishes to kill you, it is more accurate to say she desires to harm her sister. Zhang Lingshu displayed a curious expression. Zhao, why are you keeping us in suspense? Please, enlighten us on the matter. Zhao Feng refilled his teacup. This story dates back over 1,000 years in the fog-shrouded village of Wuyin. It was once a poverty-stricken hamlet. Among the destitute families, the Xie family was the most impoverished. The couple raised a pair of twin daughters, who were the village's little beauties, by the age of 11 or 12. They had grown into graceful young women, captivating every young man in the vicinity. One day, a wandering Taoist passed through the village and discovered the two sisters, recognizing their extraordinary potential for cultivation. He approached their parents with the intention of taking them as disciples. The sisters yearned to escape their impoverished existence and follow the Taoist into the mountains to pursue their training. However, the Xie family had no other children, and the parents were reluctant to part with both daughters. Thus, they decided through a traditional fortune-telling method, ultimately selecting the elder sister, Xiaolu Yun. Xiaolu Yun left with the Taoist to begin her training. While Xiaolu Yan remained in the village, a few years later, Xiaolu Yan blossomed into a young woman, becoming the most renowned beauty in the surrounding villages. Suitors flocked to her, but her parents were loath to let her marry far away. They chose a relatively prosperous family within their village and arranged her marriage. In those times, individuals had no say over their spouses. It was a matter of parental arrangement. Although Xiaolu Yan was not fond of her husband, she accepted her life due to his kindness toward her. However, as time passed, the allure of beauty began to fade, and her husband gradually ceased to treat her with the same affection he once did. Xiaolu Yan's disdain for him deepened. One day, while Xiaolu Yun was visiting their parents with her master's permission, Xiaolu Yan, overjoyed at her sister's return after years apart, hastened to their family home. Her sister appeared resplendent in white attire, wielding a precious sword, exuding grace and confidence. With lustrous black hair and fair, smooth skin, she radiated the warmth and vitality of the morning sun. Xia Luyin listened eagerly as her sister recounted her experiences, all of which were novel and exciting to them. She yearned for the life her sister depicted, contrasting it with her own rough hands, weathered face, and coarse garments that concealed her body deformed by years of labor. In the village, she remained the unrivaled beauty, yet compared to her sister, she felt like a setting sun, devoid of hope. A person can accept darkness only if they have never known light. She could have enjoyed a life similar to her sister's if only her parents had allowed both of them to study under the Taoist. Had her sister chosen to stay, she too could have led a life of splendor. It was her parents who had condemned her to her current existence. It was her sister who had usurped the life that rightfully belonged to her. Anger consumed Xia Luyin, and her hatred for her sister and parents reached a boiling point. That night, as she lay on the earthen Kong, her sister's radiant image haunted her thoughts, preventing her from sleeping. She turned and beheld her husband sleeping beside her. His dark skin, pockmarked face, and unkempt hair, laden with dirt and grease, filled her with despair. In that moment, Xia Luyin completely broke down. She sat up abruptly, hurling her pillow to the ground, a torrent of grievances overwhelming her, leading her to wail uncontrollably. Her husband, awakened by her cries, offered no comfort but instead hurled insults at her. His vitriol became the final straw for Xia Luyin. The blend of resentment towards her parents, envy of her sister, and revulsion for her husband culminated in a complete breakdown of her humanity. She stormed into the kitchen, seized a kitchen knife, and plunged it into her husband's neck. Faced with his lifeless body, Xia Luyin attributed all blame to her parents and sister. Had it not been for them, she would never have married someone she detested, nor would she have killed him. She returned to her parents' home, murdering the three sleeping within. Then, she donned her sister's white garments and grasped the precious sword. To her astonishment, flames erupted from the blade. She ignited her parents' house with the sword's fire and fled the village. The villagers, noticing the flames consuming the Xia family home, rushed to help, but it was too late. The charred remains of Xia Luoyin's parents were unrecognizable, yet miraculously, Xia Luoyin's body remained untouched by the flames. Soon after, Xia Luoyin's in-laws discovered their son's corpse. As they sought Xia Luoyin for answers, she had vanished without a trace. The villagers, finally realizing the gravity of the situation, mobilized to search for her. Before dawn, she was apprehended by the villagers, her heinous actions leading to a brutal beating that claimed her life. However, after death, Xia Luoyin transformed into a vengeful spirit, preying upon the villagers. Despite their efforts to subdue her, the villagers found themselves in a constant state of fear and misery. Before long, noticing her disciples' prolonged absence, Xia Luoyin's master arrived in the village to seek her out. The Taoist learned of the events from the villagers, devised a formation, and sealed Xia Luoyin away. He explained that Xia Luoyin's body was impervious to fire because the flames emanated from her sword, which would never harm its owner. The Taoist instructed the villagers to construct a temple for Xia Luoyin, erect stone pillars, and offer her worship, thereby ensuring she would protect them and shield them from calamity. This, then, is the tale of the two sisters, Xia Luoyin and Xia Luoyin. After Zhao Feng concluded his story, he sipped his tea. Whether due to age or the overwhelming resentment of Xia Luoyin, she managed to break free from her seal, reappearing in Wuyin village. When the village was founded, the first village chief had set up a grand formation, ensuring that even a millennia-old ghost would find little strength within its confines. Before being discovered by the villagers, she had destroyed the temple and stone pillars dedicated to the goddess of fortune. Subsequently, she remained trapped within the grand formation, and we had been unable to locate her. It was unexpected that she had ventured to such a place. Zhao Feng turned to me and continued, "The reason Xia Luoyin seeks to kill you is to prevent the goddess of fortune from binding you in a ghostly marriage. The true goddess of fortune has remained within her temple, never leaving." "Wait, what did you say?" I interrupted Zhao Feng. The village chief mentioned that without her temple, Xia Luoyin would be perceived as a malevolent spirit by the village's formation, forced to linger at the periphery of the fog. How can Zhao Feng assert that Xia Luoyin remains within the temple? I recalled that the village chief was unaware of who had destroyed the goddess of fortune's temple. How could Zhao Feng accurately claim it was Xia Luoyin? I voiced my confusion. Zhao Feng waved it off nonchalantly. "Oh, that's just how my dad is. He has always spoken only half-truths to those he distrusts. Moreover, explaining this matter can be quite troublesome. Thus, he pretends to be oblivious, saving himself quite a bit of trouble. I can fully understand this, as I am of a similar disposition. I wish to further probe into other matters. Apart from the goddess of fortune, do you happen to have 3 other ghostly immortals? I noticed that the stone pillar of the goddess of fortune is inscribed with the characters for 4 pillars and 10 evils. The 4 pillars refer to the 4 ghostly immortals. Correct? Zhao Feng stood up, stretched lazily, and yawned. Well, there are indeed some, but they are all old tales. Telling you would be of no use. It would be better to get some rest. Seeing Zhao Feng ushering us out, I refrained from saying more that I truly needed to rest early, especially since I had to conduct a thorough investigation in Wuyin village tonight. Chapter 40. Intrigues. We followed Zhao Feng to the 2nd floor of the guest house. He assigned 2 rooms to the 3 of us, one for Zhang Lingxiu and me, and a separate one for Xiaoba. As soon as we entered, Zhang Lingxiu promptly locked the door. He pressed his ear against it, listening intently for a while. Once he confirmed there was no one outside, he leaned closer to me, eager to share something. I gestured for him to be silent and retrieved an air quality detector from my backpack. Ensuring the air here was safe, I then took out a camera detection device, meticulously scanning the entire room to confirm there were no hidden cameras. Afterward, I produced a signal jammer, and once it was activated, I felt completely at ease. All right, Lao Zhang, what were you about to say? Zhang Lingxiu was momentarily taken aback by my series of actions, and it took him a while to regain his composure. Wow, Lao Qi, are you being overly cautious? Is it really necessary? Besides, with your level of caution, shouldn't you check for listening devices or something? I pointed at the signal jammer on the table and replied nonchalantly, no need. This device has the capability to disrupt recording. It can interfere with all wireless devices. As long as we keep our voices down, we can chat here without concern. Zhang Lingxiu gave me a thumbs up and then remarked, damn impressive. His playful demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Lao Qi, you must have noticed too, right? Something is definitely off here, especially with village chief Zhao and Zhao Feng. Their statements don't even align. Also, the tale about the twin sisters seemed rather rehearsed. They claimed Xiaolu Yin wanted to kill us to thwart your marriage with the goddess of fortune. Yet, the ghost we encountered in the hospital had no intention of harming us. The father-son duo of Zhao Xiao and Zhao Feng is certainly suspicious. I pondered for a moment before nodding. You're right. These 2 undoubtedly have something to hide. However, just as we cannot trust them, we must also be cautious with the female ghost from the hospital. Hearing is misleading. Seeing is believing. I need to verify things personally before deciding whom to trust. Zhang Lingxiu seemed to guess my thoughts. Hiss. Lao Qi, you're not thinking of sneaking off to the goddess of fortune's temple while they're asleep, are you? I chuckled and patted his shoulder. Not bad. Lao Zhang, you're getting closer to my way of thinking. Keep it up, and you'll save yourself from a lot of trouble. Zhang Lingxiu was surprised by my response and looked at me with newfound interest. Well, Lao Qi, you're starting to resemble me. Your words are becoming increasingly annoying. He then resumed his serious expression. But since you want to investigate, I'll accompany you. Zhang Lingxiu was injured, with several broken ribs, so I naturally couldn't allow him to join me in danger. No need. You're hurt? It's best to rest well. I'll be cautious on my OWN, as long as I'm not discovered. I won't encounter any danger. Zhang Lingxiu thumped his chest and struck a few poses, flexing his muscles. Don't worry. It's just a few broken ribs. My constitution is quite robust. I didn't fully comprehend why Zhang Lingxiu, despite his injury, insisted on helping me. If it were me, not only would I refrain from helping anyone while injured, but I wouldn't even consider offering assistance if I were in perfect health. Perhaps I am rather selfish, yet, at the same time, I would never demand anyone to assist me. Are you truly willing to help me? Aren't you afraid of encountering danger akin to being in a den of ghosts? Zhang Lingxiu, noticing my endless questioning, became somewhat displeased. Hey, why are you dragging this out? I've already said I'll help you. Can't I lend a hand without reservation? Since he was so resolute, I had no reason to refuse. Perhaps Zhang Lingxiu's affable nature could indeed prove beneficial. All right then, let us rest early. We'll depart at 1 in the morning. Got it? Zhang Lingxiu replied before collapsing onto the bed. He fell asleep remarkably quickly. Within seconds, I could hear his snores. I too removed my shoes and nestled under the covers. After a restless night prior, combined with the day's adventures and upheaval, I soon drifted into a deep slumber. At 1 in the morning, the alarm on my phone roused us promptly. We were both utterly exhausted, shaking our heads to force ourselves awake. Ha! Zhang Lingshu stretched, tears of fatigue streaming from the corners of his eyes. Oh my, this Taoist is utterly spent. I slung my backpack over my shoulder, grabbing my tang knife. Upon seeing me donning my gear once more, Zhang Lingshu's expression turned peculiar. Wait, Lao Qi, didn't you say we were just going out for a quick investigation? Why are you bringing that little bag again? I turned back to regard my well-stocked backpack. Better safe than sorry. Having it makes me feel more secure as I approached the door to open it. Zhang Lingshu hurriedly caught up and blocked my path. Don't use the front door. Are you not afraid of being seen? I looked at Zhang Lingshu, puzzled. Not using the front door? How do we get down then? We can't possibly jump out the window. Zhang Lingshu remained silent, merely raising an eyebrow. I thought he must be joking. Although this was the second floor, it was still 6 or 7 meters above the ground. Jumping down from such a height would be akin to courting death. Before I could voice my concerns, he grabbed my arm and brought me to the windowsill. He gently pushed the window open and peeked outside, scanning the area for any signs of life. Seeing no one, he steadied himself on the windowsill, flipped his body, and jumped down. I had indeed seen a Taoist online leap down from a height of 6 or 7 meters. But witnessing it firsthand left me astounded. He waved at me from below, signaling for me to jump down, assuring me he would catch me. I lacked the courage to leap, especially not trusting the injured Zhang Lingshu to catch a full-grown man. I leaned out the window and noticed several beams on the wooden building below that could support my weight. I secured my tang knife to my belt, then braced my hands against the windowsill and pressed my back against the wall. Carefully stepping onto the beams, I didn't have a fear of heights, but moving down from such a height made my legs weak and my palms sweat profusely. Once my heels found purchase on the beam, I quickly turned my body to press my chest against the wall. I then climbed down slowly, inching my way down. When I was about 2 meters from the ground, I released my grip and jumped down. Chapter 41. Social Butterfly. Once I landed safely, the anxiety that had been hanging over me finally dissipated. The terror of descending from a height was nearly on par with encountering a ghost. Zhang Lingshu was surprised I could manage to come down on my own. Wow, impressive! You managed to descend from such a height by yourself, I thought. Relying on myself was essential. With his injured frame, could he truly catch a grown man falling from 6 or 7 meters? All right, let us hurry up. We must complete our investigation before dawn and absolutely must not be discovered. Zhang Lingshu placed his hand beside his temple, saluting. Yes, sir. The moonlight was shrouded by thick clouds, rendering Wuyin village pitch black. Red lanterns emitted an ominous glow, illuminating the surrounding ancient walls. At that moment, Zhang Lingshu was crouched beside the courtyard wall, cautiously navigating along its edge. After about half an hour, the anxious expression on Zhang Lingshu's face finally transformed into one of delight. He swiftly climbed over several courtyard walls, beckoning me from a distance. He crouched down, extending his arm, urging me to join him. I ran to his location, took a few steps back, and then made a running leap toward the wall. My foot pushed off the wall with force, propelling my body upward as I grasped Zhang Lingshu's hand. He pulled me up, and I successfully scaled the courtyard wall. The courtyard was a U-shaped structure, consisting of at least a dozen rooms. In the very center of the U, one room was illuminated. We both jumped into the courtyard, tiptoeing towards the brightly lit room. I had hoped to find a villager to gather information, but I had been entangled with village chief Zhao and Zhao Feng for quite some time, leaving no opportunity to speak with ordinary villagers. Now, at 1:30 in the morning, normal people would have long since retired for the night. I merely wished to try my luck to see if anyone was still awake. To my surprise, I indeed encountered someone. As I stood outside the door with Zhang Lingshu, we gently rapped on the door. Who is it? Came a woman's voice from within. We exchanged a glance, neither of us daring to respond. The woman, noticing the persistent knocking without an answer, approached the door and opened it a crack. Through the narrow opening, I glimpsed the face of a middle-aged woman, clad in attire similar to that of the other villagers. Her eyes were filled with suspicion. Upon seeing 2 unfamiliar men standing outside, her expression changed abruptly, and she hurriedly attempted to close the door. I thought to myself, indeed, these days people's wariness is quite heightened. Who would open the door to 2 strange men knocking in the dead of night? Especially a woman. I contemplated abandoning this endeavor and heading straight to the Fuxing Yangyang Temple. However, to my surprise. Zhang Lingshu inserted his foot into the opening, effectively wedging the door ajar. The woman, startled, was about to scream, but Zhang Lingshu was quick to adopt a sycophantic smile. "Oh dear sister, long time no see." Upon hearing this, the woman mistook Zhang Lingshu for an acquaintance, her mouth closing in an instant. Furrowing her brow, she regarded him with puzzlement. Before she could speak, Zhang Lingshu launched into his charm offensive. "Ah, my apologies. I must have mistaken you for my sister. Alas, my parents divorced early, and I was granted to my father while my sister went to my mother. It has been nearly a decade since I last saw her." He bent slightly, bowing to the woman. "I apologize for startling you at this late hour. I simply miss my sister dearly." Zhang Lingshu's fervent approach left the woman momentarily dumbfounded. After a lengthy pause, she finally responded, "It's nothing. I thought you two were up to no good in the dead of night. You scared me half to death." Zhang Lingshu then produced a talisman from his pocket, folding it into a triangle before reciting what sounded like a blessing incantation. "Sister, as you can see from my appearance, I am but a humble Taoist priest. It is fate that brings us together. Here is a talisman for your safety, a token of our meeting." The woman hesitated but ultimately accepted the talisman he offered. "Thank you, little priest." Observing her lingering caution, Zhang Lingshu turned as if to leave. "We shall take our leave then. We apologize for the intrusion." Just 2 steps away, Zhang Lingshu's stomach let out a loud growl. He halted, clutching his belly and casting an embarrassed glance at the woman. I apologized. I haven't eaten in quite some time. Might I trouble you for something to eat?" This time, the woman did not hesitate. She turned and entered her home, returning with a portion of traditional Chinese pastries. Zhang Lingshu eagerly accepted the treat, savoring a piece. This is delicious. I knew it. Someone as lovely as you must have a kind heart." The woman, flattered by Zhang Lingshu's compliment, smiled shyly, finally lowering her guard. Bringing Zhang Lingshu along had indeed been a wise choice. His social skills were remarkable. Not just this woman, even I found myself momentarily bewitched by his fervent approach. By the way, sister, we arrived here tonight, and I can't shake the feeling that this village is rather peculiar." The woman, watching Zhang Lingshu devour the pastries, queried with intrigue. "Peculiar? How so?" Zhang Lingshu pointed at me and then flashed a smug grin. "Let my friend explain. I'm too hungry to talk much." I quickly approached the woman, striving to mimic Zhang Lingshu's tone in our conversation. "Sister, we hail from outside the village. We noticed that the villagers here, like you, all have remarkably fair-skinned. In our experience, villagers are typically sun-kissed and weathered. What is your secret to maintaining such a complexion, akin to that of city dwellers?" The woman appeared taken aback by my inquiry. After a moment of contemplation, she lowered her voice and replied, "When you arrived, you weren't followed, were you?" I quickly shook my head, reassuringly affirming, "Rest assured, no one has been following us." Hearing this, the woman visibly relaxed. "In truth, we are not villagers here at all. Most of us are simply extras from a film studio. Our group was told we would be filming here and promised 300 yuan a day. The shooting was to be wrapped in 1 day, yet we were asked to stay for a while, pretending to live as villagers. If we performed well, we could earn 1,000 yuan daily. However, if we disclosed this to anyone, we would be sent away with nothing, so they were merely extras. And no wonder the people here appeared so polished. If the villagers were indeed just performers, it implied that this was essentially a deserted village. But why employ so many extras to masquerade as villagers? Was it merely for our observation? Sister, when you arrived, were the houses here as they are now?" The woman reflected momentarily before responding, Generally, there isn't too much difference. Except back then, there were no lanterns or red cloths, and the interiors were covered in dust. It was us extras who hung the lanterns and red decorations, and we also helped clear the dust inside." It all made sense. Wuyin village was typically uninhabited, yet periodically, someone would come to maintain it. This time, it seemed the situation arose suddenly, leaving no time for prior cleaning, hence the extras' assistance. It was now clear that village chief Zhao and Zhao Feng were certainly not mere extras. However, it remained uncertain how many were allied with village chief Zhao and Zhao Feng. I bowed slightly to the woman in gratitude. "Thank you, sister, for clarifying." She waved dismissively. "Oh, it's no big deal. No need for thanks. Just ensure you don't go around spreading this. Otherwise, my presence here would be for naught." I quickly waved my hands, assuring her, "Don't worry, sister. We won't mention a word to anyone." Zhang Lingxiu, having polished off the pastries in a few bites, chimed in, "Well then, thank you for your hospitality. Sister, I've had my fill and shall take my leave now. Take care of yourself and avoid staying up too late." The woman, charmed by Zhang Lingxiu, seemed eager to continue the conversation, but we expressed our urgency, allowing us to depart from her residence. As we walked along the path of Wuyin village, I couldn't help but commend Zhang Lingxiu. "Well done, old Zhang. You truly possess a remarkable talent at this." Zhang Lingxiu beamed with pride, and of course, this is a gift I possess. It's something you could never learn. Indeed, I had previously wished to emulate Zhang Lingxiu in flattering Zhao Feng. Yet I found myself at a loss for words. Zhang Lingxiu surveyed the surroundings, glancing back at me. "Do you have any idea where the Fuxing Yangyang Temple is?" I set down my backpack. Retrieving the hair of Fuxing Yangyang, along with the missing person talisman Zhang Lingxiu had given me. "Old Zhang, do you think this talisman can locate the deceased?" "Impressive, old Qi. I can't believe you thought of that." His reaction indicated that this method was indeed plausible. I wrapped Xiao Yun's hair within it, folding the paper into the shape of 1,000 paper cranes. As the crane-shaped talisman fluttered in my hand, it unexpectedly took flight, circling us before heading in a specific direction. The crane flew at a swift pace, and within 20 minutes, we arrived at the Fuxing Yangyang Temple. Strangely, upon reaching the temple, the paper crane did not halt but continued onward, showing no signs of stopping. Only when we created some distance did it turn back, pausing as if urging us to follow. Zhang Lingxiu scratched his head, bewildered. "Oh my, this is bizarre. Didn't Zhao Feng say Xiao Yun's body was here in the temple? Could it be that the talisman is faulty?" I approached the paper crane, retracting it into my pocket. "Let us not overthink. We've come this far, so let us enter and take a look." Zhang Lingxiu nodded in agreement. We stepped through the vibrant red doors into the temple. The interior was vast, akin to half a basketball court. Unlike the outside, this space was adorned with red lanterns, though they remained unlit. A half-height incense burner stood at the center, behind which lay the grand hall housing the statue of Fuxing Yangyang. The hall bore evidence of destruction. The plaque inscribed with Fuxing Hall shattered into pieces and hastily reassembled. The various decorations within were clearly marred, especially the towering golden statue, which had its head crushed and been reassembled. Before the statue, a coffin lay flat upon the ground. Zhang Lingxiu and I stood before the coffin. We scrutinized the woman within. She was clad in a resplendent red wedding gown, her face obscured by a crimson veil. According to Zhao Feng, this should be the corpse of Xiao Yun. However, peculiarly, the spirit-seeking talisman did not linger here. Instead, it seemed intent on guiding us elsewhere. I felt an urge to lift the veil and behold the visage of the occupant. Yet this action was fraught with peril, necessitating Zhang Lingxiu's counsel first. "Old Zhang, may I lift her veil?" Zhang Lingxiu wore a teasing grin. "Oh, so eager, are we? What is the rush? You can see her tomorrow." I shot him a fierce glare. "Enough with the nonsense. I need to ascertain her appearance to determine if she truly is Xiao Yun." Zhang Lingxiu shrugged, tilting his head nonchalantly. "Do as you wish. After all, there's no wedding taking place now, so go ahead and lift it." With his permission granted, I hesitated no longer. Grasping the veil with one hand, I swiftly pulled it aside. As anticipated, the face of Xiao Yun appeared before us. She bore no resemblance to a corpse from 13 centuries past. Rather, she seemed as if she had just perished yesterday. Long eyelashes lay upon her eyelids, while her purplish lips stood starkly against her pallid skin, devoid of any semblance of tranquility. Zhang Lingxiu, upon witnessing this, leaned closer for a better look. "What the? This isn't to right. Typically, only those with immense grievances exhibit such purplish lips after death. Given the passage of time, why has this body not decayed? Just how heavy was her resentment at the time of death?" We both leaned in, examining the face of the corpse closely. Suddenly, Zhang Lingxiu sensed a presence behind him. He swiftly turned, shouting, "Who goes there?" I followed his gaze and was taken aback to see another woman, identical in appearance to the one in the coffin, standing silently behind us. She too wore a red veil, rendering her face invisible, uncertain whether she was human or specter. Chapter 43. Red Lotus Karma Fire. She stood quietly across from us. Not uttering a word nor making any movement, I whispered to Zhang Lingxiu, "Old Zhang, is she human or ghost?" Zhang Lingshu's gaze remained fixed on her. She must be a ghost. I feel no trace of life emanating from her. Moreover, she bears no malevolent aura, which distinguishes her from the entities we encountered in the hospital. She is likely a different type of spirit. The absence of malevolence. Could it be that Zhao Feng's words hold truth? Is this ghost truly Xie Luyun? I pointed to the corpse in the coffin and inquired of the ghost, "Are you the spirit of the corpse within?" Upon hearing my question, the ghost shook her head in denial. If the corpse does not belong to Xie Luyun, then does it imply that it is Xie Luyun's? But why is Xie Luyun's body here? Her presence here suggests that the one I am to marry in the netherworld may become. Wait. Ever since encountering Wang Pi, every event I experience adds another layer of mystery. These mysteries are akin to materials required for constructing a building. I have gathered all the materials necessary for the edifice. Yet I lack the crucial steel reinforcement that binds them together. However, now that Xie Luyun's corpse has surfaced, it evokes a new possibility. This new possibility appears to be the very steel that is paramount for erecting the structure. After contemplation, I resolved to question the ghost to validate my theory. So, the corpse in the coffin belongs to Xie Luyun? The ghost nodded in affirmation, acknowledging my deduction. Shouldn't your own body be here instead? Did someone from the village swap the bodies? The ghost shook her head once more in refusal. So, it was indeed the spirit of Xie Luyun that exchanged bodies? The ghost nodded again, confirming my hypothesis. This further corroborated my suspicions. At that moment, the ghost made a new gesture. She raised an arm and extended a finger, pointing towards the area beneath the statue of the fortune star goddess. Zhang Lingshu and I followed the direction of her finger and discovered a weapon being venerated there. It was a genuine Tang Dynasty broadsword. Unlike my modern counterparts, this one was unmistakably a treasure from a millennium ago. I had always been enamored with weapon forging, and thus possessed a measure of knowledge regarding blades and swords. According to the records in the Tang Dynasty's official texts, Tang Liudian, Volume 16, there were 4 types of swords produced: ceremonial swords, zhang swords, emo swords, and finally, the broadsword. The one before me was an elongated broadsword exceeding 1 meter in length. The hilt and scabbard were crafted from a yellowish-brown wood, with the base of the hilt wrapped in silver metal. Apart from that, the entire scabbard bore no adornments. I grasped it, inserting my fingers into the iron ring, and drew the sword in the instant the blade was liberated from its sheath. A scorching flame erupted from its surface. I was startled by the flames, nearly dropping the sword in fright. Zhang Lingshu's eyes widened in shock at the sight of the fire enveloping the blade. What the hell? How is this possible? He quickly moved closer to examine the flames on the blade. Old Qi, pull the sword out completely. I need to scrutinize it closely. I fully withdrew the Tang sword from its sheath. And in that moment, the flames danced like a writhing dragon upon the blade, leaping, rolling, and twisting, scattering sparks that shimmered like stars. Zhang Lingshu observed the flames intently, his expression shifting from astonishment to exhilaration. Goodness gracious! This truly is Red Lotus Karma Fire. In my lifetime, I have never encountered such a divine artifact. It makes my existence worthwhile. I, on the other hand, was perplexed by Zhang Lingshu's mention of Red Lotus Karma Fire, prompting me to ask, "Old Zhang, what exactly is Red Lotus Karma Fire?" Without diverting his gaze from the flames, he replied, "Red Lotus Karma Fire is an extraordinarily unique flame. Its temperature far exceeds that of ordinary fire, and it has the capacity to burn souls, be they living or deceased. As long as a soul comes into contact with Red Lotus Karma Fire, it will continue to burn until it is utterly incinerated, never extinguishing until then." After hearing Zhang Lingshu's description, I instinctively felt that this sword posed a significant danger. I subconsciously distanced myself from it, fearing the flames might inadvertently scorch me. The more Zhang Lingshu observed the sword, the more he seemed to covet it. I could even discern a hint of greed in his eyes. "Old Qi, this thing is of no use in your hands. You might end up getting hurt. Why not just hand it over to me?" Zhang Lingshu's words were indeed accurate. Such an object would serve little purpose in my possession. If I were to accidentally touch the flames, it could spell my demise. However, this weapon did not belong to me, so how could I gift it to Zhang Lingshu? "Old Zhang, this weapon is likely the one that Zhao Feng mentioned, taken by Xie Luyun. The true owner of this weapon is right here. Since you desire it, why not ask her permission?" Zhang Lingshu, with a glint of greed in his eyes, turned his gaze toward the ghost. He continued to stare at her, and his expression gradually shifted from avarice to resignation. "I don't forget it is indeed a fine item, but I fear I may have a life to take it, yet no life to wield it," Zhang Lingshu sighed, reverting to his carefree demeanor. "All right, old Qi, just put it away. The flames here aren't too friendly for your fiancé." I carefully returned the Tang sword to its sheath, and then turned to the ghost. "Do you wish for me to take this sword?" The ghost nodded once more. "Such a precious item, and you would gift it to me so easily? What is it you wish for me to do?" The ghost remained silent, pointing at me and then at her own head. Was this a prompt for me to think for myself? I gazed at the Tang sword in my hand, pondering the intent of the ghost before me. A sword capable of burning souls, appearing in the temple of the fortune star goddess. Alongside the corpse of Xia Luyan, amidst the fog-laden village populated with extras, intertwined with the tales of Xia Luyun and Xia Luyan, and Zhao Feng, whose face bore the marks of claws, the ghost from the hospital. Who didn't he wish to harm us yet had to feign hostility? The hints from the 14th floor of the hospital, the little girl's revelations, the black t-shirt riddled with scratch marks, and the guide responsible for the deaths of Wang Pe and Li Dai. All these questions swirled in my mind. I began to weave my previous deductions with these queries. Ultimately, I found the steel reinforcement necessary for constructing the building. The entire sequence of events crystallized clearly in my mind. Chapter 44. The meal it turned out to be this way. They intended to use me for such a purpose. My heart raced violently. With each beat resonating through my veins, I gripped the Tang sword tightly, my teeth clenching audibly. I detest being manipulated, especially when the endgame involves discarding me. I took a deep breath to steady my agitated emotions. "Since you enjoy playing games so much, I shall indulge you." "What are you rambling about, old Qi? Who wants to use you?" Zhang Lingshu regarded me with a puzzled expression, offered him a faint smile. Explaining it is rather complicated. You will understand by tomorrow night that I tucked the Tang broadsword into my backpack and turned to the ghost. "Xia Luyun, is it?" The ghost nodded in affirmation, signaling her acknowledgement. "Very well, I comprehend your intent and have deduced the orchestrator behind the scenes. If you place your trust in me, let us conduct the nuptials tonight, to avert any unforeseen events tomorrow." She did not refuse. Acquiescing to my request, from my backpack, I retrieved the sewing kit I had procured in the county town, extracting a bundle of fine red thread. "Lao Zhang, I recall you once mentioned a remarkably simple method for ghostly marriage. It merely requires winding a red string around the wrists of both the living and the dead, allowing for a direct homage to the heavens and the earth, correct?" "Indeed," Zhang Lingshu responded. "However, this method is not sanctioned by the heavens. After your union, you will not be able to consummate the marriage, and she cannot possess your body. Should you attempt to consummate or allow her to possess you, it could result in fatal consequences." Confirming the feasibility of this approach, I proceeded to wrap the red thread around my own wrist in the presence of the female specter. "Extend your hand, and I shall assist you in binding the red thread." The ghost hesitated momentarily, but ultimately extended her hand. I gently cradled her wrist, which was pale and icy yet soft, contrasting sharply with the bone-chilling cold of Wang Pu. Her skin felt surprisingly pleasant to the touch, and I could even sense her skin absorbing the warmth from my palm, becoming less frigid than upon our first contact. I carefully wound the red thread around her wrist and secured it. Upon seeing that we had finished binding our wrists, Zhang Lingshu approached us. As I mentioned earlier, this method of ghostly marriage is not recognized by the heavens. Since you lack elders, you may proceed directly with the homage. Standing face to face with the female ghost, we awaited Zhang Lingshu's directive. Once we were prepared, he cleared his throat, lowered his voice, and softly commanded, "Husband and wife, bow." We bent at the waist, performing the ceremonial bow. "All right, the task is complete." Zhang Lingshu seized the red thread connecting our wrists, coiled it around his finger, and with a firm tug, severed it. "Now, you must wind the remaining thread around your wrists. Remember, once the red thread is undone, the ghostly marriage will come to an end." Both the ghost and I nodded in understanding. After winding the remaining thread around my wrist, I addressed the female specter. "Well, we have done all that we can. Now, we await the grand spectacle tomorrow night. We must depart before dawn breaks, so let us part ways for now." We bid farewell to the female ghost and walked to the entrance of the goddess temple. Turning back, I glanced once more at the specter within the shrine. She stood motionless, gazing at us. I cast another look at the coffin behind her, then exited the doorway without a second thought. Armed with the red lotus flame knife I had acquired from the temple, I returned to the inn alongside Zhang Lingxiu. He insisted on avoiding the main entrance, opting instead to climb back to our room via the beams on the first floor. This time, I did not appear as disheveled as before, for my backpack contained the ropes I had brought. By grasping the rope, Zhang Lingxiu could easily pull me up. Once back in the room, I retrieved my phone and discovered it was already past 3 o'clock. Both of us, already sleep-deprived, were forcing ourselves to stay awake, so it wasn't long before we succumbed to a drowsy slumber. This sleep was far from restful. My mind was preoccupied with the impending ghostly marriage, leading to a series of nightmares at times. I dreamt that my conjectures were incorrect, resulting in a tragic demise here. At other times, I envisioned that my assumptions were accurate, yet I was still powerless to alter fate, ultimately perishing in Wuyin village. It was not until noon that I and Zhang Lingxiu were roused by a series of urgent knocks at the door. Military strategist, red-haired monster, still asleep? It's already noon. You two ought to wake up. I rubbed my painfully throbbing head, forcing myself to regain my composure. Zhang Lingxiu appeared to have slept better than I did, stretching lazily. He transformed back into his usual cheerful demeanor. Coming? Why the incessant knocking? A young lady should exhibit some modesty. Zhang Lingxiu opened the door to find a visibly excited Xiaobai waiting outside. She rushed into the room and swiftly shut the door behind her. Lowering her voice as she exclaimed, "What were you two up to last night? Did you uncover any useful clues?" Both Zhang Lingxiu and I were taken aback by Xiaobai's inquiry. How did she know we had left last night? You are aware that we left last night? Zhang Lingxiu asked Xiaobai cautiously. Folding her arms, Xiaobai strutted over, crossing her legs and sitting on the edge of my bed. Please, even my grandfather cannot escape my watchful gaze. Let alone the two of you. I also noticed that old Zhao and his shameless son seemed rather suspicious. This matter pertains to the military strategist's life. I refrained from following you two to avoid causing any trouble. She clung to my arm, gazing at me expectantly. Do tell. What did you discover last night? I chose not to respond to Xiaobai's eagerness, as the explanation was far too convoluted. You will find out tonight. This place is too crowded and noisy for such discussions. Xiaobai released my arm, pouting in disappointment. Fine. Since it concerns your life, I shall exercise some restraint. I checked my phone and noted that it was already past 1 in the afternoon. This meant Zhao Feng should be arriving soon. After a quick freshening up, I waited with Xiaobai and Zhang Lingxiu for Zhao Feng's arrival. Xiaobai and Zhang Lingxiu clearly did not get along, and during our wait, they engaged in an endless stream of bickering. Watching them exchange quips turned out to be a form of entertainment in its own right. We continued to wait until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. When Zhao Feng finally entered our room, accompanied by several others, you are awake. Zhao Feng greeted us with a broad smile as he placed 2 large packages on the dining table. I brought some food. You must be famished, so come and eat. Chapter 45. The ghostly marriage begins. The meal brought by Zhao Feng was quite substantial, predominantly comprising meat dishes. Upon seeing such a spread, Xiaobai eagerly rushed forward, chopsticks in hand, ready to devour the food. However, she quickly noticed that Zhang Lingxiu and I remained stationary, showing no intention of eating. Embarrassed, she set her chopsticks down, her cheeks flushing. Do you have something important to discuss? Once you finish, I will eat. Xiaobai hastily retreated from the dining table and returned to the edge of the bed. Noticing our lack of appetite, Zhao Feng did not press us further. He exchanged glances with his companions, who then placed their belongings before us. There were only 3 items: my groom's attire, a large red flower, and the scale pole needed for unveiling the bride. The groom's outfit was a rather ordinary traditional Chinese garment, adorned in red and black, featuring intricate dragon and phoenix designs that rendered it quite splendid. The golden scale pole, measuring about half a meter in length, was housed in a wooden box exceeding a meter in length. Lined with festive red cloth, Zhao Feng pointed at the scale pole, casting an awkward glance at Xiaobai and Zhang Lingxiu. This item must be presented to the groom by the bride's family. Since you two are friends of the groom, I would appreciate your assistance in handing it to him after the ceremonial homage to the heavens and the earth. Zhang Lingxiu once again showcased his remarkable social skills. Fear not, with the Taoist priest present, Zhao brother, you can rest assured I shall deliver this to old Qi punctually without any mishaps. Zhao Feng appeared to trust Zhang Lingxiu's words, clearly having a better rapport with him than with Xiaobai and me. With the young Taoist's assurance, I can relax, he then turned to me. Please provide me with your birth date and time. I need to burn it along with the birth date and time of the goddess of fortune during the wedding ceremony. I retrieved a pen and paper from my backpack, inscribing my birth details before handing them to Zhao Feng. As I extended the paper, the red string wrapped around my wrist caught his attention. He gazed at the string for several seconds before finally accepting the birth details I offered. With this, all shall be foolproof. Zhao Feng tucked the details into his pocket. Now, you both should eat and rest well. At 8 o'clock tonight, I will return with the paper effigy of the goddess of fortune and the procession to welcome the groom. You must change into your attire and wait for us in this room. Zhang Lingshu patted Zhao Feng on the back. Rest assured, Zhao brother, I will handle everything with care. Zhao Feng clasped his hands together. All right then, I shall leave it to the young Taoist. There remain many preparations for the ghostly marriage. So I must take my leave. With that, Zhao Feng waved farewell to both Xiaobai and me before departing with his companions. Xiaobai leaned against the window, ensuring they had distanced themselves from the inn before turning back to us. Are you not eating? Xiaobai's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the food on the table. I certainly would not partake. Having come this far, I needed to exercise utmost caution. However, after all the commotion, I did indeed require some sustenance. I extracted some compressed biscuits and bottled water from my backpack. Upon seeing me produce my own provisions, they understood my intentions and refrained from eating the food on the table, joining me instead in consuming the compressed biscuits. These are so dry, Xiaobai remarked, chewing on the biscuits while her gaze remained fixated on the delectable dishes. Observing her demeanor, Zhang Lingshu could not resist teasing her. Why not just eat the food on the table? Don't worry, even if it is poisoned, it wouldn't matter. If you happen to kick the bucket, the Taoist priest's ears might finally enjoy some peace. Xiaobai shot a fierce glare at Zhang Lingshu. Subsequently, the two resumed their endless banter. I interrupted them, casting a serious gaze upon the pair. Xiaobai, Lao Zhang, I have a matter I wish to discuss with you both. Upon realizing I was about to address something of significance, the two quickly stowed away their playful demeanor, looking at me with a mixture of curiosity and seriousness. However, before we proceed, I need you to promise me one thing. If an unforeseen event arises tonight that could cost you your lives, do not concern yourselves with my safety. Flee at once. We have known each other for less than 2 days. Initially, I had hoped to bring them along to assist me in navigating the troubles ahead. Yet, I had not anticipated that these troubles might endanger their lives. Were it not for Zhang Lingshu bringing along a burial outfit, or if Xiaobai had not encountered her master, they might well have perished in the hospital by now. I would never sacrifice my own life for the sake of aiding others, nor would I allow anyone to jeopardize their life in an effort to assist me, even if I were to survive. I would never find peace in such a scenario. Zhang Lingshu appeared rather indifferent. Oh, what do you think this is? Your concerns are unnecessary. If such a situation arises, I will be the first to make my escape. Xiaobai kicked Zhang Lingshu sharply. You and your cunning ways. She turned to me, her expression growing more solemn. That depends on the circumstances. Why don't you enlighten us about what you need? Xiaobai's personality was the complete antithesis of mine. Each of my steps was a product of careful deliberation, whereas she acted solely on impulse, doing and saying whatever she pleased. This was a style I found particularly challenging to contend with. Understanding that discussing matters with her would be futile, I refrained from wasting my breath. Leaning closer to their ears, I quietly shared my partial plan. I harbored doubts about their intentions, so Xiaobai, do not stray more than 3 meters away from me. And you, Lao Zhang, you must. Xiaobai and Zhang Lingshu listened intently, occasionally nodding to indicate their understanding of my intent. After outlining the plan, I donned my wedding attire early and awaited the arrival of nightfall in quiet anticipation. I felt confident in my predictions, but the thought of wagering my life in this endeavor inevitably stirred anxiety within me. Sitting on the bed, I began to ponder my plan repetitively. Time slipped away, and before I realized it, a series of rhythmic knocks and clangs echoed from afar. I opened my eyes to find that the sky had already surrendered to darkness. Xiaobai and Zhang Lingshu were peering out the window, gazing at the scene outside. Approaching them, I discovered a wedding procession making its way towards us, marked by the sounds of gongs and drums. At the front of the procession was a cart equipped with cameras and audio recording devices, flanked by individuals bearing cameras, capturing the unfolding event. Following closely behind were 2 women tossing paper money into the air. With each few steps they took, they would reach into a white cloth-covered basket and throw a handful of paper money aloft. The band trailing behind them was soon adorned with a fair amount of the paper currency. Upon reaching the entrance of the guest house, I noticed Zhao Feng entering the bridal sedan, emerging moments later with a paper figure clad in wedding attire and adorned with a veil. Chapter 46. The wedding ceremony. Zhao Feng cradled the paper figure as he and a photographer made their way into the guest house. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the second floor and knocked on the door. Zhang Lingshu hurriedly went to open it. "You finally made it." After exchanging pleasantries with Zhao Feng, he turned to me. "So, how is it? Groom, are you ready?" I nodded in affirmation to Zhao Feng, indicating my preparedness. Noticing my frequent glances towards the cameraman, Zhao Feng took the initiative to explain. Please don't take offense. Your union with the Fortune Star Goddess is a significant event for our village, and we need to document it. Regular weddings are recorded, and naturally, our ghostly weddings warrant the same." Zhao Feng's explanation held a degree of validity, but regrettably, the truth had been revealed to me by my elder sister just the previous night. These cameras were merely instruments to deceive the actors involved. I chose not to expose Zhao Feng's intentions, but instead smiled knowingly and understanding. Zhao Feng picked up a large red ribbon and tied one end to the paper figure's hand, extending the other end towards me. "Hold this, not let go until the wedding concludes." Accepting the red cloth, I assured Zhao Feng, "Rest assured, I will not falter." Satisfied with my response, Zhao Feng lifted the paper figure and called back to me. "Then let us be off." As the band began to play upon our emergence from the guest house, the two women continued to toss paper money into the air, resulting in me becoming somewhat adorned with it as well. Zhao Feng pointed towards the sedan resting on the ground and, cradling the paper figure, climbed into the bridal sedan. The sedan was substantial enough that it required several individuals to lift it. The black and red sedan was inscribed with an array of intricate symbols, and 4 floral wreaths hung around it, signifying that this was indeed a ghost marriage. I followed Zhao Feng into the sedan, settling beside the paper figure. Just before departing the sedan, Zhao Feng shyly reminded me, "We need to circle the village for a bit. It may take some time, so please bear with us with that." He descended from the sedan and closed the curtain. To Zhao Feng's loud command, "Lift the sedan." It was unsteadily hoisted into the air, moving forward at an agonizingly slow pace. I lifted a corner of the curtain to peek outside, observing the actors masquerading as villagers standing at their doorsteps. Each time the sedan passed a household, the residents would join the procession, trailing behind the wedding party. The procession continued to swell, as it seemed they aimed to gather all the actors at the Fortune Star Goddess Temple. I pulled back the side curtain of the sedan and saw Zhang Lingshu, clutching a wooden box, alongside Xiaobai, vigilantly surveying our surroundings. They had remained steadfastly beside the sedan, never forgetting my instructions. Their presence offered me a modicum of reassurance. After what felt like an eternity, Zhang Lingshu's voice broke the silence from the side. "Lao Qi, we are almost there." I pulled out my phone and saw it was already 11:30. Moments later, the raucous sounds of gongs and drums seemed to hit a pause, abruptly falling silent. The sedan, accompanied by a gentle jolt and sway, settled down to the ground. "We've arrived." "My apologies," Zhao Feng's voice called from outside. Tinged with a hint of regret, he lifted the curtain and gently entered the sedan. After the bumpy ride, it was evident that we were all quite weary. "Come, stretch your legs," he urged. Indeed, the experience of riding in the sedan was far from the ease I had envisioned. Each step it took sent jolts through my body, leaving my back and behind in discomfort. Zhao Feng, holding the paper figure, stepped down from the sedan alongside me. As my feet touched the ground, I took a moment to rest and relieve the stiffness in my back and behind. After a while, Zhao Feng glanced at the time and said, "Groom, have you rested enough? We must hurry. It is nearly midnight." With that, he gestured towards a fire pit situated at the entrance of the temple, indicating that we should prepare to leap over it together. I dared not delay and quickly followed him towards the fire pit. At that moment, Xiaobai dashed over to my side, brushing off the paper money that had settled on me. "We are about to conduct the ceremony. You cannot be adorned with paper money." Xiaobai worked swiftly, clearing away the remnants of paper from me, some of which fell into the fire pit, instantly consumed by the flames. Time was of the essence, and with no time to express my gratitude to Xiaobai, I joined Zhao Feng, cradling the paper figure. As we leaped over the fire pit and entered the courtyard, in the center of the courtyard stood a dining table with 2 round stools flanking it. Approaching the table, I noticed it was adorned with various items: a dagger and scissors bound with red string, a gourd cut in half connected by red string, a bottle of white liquor, a platter of roasted meat, and 2 sets of chopsticks. Zhao Feng placed the paper figure on one of the stools and gestured for me to sit on the other. He picked up the dagger from the table and sliced 2 pieces of roasted meat, placing them into my bowl and that of the paper figure. Standing tall, Zhao Feng cleared his throat. The newlyweds share a meal, and thus shall have a peaceful life together. He produced a lighter from his pocket and directed the flame towards the meat in the paper figure's bowl. Strangely, as the flame made contact, the meat ignited spontaneously. The flames consumed it with astonishing speed, leaving no trace or even a hint of char in the bowl. I picked up the meat from my bowl and placed it in my mouth. Though I had no desire to eat, I felt I had no choice. Noting my reluctance to consume the offerings from Wuyin village, Zhang Lingshu explained that during a ghost marriage, it was essential for both parties to share the same piece of meat. Next, he took the bottle of white liquor and poured it into the halved gourd. The newlyweds shall share the harmonious wine. He handed me one half while the other was poured onto the ground. Raising the gourd, I downed the liquor in one go. Having never consumed alcohol before, the fiery sensation filled my mouth, leaving me feeling utterly uncomfortable. Fortunately, Zhao Feng hadn't poured much. Otherwise, I feared I might be unable to suppress the urge to vomit. Upon seeing that I had finished the drink, he picked up the scissors from the table. He first went into the main hall to snip a lock of hair from the corpse within the coffin, then returned to my side and cut a lock from my own hair. Mixing the two together, he ultimately used the red string tied to the scissors to bind my hair with that of the corpse. As husband and wife, we shall be united, he declared. With that, Zhao Feng lifted the paper figure and, alongside me, stepped into the hall of the fortune star goddess. Xiaobai and Zhang Lingshu followed closely behind. Entering the hall together, the crowd of extras surged into the courtyard, each straining their necks to glimpse the scenes within. Chapter 47. The truth? At this moment, I stood in the hall facing the paper figure alongside the statue. Beneath the statue, an offering table had inexplicably appeared, adorned with a fire basin and various ritual implements. Zhao Feng stood behind the table, his expression grave and focused. He bent down, selecting a delicate little bell from among the many implements. With his eyes closed, one hand formed intricate gestures while the other shook the bell, reciting an obscure incantation. Upon finishing the incantation, he instantly opened his eyes. His hand, which had been forming the gesture, swiftly grasped the hair that bound me to the corpse. He first tossed the hair into the fire basin, and after it was consumed, he cast the birth dates of both me and the goddess of fortune into the flames. At the moment the dates were thrown into the fire, the paper figure beside me seemed to come alive. Its body twitched and then, as if mechanized, it stood upright. Seeing this, Zhao Feng immediately began to shout. First bow to heaven and earth. I watched the paper figure, and indeed, it had gained awareness. Slowly bending its stiff waist, I hurriedly mimicked its action, bowing in return. Second bow to the high hall. We both bowed forward once more. Husband and wife bow. The paper figure twisted its rigid body, the joints producing faint sounds of paper scraping against paper. Once we stood face to face, we slowly leaned forward, bowing to one another. The groom may lift the bride's veil, as Zhao Feng's command echoed. Zhang Lingshu approached me with a wooden box in his arms, his gaze filled with a complex array of emotions. Worry? Sympathy? Concern? I met his eyes with a resolute look, attempting to reassure him. My heart raced as I glanced at the wooden box in Zhang Lingshu's embrace. This moment had finally arrived. The gamble that would determine my life or death had reached its most thrilling climax. I swallowed hard, trying to steady my racing heart, yet all efforts proved futile. The tension enveloped me entirely. I slowly extended my trembling hand, searching within the wooden box. Suddenly, with lightning speed, I drew forth a tang horizontal knife engulfed in fierce flames. Before anyone could react, I moved fluidly, plunging the knife into the heart of the paper figure. Paper, being yet you so effortlessly crushed the inexperienced. Who are you, truly? Zhao Feng ambled along, his gaze brimming with mockery, as if he were observing 2 lambs awaiting slaughter. Does it truly matter who I am? You doomed souls, what use is your knowledge now? Zhang Lingshu's brow furrowed deeply, clutching the wooden box in his arms. His hand inching toward its interior. "Though you intend to kill us?" His voice quivered slightly. "I am a direct disciple of the Grand Master. Xiaobai is also the Grand Master's granddaughter. If you slay us, do you not fear incurring the wrath of Lenghu Mountain?" Zhao Feng seemed utterly unconcerned by Zhang Lingshu's words. "Lenghu Mountain? Humph, in my eyes. You?" Before Zhao Feng could finish his sentence, Zhang Lingshu's expression shifted dramatically. He swiftly drew forth the Tang Dao hidden within the box, a blade capable of igniting the flames of the Red Lotus. With a swift twist of his waist and a sweeping motion of his right arm, the Red Lotus flame blade hurtled toward Zhao Feng's neck with the speed of thunder. Zhao Feng, caught in his derision, was taken aback by this sudden onslaught. Yet his reflexes were nothing short of remarkable. He leaned back rapidly, the Tang Dao skimming perilously close to his neck, barely missing decapitation. Although the blade did not find its mark, the Red Lotus flame grazed Zhao Feng's collar. He seemed acutely aware of the flame's potency and swiftly tore away the smoldering fabric. Frustration etched across Zhang Lingshu's face for failing to slay Zhao Feng with that strike. "Damn it, are you some sort of monkey? How could you evade that?" Zhao Feng's previously upward curved lips now fell into a grim line. His eyes narrowed, his demeanor taking on a menacing air. "I attempted to rise from the ground, but a searing pain akin to a knife twisted in my abdomen rendered me helpless. Not only could I not stand, but even speaking was a Herculean task. Old Zhang. Take Xiaobai. And run. Don't mind me." Zhang Lingshu cast a glance back at me, his words laden with helplessness. "Do you think I wish to flee? Timing is crucial in escape. If I dared turn and run now, he would undoubtedly eliminate me in an instant. In that case, all three of us would perish." Just as despair began to settle in, a familiar female voice echoed from outside the hall. "Wait!" We turned to see the woman from last night, pushing her way through the crowd. "Indeed, it is you too." I thought that voice sounded familiar. Her gaze first fell upon the camera at the entrance, then shifted to Zhao Feng. "Director Zhao, are you truly filming a movie? From the wedding until now, not a single cut. It hardly feels like we are in a film." Her words landed like a boulder in a still lake, sending ripples through the gathered crowd. The extras began to voice their doubts. "Indeed, I sensed something was amiss long ago. Who films a movie and lets us stay here? Yes, and forbids us from discussing it. Quite peculiar." The chatter among the extras grew increasingly animated. The woman stood at the front of the group, pointing at Zhao Feng, her voice rising in accusation. "Director Zhao, your blows seem rather severe. This hardly appears like acting. We are not blind. You had best provide us with an explanation." Zhao Feng, upon witnessing this, let out a cold chuckle, raising the exquisite and sinister bell in his hand once more. "Ah, the damned herd mentality. If you had simply complied and played your roles, I might have allowed you to live a while longer. But since you are so eager to court your own demise, I shall oblige." The woman scoffed at Zhao Feng's words, utterly disbelieving that he could wipe out so many alone. You dare to think you can annihilate us all?" Zhao Feng's smile deepened with meaning. "If this were outside the village, it would indeed require considerable effort to eliminate so many at once. But here in Wuyin Village, I possess ample means to effortlessly extinguish all of you." Chapter 49. Crisis. He shook the bell in his hand again, this time with far greater fervor. The sound resonated throughout the hall, echoing outside. From beneath the ground, a rustling noise began to emerge. Soon, centipedes, millipedes, cockroaches, ticks, and various other insects began to crawl out from the crevices of the courtyard's bluestone slabs. Their numbers were staggering. In no time, the entire courtyard was teeming with these creatures, crawling over the people, gnawing at their skin. The once united extras descended into chaos, fleeing the temple in disarray as the insects pursued them like prey, vanishing into the darkness beyond the temple. "Damn it, you won't even spare these innocent people?" Zhang Lingshu's chest heaved, struggling to contain his fury. "Innocent?" Zhao Feng's lips curled into a cruel smile as he advanced slowly toward Zhang Lingshu. The moment they entered Wuyin Village, their fates were sealed. He twisted his neck, producing a series of ominous cracks. "You are no different. For the success of my plan, you too shall not leave alive." Suddenly, Zhao Feng lunged forward, charging at Zhang Lingshu with a speed exponentially greater than Xiaobai's. Zhang Lingshu had no time to evade, receiving a punch to the jaw that sent him into unconsciousness. the red lotus flame blade slipping from his grasp. Zhao Feng picked up the blade. Deeming such a divine weapon a waste on you fools, he approached me. Looking down from his height at my prostrate form, Qi Siyuan, he elongated the syllables of my name, his tone dripping with mockery. You refuse to consume my offerings, and yet here you are, obediently swallowing the goo worms. He lifted his foot and stomped heavily on my head, twisting it maliciously. Furthermore, the one you killed was not Xiaolu Yan, but your true fiancé, Xiaolu Yun. How laughable believing yourself so clever, refusing to trust anyone but your own judgment. And what has that brought you? Your own demise. He raised the red lotus flame blade, pointing its tip at my head. Well, Qi Siyuan, are you ready to embark on your journey? With that, he swung the blade down towards me. Yet, before the Tang Dao could make contact, a brilliantly red cloth shot forth from the side, ensnaring Zhao Feng's wrist. Following the red cloth, I beheld the now conscious Xiao Bai, who had torn down a decorative piece from the hall and expertly bound Zhao Feng's arm. Not harm the strategist. If you have the courage, come at me instead. Xiao Bai knelt on the ground, her body trembling uncontrollably. A ghastly wound marred her head, blood pouring forth. Could you not just feign death? Must you disrupt my plan to kill? Zhao Feng ripped away the fabric from his wrist, infuriated, and turned towards Xiao Bai. Since you are so eager, I summoned every ounce of strength to grasp his ankle. Wait. Zhao Feng, taken aback that I could still speak in my condition, crouched down, regarding me like a predator sizing up its prey. Oh? Do you have something to say? I struggled to lift my head, our eyes locking. Zhao Feng, how about a wager? A wager? Zhao Feng chuckled at my proposition. Amused, how intriguing. Is this your last-ditch effort before death? Very well, what shall we wager? He looked at me with disdain, and I returned the gaze with equal intensity. Let us wager our lives. Zhao Feng's demeanor shifted from disdain to outright scorn. He seized my hair, violently yanking me before him. Qi Siyuan, in such a pitiful state, you still attempt to feign bravado. I gritted my teeth against the pain, my eyes betraying no fear. No, I am not one to relish theatrics like you. My heart is quite small. Zhao Feng, grant me 10 minutes, I will repay you. For everything you've done, in kind. Zhao Feng scoffed, utterly disbelieving my words. Humph, you speak boldly, demanding 10 minutes, trying to buy time? You do not think the Grand Master will return to save you, do you? With a sudden surge of force, he pressed my head to the ground, grinding it against the surface repeatedly, sharp pains radiating through my face. Do not dream. The dungeon of Wuyin Village is far more perilous than that hospital, and no matter how formidable they are, they will not emerge in less than 3 to 5 days. Zhao Feng released my hair, rising slowly to reveal a sinister grin. However, since you have requested it, I shall grant you 10 minutes of mercy. Yet, simply waiting idly would be dreadfully dull. He turned to face Xiao Bai, his malevolent smile deepening. Little girl, you truly possess a resilient spirit. Though you are quite young, your tongue is surprisingly unrefined. Since your strategist has suggested that I wait for 10 minutes, why not let you keep me company during this interval? He sheathed the red lotus inferno blade, securing it at his waist. Then, he approached Xiao Bai, his eyes roving over her with unrestrained curiosity. Upon closer inspection, one could see she was remarkably fair-skinned, exuding a certain luster. A strong foreboding surged within me, compelling me to instinctively grasp his ankle once more. Yet, the intense pain swiftly drained the last vestiges of my strength. Qi Siyuan, a person of your disposition must be quite averse to causing others trouble. Am I right? Imagine witnessing a delicate maiden lose her life due to your blunder, and in her final moments, suffer the indignity of losing her purity. How intriguing that would be. Just the thought sends a thrill through me. He advanced step by step towards Xiao Bai, his smile twisting into something increasingly grotesque and perverse. Xiao Bai struggled to rise from the ground, her fury palpable, her eyes ablaze with righteous indignation. You wish to tarnish my dignity? She spat defiantly. You think you are worthy? She swung her fist towards Zhao Feng, but before her punch could land, her throat was seized. Zhao Feng's gaze hungrily devoured Xiao Bai's form, akin to a ravenous wolf eyeing a lamb ripe for slaughter. I see that aside from your bravado, you are rather soft in other respects. Zhao Feng's face was adorned with a repugnant grin as he reached out, intent on tearing away Xiao Bai's clothing. Chapter 50. The reversal. Wait, just a moment. 5. I need just 5 more. With every ounce of strength, I let out a desperate cry. Zhao Feng turned, his face adorned with mockery. Another 5 minutes? Very well. 5 minutes will suffice for me to thoroughly toy with you. He grasped Xiao Bai's garment, ready to rip it apart. 4. 3. My shout momentarily froze Zhao Feng, who was bewildered by my sudden countdown. His hand paused mid-action. 2. Suddenly, a dark crimson malevolent energy struck Zhao Feng squarely in the face without warning. He was sent flying several meters, crashing into the statue of the fortune star goddess. As he scrambled to his feet, the searing pain in his nose prompted him to instinctively touch it, only to discover that his nasal bridge had been shattered. The expression on his face, once filled with mockery and disdain, now twisted into one of sheer terror. Malevolent energy. What is happening? He looked at me in a panic. Realizing that I was now prostrate on the ground, retching violently, my stomach churned violently, and a living creature was expelled along with my gastric fluids. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a small gecko. Zhao Feng was taken aback by my actions. How is this possible? You are merely an ordinary person, are you not? How could you expel a cursed creature? I lifted my arm, wiping the remnants of bile from the corners of my mouth. At last, I have caught up. I rose to my feet and crushed the writhing gecko beneath my foot. Zhao Feng, had it not been for the necessity of expelling this creature, I would not have allowed you to be so brazen for so long. I lifted my chin, surveying Zhao Feng with an air of haughty superiority. You delayed your actions solely to expel the curse, did you? Your claim of waiting 10 minutes was nothing but a ruse. You did not require that much time at all. Zhao Feng furrowed his brow, as if noticing a change within me. No, something is amiss. Why is there malevolent energy surrounding you? Could it be that the earlier malevolent force emanated from you? I maintained a calm demeanor and replied nonchalantly. It seems he has discovered you. Are you not going to step forward and greet him? My body began to exude dark crimson malevolent energy. Coalescing into a distinct silhouette, as the malevolent energy dissipated, a female specter emerged before us, clad in red and white silk, her long ponytail reminiscent of the ghost I encountered at the hospital. Her voice was ethereal and haunting. Did you expect this? The curse you so painstakingly laid has been effortlessly extracted by me. Upon seeing the ghostly figure, Zhao Feng was consumed by disbelief. You have not been obliterated? Impossible! I witnessed the Red Lotus Inferno consume you alive. How could you possibly still? That I interjected with a hint of sarcasm. Humph, the Red Lotus Inferno? Who informed you that I used the Red Lotus Inferno blade to strike the paper figure? I approached the wooden box, retrieving the Tang Dao I had brought from home. With a flick of my wrist, I tossed the Tang Dao to Zhao Feng. This is not what you brought, he murmured. Perplexed as he drew the blade from its sheath, in that instant, a roaring flame enveloped the blade. This spectacle left Zhao Feng utterly astounded. What is this? He leaned in closely to discern the truth. Huh? This is not the Red Lotus Inferno. He brought the blade close to his nose and detected the unmistakable scent of gasoline. Indeed, I echoed his realization. I had stuffed a finely shaved flint stone into the sheath and poured in a suitable amount of gasoline. As soon as the blade is drawn, the friction with the flint would create sparks, igniting the gasoline within and producing such an effect that it is quite serendipitous, really. Both the Red Lotus Inferno blade and the one I brought are Tangheng Dao. Thus, I conceived this clever ruse to mislead you. Zhao Feng's expression darkened as he sheathed the blade, carelessly tossing it aside. I must admit, I underestimated you. Qi Siyuan. You sensed something amiss, which is why you did not eliminate Xia Luyun. Correct? I responded with unwavering composure. I have discerned far too much. Zhao Feng, do you recall our wager? I wagered that I could unravel all your schemes and discover the means to counter them. Should I be mistaken, we would naturally meet our demise at your hands. Yet, should I be correct, it is you who will meet your end here. Zhao Feng resumed his former domineering demeanor, grinning mockingly as he bared his teeth. Ha! Do not be absurd. Qi Siyuan. One may indulge in a meal of their choosing, but one must not speak recklessly. I concede that I may have underestimated you slightly. However, claiming to have deciphered all my plans and found a countermeasure is sheer hubris. Zhao Feng remained skeptical of my words, but that mattered little. I would expose his entire plan, allowing him to realize that the truly foolish one was himself. Zhao Feng, the guide spoken of by Wang Po. Is it not? You sought out Wang Pe and Li Dage, inquiring whether there were suitable candidates for a ghost marriage in our village. I am the only one in the village without any relatives, and thus Wang Pe would naturally recommend me. Both Wang Pe and Li Dage are wicked yet rather dim-witted. Aware of my suspicious nature, they knew I would not be easily fooled. Hence, you devised a series of intricate schemes to ensnare me. I indeed fell into your trap, accepting the relics of Xia Luyun. Zhao Feng scoffed, his disdainful demeanor unwavering. While your words hold some truth, is it really so difficult to ascertain? If that is the extent of your insight, it will surely be you who meets your demise here. I paid no heed to Zhao Feng's provocation, calmly continuing my exposition of deductions. You wish to conceal your visage, thus you sought a substitute, the man in the black t-shirt who perished at Wang Po's residence. If I am not mistaken, he was merely one of the many extras here. You offered him a considerable sum to act on your behalf, communicating with Wang Po and Li Dage. Once I successfully arranged a betrothal with Xia Luyun, you intended to eliminate them to silence them. The rural nights are exceedingly dark. When the lights are extinguished, one's eyes cannot discern much for an extended period. You exploited this fact, closing one eye in advance. When Wang Po and Li Dage turned off the lights, you leapt out instantaneously, striking Li Dage with your blade. Wang Po, hearing the commotion, made to turn on the lights, fearing they might glimpse your face. You attempted to withdraw your blade to strike her down. However, in the face of imminent death, one often unleashes their physical limits. Li Dage held onto the blade with a death grip, preventing you from withdrawing it. Chapter 51. The truth with no other option, you lunged at Wang Po, gripping her throat. Realizing she could not escape, she sought to take you down with her. Yet her arms were too short. Merely scratching at your neck and face, you killed them, yet did not anticipate their transformation into vengeful spirits. You fled through the window. Meanwhile, the man in the black t-shirt, residing in another room, came to investigate the noise. Wang Po mistakenly believed that the black t-shirt had killed her and swiftly strangled him from behind in a panic. Because she attacked from behind, she did not see his unblemished face. Knowing of my suspicious nature, you anticipated I might investigate further. Thus, you collected the black t-shirt's personal belongings and staged the scene. Upon concluding my narrative, Zhao Feng's haughty demeanor faltered slightly, his eyes betraying a hint of unnoticeable fear. You possess remarkable skills, Qi Xiyuan, I must admit. I have indeed underestimated you. Zhao Feng, recalling Wang Po and Li Dage, could not help but emit a derisive laugh. As for those two fools, humph. They still believe they can extract vast wealth from me. Truly, they are blinded by their own folly. Regarding Wang Po and Li Dage, there is one aspect I failed to comprehend. Initially, I assumed the guide was merely an ordinary individual, lacking the capability to confront Wang Po and Li Dage, which is why he devised such a scheme. However, it now appears that Zhao Feng's prowess far surpasses that of Xiao Bai and Zhang Lingxiu. He even possesses some knowledge of sorcery. Would such a person truly fear the specters of Wang Po and Li Dage? I voiced my lingering doubts. Before Zhao Feng could respond, Xiao Bai, nursing his injured head, approached me. It is quite simple. At that time, he surely had no magical artifacts on him. Spirits differ from humans. Even newly manifested souls possess strength far beyond human limits. Moreover, spirits lack physical stamina and are impervious to physical blows. Not even the mightiest martial artist in the world could stand against any ghost. I nodded slightly at Xiao Bai, acknowledging my understanding, then turned my gaze back to Zhao Feng to continue articulating my conjectures. Subsequently, the three of us made our way to Wuyin village. You trailed behind us, entering the hospital alongside us in your bid to expedite our escape. You left clues on the iron gate. As for the female ghost we encountered on the third and first floors, she was none other than Xia Luyun. She did not wish to kill us. Rather, she feigned the desire to do so, performing solely for your benefit. Her objective was simple. She aimed to make you believe she was Xia Luyun. Upon hearing my deductions, a trace of barely perceptible terror in Zhao Feng's eyes swiftly vanished. Alas, Qi Xiyuan, just when I thought I had underestimated you, you begin to act foolishly. Indeed, the clue on the fourth floor was left by me. Zhao Feng pointed at the female ghost standing beside me. However, she is not Xia Luyun. She is Xia Luyun. The true Xia Luyun is still sealed within the underground palace. Moreover, you claim she does not wish to kill you. Do not indulge in fantasies. I am unaware of the agreement you two have reached, but within the hospital, she could not possibly have refrained from wanting to kill you. Following a successful ghostly marriage, she would remain trapped in Wuyin village, forever unable to escape. Thus, she must kill you, even at the cost of divine retribution. The silent female ghost finally spoke after listening to Zhao Feng's description. Oh? Have you yet to uncover my identity? You people, it seems, remain as arrogant as ever. After all these years, not a single change has occurred. Zhao Feng scoffed at the ghost's words. Enough, Xiaoluyan.it is futile for you to mimic Xiaoluyan. Do you truly believe you can deceive me? The ghost, upon witnessing Zhao Feng's reaction, wore an expression of mockery. You are Zhao Feng, correct? You must have been present during that sacrificial ceremony over 1,000 years ago. The heinous acts committed against me while I was bound beneath the statue in the underground palace. Have you truly forgotten so quickly? Upon hearing the ghost's account, Zhao Feng appeared as though struck by lightning. His expression turned frantic, and his words were laden with unease. You are truly Xiaoluyan? Xiaoluyan parted her crimson lips, posing a rhetorical question. Otherwise, who might I be? Zhao Feng hastily turned to me. Did you already know she was Xiaoluyan? I slightly raised my gaze to meet Zhao Feng's eyes. When I discerned your plan, I deduced she was Xiaoluyan. Zhao Feng, your scheme is indeed misleading. You first regaled us with the tale of the twin sisters, laying the groundwork for what was to transpire. Next, you mentioned how Xiaoluyan destroyed Xiaoluyun's temple and statue, claiming the ghost was still trapped in Wuyin village. Then, you switched Xiaoluyun's corpse for that of Xiaoluyan, leading me to mistakenly believe that Xiaoluyun's ghost had swapped bodies. Thus, I would assume it was Xiaoluyan attempting to use my body to escape the magical array of Wuyin village. To ensure this, you even dispatched someone to impersonate Xiaoluyun. If I failed to deduce the truth, she would guide me into your trap. Consequently, I would employ the Red Lotus Hellfire Blade to eliminate the ghost with whom I was bound in a ghostly marriage. This encompasses your entire scheme. Suddenly, a hand unexpectedly landed on my shoulder. Caught off guard, I shuddered in fright. Old Qi, this is not right that I, as a Taoist priest, have thoroughly verified this. That woman from last night bore no trace of life. Resembling a corpse, it turned out to be Zhang Lingxiu, who had awakened unnoticed and was quietly standing behind me. Upon spotting him, Xiao Bai immediately became irate. You wake up without a sound? You startled me to death. Zhang Lingxiu sheepishly scratched his head, sporting an expression of innocence. I awoke just as you were engrossed in your discussion. I truly did not wish to interrupt. However, it seems you also failed to notice my presence. Thus, I had to seize an opportunity to interject and remind you. He then eagerly posed a question to me. Honestly, old Qi, how did you discern she was a human? It is quite simple, I explained to Zhang Lingxiu. All the lanterns in Wuyin village were lit, save for the lantern in the temple. Once illuminated, a false ghost would cast a shadow. Moreover, my reason for feigning a ghostly marriage was twofold. First, to lead Zhao Feng to believe I had fallen for his trap. Second, to touch her skin. Her skin was indeed cold, yet it significantly differed from the chill of a ghost. Additionally, her skin was exceptionally soft, and the areas I touched exhibited a rise in temperature. All this serves as proof that she is a living person. Chapter 52. Possession. I then pointed to his attire. As for your claim of the presence of life, did you not manage to achieve that yesterday? Zhang Lingxiu stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before suddenly realizing, oh. He slapped his forehead, looking utterly vexed. Blast it, look at my foolishness, as a Taoist priest. Having donned ceremonial garments on numerous occasions, I never anticipated that one day I would be deceived by them. After addressing Zhang Lingxiu's inquiry, I redirected my gaze back to Zhao Feng. So, Zhao Feng, have I unraveled all your schemes? Zhao Feng's countenance darkened, his gaze fixed intently upon me. Yet he remained silent. Xiaoluyan, observing Zhao Feng's demeanor, burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, how amusing. After over 1,000 years, it is my first encounter with your arrogant ilk displaying such a humbled expression. Zhao Feng, stung by Xiaoluyan's mockery, felt his facial muscles twitch in agitation. Are you not sealed within the underground palace? How did you escape? Xiaoluyan replied in an exceedingly sardonic tone, the underground palace. Do you still perceive me as the Navi Xiaoluyan from over 1,000 years ago? Allow me to enlighten you. My power has long surpassed the confines of any seal. Yet, I chose not to emerge prematurely. Do you know why? Because I sought to amass strength, waiting until I could exit the seal unnoticed. without alarming anyone, before I chose to depart the underground palace. Only then could I escape from here, and only then could I annihilate all of you. I find him exceptionally intelligent. Perhaps he might unravel the schemes of the hidden fog village. Thus, I concealed myself, patiently awaiting the unfolding of events. The outcome is evident to you as well. Strangely, according to Xiao Yuyan's account, both Zhao Feng and the individuals from the hidden fog village have lived for over 1,000 years. It is understandable that Xiao Luyan, being a ghost, could exist for such a duration, but Zhao Feng is evidently human, appearing to have barely crossed the threshold of 30. How has he managed to survive for so long? Furthermore, Xiao Luyan refers to the hospital as the land of 10 evils. This prompts a recollection of the inscription beneath the statue of Xiao Luyan, which bears the characters for the 4 pillars of 10 evils. According to Xiao Luyan, the hospital is one among the 10 evils. Could it be that beyond the hospital, there are 9 other similar establishments? Zhao Feng interrupted my train of thought. So you truly are Xiao Luyan. I never would have imagined that the once thoughtless woman has now resorted to cunning. His previously tense expression softened at that moment. Qi Siyuan had indeed discerned my plan. You have successfully deceived me into believing you were Xiao Luyan. But what of it? As he spoke, a smirk of satisfaction emerged on his face. The hidden fog village is enveloped in a formation. Even if you are a vengeful spirit with a millennium of resentment, your strength would be negligible. He drew forth the red lotus hellfire blade from his waist, leisurely striding toward us once more. I tampered with your ghostly wedding. Without its completion, you remain a mere liability within the hidden fog village. You shall still perish at my hands. Zhang Lingxiu and Xiao Bai immediately positioned themselves in front of me upon witnessing this. Zhang Lingxiu turned to me and Xiao Luyan, exclaiming, "You too must flee. Let Xiao Luyan guide you back to the ghostly realm, and then you can deliberate further. Xiao Bai and I will do our utmost to hold them off for a while." Xiao Bai urged us as well. "Military advisor, you must hurry. Although I hate to admit it, I doubt that red hair and I can withstand even a minute." Zhao Feng displayed a sinister grin. "Humph. This time I will show no mercy. I shall eliminate both of you before dealing with them." Xiao Bai and Zhang Lingxiu immediately assumed offensive stances. Seeing that I and Xiao Luyan had yet to depart, they erupted in exasperated shouts. "Old Qi, what are you waiting for? If you don't leave now, we'll all be doomed." Xiao Bai wanted to add her own reprimand, but before she could speak, I seized both of them by their clothing, pulling them behind me. "Fear not, none of us shall perish." Xiao Bai and Zhang Lingxiu, bewildered by the situation, wished to voice their concerns, only to be interrupted by Zhao Feng. "You want to die? Are you suggesting that I will?" I turned to Zhao Feng, donning a confident smile. "Indeed, as I have stated, provided my conjecture is correct, the one who will perish here shall be you." I swiftly turned to Xiao Luyan. "Let us commence." Upon hearing my words, Xiao Luyan transformed into a dark crimson aura. Zhao Feng taunted us. "Humph," attempting to employ the same trick again, to sneak attack me. Before he could finish his sentence, the dark red aura enveloped me. The moment the aura made contact, an overwhelming surge of malevolent energy, 1,000-fold stronger than before, erupted from my being. The tables, candlesticks, offerings, and all other items within the hall were swept away by the force, none escaping unscathed. Even Xiao Bai and Zhang Lingxiu behind me were not spared, crashing heavily to the ground. Chapter 53. Revenge. Zhao Feng reacted swiftly, retreating a few steps to regain his footing. His expression shifted to one of horror as he gazed at me, only to discover that I had transformed entirely. My eyes glowed crimson, emanating a dark red aura. This aura coalesced in the air, forming the phantom of Xiao Luyan. The apparition, composed of malevolent energy, radiated a chilling dark red light. It stood an impressive 3 meters tall, with only its upper half floating in the air, the lower half ethereal and insubstantial, resembling a translucent armor that enveloped me. In an instant, an intense hatred surged from within me, compelling me to rush forward and devour Zhao Feng whole. Human and ghost united. Zhao Feng was engulfed in terror, his mouth agape in disbelief as he stared at me. "You have completed the ghostly wedding? But how could that be?" I smiled faintly, attempting to mock Zhao Feng, only to find my voice merging with Xiao Yuyan's, my tone slightly louder. "Impossible? Why not?" We followed the entire process. In the end, I lifted the veil from the paper figure with the scale. "Why would you think we hadn't completed the ghostly wedding?" Zhao Feng, seething with rage, shouted at me, "Of course not. How could I allow you to truly complete the ghostly wedding? Your birth dates were swapped long ago. You were under my surveillance the entire time. How could you possibly complete the dot at this point?" It seemed Zhao Feng recalled something. His expression contorted in fury as he glared at me with malevolence. "Could it be you?" The corners of my mouth curled upwards as I again spoke with the blended voice of both genders. "Have you finally pieced it together?" When crossing the fire basin, Xiaobai helped me brush away the yellow paper, and a few sheets fell into the flames. One of those recorded my birth date alongside Xia Luyin's. Enlisting Xiaobai's assistance was to obscure your view and prevent you from seeing the text upon it. Fortunately, Xia Luyin and Xia Luyin are twins. Otherwise, I would not have been able to obtain Xia Luyin's birth date. Zhao Feng appeared to grasp the gravity of his predicament. He sighed, his previously tense physique relaxing. "Ah, you too have won. I was too careless, I should have." Suddenly, Zhao Feng's expression shifted dramatically. He swiftly raised the red lotus hellfire blade, slashing toward me with extraordinary speed. He intended to employ a sneak attack like Zhang Lingxiu. Had I been in his position, I would surely have been unable to evade such an assault. However, Xia Luyin was currently intertwined with me, her speed surpassing Zhao Feng's. Before he could draw near, the phantom formed from the malevolent energy struck him with a single punch, sending him flying. With a resounding crash, Zhao Feng collided with the statue of Xia Luyin, shattering it to pieces as he fell to the ground alongside it. At that moment, I felt Xia Luyin begin to take control of my body. My legs moved involuntarily, stepping closer to Zhao Feng. Then, once more, the blended voice emerged from my lips, but this time, it was Xia Luyin who commanded it. "You remain as treacherous as ever, resorting only to ambushes from the shadows." Upon seeing me approach, Zhao Feng hastily rose to his feet. He pulled a slip of paper and a finely crafted figurine from his pocket. "Humph, do not think that your success in the ghostly wedding makes you my match." He affixed the paper to the figurine, revealing a cunning smile. "Qi Siyuan, do you know why the people of the Hidden Fog Village are so unconcerned about your ghostly wedding with Xia Luyin? Because they possess the means to control you." He ignited the figurine's flames with the fire of the red lotus hellfire blade and cast it to the ground. "As long as I have your birth date, I have countless methods to eliminate you. Even if you are united as human and ghost, what difference does it make? In the end, you will still perish at my hands." Zhao Feng's laughter echoed. His gaze filled with scorn as if to convey that no matter how we struggled, it was all in vain. He merely needed to lift a finger to crush us effortlessly. Yet, his laughter gradually diminished, and his expression grew increasingly grave. Zhao Feng stared at the now charred remnants of the figurine on the ground, then glanced at me, who remained entirely unaffected. How are you unscathed?" I let out a cold laugh. "Zhao Feng, you have allowed fear to cloud your judgment. Do you believe a cautious person like me would entrust you with my birth date? Don't be foolish. The birth date I provided you was, of course, fake." Upon hearing this, Zhao Feng's complexion changed dramatically. He clenched his teeth, glaring at me with ferocity. Suddenly, he produced the exquisite little bell, tossing it into the air. The bell transformed instantly into a large, transparent clock radiating a golden light, enveloping Zhao Feng within it, appearing virtually indestructible. He then drew a dagger from his waist. I initially thought he had devised a method to confront both me and Xia Luyin. However, to my astonishment, he aimed the dagger at his own temple, plunging it toward himself. Xia Luyin reacted swiftly, controlling my body to collide with the golden glowing clock at lightning speed. The clock, seemingly impervious, shattered like an egg upon impact from Xia Luyin's phantom, without causing me to falter for a moment. Just as the dagger was a mere half-inch from Zhao Feng's brain, Xia Luyin, guiding me, seized his arm and with my other hand grasped his throat, pinning him against the wall. "Humph, humph, humph." Xia Luyin emitted a piercing laugh. "Wanna die? It won't be that easy. I will make you experience the same feeling of helplessness I endured in the tomb." Controlling my movements, Xia Luyin guided the dagger to glide menacingly across Zhao Feng's body. As the blade slowly approached his thigh, she exerted force, slicing open a gash in his leg. Zhao Feng's visage contorted in agony. Yet he clenched his teeth tightly, refraining from uttering a single sound. "For over a millennium, I have yearned, day and night, to rend you into 1,000 pieces. Today, I shall finally fulfill my long-cherished wish." Upon witnessing Zhao Feng in such a state, Xiao Yuyan's expression morphed into one of sheer savagery. The intense hatred she once harbored now transformed into a frenzied exhilaration. One incision after another, she carved into Xiaofeng's flesh, each cut shallow and meticulously avoiding his vital organs, ensuring he experienced only pain without facing mortal peril. Initially, Xiaofeng managed to endure the torment, but it wasn't long before the excruciating agony compelled a scream to escape his lips. His cries only served to fuel Xiao Yuyan's excitement further. Chapter 54. Victory. Her movements quickened, and the wounds inflicted by the dagger deepened gradually. Xiaofeng's body was relentlessly sliced, his wails echoing incessantly. Yet, before long, a flicker of a smile emerged upon his anguished face. Humph, such a ruthless hand. Xiao Yuyan. Perhaps sensing the inevitability of his demise, Xiaofeng relaxed. He attempted to mock Xiao Yuyan, but was repeatedly interrupted by the cuts made by the dagger. His expression oscillated between agony and ferocity. Humph. Yenner, you truly show no mercy. You can actually bear to strike so cruelly against an old flamed. Xiaofeng's words left Xiao Yuyan utterly bewildered, causing her to halt her actions. The mockery on Xiaofeng's face grew more pronounced. Yenner, have you forgotten I am Lin Yushita? You may call me Xiao Alfeng. Suddenly, I felt an uncontrollable surge of rage. This wrath surged forth like a flood breaching a dam, relentlessly crashing against the defenses of my mind. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. It is you. How could it be you? Xiao Yuyan burst into laughter, her fury instantly morphing into euphoric delight. No wonder. I had previously wondered why the people of Misty Hidden Village had gone to such lengths to transform Xiao Yuyan into a ghostly immortal. Why they would choose to eliminate her, if it were you. It would all make sense. Xiao Yuyan's face contorted into an exceedingly grotesque grin. If I had to choose between annihilating Misty Hidden Village and killing you, I would undoubtedly choose you. Xiao Yuyan's words plunged me into confusion. She and Xiaofeng were not merely old acquaintances. They shared an untold history. Moreover, Xiaofeng did not appear to be a resident of Misty Hidden Village. What could this possibly mean? As I pondered, Xiao Yuyan abruptly discarded the dagger. She manipulated my hand to directly penetrate Xiaofeng's abdomen, forcefully gripping a mass that was soft and viscous. I knew this was not your body. Even if this body perished, you would not vanish. But fortunately, before this body meets its end, you cannot depart. Hence, before you return to your own form, I shall ensure you experience what true despair entails. I could sense that Xiao Yuyan's emotions had spiraled completely out of control. In her gaze remained only an abyss of madness. Let me tell you, this is merely the first step of my revenge. From now on, regardless of whose body you inhabit, should I discover it is you, I will surely rend you into 1,000 pieces until I extinguish your true form. Neither you nor the beasts of Misty Hidden Village shall escape. Faced with the frenzied Xiao Yuyan, Xiaofeng exhibited no trace of fear. Luyan. Do you think that with a mere ghost at your side, you are invincible? Stop dreaming. Not to mention me, every single person from Misty Hidden Village has lived for over 1,000 years. They have long since entrenched themselves in every corner. It can be said that every faction contains people from Misty Hidden Village. Everything that transpires here is known to the people of Misty Hidden Village. At this very moment, they have already sent someone to handle the aftermath. Do you think that with just the two of you, you can contend with those ancient monsters whose influence spans the nation? You have not only disrupted the plans of Misty Hidden Village, but also engaged in a ghostly marriage with the female ghost they sealed. They will not let you off. Of course, I will not either. I paid no heed to Xiaofeng's threats. Why apologies? I am remarkably astute. Even if neither you nor the people of Misty Hidden Village seek me out, I shall pursue you. Though it appears you and the people of Misty Hidden Village are not allies. You both wish to exploit me and desire my life. I am well versed in the principle of reciprocity. Rather than wait for you to hunt me down, I would rather collaborate with Xiao Yuyan to eliminate you. Once you are all eradicated, I can rest easy. Xiaofeng let out a derisive laugh. Ha ha. Very well. Since you have made up your mind, I shall eagerly await the day we meet again. With that, Xiaofeng began to laugh heartily at the heavens. Yet his laughter gradually waned, resembling a candle flickering in the wind, poised to extinguish at any moment. When his laughter finally ceased, he lowered his head. He had perished, however. Xiao Yuyan did not cease her actions. Seeing that no matter how she squeezed Zhaofeng's organs, there was no reaction, she descended into madness, tearing at Zhaofeng's corpse. Xiaoyuan's tearing grew increasingly rapid. I could feel that the thrill of revenge that once consumed her was now entirely dissipated, leaving only an endless hatred. Zhaofeng's corpse was shredded beyond recognition, utterly devoid of any semblance of humanity. As a piece was torn apart by Xiaoyan, the malevolent aura entwined around me began to peel away. The malevolent energy swirled in the air before ultimately coalescing beside me, transforming back into Xiaoyan. At that moment, Xiaoyan regained her composure. She gazed at the mangled remains on the ground. Lost in contemplation, I too was filled with myriad emotions. I had triumphed, and indeed, I had survived. Yet, the tranquility of life had irrevocably slipped away from me. Although I had boasted to Zhaofeng that I would eliminate him and everyone from Misty Hidden Village. The world is vast, and the inhabitants of Misty Hidden Village are immortal beings. Given the passage of time, they have undoubtedly, as Zhaofeng indicated, infiltrated various factions. Moreover, I remain oblivious to their true numbers. If these immortal beings can procreate, I can hardly fathom the extent of Misty Hidden Village's power. Xiaobai and Zhang Lingxiu, upon realizing Zhaofeng's demise, cautiously approached my side. They regarded Xiaoyan with trepidation, their eyes never straying from her. Xiaoyan paid them no mind, her focus remaining fixed on the dismembered remains on the ground. Noticing Xiaoyan's lack of interest in them, the two finally relaxed. Lao Qi, what are your plans moving forward? In response to Zhang Lingxiu's inquiry, I shook my head slightly, a hint of bewilderment crossing my features. Chapter 55. Setting out again. I cannot yet fathom. I suppose I shall take it one step at a time. According to Zhaofeng, Misty Hidden Village has already dispatched individuals to handle the aftermath. I need to leave this place first before contemplating my next move. Suddenly, a thought struck me, and I inquired of the two. By the way, prior to your investigation, were you unaware that the people of Misty Hidden Village are immortal? Xiaobai and Zhaofeng exchanged glances before both shaking their heads. Lao Qi, we were genuinely unaware of this matter. Our investigation into Misty Hidden Village was part of a clandestine operation from above. Had it not been for Xiaobai insisting on accompanying me, we would not have had the opportunity to come here. I stroked my chin, pondering the implications carefully. Since it is a covert operation, those in charge must not wish for anyone to know they are investigating Misty Hidden Village. Misty Hidden Village typically remains uninhabited. Yet they have invited so many extras. Although the ghostly marriage must be conducted with my willing consent, failing to complete it would undoubtedly lead to my demise. Therefore, even if I discover that Misty Hidden Village is an empty village, I would still be compelled to proceed with the ghostly marriage. If that is the case, the primary purpose of inviting these extras must be to present a facade for those in authority. As you mentioned earlier, the Celestial Master S team is remarkably swift in both preparation and departure, yet the people of Misty Hidden Village still had time to prepare such a large number of extras. Zhang Lingxiu furrowed his brow, questioning me with confusion. Are you suggesting that someone leaked information? Is there a traitor within Longhu Mountain? I regarded Zhang Lingxiu with a grave expression. The issue may not necessarily stem from Longhu Mountain. Perhaps there is a spy among your ranks. Xiaobai suddenly had a realization and spoke up. If these individuals are indeed immortal, and they can bear offspring, does that not imply that Misty Hidden Village's people could be found in every city? In every corner? Staring blankly at Zhao Feng's lifeless body, Xiaoyan suddenly interjected, No, the people of Wuyin Village are indeed immortal. However, they have lost their ability to reproduce. It is likely that, just like 1,000 years ago, they still number only a little over 100, just over 100 individuals. If that is the case, exterminating them is far from a mere fantasy. Even if each of these individuals is a top-tier expert with their own influence and background, as long as we can operate from the shadows while leveraging Xiaoyan's abilities for a surprise attack, we might truly resolve them one by one. Yet, there is another question that has long troubled me, one I have been unable to pose to Xiaoyan until now. Xiaoyan, there is a question I wish to ask you. The initial goal of Wuyin Village was to arrange a ghost marriage between me and Xiaoyan. Zhaofeng also sought to use me to eliminate Xiaoyan. However, since our arrival in Wuyin Village, we have yet to encounter Xiaoyan. Where is she now? Upon hearing my inquiry, Xiaoyan let out a cold, inexplicable laugh. She extended her hand and pointed to herself. Right here. The three of us were instantly taken aback. What did she mean by this? Could it be she has deceived us all? She is not Xia Luyan at all, but rather Xia Luyun? Observing our tense expressions, she suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, do not misunderstand. When I shattered the statue of Xia Luyun, I felt a powerful force surge into my soul. That force was on par with mine. Belonging to a spirit with a similar cultivation of over 1,000 years, that moment, I understood that I had absorbed Xia Luyun's soul. Perhaps it is because our birth dates are similar. Or maybe the people of Wuyin village have tampered with Xia Luyun in some way. In any case, she has now become a part of me, so that is how it is. No wonder Master Xiaobai said that Xia Luyun's strength surpasses that of a 1,000-year-old female ghost. She has indeed absorbed Xia Luyun's cultivation. This is fortuitous for me. The stronger Xia Luyun is, the greater my chances of survival. However, this also raises another issue. I will encounter a little girl in the hospital. And she mentioned something like, Xia Luyun once sought me out. She left you a gift. I recounted this to Xia Luyun, who appeared thoroughly puzzled. What did you say? Xia Luyun left you a gift? Indeed, I asked her. What do you know about this? Xia Luyun shook her head and replied, the hospital you speak of, being one of the 10 evil lands, must be connected to Wuyin village. If we can locate that hospital, we may be able to trace the villagers' whereabouts. I turned to Zhang Lingxiu and Xiaobai. We need to determine the specific location of that hospital. If you happen to investigate the 10 evil lands and uncover any leads regarding that hospital, please do inform me. Zhang Lingxiu threw an arm around my shoulder, adopting a playful demeanor. Hey, Lao Qi, why the formalities? Don't worry, I told you before, we've got connections. I'll help you look into it when we return. He then leaned closer to me, his expression becoming serious. Lao Qi, let me give you a heads up. Although you are currently in the same boat, remember that humans are humans and ghosts are ghosts. The emotions of ghosts are highly unstable. You must not let your guard down around her. Otherwise, you might find yourself dead at her hands one day. With that, he plucked a strand of my hair and returned to his light-hearted self. Just taking a hair for convenience's sake so I can use a tracking charm to find you. He tucked my hair away and pulled out his phone. Come on, let us exchange contact information. We've established a bond of life and death. It wouldn't do to be without a way to reach each other. Otherwise, how will we find you when we want to team up again? After exchanging contact information with Zhang Lingxiu and Xiaobai, I glanced at the time. It was nearing 2 in the morning. It was getting late, and I needed to leave quickly if I were to be ambushed by the people of Wuyin village. We would be in grave danger. What about you two? Are you coming with me? Xiaobai resolutely shook her head. We cannot leave. There are still many extras fleeing around here. Those who enter the 10 evil lands are surely doomed. However, there must be others who have not escaped the village. We cannot turn a blind eye to their plight. But I began, but Xiaobai interrupted me. It's fine, strategist. You need not worry about us. I was not idle last night. I secretly followed my grandfather and found the entrance to the underground palace. If we encounter danger, we can retreat there and seek him out. I looked sincerely at the two of them. All right, if you find that the sister who helped us is still alive, please let me know. She has assisted us twice. Do thank her on my behalf. Chapter 56. So soon have you found me? Zhang Lingxiu patted my shoulder. All right. You should hurry on your way. Be careful not to let the people of Wuyin village catch you. I nodded slightly in acknowledgement, then turned my gaze to Xia Luyan. Shall we set off? Xia Luyan did not respond. She simply bent down silently to pick up the red lotus flame blade that had fallen to the ground. Gripping the long blade, she approached the coffin. Gazing at her own corpse, her expression was complex, both nostalgic and resolute. After a moment's hesitation, she ignited the corpse within the coffin with the blade's flames. Once the body was reduced to ashes, she sheathed the blade and threw it towards me. Take this, I am a ghost and cannot ensure your safety during the day. With it, you will have an additional means of self-defense. Xia Luyun's words were quite reasonable. No matter how powerful she was, she could not be by my side at all times. It seemed imperative for me to find ways to enhance my own strength. I accepted the red lotus flame blade she handed me, then bid farewell to Zhang Lingxiu and Xiaobai. Instead of departing Wuyin village immediately, I returned to the guest house to change from the groom's attire back into my original clothes. I also placed the signal jammer and air detector back into my backpack, ensuring that nothing was amiss within my supplies before leaving Wuyin village alongside Xia Luyan. Outside the village, the woods remained shrouded in thick fog. The cawing of crows and the chirping of insects echoed ominously, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Xia Luyin walked quietly beside me, maintaining a silence that initially felt acceptable. However, as time passed, the discomfort of traveling alongside someone unfamiliar without conversation grew unbearable, leaving me feeling restless. After some contemplation, I decided to strike up a conversation. We are already bonded in a ghost marriage. You can attach yourself to me. There is no need for us to travel together. Xia Luyin did not pause, but instead looked up at the sky. A hint of imperceptible sorrow flickering in her eyes. I have been sealed for over 1,000 years. Even a simple journey feels refreshingly novel to me. Noticing her relatively stable mood, I inquired. I overheard your conversation with Zhao Feng. You have known each other for quite some time. Xia Luyin remained silent, merely nodding slightly. He seemed to call you Yina. You both, the mention of Yener. Xia Luyin's fury erupted instantly. Her muscles tensed, and her gaze turned lethal. You had better recognize your own identity. Know what questions are appropriate and which are not. Her narrowed eyes conveyed a dangerous intensity. Otherwise, she left her sentence unfinished. But her tone was laced with warning and threat. I understood clearly that should I dare to broach any sensitive topics again, my life would be in peril. I could only close my mouth and continue on my way in silence. And so, we traveled in silence. I lost track of time, but eventually, we emerged from the forest and arrived at a village. Is this where you live? Xia Luyin gazed at the unfamiliar tile-roofed houses. Her eyes brimming with curiosity. No, this is another village. I suspect that Wuyin village may send people to lie in wait at my home. Upon hearing this, Xia Luyin softly asked, We have only been out of Wuyin village for 2 hours. Could they really move so quickly? I reached into my pocket and pulled out my phone. It's hard to say, but it's better to be cautious. I glanced at the screen and saw that my phone was connected to the network. I lived alone. For safety's sake, I had installed 2 types of cameras in my home, one a standard deterrent camera, and the other a hidden pinhole camera that I intended to connect to the standard camera to monitor the situation at home. But I discovered that it was powered off and could not connect at all. A sense of foreboding washed over me. I quickly connected to the hidden pinhole camera and found that, indeed, uninvited guests had appeared in my home and my modest abode. There were over a dozen individuals, some of whom I recognized, renowned local delinquents notorious for their idle lives, seeking trouble and engaging in all manner of vice. They were infamous in our county. These delinquents were busy scribbling on the floor and walls. I enlarged the image on my phone and discovered they were sketching some sort of talisman. In the center of the formation stood 3 Taoists, their faces aged, appearing to be of similar age to village chief Zhao. They were directing the delinquents to ensure they did not make mistakes in their drawings. Xia Luyin stared intently at the screen of her phone, her brows knitted tightly, her face a portrait of confusion. Having been sealed away for over 1,000 years, she naturally found it impossible to comprehend such a modern device. After I elucidated the current situation to her, a smile of excitement and madness slowly crept across her lips. However, that smile was distinctly unsettling, her eyes gleaming with murderous intent. What are we waiting for? Let us return swiftly and annihilate them all. I extended my hand, resolutely rejecting Xia Luyin's proposal. A flicker of anger crossed her face at my refusal. No? Why not? Are we not intent on eradicating the scum of Wuyin village? The opportunity lies before us. Do you wish to forfeit it? Calm yourself, Xia Luyin. Your rage has clouded your judgment. I regarded the frenzied Xia Luyin with a composed demeanor and continued. This village is quite distant from my home. It would take at least 4 hours to walk back. By then, daylight will have broken. Moreover, I know most of the people here. They are merely ruffians from our county. As for those 3 Taoists, I focused on the 3 Taoists displayed on the screen, each clad in distinct robes, white, yellow, and blue. While not as extravagant as the robes of the Grand Master, they were certainly far more refined than ordinary Taoist attire. Such high-ranking Taoists could not possibly exist in our small city. They must be undercover agents from Wuyin village, embedded within the Grand Master's ranks. Their robes indicated that their power and status were not to be underestimated. Taoists must endure years of training. If they were the immortal monsters from Wuyin village, their true nature would soon be revealed. Thus, these Taoists could not be villagers of Wuyin. They are fully aware of your strength yet choose to lay in wait. Hoping you will take the bait, we need not put ourselves at risk. That it would be far more prudent to focus our energy on investigating the hospital. Just as I was articulating my thoughts to Xia Luyin, I noticed the Taoist in white had begun to make a new move. He retrieved a phone. Seemingly intending to make a call, I zoomed in on the screen and discerned, albeit faintly, what appeared to be my number. They have my phone number? A jolt of alarm surged through me. Before I could fully grasp the situation, my phone suddenly rang. Upon closer inspection, I discovered it was an unknown caller. Chapter 57. You shall not find me. I hastily switched back to the surveillance footage. Indeed, the Taoist in white was making a call, awaiting my response. How did they acquire my phone number? And why were they calling me? They could have simply waited for me to walk into their trap. Yet they chose to reach out. Could it be that they can track me through my phone number? In an instant, cold sweat trickled down my forehead. If my suspicion were true, it would imply that the forces of Wuyin Village had infiltrated the public security system. After a moment of contemplation, I answered the call without disconnecting the surveillance. Hello? The Taoist in white, upon hearing the call connected, donned a sycophantic smile. Greetings. I am from the delivery service. Someone has sent you a package. But despite knocking for quite some time, no one answered. Are you not at home? In the surveillance footage, the Taoist in yellow was also holding a phone, displaying a map on its screen. He glanced at the map and then gestured to the ruffians, who promptly vacated my room. It seemed I was correct. These individuals indeed possessed the technology to locate my phone number. Humph, they don't even bother pretending. Such a dim-witted statement, and they think they can ambush me? Hearing my words, the Taoist in white appeared momentarily taken aback. What are you talking about? I don't understand. I scoffed and continued. Stop pretending. Haven't you located my position? It has been merely 3 hours since the ghost marriage. In such a short span, you've managed to gather so many idle individuals from the county. You've certainly worked hard. The white-robed Taoist realized he was being monitored and hastily scanned his surroundings, but found nothing. Stop searching. Apart from the cameras you've tampered with, I have hidden cameras in my home. Every action you take is within my surveillance. Once I exposed his ruse, he quickly adopted a hostile demeanor. You little brat, you have quite the audacity. Knowing we would locate you, you still dared to answer the phone? I advise you to return voluntarily and hand over Xiaoluyan. In doing so, I may grant you a swift end. Otherwise, even if you beg for me to end your life, I may not oblige. Upon hearing the threat in his words, my expression turned frosty. Oh? So, you intend to leave no room for mercy? The white-robed Taoist's tone dripped with provocation. Leave you be? From the moment you received the photograph, you were as good as dead. If you have managed to survive this long, you should consider yourself fortunate. In the face of his taunts, I allowed a subtle smile to grace my lips, one that held a deeper meaning. Interesting, I had no intention of engaging with you. Yet, since you dare to provoke me, that changes everything. After all, I am a person with a rather small heart. The white-robed Taoist scoffed at my response. You and Xiaoluyan? Do you think I am like Zhang Lingshu? Don't be foolish. Even if an additional millennium-old ghost were to join the fray, the three of us could easily handle it. I let out a cold laugh, maintaining my composure as I replied, Very well. Let us see who captures whom first. With that, I ended the call. I quickly rummaged through my bag for a sewing kit, using a needle as a SIM card ejector to remove my phone card, discarding it carelessly. Since the phone card was under surveillance, it was likely that my ID and bank card were equally compromised. Until I verified whether my ID was being monitored, it was best to avoid using it. I turned to Xiaoluyan and inquired, You mentioned earlier that you cannot appear during the day. Is it due to fear of the sun, or simply a fear of daylight? She met my gaze and answered, It is the sun. I can emerge in places shielded from its rays. Why? Do you have a plan to deal with those Taoists? I nodded slightly at Xiaoluyan. Indeed. However, I am uncertain whether this method will prove effective. After all, without knowledge of their strength, we must find ways to increase our odds. Xiaoluyan appeared indifferent. Why go to such lengths? We simply need to wait here. If they truly have the audacity to come, I will strike and eliminate them all without leaving a single one standing. I shook my head, declining her proposal once more. I do not favor engaging in unprepared battles. Since we cannot ascertain the strength of our opponents, it is wiser to devise a strategy for a stealthy ambush. This would provide us with a greater advantage. Xiaoluyan seemed unconcerned, casually responding, They are not even from Wuyin Village. Dio as you wish. I have no objections. Having reached a consensus with Xiaoluyan, we decided to make no further delay. She chose to remain at my side. But as dawn approached, she was compelled to retreat into my body. It was not until midday that I finally reached the town near the village. The first order of business upon arriving in town was to purchase a phone card. I located a somewhat unregulated phone shop and easily acquired several old cards that did not require ID for use. Following that, I made my way to an ATM, withdrew all the funds from my account, and promptly departed. The act of withdrawing cash could potentially expose my whereabouts. With great haste, I found a shop selling second-hand motorcycles. For a few hundred yuan, I acquired a motorcycle that appeared to be in decent condition. Riding the second-hand motorcycle along the back roads, I headed towards the city. The small town was too easy to be found in, but the city was different. Once indoors, unless I chose to expose myself, it would be challenging for them to track my movements. After more than 3 hours of riding, I finally arrived in the city. I sought out a guest house and, paying triple the usual rate, secured a room without needing to present my ID. The room was spacious and luxurious, stocked with provisions. There was even a computer inside. I sat down and opened a private browsing session to begin my search for information regarding hospitals. Initially, I looked for hospitals with only 18 floors, then cross-referenced them with the floors I had traversed. I had assumed that there wouldn't be many hospitals with such an inauspicious number. Yet upon searching, I discovered over 3,000 that fit the criteria, scattered across various cities nationwide. To sift through them all would require an unimaginable amount of time. I organized the gathered information and recorded it on my phone. Glancing at the time displayed at the bottom of the screen, I was startled to realize it was already 8 in the evening. After such a prolonged effort, my stomach began to protest vehemently. I needed to eat something. I left the computer, intending to find some food in the room, only to discover that Xia Luyin had detached from my body without my noticing. She sat on the windowsill, leaning against the pane, sipping white liquor while gazing out at the vibrant, bustling city below. Chapter 58. The ghost who loves instant noodles. She delicately raised her slender hand, her ruby lips parting slightly as she took a sip from her glass. With a hint of melancholy, she gazed out at the city, alive with bright lights and the rush of vehicles. The city was a cacophony of noise and activity, and the kaleidoscopic lights outside danced upon the form of the ghost from a millennium ago. She appeared lonely and desolate, as if she were utterly at odds with the world around her. How could she still indulge in alcohol? Xia Luyin seemed to be preoccupied with her thoughts. So much so that I approached her without her noticing. She lifted her gaze, her melancholic eyes meeting mine, and then offered a self-deprecating smile. Alcohol is a fine thing. Its sharp taste serves as a persistent reminder, echoing like a warning bell, urging me not to forget the hatred that simmers within my heart. She was lying in her current state. There was no trace of animosity. Instead, her brow and eyes told a tale of profound sorrow. I was uncertain of what she had endured, but since she chose not to speak of it, I refrained from probing further. So, do you possess a sense of taste? I inquired. Xia Luyin remained silent, merely nodding slightly. Just then, a pang of hunger struck me, prompting me to prepare something to eat. Shall I bring you a portion? I asked. She took another sip of her drink, gazing out at the scenery beyond the window. Ghosts do not experience hunger, so you need not trouble yourself, she replied, signaling her disinterest in further conversation. I took her cue and turned to head into the kitchen. Unlike Zhang Lingxiu, I lacked his eloquence and found myself at a loss for how to comfort someone in a melancholic state. Nonetheless, I believed that good food could elevate one's spirits. I rummaged through the kitchen, searching for something that might tantalize the taste buds. Most of the supplies were packaged goods, but I managed to select 2 packets of instant noodles. This dish, when cooked, emanates a robust aroma, which is delightful for those who have never tasted it. Perhaps it would stimulate Xia Luyin's appetite. I boiled water and added the noodles along with the seasoning packets. A rich fragrance wafted from the pot, filling the entire room. I turned to see Xia Luyin, who, indeed, seemed captivated by the cooking noodles, her gaze involuntarily drifting toward the kitchen. Our eyes met, and she appeared slightly embarrassed. Hastily averting her gaze, it seemed she held a genuine interest in instant noodles. I added ham and eggs to the pot, layering in a few slices of vegetables as well, with some dessert I had found in the fridge. I presented the meal before Xia Luyin. She looked at me quizzically, then at the noodles before her. Did I not mention that I do not eat? She questioned, her tone laced with skepticism, yet her eyes remained fixed on the bowl of noodles. I noted the way she swallowed nervously, clearly feigning restraint. Give it a taste. It is quite delicious, I encouraged. After a moment of hesitation, she accepted the noodles, leaning in to sniff them delicately. Then, she picked up a pair of chopsticks and deftly lifted a strand of noodles to her lips. The instant the noodles touched her palate, her eyes widened in astonishment, and the sorrowful expression on her face vanished, replaced by the joy and satisfaction of indulging in a delightful dish. I settled onto the windowsill, joining her in the meal. Once we finished, I set down my bowl and asked, "How did you find the taste?" Her expression remained unchanged, devoid of any emotion as she replied, "It was average, not bad." I glanced at the empty bowl on the windowsill, the broth entirely consumed, and then at the empty dessert box, unable to suppress a laugh. What a stubborn and prideful ghost she was! A faint blush crept onto Xiaoluyin's porcelain-like skin. Realizing I had seen through her pretense, she cleared her throat awkwardly and turned her gaze to the window, silent once more. Since her mood had evidently improved, I chose not to intrude further. After tidying up the dishes, I lay down on the bed, contemplating my plans for the next day, to purchase a train ticket out of this place. The purpose of this was to ascertain whether my identity was being monitored. Without my ID, escaping this city would prove exceedingly difficult. It was unthinkable to traverse the more than 3,000 hospitals on foot. The waiting area at the train station could easily accommodate 1,000 people. If I disguised myself, it would be challenging for anyone to recognize me. Ever since receiving the photograph, I had not enjoyed a proper night's sleep. Lying in the comfort of this bed, it wasn't long before I succumbed to deep slumber. The next morning, I awoke with a pressing need to relieve myself. After yawning and stretching, I felt rejuvenated and full of energy. Evidently, I had slept well. The day had brightened, and Xiaoluyin had long since returned to my body. After breakfast, I resolved to visit the mall to purchase items for my disguise. I acquired a large wavy wig, along with women's casual tops and trousers. The differences between male and female facial structures and body frames are significant. This alone would make it easy to reveal my true identity. Thus, I also procured breast and hip pads to ensure my silhouette mirrored that of a woman. With foundation and concealer, I would lighten my darker skin tone. Donning sunglasses and a mask, alongside a small handbag typically carried by women, I would become virtually indistinguishable from a man. Feeling my plan was sound, I removed the disguise and changed back into men's clothing. I boarded a bus to the train station. Upon arriving, I swiftly purchased a ticket for the 1 p.m. train online, then hurried through security. The moment I acquired the ticket, my location was likely compromised. So I needed to prepare then. I sought a secluded spot, shielded from sunlight and away from the throngs, to reveal my position. Given the daylight, those individuals would likely grow complacent, assuming that Xiaoluyin would not dare to emerge. It was then that I could permit Xiaoluyin to mount a surprise attack from behind, employing the most prudent method to subdue them. The restroom indeed met these criteria, yet the crowd there was too dense, which posed potential complications. As I made my way to the restroom, I incessantly observed the movements of these individuals. I noticed the old man in the white robe seemed to have an epiphany. He produced a talisman from his sleeve and placed an object at its center before folding it in half. The talisman ignited spontaneously, transforming into a wisp of azure smoke. This smoke coalesced midair and hurtled towards me at an astonishing velocity. In mere seconds, it struck me from hundreds of meters away. The old man in white was the first to react. He pointed at me and shouted, "Seize him!" A sense of foreboding gripped me. The old man possessed a means akin to a tracking talisman. He must have found my hair in my home. Fortunately, this talisman was distinct from Zhang Lingshu's tracking talisman, or I would have been apprehended already. Upon hearing the old man's call, the surrounding individuals swiftly raced towards my direction. I even caught sight of some drawing firearms from their pockets. I was very close to the restroom. And it would have been a last. The pain is unbearable. It hurts so much. The 3 old Taoists approached Xiaoluyin, who was incessantly crying out in agony. "Humph, now you know to scream in pain? It is too late for that. Xiaoluyin, prepare to meet your end." The old Taoist in white once again produced a talisman, ready to deliver the final blow to her. It hurts. How that amusing. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 61. Kneeling and begging for mercy. A surge of malevolent energy erupted from Xiaoluyin, instantly sending the 3 old Taoists sprawling. The Taoist in blue, unfortunately, fell into a filthy squat toilet, his robe stained with excrement, a sight most repugnant. Xiaoluyin stood up, laughing heartily. Unhurriedly, she removed the wooden sword embedded in her and crushed it effortlessly. Oh dear, how entertaining. No wonder Zhao Feng loves to assist. Tio toy with you weaklings is truly delightful. No wonder Xiaobai and Zhang Lingshu say that Oscar owes her a Best Actor award. Even I was deceived by her. The old Taoist in white stared at Xia Luyin in disbelief. How could this be? You, a millennium-old female ghost, possess such terrifying power? Xia Luyin smiled nonchalantly. Oh, that is a secret. Do you think I would tell you? The old Taoist in white subtly signaled to the other two. Understanding the cue, the trio split into three corners, encircling Xia Luyin. Oh, they are still not giving up. They have yet to realize the chasm between us. Before Xia Luyin could finish her words, she noticed a faint blue glow emanating from the three old Taoists. They held talismans, chanting incantations, as the blue light coalesced into a series of talismans. These talismans spread like a tide in all directions. Before long, the entire restroom was filled with talismans. Upon seeing them, Xia Luyin's expression changed drastically, her face contorted with rage, as if recalling a dreadful memory. The old Taoist in white suddenly became triumphant. Xia Luyin, you cannot have forgotten this, can you? This is the sealing technique that bound you for over 1,000 years. Who would have thought we could wield it too? The countenance of the old Taoist in white turned ominously dark. If we cannot destroy you, then we shall seal you once more. Xia Luyin hurled a wave of fierce malevolence at the old Taoist in white. I will kill you, however. Her malevolence was effortlessly repelled by the talismans, unable to approach him in the slightest. Immediately after, the three old Taoists cast their talismans. The floating blue talismans surged toward Xia Luyin's head like obedient hounds following a command. They coalesced into a formation, pressing down upon her with immense weight. The formation felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, forcing her to exert every ounce of strength, her veins bulging. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, the formation continued to descend lower. As I watched Xia Luyin on the verge of being crushed, I could only shake my head in resignation, leaning back against the wall to quietly observe the unfolding events. Soon, Xia Luyin was completely flattened, the formation pressing her into the ground. It's the moment of sealing. The three old Taoists simultaneously spewed forth blood. Their eyes, noses, and ears oozing crimson. It seemed this sealing technique inflicted considerable harm upon themselves as well. Once the bleeding ceased, they approached me. Well, little brat, it seems we have finally captured you. The old Taoist in white struggled to maintain his footing yet still looked down upon me with disdain. I warned you not to let me catch you. If you did, you would beg for death, and I would not grant it. I lifted my head to face the three old Taoists. I advise you not to provoke me. Plead earnestly, and perhaps I may intercede on your behalf. The old Taoist in white laughed in anger. Humph, little brat, have you been frightened into silence? Kneel and beg for mercy now, and perhaps I shall leave you with a complete corpse. I shook my head helplessly. You truly never learn. To be deceived by the same trick twice is quite foolish. The three old Taoists exchanged glances, already catching on to the hidden meaning in my words. Sigh, this is rather dull. I had intended to maintain the charade a while longer, but you saw through it in a panic. The three old Taoists turned around, only to find Xia Luyin standing behind them. The old Taoist in white was instantly struck with horror. How could you? His stammering tone revealed his shock at Xia Luyin's sudden appearance. What is impossible about it? I addressed the three old Taoists. She was able to break through the previous seal without alarming the villagers of Wuyin. So why could she not breach yours? The three of them stared at Xia Luyin in a state of disarray. Judging by their terrified expressions, it was evident they were at their wits' end. What has caused you to become so flustered? Do you have no other means? Very well, I am rather tired of this game as well. Xia Luyin raised her hand, unleashing two streams of malevolence. Before the three could react, the Taoists in yellow and blue were cleaved in two. Vivid red liquid splattered onto the face of the old Taoist in white, causing him to tremble in terror. He reacted swiftly, immediately dropping to the ground, repeatedly bowing to Xia Luyin. Spare me, I beg you, do not kill me. I am merely following orders. If I do not kill you, he will not let me go. Upon witnessing this scene, Xia Luyin burst into uncontrollable laughter, tugging at her hair, nearly losing her sanity in her mirth. Ha 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 ha. Ah ha 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 ha. How delightful, how amusing. The very person who had just threatened to annihilate me is now kneeling and begging for my mercy. Xia Luyin tilted her head back, exhaling deeply. Her once silky hair was now disheveled from her fervent grasp. This is truly entertaining. I had initially intended to grant you a swift end, but seeing you in such a state has only heightened my desire for torment. The old Taoist in white was left dumbfounded by Xiao Yuyan's manic demeanor. He hastily turned to me, bowing repeatedly. Little brother, I was wrong. Did you not say that if I begged for mercy, you would speak on my behalf? I have bowed to you. Please, let her spare my life. I sighed in resignation and inquired of the old Taoist in white. Who sent you to kill me? How much do you know about Wuyin village? Hearing my question, the old Taoist seemed to grasp at a lifeline. It was Zhao Shao. He sent us to kill you. He instructed us to infiltrate the team of the old Heavenly Master, to sabotage them, leading to their demise in the 10 evil lands. Later, he received word that you and Xia Luyin had entered into a ghostly marriage and escaped from Wuyin village. Thus, he sent us 3 to sever your life. I do not know much about Wuyin village. I usually only communicate with Zhao Shao on a one-to-one basis. If there is something to discuss, he will proactively reach out to me. Upon completing his tasks, he would fulfill my requests, which typically involved money and women. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, grabbing my legs excitedly, looking at me with fervor. By the way, I can give you my money and women. I possess more wealth than you could ever spend, and the women are as beautiful as celestial beings. As long as you plead for me, all of this can be yours. Chapter 62. The address of the hospital. The women you speak of are surely only after your wealth. I have no interest in such women. The old Taoist, noticing my interest in the topic of women, eagerly continued. Oh, not at all. I, as an old Taoist, am quite discerning. Those women are all virtuous ladies. They were procured by people from Wuyin village, and many are still innocent. I do not fancy those who are too young. But if you are interested, the old Taoist presumed that I would intercede on his behalf, showering me with flattery, but I instantly changed my expression. I braced myself against my wounded leg, struggling to rise from the ground. Xia Luyin, it is up to you now. I no longer wish to see him alive. The old Taoist in white panicked at my sudden shift in demeanor. You said you would plead for me. How can you go back on your word? I lowered my gaze, coldly regarding the old Taoist kneeling before me. Flustered and distressed, why apologies? But I previously stated that I might plead for you. I narrowed my eyes, my expression turning ominous. Moreover, you dared to harm the innocent. Such actions, lower than that of beasts, cannot be considered human. Realizing his chances of survival were slim, the old Taoist's expression turned ferocious. If that is the case, then do not blame me. He suddenly lunged at me like a starving tiger pouncing on its prey. I assumed he intended to perish alongside me, gripping my electric baton, prepared for a counterattack. However, he swiftly maneuvered around me, charging towards the restroom window, seizing the cloth covering it. Humph, Xia Luyin, no matter how strong you are, once exposed to sunlight, will you not still be obliterated? He tore the cloth away, his laughter malevolent. Ha ha ha, little brat, as soon as her soul disperses, I will then deal with you properly. Yet, after laughing for a while, he noticed our calm demeanor, unfazed. How could you? He seemed to realize something, hurriedly glancing back, only to find the entire window sealed tightly with tape. Damn! The old Taoist cursed, quickly reaching to tear off the tape. But before he could even touch it, his wrist was firmly grasped by Xia Luyin. Humph! Ha ha ha! Xia Luyin's maniacal laughter echoed throughout the restroom. You mustn't die too soon, otherwise, I would be quite disappointed. Don't. Ah! The anguished cries of the white-robed old Taoist were incessant. Turning away, I could not bear to witness this gruesome scene. Suddenly, my phone in my pocket vibrated. I pulled it out to discover a message from Zhang Lingxiu. The elder sister has been found. Aside from some insect bites, she is otherwise unharmed, so rest assured. Beneath the message was a group photo featuring Zhang Lingxiu, Xiao Bai, and the elder sister, who had aided us on 2 occasions. The 3 posed for the camera, making exaggerated peace signs. With the confirmation of their safety, my spirits lifted somewhat. I dialed Zhang Lingxiu's voice call. After a brief moment, the call connected. Oh, isn't this old Qi? It's only been a short while, and you're already missing me? As soon as the call was established, Zhang Lingxiu heard the continuous cries of despair on my end. What on earth, old Qi? Are you slaughtering pigs over there? Why such horrendous screams? I recounted the events I had experienced since leaving Wuyin village. Upon hearing my description, he ceased his flippant demeanor. Damn it, the folks in Wuyin village are making quite a fuss over there. Don't worry, old Chi, your ID card issue is in my hands. The Taoist has said that we have connections. I'll have him contact you shortly. Hearing that the ID dilemma could be resolved, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. That's wonderful. Not having an ID is truly inconvenient. Suddenly, a thought struck me, and I hurriedly inquired, since your phone has signal, does that mean you all have left Wuyin village? Without hesitation, Zhang Lingshu replied, yes, we left last night. We're already on our way back to Longhushan. Returning to Longhushan? Had the old heavenly master and his group emerged from the underground palace last night? I voiced my confusion. Don't mention it. Not long after my master and the others entered the underground palace, Zhao Shao vanished into thin air. He trapped my master's team in a cave, and despite their best efforts, they could not escape. Later, 3 old Taoists suddenly disappeared from the group. Following their trail, they discovered a way out. In hindsight, those 3 old Taoists must have gone to kill you. Zhang Lingshu's account aligned with that of the white-robed old Taoist. It was unexpected that the 3 Taoists who came to kill me inadvertently assisted the old heavenly master and his companions. All right, old Chi, I need to report this to my master. Then I will help you sort out your ID issue. Take care of yourself. Don't let your life slip away. With that, Zhang Lingshu ended the call. I set my phone down and turned back to glance at the white-robed old Taoist and Xia Luyan. The white-robed old Taoist had long since lost his breath. His bones were completely shattered. His body limp and collapsed on the ground, resembling a doll stripped of its bones. Xia Luyan looked at me, a hint of smugness on her face. So? Do you see my strength now? I sighed softly. My gaze filled with resignation that I've seen it, but please try not to resort to such extremes in the future. Problems that could be resolved easily need not be made complicated. With the crisis now averted, there was no reason to linger. Xia Luyan used her malevolent energy to extract the bullet from my body and stitched up my wound with her hair. Afterwards, she transformed and I found myself utterly embarrassed by the scene. Hastily readjusting my sunglasses and mask. Please, refrain from laughing. This is merely a means to evade the gaze of the villagers from Misty Hidden Village. I quickly changed the subject. Are you here to pick me up on behalf of Gu Tianyu? The 2, upon hearing my inquiry, managed to stifle their laughter. Yes, Taoist, it's true that Xiao Bai and I are indeed here to fetch you on behalf of old Gu. All right, old Gu has matters to discuss with you. Let us converse as we walk. Before departing the train station, I made a brief detour to the restroom to change back into male attire. Remaining in women's clothing would undoubtedly subject me to their relentless teasing. We boarded the rented vehicle and, following the navigation prompts, set off towards Gu Tianyu's address. Along the way, Zhang Lingshu began to enlighten me about Gu Tianyu. Gu Tianyu currently serves as the captain of the criminal police team in Yuehua City, overseeing all criminal investigations within the municipality. Some cases, as it turns out, involve specters, which is why each city has a department dedicated to handling supernatural occurrences, officially known as the Spirit Management Bureau. In addition to addressing local supernatural incidents, they also collaborate with law enforcement. Zhang Lingshu had spent some time training in the mountains and had previously joined the department in Yuehua City that dealt with ghosts, where he and Gu Tianyu, who was not yet a captain at the time, had solved several major cases together, thus forging a friendship. After listening to his account of Gu Tianyu, I turned to Zhang Lingshu and inquired. Gu Tianyu mentioned that he not only located the hospital but also knows the whereabouts of the little girl. Are you aware of this? Zhang Lingshu nodded slightly, his expression turning grave. Yes, he informed me of this matter. Xiaobai and I have our own issues to resolve in Yuehua City. From the rearview mirror, I discerned that Zhang Lingshu appeared to harbor some unspoken concern. Lao Qi, this matter pertains to you as well. Chapter 64. Another Miao. It concerns me too. Zhang Lingshu's expression was conflicted. After a moment's hesitation, he continued. This situation is rather intricate. Once you finish your discussion with Gu Tianyu, I will elaborate further. A sense of foreboding washed over me. Though I could not fathom the intentions of Zhang Lingshu and Gu Tianyu, I sensed that I was once again ensnared in some grand conspiracy. Soon, the navigation voice chimed, indicating our arrival at the Yuehua City Police Headquarters. Outside the station stood a man clad in a black coat, his face framed by round glasses. His dark hair was slicked back, bestowing upon him an air of maturity and composure. As we alighted from the vehicle, he ambled over to us with a deliberate pace. His piercing gaze fixated on me, As if he could see straight through to my very essence, in turn, I scrutinized him. He exuded an aura of steadiness, sharpness, and profound depth. Gazing at him felt akin to peering into a mirror reflecting another version of myself. "Greetings, Gu Tianyud," he extended his hand. Introducing himself, I glanced at his palm, which bore calluses at the base and knuckles, while his forearms were considerably more robust than average, a clear indication of a lifetime dedicated to martial arts. I reciprocated the gesture, shaking his hand. Chi Siyuan. He nodded slightly in acknowledgement before turning to face the police station, gesturing for us to enter. "Please, come inside." Following Gu Tianyu, we made our way into a vacant conference room. He paused, turning to Zhang Lingshu. "You take care of Xiao Bai while I have a word with Qi Siyuan in private." Zhang Lingshu glanced at me before leading Xiao Bai into the conference room. I trailed behind Gu Tianyu, remaining silent as we proceeded to his office. Upon entering, he promptly locked the door, then hurried to the window, drawing the curtains tightly shut. The moonlight was effectively barred from entering, plunging the already dim room into deeper darkness. Once he had completed his tasks, he turned to me, revealing a cryptic smile. "Qi Siyuan, we are both intelligent individuals. Certain matters need not be vocalized for you to comprehend my intent." Indeed, his insinuation was unmistakably clear. "Come forth. He wishes to see you." A dark crimson aura emanated from me, gradually coalescing into the form of Xia Yin. She regarded Gu Tianyu, who stood by the window. Her eyes filled with confusion. "You summoned me?" Yet Gu Tianyu shook his head. "No, I merely wish to confirm your existence. Seeing you is sufficient. You may return now." Xia Yin felt as though she had been mocked. Her words laced with ire. "You dare toy with me? Do you wish to perish?" The surrounding malevolence intensified, and a chilling wind swept through the room, lowering the temperature to frigid levels. Gu Tianyu remained unfazed by Xia Yin's threats. "Of course not. I do not intend to toy with you. My identity is somewhat peculiar, and countless eyes are upon me. Any unusual actions could attract their scrutiny." Xia Yin was about to retort when I interjected. "There is no need for you to argue with him. Allow me to communicate with him." Xia Yin shot Gu Tianyu a glare before huffing disdainfully and retreating into my body. Once she vanished from the room, Gu Tianyu drew back the curtains. He approached the door and switched on the lights. "Do not take offense. My situation is hardly better than yours. The number of eyes watching me far exceeds those watching you." We seated ourselves at opposite sides of the desk, facing one another. He poured 2 cups of tea and slid one towards me, while he gulped down his own. Noticing my untouched cup, he couldn't help but smile. How intriguing. It seems we are indeed quite alike. That I refrained from engaging with his banter and instead posed a question. "Pray tell, how did you uncover the location of that hospital and the little girl? Moreover, what purpose do you have in summoning me here?" Gu Tianyu set his teacup down. "Very well, I appreciate directness. However, before I divulge details regarding the hospital and the girl, I formally invite you to collaborate with me." "Collaborate? Another collaboration?" "The little girl sought my assistance, Xia Yin allied with me, and now Gu Tianyu emerges with a proposal. Each individual proposing cooperation seems to bring me immense trouble, so if I decline." "You intend to withhold your information, correct?" Gu Tianyu regarded me with a slight smile. "Do not be so hasty to refuse. What if the collaboration piques your interest?" His words indeed stirred my curiosity. "Oh, do enlighten me." Gu Tianyu's fingers tapped lightly on the table, as if deliberating where to commence. As far as I am aware, the head of the Spirit Management Bureau in Yuehua City met a tragic end at the train station in your city a fortnight ago. His demise was particularly gruesome. I recalled the 3 old Taoists who had attempted to take my life, surprised to discover that one of them was the head of the supernatural department here. "What? Are you seeking vengeance on his behalf?" "Ha ha ha." Gu Tianyu chuckled at my words. "Of course not. I should rather express my gratitude. Were it not for you, we would not have had the opportunity to replace him." Gu Tianyu clasped his hands together on the table, his gaze penetrating as it bore into mine. "Qi Siyuan, I require you to become the new leader of the Spirit Management Bureau in Yuehua City. Together, we shall rudo you." "Qi Siyuan, did you not wish to enter the hospital to seek out the little girl? If you truly desire to gain entry, it is imperative that you ascertain the identity of the person in charge." Gu Tianyu straightened his posture and began to recount to me the events concerning the hospital and the girl. Several years prior, he had discovered a private hospital in the city that was exceedingly popular. One day, feeling unwell, he decided to visit this hospital for an examination. The hospital was designed in a square structure, with corridors leading to various hallways on all four sides. Despite being an 18-story building, there was no access to a basement. The doors leading to the inpatient ward and the operating rooms were firmly locked. Even the elevators that led to these two locations required a separate access card. Gu Tianyu sensed something was amiss with this hospital. He enlisted the help of a locksmith and, during a quieter moment, attempted to unlock the stairwell door. However, although the locksmith successfully picked the lock, he was unable to turn the doorknob. Having resolved numerous supernatural cases, Gu Tianyu quickly realized that some otherworldly force was at play. He approached the then head of the Spirit Control Agency, one of the 3 deceased Taoist priests, for an investigation. Afterward, the individual reported that there was no evidence of supernatural activity. Without the Spirit Control Agency's endorsement, he could not conduct an investigation into the hospital. This revelation made him acutely aware that the head of the Spirit Control Agency harbored undisclosed secrets in relation to the hospital. Since then, he had frequently encountered unseen adversaries. Were it not for his considerable strength, he might have lost his life long ago. Consequently, he was placed under protection. Under the scrutiny of both factions, he had managed to survive until the present day. Although monitored by the opposing side, he did not abandon his investigation into the hospital. Previously, he had discreetly installed listening devices and pinhole cameras in hidden corners of the hospital. Periodically, he would check on them. One day, he overheard a conversation between 2 nurses at the front desk, discussing a little girl who had been lying in the intensive care unit on the 14th floor for over a decade, showing no signs of growth. The following day, Gu Tianyu sought to locate these 2 nurses to gather more information, only to find that they had mysteriously vanished, and no matter how he searched, he could not find any trace of them. Therefore, if you wish to investigate that hospital, becoming the head of the Spirit Control Agency is the most prudent course of action. At that time, the entire agency would heed your summons, and we would also provide support from the sidelines. Otherwise, should the other party alert the authorities, you would find yourself at odds with the City Bureau, the Spirit Control Agency, and Misty Village. You should have a clear understanding of the stakes involved. Gu Tianyu's words were indeed sound. Becoming the head of the Spirit Control Agency was, without a doubt, the safest approach at this juncture. Not only would there be more people to assist, but one would also gain the backing of law enforcement. Furthermore, Gu Tianyu's objective was to unearth the individuals from Misty Village. With such an astute partner collaborating with me, I could save a considerable amount of time. However, one thing struck me as peculiar. Gu Tianyu's position was merely that of the captain of the City Bureau's criminal police team. Why, then, was he so intent on clashing with Misty Village? You have successfully persuaded me. I agree to collaborate with you. However, Captain Shun, are you truly just the captain of a criminal police team? Gu Tianyu regarded me, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Are you merely seeking to find the hospital and the little girl? Gu Tianyu retrieved an identification card from his pocket. I have numerous cases to attend to. You should seek out Zhang Lingshu and Xiao Bai. They will guide you to your mentor. Gu Tianyu placed the identification card before me and turned to leave the office. I secured the ID and proceeded to the conference room in search of Zhang Lingshu and Xiao Bai. Upon seeing my return, Xiao Bai curiously inquired, "Hey, strategist, how did your discussion with the four-eyed fellow go?" I glanced at the surveillance cameras in the conference room. This was not an appropriate topic for discussion. Let us speak in the car. Once back in the car, I informed the 2 of my agreement to become the head of the Spirit Control Agency. Xiao Bai clapped her hands in excitement. "Yay! I knew you would agree." She threw her arms around my neck from the back seat, her joy evident. "That's fantastic. Grandpa said that as long as you agree, he will let me and the red-haired creature stay to assist you. It will surely be a lot of fun with you around." Zhang Lingshu was equally elated. "Indeed, old Qi. From now on, we shall be sworn brothers, and no one can sever our friendship." I caught a glimpse of Zhang Lingshu's beaming face in the rearview mirror. Oh? What if it's Old Master and Gu Tianyu? Upon hearing my question, Zhang Lingshu's expression froze. What are you saying, old Qi? I don't understand. I fixed my gaze on Zhang Lingshu's eyes through the rearview mirror. You might deceive Xiao Bai, but do you think you can fool me? Zhang Lingshu, under my scrutiny, felt a twinge of unease and awkwardly chuckled twice. It seems nothing escapes your attention. Xiao Bai, not comprehending our exchange, turned to Zhang Lingshu and asked, "What does the strategist mean?" Just as Zhang Lingshu was about to respond, Xiao Bai interrupted. "I warn you, soon I will confirm with the strategist. If you dare to deceive me." Xiao Bai brandished a brand new whip. "I will make sure you regret it." Well, Zhang Lingshu glanced at me, then at Xiao Bai. ultimately letting out a resigned ah. Actually, your grandpa sent us over mainly to keep tabs on old Qiu. Report his whereabouts to him and Gu Tianyu, just in case old Qi refuses to collaborate with us. He hesitated for a long while, still lacking the courage to voice the conclusion. Zhang Lingxiu's task was not difficult to deduce, with the unstable presence of a millennia-old female ghost residing within me. Should I fail to join the righteous path, it would be imperative to eliminate me at the earliest opportunity, even if I Since they have appointed me as your teacher, how should I address you? A student, perhaps? I comprehended her meaning and bowed respectfully. Master. Since she is imparting to me the esoteric knowledge, it is only fitting to call her master. Even if it meant kneeling to perform the rite of apprenticeship, I would harbor no grievances. She clasped her hands together, resting them against her right cheek, and tilted her head slightly, displaying a contented smile. Oh dear, you have called me master, which brings me immense joy. Fear not, dear disciple, I shall take my responsibilities seriously and guide you. Little Bai also stood proudly, hands on her hips, looking at me with an air of importance. You are the second to enter this realm. So do remember to refer to me as senior sister. I sighed inwardly. Indeed, I have never been fond of interacting with such overly familiar individuals. They possess no sense of boundaries, and engaging with them feels exceedingly troublesome. It would be far better to interact with Gu Tianyu or the more composed Xia Luyan. After discussing important matters, everyone returned to their own pursuits, leaving one another undisturbed, and my master was undeniably weary. She yawned once more and turned to little Bai. Very well, my dear disciple, take your junior brother and Ling Su to the backyard to rest. It is quite late, and I must retire for my beauty sleep. With a hint of fatigue, she vanished up the staircase leading to the second floor. Little Bai guided us to the backyard. To my surprise, this so-called backyard turned out to be a traditional quadrangle courtyard. The courtyard was spacious, with an open area of over 100 square meters. Although this was on the outskirts of the city, it was still within the urban area. Theo acquire such a sizable property within the city limits. My master must indeed be quite affluent. In retrospect, my decision to study the esoteric arts was undoubtedly wise. I never anticipated that this field could be so lucrative. Little Bai chose the main house first. As for where we would sleep, she seemed indifferent. Zhang Lingxiu and I casually selected a room. After all, we would only be residing here for a year, so it mattered little where we slept. Thus began my lengthy journey of learning. Besides studying under my master, I also devised other plans for myself. I would rise promptly at 7 in the morning, and after breakfast, I would begin learning about feng shui and supernatural phenomena with my master. After lunch, I would work out at the gym to strengthen my muscles, endurance, and explosive power. Upon returning from my workout, Little Bai would teach me combat skills. After dinner, my master would instruct me in sword techniques and methods to deal with spirits. Each day was filled with busyness, leaving no time for relaxation. During this period, Xia Luyan would sit beneath the large tree in the courtyard every evening, reading novels while sipping white wine, looking utterly at ease. Occasionally, she would come down to teach me a few moves when she saw my swordsmanship faltering. However, my master and Xia Luyan often clashed regarding my sword training. While my master was indeed no match for Xia Luyan, their swordsmanship levels were quite comparable. They would frequently argue heatedly, even resorting to sparring to prove whose skills were superior. Chapter 67. My self-made magical tools. During this time, my master would always bring me along whenever she took on a case. According to her, for minor tasks, she would protect me, and for major ones, I would shield her. Whenever Xia Luyan appeared, no matter how troublesome the spirit, it would be frightened into submission. Except for Zhang Lingxiu. Everyone else seemed to revolve around me. My skills were advancing by leaps and bounds. My master remarked that although I had only been learning for less than a year, my capabilities had already surpassed those of practitioners who had undergone systematic training for 3 to 5 years. I initially intended to learn about social nuances from Zhang Lingxiu, but he appeared to be extremely busy, often absent. He would disappear for 3 to 5 days at a time, or even 2 to 3 months, seemingly returning only to assess my progress for reporting to Lao Tianshi and Gu Tianyu. Time passed day by day, and there remained only a month until the year's deadline. One evening, my master accompanied me in the backyard for training. Holding the Red Lotus Inferno blade, I swung it continuously through the darkness. The flames on the blade resembled a fierce fire dragon, swirling around me with reckless abandon in accordance with my movements. Then, with a powerful slash towards the sky, the fire dragon seemed to receive a command, soaring into the heavens with a whoosh, as if to tear the night sky apart. Quite impressive. My master applauded with satisfaction while leaning against a tree. You have already become adept at wielding that blade. Thus, even during the day, it would be difficult for anyone to harm you. I sheathed the blade and exchanged pleasantries with her. All thanks to your excellent teaching. Master Master was quite pleased by my words, her face lighting up with a proud smile. However, Xia Luyan, perched in the tree and sipping her drink while reading, cast a glance at me, tinged with displeasure. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, I quickly added, "Your instruction has been commendable too." This seemed to pacify Xia Luyan, who returned her attention to her book. Nevertheless, dear disciple, while this blade is indeed powerful, I advise against carrying it with you at all times, especially not to use it during the selection competition. I frowned slightly, pondering the implications of my master's words. Are you concerned that someone with ill intentions might covet this blade? My master looked at me gravely. The rarity of this blade surpasses your imagination. It ranks among the top 10 most elusive magical tools. To be frank, had you not been my disciple, I would have coveted this blade myself. Let alone other practitioners. If you were to wield it during the selection competition, practitioners from across the nation would be aware of it. I recalled Zhang Lingshu's reaction upon first seeing the blade. His greedy expression still vivid in my memory. Moreover, this blade has always been housed within Misty Hidden Village. When that time comes, not only will numerous practitioners seek to seize your magical tool, but the inhabitants of Misty Hidden Village will also discover your presence. My master's reasoning was sound. Yet if I could not carry it with me, I would still be unable to ensure my safety during the day. I closed my eyes, contemplating for a moment. Eureka! My master perked up at my words. Oh dear, has my clever disciple thought of a solution? I looked at her and nodded slightly. Indeed, I have devised a plan, one that can deceive everyone. Master, with the selection competition approaching, I wish to have the time I spend on daily studies and training. The other half, I intend to dedicate to preparing the items I will need for the competition. My master approached me, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. You intend to use the time saved to prepare for your plan, correct? I nodded again. Sort of. With merely a year of practice, I certainly cannot claim the championship. Thus, I aim to craft special magical tools. Upon hearing that I would create my own magical tools, my master was visibly taken aback. However, she quickly regained her usual demeanor, her expression softening as she gently ruffled my hair. Excellent! My clever disciple, full of ideas, will undoubtedly create fascinating magical tools. I eagerly await the results. Having received her approval, I set to work that very night. First, I sketched a plethora of designs, meticulously planning the items I intended to create. Then, I sought out a forge and paid to rent the space. I began by crafting a metallic backpack, leaving 5 compartments within, each capable of holding over 1,000 talismans. I then prepared mechanisms inside the backpack, connecting 5 threads. The other ends of these threads were affixed to 5 rings, with a fire-igniting device fashioned beneath the rings. After completing these, I fashioned 2 slender, bendable oval tubes to connect to the backpack. The first tube was designated for the 5 threads, while the second was responsible for transporting the talismans. The operational principle of the backpack was quite simple. By pulling the threads, the corresponding talismans would shoot out from their compartments through the tubes. Simultaneously, the ignition device at my wrist would activate, igniting the talismans, which would then fire from my wrist. In truth, I could already perform the same feats as Little Bai and Zhang Lingshu, conjuring talismans from thin air and igniting them without fire. However, that method was rather slow. My approach required no hand gestures, no incantations, and no preparation time. Once completed, I donned the backpack, concealing the tubes beneath my robe. I examined myself in the mirror. Aside from the metallic backpack, no suspicious elements were visible. I tugged on the rings, and talismans swiftly shot out from my sleeves, ablaze. The memory of the talismans I could not release against the false Zhang Lingshu lingered in my mind, leaving me with psychological scars. Hence, the range of my device would exceed that of a normal incantation. With the automatic talisman launching device finished, I began forging weapons. I first purchased 3 identical Tang sabers online, each costing a mere 200 yuan, extremely inexpensive. These sabers shared a common trait. They were made from poor materials yet appeared quite flashy. Anyone knowledgeable would immediately recognize them as shoddy goods. I disassembled all the sabers, retaining only the handles, guards, and sheaths. The subsequent task was perilous, and I dared to proceed only when the forge was deserted. I extracted the Red Lotus Inferno blade, removed its handle. In Reve, from this perspective, such formidable Crimson Lotus Inferno cannot ignite in the absence of Aerie. Chapter 68. Him? Assessing battle strength. Having perfected the Crimson Lotus Inferno blade, I commenced the modification of 2 additional blades. I forged 4 blade cores, thinner than ordinary swords. Pairing them together while leaving a gap in the middle, I filled this gap with rosin powder and wrapped the blades in cotton thread. Finally, I affixed an ignition device to the sheath and poured in gasoline. Upon drawing the blade, it would similarly ignite. Consequently, the 2 most crucial magical artifacts were completed. All that remained was to inscribe the talismans. The backpack could accommodate 5,000 talisman papers. I felt uneasy unless the papers were filled to capacity in addition to some basic talismans. I specifically drew 1,000 sealing talismans. The flames of the Crimson Lotus Inferno blade are inexhaustible. I continually extracted the flames with the sealing talismans and sealed them within the talisman papers. Thus, even in the absence of the Crimson Lotus Inferno blade, I could still wield its flames. At long last, on the eve of the selection tournament, I completed these talismans. The preliminary selection of the tournament was to take place in the office building of the Spirit Administration. I packed my gear and set off early with Xiaobai to register. Xiaobai accompanied me for the registration, intending to clear obstacles during the competition, ultimately conceding to me. Originally, my master and Zhang Lingshu planned to participate, but the Celestial Master summoned them unexpectedly, hence they could not join us. To my surprise, the office building of the Spirit Administration is situated right at the Municipal Bureau. The lower half of the building houses the Municipal Bureau, while the upper half is dedicated to the Spirit Administration. Upon entering the Municipal Bureau, we took the elevator to the Hall of the Spirit Administration. I anticipated the interior design of the Spirit Administration to be quite ancient and rustic. However, in reality, it bore no distinction from the Municipal Bureau. The Hall of the Spirit Administration was filled with people. A cursory glance revealed no less than 200 or 300 individuals. These individuals hailed from various professions. Clad in a myriad of attire, the majority were skilled practitioners from the civilian sector. Xiaobai and I found a place to sit and quietly awaited the arrival of the examiners. Approximately an hour later, Gu Tianyu slowly approached from the corridor's opposite end, bearing a tray upon which rested a wooden carving of a small demon. The demon knelt on the ground, cradling a transparent crystal in its hands. He arrived at the front desk and placed the tray upon the table. "Thank you for your patience," he addressed the crowd. After surveying the room and confirming my presence, he continued, "I trust you are all aware of the recent events. Due to a certain operation, the Spirit Administrations across various regions have suffered severe losses, with numerous officials losing their lives in the process. Consequently, the higher-ups have decided to reorganize the Spirit Administration. The champion of this selection tournament will assume the leadership of the Yuhua City Spirit Administration, while others who perform admirably will also be inducted into the Spirit Administration, enjoying the privileges of a Spirit Master." Upon hearing this, all participants displayed expressions of excitement. It seemed the benefits of being a Spirit Master were quite substantial. However, over the past year, I had been engrossed in my training, entirely unaware of the advantages that accompanied the title of Spirit Master. Gu Tianyu continued, "Nonetheless, the position of a Spirit Master is fraught with peril. A moment's negligence could cost one their life. Furthermore, our first round of testing is particularly treacherous, and many may perish as a result. In accordance with the higher-ups' directives, I am obliged to assess everyone's strength." He gestured towards the magical instruments on the table. "Those whose strength is deemed inadequate will be disqualified from participating in this selection. Let us form a queue and commence the testing." And no sooner had he finished speaking than the crowd surged forward, eager to secure positions at the front. Xiaobai and I remained unperturbed at the back. I needed to be the last to test, in order to make a remarkable impression. One by one, participants reached out to touch the crystal, which emitted red light in response. Those with brighter lights would be retained to fill out registration forms, while those with dimmer lights would be disqualified. This device essentially measured the number of ghosts one had vanquished. When an individual slays a ghost, the ghost's lingering resentment does not vanish entirely but remains partially attached to the slayer. The greater the resentment of the defeated ghost, the more it lingers on the individual. This is also why many practitioners with insufficient strength tend to go mad as they age, upon death. All practitioners must have their remains handled through special means. Otherwise, their bodies will inevitably cause complications. The testing proceeded swiftly, and within just over 10 minutes, half had completed their assessments. Suddenly, a blinding red light erupted from the crystal. The intensity of this light far surpassed that of any previous participant. I hurriedly turned my gaze toward the crystal, only to find that the one touching it was a woman who appeared to be of similar age to me. She had a fair complexion and a tall stature. Her austere expression revealed no trace of emotion. At her waist hung a sword, its sheath crafted from deep brown wood, while the hilt and ornate metal glimmered with a golden hue. This sword was evidently a treasured heirloom, its lineage certainly rivaling that of the Crimson Lotus Inferno blade. Truly deserving of the title as the most gifted heir of the Xiahou family in 2 centuries. Someone remarked, "Indeed, I've heard her abilities have already surpassed those of her father. Did you see that sword at her waist? It is a family heirloom of the Xiahou lineage, only worn by the most powerful among them." Participants showered her with compliments, nearly elevating her to the heavens. Yet, her countenance revealed no hint of pride. After a slight nod from Gu Tianyu, she calmly filled out her registration form. Xiaobai scoffed beside me. What is so impressive about that? When it's my turn to test, I'll give them all quite a shock." Following the woman with the sword, no other participant managed to elicit such a powerful glow from the crystal. Soon after, all the remaining contenders completed their tests. Xiaobai, brimming with confidence, rubbed her hands together before touching the crystal eye in an instant. A red light that rivaled that of the sword-wielding woman erupted from the crystal, plunging the hall into chaos once more. Even the typically impassive sword-wielding woman furrowed her brow at Xiaobai. Isn't she the granddaughter of the Celestial Master? Goodness gracious, she looks exactly as described in the rumors. If so, it seems that the championship of this selection tournament will undoubtedly belong to one of them. Xiaobai crossed her arms and wore a smug smile, casting a challenging glance at the sword-wielding woman. However, the latter merely turned her head away, ignoring Xiaobai's provocation. It was now my turn. As I approached the crystal, Gu Tianyu subtly reached to touch the wooden carving beneath the crystal. He understood that I had never slain a ghost and seemed intent on aiding me in cheating. I furrowed my brow and subtly shook my head at him. His hand froze in place, confusion clouding his expression. Yet, a few seconds later, he grasped my intent and smiled. Chapter 69. The First Task. Communicating with Gu Tianyu proved to be remarkably efficient. A mere glance was sufficient for him to comprehend my intentions. Perhaps this is what they refer to as a kindred spirit. I smiled faintly and then reached out to touch the crystal. However, the crystal emitted not a single glimmer of light. The participants fell silent at the sight. Yet, mere moments later, the hall was filled with raucous laughter. What? Someone who hasn't even killed a ghost dares to participate in the selection? Are they mad to aspire to be a spirit master? Aren't they afraid of being killed by a ghost? Xiaobai's face immediately fell upon witnessing the mockery directed at me. I sensed her anger boiling over and quickly grasped her hand. In front of the crowd, I gently patted Xiaobai's head. "It's fine. Don't let it bother you." Gu Tianyu, fully aware of my scheme, took out a registration form and handed it to me. The crowd's laughter abruptly ceased upon witnessing this exchange. What is going on? Turns out they're pulling strings. Why don't we have such good fortune? Well, if you had the courage to pat the granddaughter of the Celestial Master, you could try too. The murmurs of the crowd rose and fell. Everyone assumed I was a worthless individual who had taken advantage of connections, which suited my plan perfectly. I secretly rejoiced, as the first step of my scheme had been successfully executed. Next, Gu Tianyu produced a box, instructing everyone to draw lots in the order of their tests. Xiaobai and I were fortunate enough to draw the same number. The number read 7, designated for Tongshan Village. Once all participants had drawn their numbers, Gu Tianyu continued. I trust you have all received clues pertaining to your respective cases. These supernatural incidents are exceedingly perilous and may even involve malevolent spirits. If anyone wishes to withdraw, now is your chance. Gu Tianyu paused for a moment, yet no one responded. Those with matching numbers were to form a team and determine when to resolve the cases. I grant you 1 week. Should you fail to resolve the matter, your entire group will be disqualified. Conversely, if you succeed, all surviving members will advance. With that, Gu Tianyu departed the hall, bearing the magical instruments. The crowd dispersed in search of their teammates, and Xiaobai and I followed suit. Our group comprised 12 members. Coincidentally, the woman with the sword, Xiahou Lan, was also part of our team. Upon conversing, we learned her name. Participants looked on enviously at our group, particularly at me, believing that with the granddaughter of the Celestial Master and the Xiahou family's prodigy among us, even someone like me could navigate to the next round with ease. After deliberation, our group decided to set off immediately for Tongshan Village. Situated in a remote mountainous area, it would take 4 to 5 hours to reach even by car. Xiaobai and I shared a ride with our teammates. Swaying along the bumpy mountain roads, the scenic area is indeed splendid, with rolling mountains and breathtaking vistas. As we leisurely admired the scenery along the way, we found no cause for boredom. We arrived at Tongshan Village just before sunset. As soon as our vehicle entered the village, we were spotted by a group of children who hurried off to summon the village head and his SON. "My goodness, why are you so late? It's nearly been half a month. What took you so long?" The village head emerged from the village committee with a sullen expression, clearly impatient. "Indeed, we have been on edge every night," he added. His son, in his mid-20s, was tall and sturdy, exuding an intimidating presence. Xiahou Lan stepped forward calmly and inquired, "May I ask what has transpired here?" The village head furrowed his brow in response. "What? Didn't we inform the police? How could they have not told you? You arrived without knowing anything. Is this not a trap for us?" Xiahou Lan was at a loss for how to respond to the aggressive duo. She attempted to articulate a reply but found herself unable to speak. Meanwhile, Xiao Bai's anger flared, and she brandished her whip, lashing it dangerously close to their feet, startling them into retreat. "Can't you speak properly? If you dare to spew nonsense in front of my lady, she will ensure you regret it." The two men, clearly the type to bully the weak, softened their demeanor at Xiao Bai's show of strength. "Well, let me explain," the village head said with an awkward chuckle, beginning to recount the peculiar events that had befallen Tongshan Village. Nestled against the backdrop of the Tang Mountain, the village had transformed into one of Yuehua City's famed tourist attractions 5 years prior, flourishing as a scenic village where residents engaged in agritourism. Yet, half a month ago, an eerie occurrence began. Each night, a man would appear at the village entrance, calling out a woman's name as he walked towards the mountain. The villagers, intrigued, approached him. He claimed he had come with his girlfriend to hike, but had separated after an argument. Returning to their lodging alone, he grew concerned when she failed to return, fearing she had gone up the mountain alone and encountered danger. The villagers decided to assist him in the search, but neither he nor any of them returned by dawn. That evening, an uncanny event unfolded. The man reappeared at the village entrance, once again calling for his girlfriend. When the villagers inquired about the previous night, he seemed to have lost all memory, claiming he knew nothing of what had transpired. Suspicious yet compelled by his pleas, they sent more villagers to search the mountain. However, on the third night, he again appeared at the village entrance, and those who had accompanied him were still missing. The villagers cornered him, demanding answers, yet he remained oblivious. In a fit of rage, the villagers resorted to violence. And in the ensuing chaos, one of them struck him too hard, resulting in his death. Terrified, they quickly reported the incident to the police. The following day, law enforcement sealed off the village and took away the body. After taking statements from the villagers, they instructed them to remain in the village temporarily. That night, the villagers went to bed early in anticipation of the police's follow-up visit. To everyone's astonishment, the man resurfaced at the village entrance, incessantly calling for his girlfriend. Thus, the village head concluded his harrowing tale. "I apologize, but we are quite unaware of what you truly are. Accompanying you may lead us into peril. A rejected man does not succumb to despair. So, might you release me? I can proceed on my own if you are concerned about the danger I may pose. I am willing to wait for you to depart first, or perhaps allow me to leave ahead of you. You claim that there are spirits in the mountains, yet my girlfriend is also in grave danger. I must find her. After all. The man's agitation grew with each word, tears welling in his eyes. "She came here alone only after we quarreled, out of spite. Had I maintained my composure, she would not have left my side." The man knelt on the ground, tears streaming uncontrollably. "It is all because of me that she chose to depart alone. If she were to vanish, what would I do alone? Thus, I implore you, release me." Witnessing his distress, the crowd displayed expressions of sympathy. However, principles must be upheld. Though reluctant, none were willing to extend a helping hand. Yet, at that moment, Xiaobai unexpectedly took action. She approached the man, crouched down, and untied the whip that bound him. With a gentle smile, she uttered words that astonished everyone. Very well, I shall accompany you to find your girlfriend. Chapter 71. The Self-Made Glasses. Xiahou Lan inquired of Xiaobai with confusion. What do you mean by this? Xiaobai assisted the tear-streaked man to his feet. Quite literally, regardless of whether he is human or spirit. His feelings for his girlfriend do not appear to be fabricated. He could not evade my whip. Embarking alone into the mountains would surely lead to his demise. Hence, I, as his benefactor, intend to lend him a hand. Xiahou Lan's brow furrowed, a hint of discontent gleaming in her eyes. Are you willing to endanger our companions for the sake of this being who is hardly human? Xiaobai scoffed at Xiahou Lan's words. Hardly human? He is aware of the imminent peril ahead, even the possibility of losing his life. Yet, he still chooses to save his girlfriend. This is more human than many so-called humans. I am not like you. A cold-faced individual devoid of empathy, solely concerned with your own advancement. Upon hearing Xiaobai call her a cold-faced individual, Xiahou Lan's expression darkened, her hand resting upon her Longquan sword. Xiaobai, equally unyielding, waved her whip in the air, challenging Xiahou Lan with her gaze. What, do you wish to fight? The crowd hurriedly intervened to mediate. These two are the strongest forces within the group. If they were to engage in a mutual destruction here, the task would likely prove exceedingly difficult. After much persuasion, the two finally sheathed their weapons. Humph, rest assured, I will not endanger my companions. I shall part ways with this cold-faced individual. You may choose whom to follow. Upon hearing herself addressed as a cold-faced individual once more, Xiahou Lan's calm demeanor faltered. She shot Xiaobai a fierce glare before turning to ascend the mountain alone. The others hesitated for a moment, offering Xiaobai an apologetic smile before hastily pursuing Xiahou Lan. Their reactions were entirely understandable. No one would willingly place themselves in danger for a stranger, especially one who may not even be human. Were it not for my long-standing acquaintance with Xiaobai, I too would have chosen to depart. The man, seeing the others gradually distance themselves, wiped his tears and expressed his gratitude to Xiaobai. Thank you. However, you need not jeopardize your relationships with your companions for my sake. Allow me to go alone. Xiaobai was dissatisfied with the man's response. Spare me your words. Once I have made a decision, no one can alter it. Xiaobai approached me, suddenly resembling a child who had misbehaved. Military strategist, why not accompany that cold-faced individual instead? She had a point. You need not bear the consequences of my impulsiveness. I smiled and shook my head at her. No, you have done splendidly. Xiaobai exclaimed in astonishment. Having been with me for quite some time, she naturally had some understanding of my character in this situation. She believed I would undoubtedly make the same choice as Xiahou Lan. I had been pondering how to find an opportunity to extricate myself from this team. After all, my plan is to feign incompetence and conceal my true abilities. Yet, this opportunity is rare, and I wish to test my capabilities. With you by my side, even if I reach the final step, it will not raise any suspicions. Thus, you have done splendidly. Upon hearing my explanation, Xiaobai smiled in relief. That is wonderful. I was worried I might cause you trouble. The teammates had not yet ventured far, so we could not depart just yet. We could only remain momentarily, taking a brief respite. From my backpack, I retrieved an unusual pair of glasses. This is one of the artifacts I have crafted. The frame consists of two Bagua mirrors, with two components resembling automobile rearview mirrors affixed on top. The lenses of the Bagua mirrors are made of single-sided glass. From the outside, they appear as mirrors, while the interior is transparent. The Bagua mirrors not only reveal the visage of spirits, but also discern concealed malevolent energy. Their function is akin to that of the heavenly eye. Unfortunately, I am currently unable to stabilize the activation of the heavenly eye. Even if I force it open, it rapidly depletes my stamina. Cow tears combined with pomelo leaves can work, but the duration is too short and they are consumable items. The glasses I created, once donned, allow spirits and malevolent energy to be reflected in the mirror. By gazing through the single-sided glass at the reflections in the rearview mirror, I can achieve an effect similar to the heavenly eye. There is no need to hold them. They do not waste stamina and can be reused. Albeit they are somewhat unsightly, I put on the glasses and gazed towards the mountain, discovering that the entire area was enveloped in a massive cloud of malevolent energy. Such a concentration of malevolent energy is rare even in the spirit realm. The power of the spirits within is likely far beyond our imagination. Xiaobai, upon seeing my glasses, displayed a look of disdain. Military strategist, What on earth are you wearing? It's utterly hideous. I removed the glasses and handed them to her. Try them on. Xiaobai, intrigued, accepted the glasses and donned them, her expression transforming into one of astonishment. Wow, this is incredible, military strategist. How did you come up with this? It means we no longer need to activate the heavenly eye. Right? What, do you want them? I can gift you a pair. Upon hearing that I was willing to gift her, Xiaobai hurriedly took off the glasses and returned them to me. No, that's unnecessary. I can activate the heavenly eye. I understood her reasons for declining. These glasses are indeed rather unattractive. I must find a way to improve them in the future. After waiting for about 20 minutes, I estimated that Xiaoho Lan had already led the group far away. Only then did we rise to head towards the mountain. The village at the foot of the mountain was quite close. Before long, we arrived at the base of the mountain. The area had been developed, featuring man-made stone steps, making the ascent relatively manageable. However, after only climbing a few steps, the surrounding scenery abruptly transformed. The peaks on either side of the stone steps vanished entirely, replaced by an unfathomable darkness. Above the stone steps, buildings of various styles materialized out of thin air. These structures were shrouded in a palpable malevolent energy, rendering us capable of discerning only the building directly before us. This edifice appeared to be a hospital, bearing the name Certain Private Hospital in Yuehua City. The entire hospital was in a state of disrepair, its walls riddled with cracks, seemingly on the verge of collapse. I instinctively counted the floors, and upon finishing, shock washed over my face. 18 floors, I involuntarily exclaimed. What is going on? Why is there an 18-story hospital within this spirit realm? Furthermore, one that hails from Yuehua City? Could it truly be such a coincidence? I turned to glance behind me, only to discover that the stone steps had crumbled. Behind me lay an unfathomable darkness. I retrieved a rather inconsequential item from my backpack and tossed it into the abyss. The item vanished into the darkness without sound. It seems we must enter the building before us. Conveniently, I wish to ascertain whether this structure is indeed the hospital within the spirit realm of Wuyin Village. Chapter 72. Another hospital? Xiaobai and I walked side by side, shielding the man behind us as we cautiously approached the hospital's entrance. Upon entering the lobby, a pungent, acrid stench assaulted our senses. Simultaneously, a viscous texture underfoot made itself known. I glanced down to find the floor covered in a foul, black slime. The odor was so overpowering that it nearly induced vomiting. I squinted my eyes, intending to scrutinize the hospital further, when suddenly lights flickered on behind us. I quickly turned to see the man had activated a flashlight. Startled by my movement, his voice trembled as he spoke. What's wrong? I saw it was so dark here, so I turned on the flashlight I brought. Is that a problem? I shook my head at him and then retrieved 2 headlamps from my backpack. No, it's just that you reminded me. I handed one headlamp to Xiaobai, but she declined. No thanks, it's too ugly. I possess the heavenly eye, which allows me to see clearly in the dark, so I have no need for a headlamp. It seems I must practice more diligently. In the future, I can lighten my backpack considerably. I donned the headlamp and began to explore the interior of the hospital. Here, aside from the nauseating slime on the floor, it bore a striking resemblance to an ordinary hospital. However, it felt eerily familiar. I closely examined the lobby and discovered that it indeed bore some resemblance to the hospital in Wuyin Village. I approached the reception desk to examine the floor distribution map hanging on the wall. How could this be possible? I widened my eyes, my lips trembling slightly. The layout of the floors here is astonishingly identical to the one I traversed in Wuyin Village. Xiaobai and the man approached, their curiosity piqued. What's wrong, strategist? I extended my trembling hand, pointing towards the floor distribution map. Look, the two followed the direction of my finger, their expressions filled with bewilderment. Xiaobai quickly grasped my meaning, becoming equally astonished. What is going on? How did we end up here again? Xiaobai recalled the dangers encountered in the hospital, her body trembling uncontrollably. How about we hurry and leave while we're still on the first floor? It's too perilous here. The man, witnessing Xiaobai's sheer terror, wore a face etched with fear. What's wrong? Is it really that dangerous here? I hastily spoke to reassure them. Do not be afraid. This should not be Wuyin Village's hospital. The hospital in Wuyin Village does not wish for anyone to leave alive. Once one steps inside, they are drawn into other floors. Furthermore, the first floors of the 2 hospitals are vastly different. If my conjecture holds true, The master of this labyrinth must have visited the real hospital. The impressions left by the hospital on the master of this domain have resulted in such an outcome. Upon hearing my explanation, Xiaobai finally sighed in relief. I turned to the man and inquired, "Are you from Yuehua City? Have you ever been to this hospital?" The man pondered for a moment before responding. "Yes, we are indeed from Yuehua City. However, I have never been here, only heard of it.as from my girlfriend. I am uncertain if she has been here. This private hospital is quite renowned in Yuehua City. My girlfriend even mentioned that if we were to marry and have children in the future, we should come here." Since he claims to have never been here, then Xiahou Lan's assertion must be accurate. He is merely a product born from the obsession of the labyrinth's master, not the master himself. Could it be that the master here is his missing girlfriend? Suddenly, the sound of high heels clicking against the floor echoed eerily from the reception area. The three of us quickly turned to look, only to discover a nurse crawling out from beneath the reception desk. The once pure white nurse's uniform was now marred by dried bloodstains and black viscous liquid. The curves of the nurse's figure were faintly discernible beneath the tattered garments. Her skin resembled a parched riverbed, riddled with vein-like cracks. Sticky, wet hair hung down from her tilted nurse's cap, veiling her horrifying face. It was a visage devoid of features, save for a gaping maw from which emerged a cluster of tentacle-like appendages. These appendages seemed to possess a life of their own, writhing grotesquely in a nauseating display. The nurse twisted her body, her joints creaking ominously as she slowly advanced towards us in this bizarre posture. Xiaobai drew her whip, stepping forward to confront the nurse. I swiftly intervened, urging, "Let me handle this." I assumed a stance and dashed towards the nurse like a bolt from a crossbow. Upon witnessing my initial attack, the nurse immediately hunched over. The tentacle-like appendages writhed frantically, dripping foul, black viscous liquid from their seams. She suddenly lifted her head, spraying the nauseating liquid towards me like a fountain. I lowered my stance and, utilizing my forward momentum, slid swiftly across the sticky ground, narrowly evading the nurse's assault. Clenching my fist with one hand, I charged up my strength and struck her abdomen with a powerful punch. The nurse emitted a piercing wail, staggering back a few steps, her spray of viscous liquid abruptly ceasing. Yet my assault was far from over. I circled behind her and transformed my fist into an open palm, striking her neck with the base of my palm. If she were human, such a forceful blow could likely be fatal. The nurse collapsed to the ground but did not succumb or faint. Instead, she struggled, attempting to rise once more. I drew the wooden sword I had brought with me, biting my middle finger to smear my blood upon the blade. With a swift thrust, I pierced the nurse's skull. She let out another wretched howl, her body disintegrating into ashes like a burnt paper figure. Gazing at the vanishing nurse, a wave of doubt washed over me. This creature was neither a ghost nor a corpse. It resembled a monster. What had the master of this labyrinth endured? Why did such a being exist within her obsessions? I approached the reception desk, hoping to uncover any clues regarding the nurse's appearance. To my surprise, I discovered something beneath the desk, a folder. Upon opening it, I found medical records and surgical documentation. I prioritized examining the medical record. Patient, Lu Mingran. Type of illness, tension-type schizophrenia. Patient symptoms, exhibit sensitivity, tension, and terror during physical contact with males. Suspects ill intentions from the other party. Displays clear tendencies towards paranoia. Lu Mingran? This name instantly captured my attention. Wasn't this the name the man shouted in Dangshan village? Thus, my conjecture was indeed correct. This was the labyrinth of the man's girlfriend. She had died, and her resentment was profoundly intense. Chapter 73. What happened in the past? I shifted my gaze to the surgical records. Patient, Lu Mingran. Surgical procedure, deep brain stimulation surgery. Date of surgery, October 11, 5 years ago. Surgical location, 16th floor, neurosurgery operating room. Hospitalization address, 10th floor, room 1023. Surgeon, Huang Haiba. Family member's signature, Li Luanhui. Schizophrenia can be treated surgically? I took out my phone to research this procedure. As Dangshan is a tourist area, the signal is fully covered. Moreover, when the labyrinth overlaps with the real world, it can only alter tangible objects. Intangible elements like air, sound, and signals remain unaltered and unobstructed by the labyrinth. Upon investigation, I discovered that this surgery is primarily utilized for treating Parkinson's disease. Only a minuscule number of schizophrenia patients undergo such surgical treatment. Therefore, the master of this labyrinth must have suffered from severe schizophrenia. 5 years ago, she underwent surgery in this very hospital, yet she died over half a month ago in Dangshan. I returned to Xiaobai and the man sighed, holding the folder. Your girlfriend underwent surgery related to schizophrenia here 5 years ago. Are you aware of this? The man lowered his head, seemingly straining to recall. No, she never mentioned it to me. A look of confusion and bewilderment crossed his face. You mean she has schizophrenia? How could that be possible? We've known each other for over a year, and I never noticed she had a mental illness. He was utterly oblivious. Had Lu Mingran deliberately concealed this from him? I pressed further. Do you know Li Luanhui? Upon hearing this name, the man appeared as if struck by lightning, his body shuddering violently. How do you know my name? What? The man before me was Li Luanhui. Did he not claim he was unaware of his girlfriend's schizophrenia? Moreover, he asserted they had only known each other for a little over a year, yet the surgical record bore a signature from 5 years ago. He was clearly lying. I opened the folder, presenting the medical records and surgical documentation before him. Then explain this, if you please. Li Luanhui leaned closer to the folder, scrutinizing the text with a puzzled expression. Initially, only a hint of confusion flickered across his face. However, as he scanned the lines, the confusion deepened into a grave intensity. When his gaze fell upon the final family member's signature, he froze momentarily. Shock washed over his features like a tidal wave. No, this can't be. It's absolutely impossible. He trembled all over, disbelief flooding his eyes. He reached out with his shaking hand, snatching the folder from me. Biting his lip, he meticulously verified the text, word by word. Xiaobai regarded Li Luanhui with growing wariness. The evidence is laid bare before you. Will you continue to feign ignorance? Tell me, what exactly have you been concealing? Li Luanhui seemed oblivious to Xiaobai's words, still trembling as he meticulously examined the document. Indeed, this is my own signature. But how could this be possible? Was he merely acting? Yet could one perform such a convincing act without revealing any flaw? It appeared I would need to learn about criminal investigation from Gu Tianyu after leaving this place. Huh? Wait a moment. Li Luanhui seemed to have discovered a discrepancy within the document. He raised the file, pointing at the date of the surgery with his index finger. His tone inadvertently rose a pitch. Look, there's an issue here. October 10th. Doesn't that mean 3 days from now? Today is only October 8th. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai and I exchanged a glance, both taken aback. What did you just say? Xiaobai furrowed her brows, demanding an explanation from Li Luanhui. Look closely at the date. It was 5 years ago, not 3 days from now. Furthermore, today isn't even October 8th. Li Luanhui appeared to be grappling with an absurd notion, disbelief etched across his features. No, what absurdity are you spouting? Tomorrow marks the 1-year anniversary of my relationship with my girlfriend. A date like that, how could I possibly forget? He reached into his pocket, extracting his phone and illuminating the screen. Look, is it October 8th? I leaned in closer with Xiaobai and discovered that the date on the screen indeed read October 8th, 5 years ago. This was truly perplexing. If he had not altered the system time, it would indicate that the Li Luanhui before us was a person from 5 years past. What had this sinister entity experienced? Why had its subconscious formed the image of Li Luanhui from 5 years ago? Regardless, since it chose to embody Li Luanhui from that time, there must be crucial memories from that period. Thus, I inquired, please recount the entire process of your acquaintance up to the present, especially the recent events, in detail. No omissions allowed. Li Luanhui and Lu Mingran were both programmers working in different departments of the same company. They met through an internal company-organized mountaineering activity, both sharing a passion for climbing, which led them to frequently participate in such events together. This blossomed into a romantic relationship over time in the past year. They had conquered many renowned peaks, yet they had never climbed Dangshan in Yuehua City. Coincidentally, Dangshan was being developed and was set to open to the public on October 9th, which also marked their first anniversary. The couple decided to travel to Dangshan village a day in advance, agreeing to be the first visitors to summit Dangshan the following day. Upon their arrival, they were warmly welcomed by the village chief and checked into his guest house. At this point, Li Luanhui paused. He fell silent for a long while, seemingly waiting for our response. Have you finished? I broke the silence, inquiring. Yes, I have. Is there any issue? The issues were indeed monumental. I fixed my scrutinizing gaze upon Li Luanhui. Did you not say that you and your girlfriend separated due to an argument? Why did you omit that part? Moreover, you mentioned staying at the village chief's guest house, yet he is the one who called us to clean up after you. He has never indicated that you stayed at his guest house. Upon hearing my question, Li Luanhui appeared even more perplexed and lost. Yes, I did separate from my girlfriend due to an argument. But what were we arguing about? He clutched his hair tightly, pulling at it as if losing control, shouting in despair. What was it about? What was it about? And the village chief. We did indeed stay at his guest house. He seemed to have even offered me a drink. But why can't I recall it? Chapter 74. Investigating the hospital, Li Luanhui's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. His face was etched with anguish, tears and mucus streaming uncontrollably. Why can't I remember? Why? His forehead struck the ground heavily, and he seemed on the brink of collapse. Xiaobai could not bear to see him tormenting himself and hurriedly helped him up from the sticky floor. All right, it's okay, if you can't remember. Just take your time, don't torture yourself like this. Xiaobai's comforting words had some effect. Li Luanhui wiped his tears and mucus with his sleeve, his emotions calming slightly. I don't know, but it feels like there are some things I just can't recall. These lost memories seem particularly significant to me. Not being able to remember causes me immense pain. I stroked my chin, gazing intently at the tear-streaked face of Li Luanhui. His expression of utter despair was undoubtedly genuine. The memories he had lost were certainly intertwined with Lu Mingran. If we could help him remember, perhaps we could unravel the knots in Lu Mingran's heart. Even if we could not, we might discover her vulnerabilities in the process. From any perspective, it was essential for him to recollect these memories. Seeing him continue to weep, Xiaobai was at a loss for what to do and shot me a pleading look. Commander, what should we do now? I turned to Li Luanhui and said, do you wish to recover your lost memories? Li Luanhui nodded vigorously. Yes. I feel that these memories are connected to Mingran. If I can remember, I will surely find her, I responded softly. All right. The surgical record indicates that her operation was conducted on the 16th floor, and she remained in a ward on the 10th floor. Let us investigate these two locations. It might help you recover your lost memories. Upon hearing my suggestion, a glimmer of hope flickered in Li Luanhui's eyes, and he agreed without hesitation, urging us to hurry. However, I had my own plans and would not be easily swayed. Before heading to the 10th and 16th floors, we first circled the first floor. We expected to find a back door leading to another building, but discovered that the first floor of the hospital only had the entrance through which we had come. It seemed we would need to exert some effort to exit and reach the rear building. While examining the first floor, we encountered several nurses similar to those at the front desk. These nurses were not formidable. I could easily dispatch them without resorting to talismans. After checking the first floor, we randomly selected a stairway and ascended. Unlike the maze-like corridors of Wuyin Village, this one was straightforward, allowing us to reach our desired floors with ease. We chose to visit the 16th floor first, as there was something urgent to confirm. Yu Tianyu had mentioned that the little girl was confined on the inaccessible 14th floor. Perhaps I could uncover clues about the 14th floor from Lu Mingran's domain. Soon, we arrived at the iron door of the 14th floor. I pushed it open, eager to glimpse the interior, but was taken aback to find it shrouded in impenetrable darkness. My foot, which had just stepped out, froze midair. Fortunately, I reacted swiftly. Otherwise, I might have plunged into the abyss. This darkness was akin to that surrounding the stone steps of Dangshan, bottomless. Why was this the case? Could it be that Lu Mingran had never been to this floor, rendering it formless? Since we could not glean any clues about the 14th floor from Lu Mingran's domain, we had no choice but to proceed to the 16th floor. Strangely, when we pushed open the iron door to the 16th floor, we were met with the same impenetrable darkness. Although Lu Mingran had undergone surgery on the 16th floor, why had it not materialized? We systematically checked each floor of the hospital, finding that floors 11 through 18 were all engulfed in darkness. While the 1st to 10th floors displayed tangible scenes, this was intriguing. The fact that the 1st to 10th floors were materialized indicated that Lu Mingran had witnessed these sights. Conversely, the absence of materialization on the 11th to 18th floors suggested she had never been there. Thus, this hospital had not performed deep brain stimulation surgery on Lu Mingran. What, then, had this hospital done to her? Perhaps we could find answers on the 10th floor. We reached the 10th floor and pushed open the iron door. The 10th floor was the inpatient department. The corridor appeared no different from that of an ordinary hospital, yet the floor was still slick with a foul, sticky liquid. The monsters on this floor were far more numerous than on the first floor. In addition to nurses, we encountered patients clad in hospital gowns with their heads wrapped in bandages. Strangely, all these patients were female. Not a single male doctor or patient was visible. After effortlessly dispatching the nurses and patients with my wooden sword, we arrived in front of Lu Mengran's ward. I glanced at Li Luanhui and found him with his eyes closed, taking deep breaths to steady his mind. Once he opened his eyes and nodded at me, I turned the doorknob and opened the door. Inside the ward, the stench of the viscous liquid was even more overwhelming than in the corridor. The floor, ceiling, and walls were all coated with this disgusting substance. Besides the repulsive liquid, there was an iron bed on which lay a woman dressed in a hospital gown. He collapsed onto the ground, his body instinctively retreating in desperation. Xiao Bai and I hurriedly rushed forward to investigate. We discovered that the corpse's face was indeed a perfect match for Li Luanhui. How could this be? How could there be so many of me? Li Luanhui's voice startled the woman who lay sleeping on the iron bed. Wailing! The woman emitted an ear-piercing scream, desperately twisting her body in an attempt to break free from the iron bed. Yet, the chains binding her held her limbs captive, refusing to yield no matter how she struggled. She could not escape their grip. Suddenly, she straightened up with force, and the entire iron bed was propelled by her immense strength. Rising up due to inertia, she hung there, suspended like an angel descending upon the earth, yet also resembling a demon nailed to the wall, wailing. Another sharp and piercing roar erupted. However, this time, the growl was far more ferocious than before. The ward and the corridor behind us were illuminated by dim red lights, accompanied by a chilling alarm, bang, 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 bang. A series of doors were flung open with a crash. I inwardly cursed, sensing that this scene felt eerily familiar. Sure enough, the next moment, the corridor outside was filled with the howls of countless monsters. The density of their cries was reminiscent of the long-haired ghosts from the hospital in Wuyin village. Xiao Bai, protect Li Luanhui. I dashed out of the room, only to find a swarm of nurses and female patients rushing towards us from both sides of the corridor. Though these monsters were generally weak, their sheer numbers posed a formidable threat. If they cornered us at the door, even their repeated attacks could drown us in a tide of slime. Before coming here, I had reached a consensus with Xia Luyan that this time would primarily test my abilities. Unless I truly found myself in mortal danger, she would never intervene to save me. I swiftly rummaged through my backpack and retrieved 2 cans of gasoline, pouring them along both sides of the corridor. Then, I pulled the iron ring on my index finger, causing 2 red lotus flames, talismans, to shoot forth from my sleeve, igniting the gasoline-soaked ground. Walls of fire erupted instantaneously on either side of the corridor, consuming all the monsters that rushed in. Within moments, they were reduced to ashes. Such is the power of the red lotus flames. Even if I practiced for decades, I might never match its might. Having temporarily resolved the crisis with the nurses and female patients, I hurried back to the ward. That moment, Xiao Bai was entangled with the woman. The woman remained fixed to the iron bed, unable to move. However, the 4 chains binding her appeared to have gained a life of their own, like serpents that could extend at will, attacking Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai wielded her whip, deflecting the assaults. Seeing me return, she retreated a few steps, bringing Li Luanhui to the corner. I nodded slightly at Xiao Bai before charging towards the woman on the iron bed. The woman struck with incredible speed, a chain whipping through the air towards me like a gust of wind. I practiced against Xiao Bai every night. Although I had never won, I had gained some experience in dealing with such attacks. I raised my wooden sword, preparing to block the chain. However, the force behind the chain was beyond my expectations, sending my wooden sword flying. After evading another chain strike, I flipped my palm and summoned a ghost-breaking talisman that ignited spontaneously in my hand. I hurled it at her face, and in the same motion, I rolled over to retrieve my fallen wooden sword. I glanced at the woman, only to find that the explosion of the talisman had barely damaged the bandages wrapped around her face, let alone injure her. I bit my lip, a sense of unease creeping into my heart. Could it be that I needed to resort to the red lotus flames? If I relied on Xia Luyan and the red lotus flames for everything, what would be the purpose of my training? No, I had to resolve this myself. I propped myself up with the wooden sword and charged at her once more, this time making every effort to avoid the chains. Since I couldn't withstand her attacks, I would find a way to evade them. The training over the past year had significantly enhanced my speed and explosive power, at the very least, in this regard. I was no less capable than Xiao Bai and Zhang Lingxiu. Before long, I spotted her flaw. Seizing the moment, I darted forward at lightning speed, aiming my wooden sword at her body. Yet, the chains rapidly recoiled. Wrapping around her form once more, my wooden sword was ensnared, unable to penetrate. In that case, since conventional methods were futile, I would have to resort to my self-crafted talisman. I quickly retreated a few steps. Distancing myself from the woman as I pulled away, the chains that had ensnared her body released their grip once more, revealing her vulnerable form. I swiftly raised my arm and pulled the iron ring on my ring finger. In an instant, hundreds of ghost-breaking talismans shot forth at a speed that was almost imperceptible to the naked eye. The talismans detonated upon contact with her body, resembling a barrage of bullets from a submachine gun. If one wasn't enough, then hundreds would suffice. I refused to believe that I couldn't obliterate her in a matter of seconds. The hundreds of talismans detonated, filling the ward with smoke. Both Xiao Bai and Li Luanhui were utterly astonished by the sight. They gazed at the woman enveloped in black smoke, their eyes wide with disbelief. Military strategist. What kind of technique is this? Did I just imagine it? Did I see hundreds of talismans shooting out simultaneously? Li Luanhui, equally stunned, remarked, "You must be mistaken. I saw it too." I did not respond to them, instead fixating my gaze on the woman within the smoke. As the haze gradually dissipated, the woman on the iron bed came back into view. Her body was charred and blackened. Her clothing and the bandages on her head were riddled with holes, revealing severely burned skin underneath. Yet she was still alive. She opened her mouth wide, emitting a furious howl. Wailing, the monsters in the corridor went berserk upon hearing her scream, desperately charging towards the walls of fire. I heard the sounds of numerous monsters collapsing to the ground. Did they intend to extinguish the red lotus flames with their own bodies? My cold sweat broke out instantly. The red lotus flames can only burn eternally when fed by souls. If they wiped the gasoline from the ground with their clothes and skin, the flames would surely extinguish. Just as I had feared, these monsters truly extinguished the red lotus flames and surged towards the ward. Xiao Bai and I swiftly prepared our defensive stances. However, to my surprise, the monsters did not launch an attack against us. Instead, they all rushed towards the woman on the iron bed. Her body seemed to have transformed into a vessel that absorbed the monsters. They collided against her, merging into one entity. Before long, the monsters and the woman fused into a massive, grotesque mass. The sight was both horrifying and repulsive, as the mouths of the nurses and patients revealed writhing tentacle-like appendages extending outward. These appendages not only stretched like chains but also moved faster. Hundreds of these tentacles launched an assault against the three of us. This time, I hesitated not at all. I swiftly raised my arm and shot forth a red lotus flames talisman. This creature's current power was far beyond my ability to handle. Even if Xiao Bai intervened, she might not be able to resolve it successfully. Clearly, my skills were still insufficient, and I needed to train harder. The talisman struck one of the tentacles, igniting it in a burst of flames. The fire spread to the massive grotesque mass, scorching the limbs of the monsters. They writhed in agony, their wails echoing throughout the ward. Soon, all the monsters enveloping the woman were reduced to ashes, leaving behind only the woman on the iron bed, unconscious and severely burned. Realizing she had lost the ability to resist, I quickly pulled a large piece of fireproof cloth from my backpack and covered her with it. If I allowed the red lotus flames to continue burning, she would inevitably turn to ash as well. Hence, I needed to cut off the oxygen supply to extinguish the flames. Once the fire was completely snuffed out, I removed the fireproof cloth. With the crisis averted, Xiao Bai and Li Luanhui approached me. They gazed at the woman on the iron bed, her burns extensive and horrific. Large patches of skin were charred, swollen and disfigured, making it difficult to look at. Though she was still alive, she couldn't hold on much longer. I cautiously unwrapped the bandages from around her head, discovering that her face was, indeed, unlike those of the monsters outside. Her features were finely crafted, though marred by bruises from prior beatings and now scarred by flames, rendering her once beautiful visage hauntingly grotesque. Li Luanhui's eyes turned red in an instant, tears streaming down uncontrollably. He walked forward with heavy steps, as though burdened with lead, and gently caressed her face with trembling hands. Mingran, as expected, the woman in the ward was none other than Lu Mingran. Mingran, it's me? Luan Hui, open your eyes and look at me. Yet, Lu Mingran remained firmly in slumber, having suffered fatal injuries that left her unable to awaken. Before long, the unconscious Lu Mingran breathed her last, turning into a pile of ashes. Subsequently, the entire hospital was engulfed in flames, as if it were paper consumed by fire, rapidly burning to the ground. In mere seconds, it was reduced to ashes, vanishing without a trace. And the three of us found ourselves once again on the stone steps of Dangshan. Only the hospital had vanished. The buildings behind remained steadfast before him. Li Luanhui knelt on the ground, his hands shielding his face as tears streamed ceaselessly down his cheeks. Enough now, cease your weeping. The fact that the ghostly shadows linger signifies that your girlfriend is not yet lost to the world. Let us proceed upward. You still possess the chance to see her. Li Luanhui wiped away his tears and rose, feigning composure. All right, he inhaled deeply once more, then turned his gaze towards me and Xiaobai. I remember now. We have indeed visited this hospital before. His words instantly captivated both Xiaobai and me, suggesting that my efforts had not been in vain. Not only had we successfully departed from the hospital, but he had also begun to recollect his lost memories. This tale traces back to the evening of October 18th. That night, Mingran and I resided in the village chief's guest house, being the first tourists to arrive. Consequently, the chief extended extraordinary hospitality, insisting on treating us. Mingran, accustomed to rising early, soon succumbed to fatigue and retired for the night. I, however, accompanied the chief and his son to a local eatery. We indulged in copious amounts of drink that evening. The chief's son, unable to hold his liquor, succumbed after merely 2 bottles and was assisted home by the staff. The chief and I continued our revelry until the late hours, only halting when we found ourselves struggling to walk. A kind-hearted man, the chief insisted on escorting me back to the guest house. Upon our return, as we opened the door, a weasel darted out from within. The chief was taken aback, proclaiming that the presence of a weasel in one's home was an ill omen, suggesting that my girlfriend might be in peril. We hurried back to our room, only to discover my girlfriend injured and cowering in the corner, forbidding any of us from approaching. The chief asserted that her condition was the result of the weasel having become a malevolent spirit, penetrating her consciousness in an attempt to seize her corporeal form. In a desperate bid to repel the weasel, Mingran resorted to self-harm, ultimately driving it away. But this act left her with psychological scars. Although my girlfriend disallowed any male touch, she permitted that of women. According to the chief, it was a male weasel seeking to conquer her mind. The chief summoned a female villager from Tangshan to assist in transporting my girlfriend to this hospital. In truth, I harbored skepticism towards the chief's claims, pondering whether someone had inflicted harm upon my girlfriend. Thus, I requested Director Huang Haiba to examine her injuries to ascertain whether they were self-inflicted or the result of external assault, as well as to determine if she had been violated. However, Director Huang informed me that none of these scenarios were present. Subsequently, I inquired with Mingran, who corroborated the accounts of both Director Huang and the chief. From that moment onward, Mingran was left with lingering repercussions. She remained huddled in a corner, reluctant to communicate with anyone. If she perceived a male attempting to touch her, she would immediately react, screaming and weeping uncontrollably. Not even I or her father were exempt from her wrath. Should anyone attempt to forcefully touch her, she would seize any nearby object to defend herself against the male aggressor. Chapter 77. The Endless Corridor in Reality. Mingran had not undergone surgery. Director Huang informed me that her condition was far too severe for conventional psychological treatment to be effective. She required a stronger psychological suggestion. Therefore, we devised a ruse involving a simulated surgery, allowing Mingran to believe she had undergone an operation to alleviate her symptoms. Remarkably, this approach proved effective. Ever since the faux surgery, Mingran had returned to a semblance of normalcy. Yet, curiously, she began to disallow any form of contact, even from women. The moment she was touched, she would still exhibit signs of distress. Upon reaching this point in his narrative, Li Luanhui paused, exhaling a deep sigh. Alas, this is all I can recall. I urged Li Luanhui to retrieve his phone, discovering that the date displayed was now October 30th, 5 years prior. Not only had he regained fragments of his memory, but the timeline had also shifted backwards slightly. This suggested that as long as we traversed all the buildings, he would recover his complete memories and align with our temporal plane. We turned our attention to the structure ahead, a shopping mall riddled with cracks. Without a moment's hesitation, we stepped through the mall's entrance. I had anticipated encountering the grand hall of the mall, yet an interminable corridor unexpectedly unfolded before my eyes. It was a dimly lit, narrow passageway flanked by rows of wooden doors, seemingly numbering in the hundreds. Creating an overwhelming sense of claustrophobia, we did not dare to open any doors, opting instead to navigate the corridor cautiously. The ominous aura emanating from the doors suggested that recklessly opening them would not be prudent. After wandering for roughly 10 minutes, we discerned that the scenery remained unchanged, an endless corridor and countless wooden doors. Could it be that we were ensnared in a ghostly maze? I muttered to myself, then retrieved a charcoal pencil from my backpack, marking one of the doors at random. We pressed on, and minutes later, the marked door reappeared before us. Indeed, we were caught in a spectral loop. Once again donning my self-crafted glasses, I performed a hand gesture and recited an incantation. Reveal thy true form, let the malevolent spirit appear. With the mirror of truth, unveil your essence. Upon concluding the chant, a faintly discernible door materialized in the rearview mirror. Distinct from the others, positioned directly across from you, it shimmered like a mirage, seemingly requiring specific conditions to manifest. I removed my glasses and relayed my observations to Xiaobai and Li Luanhui. After deliberation, the three of us resolved to enter one of the doors to ascertain the situation, convinced that the means to reveal the hidden door lay within the doors lining the corridor. Approaching the door I had marked, we opened it to reveal a cinema screening room. Inside, a film I had never seen was playing, seemingly a comedy. The seats were occupied by dozens of individuals, all grotesque female figures devoid of facial features, clad in an array of attire that diverged from the uniformity of nurses and patients. Upon our entrance, these creatures immediately rose, emitting a chilling wail before lunging at us with claws bared. Seizing the moment before they could converge, I charged forward, wielding a wooden sword to dispatch them one by one. Their strength was comparable to that of the nurses, making it relatively effortless for me to vanquish them. Once the monstrous figures were defeated, I prepared to investigate the area, yet Li Luanhui suddenly reacted. This place, I feel as though I have been here before. He furrowed his brow, scanning the screening room intently. His gaze fixated on the film, and suddenly his eyes widened in realization. I remember. Not only have I been here, but I also left something behind. With that, he disregarded the body lying on the ground clad in garments identical to his own and rushed out of the screening room towards the cinema lobby. Xiaobai and I hastily followed. As we exited the screening room, we noticed a pink arrow affixed to the floor, inscribed with the words, "Please, Lu Mingran, follow the arrow ahead." The text intrigued me. Lu Mingran? Why had she been referred to as a child? Was it possible that we were delving into the memories of Lu Mingran as a young girl? Xiaobai gazed at me in astonishment. In a way? Military advisor? Are you serious? I failed to grasp her meaning. What is wrong? Did I say something incorrect? Xiaobai suddenly pressed her hand to her forehead, exuding an air of exasperation as she looked at me. You truly are oblivious, aren't you? This is clearly a surprise that Li Luanhui has prepared for his girlfriend. Little friend is an endearing term. A girl remains 18 forever. Don't you understand? Xiaobai's words left me utterly bemused. Yet, even if one were to remain forever 18, that hardly qualifies as a child, does it? She patted my shoulder, earnestly advising, military advisor, it would do you well to learn a bit about matters of the heart. In this regard, you are no different from the me who relied solely on logic. With a sigh, Xiaobai continued to follow the arrow. Though I found her remarks perplexing, I resolved to learn when the opportunity arose. Especially since Xiaobai had emphasized it, we trailed the arrow, eventually arriving at a ticket booth where a female attendant, also a creature, awaited us, holding a sign that read, "When did we begin our days together?" After swiftly dispatching this creature, we discovered a password box atop the wooden table at the ticket booth. Recalling Li Luanhui's mention of their anniversary being on October 9th, I entered the digits 1009 into the box. Sure enough, it opened, revealing a photograph of Li Luanhui and Lu Mingran, taken during a hiking excursion. Their skin was sun-kissed and darkened, yet their faces radiated with joy. The back of the photograph bore a number, 8. along with a hand-drawn map. The map indicates the location of screening room number 3. Intriguingly, it turns out to be a decryption game. However, the puzzles presented are rather too personal. They cannot simply be unraveled through intellect alone. Xiaobai gazes at the photograph in my hand, a smile gracing her lips. Oh, Li Luanhui is quite impressive. He certainly knows how to cultivate romance. Whether it is romantic or not, I cannot say for certain. With an indifferent expression, I remarked, but if we do not locate him swiftly, he is likely to be killed by the monsters lurking here. The corpse of his previous self within the screening room serves as the most compelling evidence. Chapter 78. The past of 2. From Li Luanhui's words, I deduced that he must have fled to the end of the puzzle to retrieve something he left behind. As long as we stealthily follow the clues of the puzzle, we are bound to find him. There are far too many monsters here, and we dare not delay. We hurriedly made our way to screening room number 3. Inside, the room lay desolate, devoid of any monsters. Yet, on the ground, a question was affixed. A cake was divided into 7 pieces. Xiaohong consumed 2 pieces, while Xiaoming ate half a piece. The remainder was to be shared between Xiaojiang and Xiaolan. The question posed was, how many pieces can Xiaojiang and Xiaolan eat in total? Upon seeing this query, I couldn't help but furrow my brow. What sort of puzzle is this? Surely even a kindergarten child could answer it. Xiaobai, however, appeared quite exhilarated. I know this one. It's 3.5. She laughed, delighted that even a great aunt could solve such a riddle. 3.5 is 3.5. Could it be? Xiaobai quickly grasped the puzzle's implication and dashed to row 3. Seat 5, where she indeed discovered a password box. With the box in hand, Xiaobai approached me, beaming with joy. Wow, he is truly creative. To devise such a heartfelt treasure hunt game, I refrained from commenting on Xiaobai's enthusiasm. If there were genuine sentiment behind it, shouldn't the puzzles have been designed with more seriousness? Creating a kindergarten-level math problem hardly qualifies as heartfelt, does it? Xiaobai rolled her eyes at me, exasperated, and teased. Is the puzzle the main point, you big straight man? The emphasis is on the sentiment. Do you think everyone is like you, able to solve any puzzle? Following that, she couldn't resist making a jab at me. No wonder you remain single. Xiaobai's observation held merit. For someone like me, who finds communication with others cumbersome, remaining single is indeed more suitable. Xiaobai then turned her attention to the password box, where she noticed a new question affixed. What date did we first go hiking? This question stumped Xiaobai, and she handed the box to me. Strategist, I can't handle this one. Can you solve it? I took the password box and examined it closely. It was made of plastic, and upon tapping it, I found it was not particularly sturdy. Thus, I placed the box on the ground and stepped on it. With a sharp crack, the box shattered. Xiaobai's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at me. You have that trick up your sleeve? I picked up the photograph, my tone laced with playful sarcasm. Isn't this direct approach more your style? The adage holds true. Love does indeed seem to diminish one's intellect. Xiaobai pouted, snatched the photograph from my hands, and huffed. You're becoming more like that red-haired monster. How annoying. She then made a face at me before following the clues in the photograph to the next location. The subsequent puzzles were, in Xiaobai's words, imbued with heartfelt sentiment, yet to my eyes, they were devoid of substance. Mere mathematical riddles. We followed the guidance to the security room of the cinema. Inside, Li Luanhui sat on the floor, staring blankly at the items within the password box. Resting inside was an artificial red rose and a very small diamond fragment. Upon our entrance, Li Luanhui scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry, I lost control earlier. Xiaobai approached him, kneeling beside him, her gaze now softer than before. It's all right. Would you care to share? What caused your loss of control? Li Luanhui looked at the rose and the diamond fragment, his eyes filled with sorrow. I was here preparing a gift for Mingran, hoping to stumble upon it. He lifted the password box and presented it to us. Upon seeing the items within, I recalled that I seemed to have disassembled the gift into many pieces. I couldn't quite remember why I had taken it apart, but my subconscious insisted that this gift was of great importance. I needed to find all of them. Yet that I couldn't recall where the other gifts were hidden. After listening to Li Luanhui's account, I surmised the locations of the other gifts and the method to reveal the hidden door. If I was not mistaken, the remaining gifts lay within the doors flanking the corridor. Each door corresponded to the position of a gift. The means to unveil the hidden door must be to gather all these gifts. Li Luanhui looked up at me, his eyes alight with excitement. Really? Can I collect this gift? But in an instant, his expression dimmed, his confidence wavering. But I cannot guarantee that I will remember every time. Maintaining a calm demeanor, I replied, no worries. After all, we currently have no other avenues to explore. We shall take it one step at a time. We retraced our steps to the screening room, exited through the door, and entered the corridor, subsequently delving into the next room. With each room we opened, Li Luanhui recalled the locations where he had placed his gifts. Xiaobai and I followed closely behind, assisting him in overcoming the monsters we encountered along the way. Curiously, as we traversed through over a dozen rooms, we discovered that all the monsters within were, without exception, faceless women. These creatures lacked facial features, yet their figures were undeniably alluring, the kind that would catch any man's eye. Why would a ghostly female's haunt be populated by such seductive monsters? Moreover, these creatures were relentlessly attacking Li Luanhui. The numerous corpses of Li Luanhui scattered across the ground serve as the most compelling proof. He was evidently trapped in a cycle here, subjected to the monster's repeated torment. If he truly cared for Lu Mingran, why then did she repeatedly torture her beloved after death? This made no sense. Such an obvious inconsistency should have raised my suspicions long ago. It was the sincerity of Li Luanhui's affection that had prevented me from contemplating this angle. Seizing the opportunity while Xiaobai and Li Luanhui were busy searching for gifts, I discreetly messaged Gu Tianyu, asking him to investigate any information regarding Li Luanhui and Lu Mingran. Before long, he responded. Li Luanhui and Lu Mingran were married 4 years ago and had taken out a loan to purchase a house in the city. However, 2.5 years ago, the police received an emergency call from a neighbor reporting that Lu Mingran had committed suicide at home. Yet, upon the police's arrival, Lu Mingran's body had mysteriously vanished. Missing as well was Li Luanhui. According to the neighbor's testimony, she had been invited by Li Luanhui to assist him at home. Upon entering, she discovered Lu Mingran hanging from a noose. Terrified, she fled back home to report it. The police immediately issued a warrant for Li Luanhui and, from the surveillance footage, discovered that he had driven to Tangshan that very night. Chapter 79. Infidelity. The police promptly went to Tangshan to search but found nothing. Thus, the case became a cold one. I inquired with Gu Tianyu if there was any evidence during the investigation to prove that Li Luanhui had murdered Lu Mingran. Gu Tianyu replied that all key evidence bore no fingerprints from Li Luanhui. However, the police did not encounter Lu Mingran's body, making it impossible to ascertain whether it was indeed a suicide. Gu Tianyu also informed me that during the search, a letter from Lu Mingran had been discovered. If I wished to see it, he could return to the police station and retrieve it from the evidence room. Lu Mingran had been dead for 2.5 years. Even if Li Luanhui were killed once each night, that would amount to over 900 times. I still could not ascertain whether the real Li Luanhui was alive or dead. I agreed to Gu Tianyu's suggestion. Perhaps the letter would reveal the reasons behind Lu Mingran's relentless torment of Li Luanhui. After stowing my phone away, I continued to accompany the two in gathering the gifts. The rooms we entered were all frequented dating locations: the cinema, the milk tea shop, the zoo, restaurants, and craft stores, among others. Each place housed a password box containing, without exception, an artificial rose and a small diamond fragment. Thus, we traversed through 91 doors, leaving only 8 unmarked doors remaining. We proceeded into the next door, which led to a vast amusement park. Upon entering, Li Luanhui immediately recalled the location of the password box. However, shortly after, we discovered Xiahou Lan leading her teammates in combat against female monsters such as princesses, clowns, and tourists. The abilities of her teammates were commendable. Each possessed the capability to confront monsters. Some could even handle 3 or 4 simultaneously. Xiahou Lan's performance was nothing short of spectacular. Armed with a Longquan sword, she moved with agility, fearlessly plunging into the heart of the monster horde. Her speed was unparalleled. Each swing of her sword severed the heads of the creatures. She resembled a swift dragon, darting through the throngs of monsters. Where the glint of her blade passed, the monsters fell as if reaped like wheat. It was not the monsters surrounding her. Rather, she alone encircled them all. Within mere minutes, the thousands of monsters in the amusement park were entirely vanquished by her teammates, with Xiahou Lan single-handedly accounting for 2/3 of the total. What a prodigy from the Xiahou family! If I were to confront her, I fear I would stand no chance at all. I can only pray that she will face off against Xiaobai instead. After clearing the monsters from the amusement park, Xiahou Lan took notice of us. She sheathed her sword and approached us with her companions. Xiahou Lan held a very poor impression of Xiaobai. Upon their first encounter, she brusquely remarked, "Why are you so slow? We have conquered the hospital and eliminated all the monsters behind the doors ahead. Yet you still took so long to catch up with us?" Xiaobai snorted dismissively, her face radiating disdain. "Humph, spare me your nonsense. I didn't miss a single word you said. If anyone should be accused of being slow, it should be you. We have made it this far, while you haven't even exited the second building?" Upon hearing Xiaobai's description, Xiahou Lan furrowed her brows. "So, you two encountered the hospital and the over 90 monsters behind those doors. Can the monsters here still respawn?" Xiaobai shrugged nonchalantly. "What else could it be?" She glanced at Xiahou Lan, a mocking smile gracing her lips. "Oh dear, after traversing through over 90 doors, have you perhaps discovered the way out of this corridor?" Xiaobai's question rendered her companions visibly uncomfortable. Xiahou Lan replied curtly, "Indeed, we have yet to find it. But judging by your tone, you have." Xiaobai seized Li Luanhui, casting a triumphant glance at him. "Of course, let me enlighten you. There are a total of 99 rooms here. Each room contains a gift he left for his girlfriend. Only by collecting all the gifts can the hidden door be revealed, allowing us to escape." Xiaobai's face was alight with derision. "Oh, how curious it is that someone who initially refused to assist now finds themselves relying on others to leave." Li Luanhui, suddenly pulled by Xiaobai, appeared somewhat bewildered. Upon noticing Xiahou Lan's icy gaze upon him, he could only manage a weak smile, his face betraying his embarrassment. Xiahou Lan, with a huff, turned to Xiaobai again. "I once thought you were rather clever, yet here you are, displaying utter foolishness." Xiaobai found herself perplexed by Xiahou Lan's words. "What do you mean, you emotionless drone?" This time, Xiahou Lan did not express anger. "When you confronted the village chief at the village entrance, you seemed quite sharp. How is it that upon entering this ghostly lair, you appear to have lost your wits? Have you not noticed the corpses strewn about? This is clearly the ghostly realm of his girlfriend. If he truly loved her, why would she repeatedly kill him?" Xiaobai had not anticipated this line of questioning, leaving her speechless. Indeed, she has a point. A female companion in her 40s spoke up. "Don't you find it peculiar that all the monsters here are female? Furthermore, they are dressed rather provocatively. Their figures are oh dear, I hesitate to even express it." The middle-aged woman shot a look of disdain at Li Luanhui. "In my view, this man has certainly been unfaithful, and not just once. Otherwise, why would his girlfriend conjure so many monsters to torment him?" Another middle-aged male chimed in. "That makes sense. I've seen many men like him. They speak sweetly, professing their love for their partners, while secretly straying and seeking out the unsavory." The teammates engaged in a lively debate, each presenting their own theories. Not only did they suspect him, but even Li Luanhui himself began to doubt his integrity. He knelt on the ground, tugging at his hair. "Is it truly so? Have I wronged Mingran so profoundly? But why can't I remember? How much of my memory have I lost?" The teammates' accusations and Li Luanhui's self-doubt began to shake Xiaobai's previously unwavering faith in him. She turned to me, her eyes pleading for assistance. Seizing the moment while others were distracted, I discreetly pulled out my phone and typed a message. Then I stepped in front of Xiaobai, concealing my phone behind my back for her to see. Chapter 80. The dreamlike yet terrifying proposal scene. While Xiaobai read the message, I maintained a calm demeanor and addressed the group. "What you all say bears considerable weight. However, as it stands, we have no other means of leaving this place. Why not join forces with him for now? Once we exit the corridor, we can contemplate our next steps. What say you?" I had anticipated the responses from my teammates, yet speculation remains just that, speculation. Without concrete evidence to prove Li Luanhui's guilt, I needed dissenters to ensure his safety. The others regarded me with disdain, viewing me as a mere incompetent who had gained favor through nepotism. They turned their attention toward Xiahou Lan and Xiaobai, relying on the two strongest individuals to reach a consensus. Xiaobai squinted her eyes, scrutinizing the words on the screen. It read, "If you believe, then believe wholeheartedly." After reading the message, Xiaobai's resolve solidified. She understood that in this era where strength reigns supreme, the voices of the weak go unheard. Grabbing me, she pulled me behind her before seizing Li Luanhui by the collar. Yanking him up from the ground. "Stop doubting yourself. At least with the memories you've regained. You haven't done anything to wrong your girlfriend yet." She turned to face the group, her gaze resolute. "My friend here makes a valid point. We are all trapped in this corridor, unable to leave, and we require him to gather gifts and unlock the hidden door. If, as you all assert, he is responsible for his girlfriend's demise, then I shall not spare him. However, if his girlfriend's death is unrelated to him, then you all must offer him a sincere apology. Xiaobai's gaze swept over the group, yet they hastily averted their eyes, none daring to meet her stare. She recognized that these individuals were merely a flock of sheep, ultimately seeking the approval of Xiahou Lan, their shepherd. What do you think, you emotionless drone? Xiahou Lan was not foolish. From her expression, it was clear she still believed Li Luanhui was the one who had killed Lu Mingran. However, as Xiaobai pointed out, the current circumstances made it difficult to dismiss her proposal. If they did not agree, escaping the corridor would be exceedingly challenging. Very well, there are hardly any doors left to enter. I shall acquiesce to your request. She pointed her sword at Li Luanhui. I hope you honor this agreement, if the master of this place was indeed murdered by you. Before Xiahou Lan could finish, Li Luanhui interrupted. If I truly killed Mingran, there would be no need for you to intervene. I would take my own life. His gaze was unwavering. Xiahou Lan scrutinized him for a prolonged moment, and upon determining he was not deceiving her, she sheathed her sword. Lead the way. Xiahou Lan and Xiaobai flanked Li Luanhui, while I trailed behind, careful not to attract attention should Gu Tianyu attempt to contact me. With the addition of our teammates, the pace of gathering the gifts accelerated noticeably. Before long, we had traversed all the rooms and amassed 99 gifts. As we stepped out from the final room, the previously concealed door finally materialized in the corridor. Xiaobai cast a smug glance at Xiahou Lan. Well, what do you think? The key to our escape was indeed Li Luanhui. Wasn't he it? Xiahou Lan, unwilling to engage in banter with Xiaobai, silently approached the door and opened it in an instant. We were greeted by a breathtakingly dreamlike marketplace. A riot of colorful flowers and shimmering candles intertwined to form a massive heart at the center of the market. Countless delicate pink balloons floated in the air, imbuing the entire space with a vibrant sweetness. The enormous screen in the market played a continuous loop of photos featuring Li Luanhui and Lu Mingran. At the center of the flowers and candles stood a strikingly large plaster statue, none other than Lu Mingran herself, dressed in a wedding gown, her lips curled into a gentle smile, radiating happiness. Strangely, she held two objects in her hands, but they were too far away to discern what they were. If not for the flattened corpse of Li Luanhui and the multitude of faceless monsters surrounding the area, this scene could have been so romantic. The group was left in stunned silence, taken aback by this bizarre yet enchanting spectacle. It was only when Li Luanhui, trembling with emotion, slowly approached the statue that the others snapped back to reality, rushing forward to clear the monsters from the marketplace. Upon reaching the statue, Li Luanhui wore a sorrowful expression. I remember now. I remember everything. He gently removed the two items cradled in the statue's hands, a bouquet devoid of flowers and a ring stripped of its diamonds. Sitting on the ground, he meticulously embedded the 99 collected shards of diamonds into the ring. One by one, as he worked on the ring, he recounted the memories he had regained, though Lu Mingran remained untouchable. As long as no one made contact with her, she appeared as an ordinary person. According to Director Huang, this was the best outcome possible. As for the reactions following any physical contact, that was a matter of time and healing. Thus, Lu Mingran emerged from the hospital. First, Li Luanhui remained oblivious to any peculiarities. However, as time wore on, he discerned that Lu Mingran's spirits began to wane. She often sat alone by the window, her gaze vacant. She was perpetually consumed by anxiety, fearing that Li Luanhui might abandon her. Observing her plight deeply pained him. He yearned to entice Lu Mingran to ascend a mountain, hoping to rekindle her passion for life. Yet, she exhibited no interest in such an endeavor. Resolute in his mission, he sought alternative means. He procured a ring adorned with 99 scattered diamonds, accompanied by 99 artificial roses. They had been together for over a year. And aside from mountain climbing, their dating experiences were nearly non-existent. Li Luanhui meticulously planned 99 dates, conjuring up creative ideas like a treasure hunt to encourage Lu Mingran to collect the roses and diamonds. Upon the completion of these 99 dates, he escorted her to a shopping mall to propose. His recounting moved several teammates, their gazes upon him tinged with sympathy. However, most, like me and Xiahou Lan, remained skeptical. After sharing his memories, Li Luanhui successfully assembled the ring. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he gently inserted each rose into the bouquet. Once completed, he rose slowly, lifting his gaze towards the statue. The statue continued to smile, gazing ahead as if awaiting the beloved to present a complete gift. Li Luanhui returned the flowers and ring to the statue's hands, then offered a faint smile. Though it was imbued with resignation and sorrow. Suddenly, his expression shifted to one of terror. Chapter 81. The moving statue. We followed his gaze and discovered that the smiling corners of the statue's mouth began to sag. The once radiant face, brimming with happiness, morphed into one of rage and grotesqueness. Its hands moved as if manipulated by unseen forces, inch by inch, ruthlessly crushing the bouquet and ring. Simultaneously, Li Luanhui's heart shattered. Witnessing this scene, Li Luanhui collapsed onto the ground, his gaze towards the statue complex and inscrutable, leaving others unable to fathom his innermost thoughts. Just then, the statue's movements accelerated abruptly. It raised its colossal arm and struck directly at Li Luanhui's face. Li Luanhui remained frozen, his expression blank, as if lifeless, showing no inclination to evade. Xiao Bai, sensing the imminent danger, seized Li Luanhui's clothing and forcefully pulled him back. "Are you out of your mind?" She had intended to scold him further. But the statue swung its massive hand towards her once more, prompting her to hastily dodge. The teammates swiftly prepared for battle, drawing forth their respective artifacts to launch a preemptive strike against the statue. The plaster statue, resembling a true sculpture, appeared impervious to their artifacts. Wooden implements merely left superficial marks, while only metallic ones could inflict harm. The statue loomed like a towering hill. Even when injured, it merely scratched the surface of its plaster exterior, a mere drop in the ocean. Only 3 individuals could inflict significant damage. Xiao Bai, whose whip lashed against the statue, creating a cacophony as shards of plaster rained down, leaving behind a series of welts. Xia Holan, who darted around the statue's feet, her blade gleaming, each pass leaving numerous gashes. And finally, a companion from the Exorcist team, whose celestial energy imbued her with formidable strength, delivering powerful blows that left deep craters the size of bowls. Yet, the statue seemed disinterested in them, persistently swatting at the others while advancing towards Li Luanhui, found himself engulfed in profound self-doubt, akin to a soulless shell, sitting vacantly as the statue approached with deliberate intent. Clearly intent on ending his life. The group understood Li Luanhui's significance. Should he perish here, they would likely be trapped in this sinister realm. With unwavering resolve, they launched their assault on the statue. I, wishing to conceal my strength, chose not to engage in the battle, instead dragging the dazed Li Luanhui away from the statue. The collective efforts of the teammates soon bore fruit, as a severe crack appeared in one of the statue's feet, ultimately resulting in its shattering collapse. The thunderous sound of its fall reverberated, causing the ground to tremble violently. The statue, rising from the ground, directed its wrathful gaze towards the group. It seemed to realize that unless it obliterated everyone before it, it could not extinguish Li Luanhui's life. Slowly, it raised its arm as if gathering some form of energy. In an instant, it swung down with unimaginable speed, eclipsing even the iron chains of the woman in the hospital. Xiao Bai and Xia Holan narrowly evaded the strike, but the others were not so fortunate. 3 teammates were struck by the massive hand, launched like cannonballs against the mall's wall. Upon impact, they burst apart like balloons filled with red liquid, blood gushing forth like a breached dam, with countless fragments of flesh splattered against the wall, some resembling tofu. It was no surprise that the ground was littered with the crushed remains of Li Luanhui. The statue's strength far surpassed ordinary comprehension. The gruesome demise of 3 teammates plunged the group into despair. They could scarcely fathom that this gargantuan statue could obliterate them in a single blow. Instinctive terror compelled them to flee without a second thought. Yet, the statue offered no reprieve. Before they could escape a few steps, its colossal palm pursued relentlessly. 2 fleeing teammates were on the brink of being crushed when suddenly, a nimble serpent coiled around their waists, yanking them away with tremendous force. However, the hand's speed was evidently superior. A resounding crack echoed as one teammate was flattened into a pulp, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Another's legs were brutally crushed beneath the palm, eliciting a harrowing scream. Despite this, the force did not relent, pulling him towards Xiao Bai. She swiftly tore a strip from her skirt, binding it around the teammate's broken legs. "Hang in there. I'll deal with this monster and come back for you." After hastily attending to him, Xiaobai rejoined the fray. The statue's pace was relentless, making it difficult for the remaining teammates to evade. Xiaobai wielded her whip, aiding their retreat while shielding those behind her. The exorcist team, drained of stamina, retreated early, carrying the injured teammate to my side with Li Lu and Hu Wei. Only Xia Holan and Xiaobai remained on the battlefield, dodging and attacking simultaneously. The statue's immense size rendered their strike superficial, incapable of delivering fatal blows. As time elapsed, their strength waned, and their movements slowed. Although the statue bore numerous wounds, its speed and power remained undiminished. If this continued, Xia Holan and Xiaobai would surely be defeated. What should be done? Should I assist? Yet, if this creature were mechanical, the Red Lotus Inferno would be ineffective. Could I risk summoning Xiaoluyan for help? Absolutely not. That would expose me. Xia Holan and Xiaobai struggled increasingly, their breaths rapid and labored. Nearing their limits, with no other choice, I decided to take a gamble, hoping the Red Lotus Inferno would incinerate it. I quietly stepped back, avoiding the gaze of the other teammates, raising my hand to prepare to activate the Iron Ring. "You get out of here. Leave this thing to me." Xia Holan's voice interrupted my actions. At that moment, she had sheathed her Longquan sword, bending down as if to perform a sword-drawing maneuver, seemingly readying a powerful technique. "What are you thinking, you emotionless fool? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Xiaobai questioned, puzzled by Xia Holan's intent. "Enough chatter. My next move won't distinguish between friend and foe. If you wish to perish, stay right there." Chapter 82. Xia Holan's ultimate strike. Xiaobai recognized Xia Holan's formidable strength and without hesitation, retreated to our side. With Xiaobai no longer a distraction, the statue focused its entire attention on Xia Holan. It swung its arm once more, aiming to strike her fiercely. Strangely, Xia Holan closed her eyes, seemingly indifferent to the imminent attack, even as the palm hovered above her head. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide. With a push of her thumb against the sword hilt, a gleam of cold light erupted. In an instant, she vanished from her original position, causing the massive hand to swipe through empty air. The next moment, Xia Holan reappeared behind the statue, several dozen meters away. Clutching her sword, she gracefully executed a series of sword flourishes before sheathing it. At the moment the hilt met the sheath, 100 deep blue sword energies sliced through the air towards the statue. The colossal figure was cleaved into countless fragments, sending clouds of dust spiraling into the air. This unexpected turn of events left everyone astounded. The statue, which had just moments ago suppressed the group, was effortlessly obliterated by Xia Holan. And this was a true annihilation. This is the Xia family's exclusive technique? The instant shadow slash, a teammate exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief as they gazed at Xia Holan's back. Rumor had it that this technique could unleash 100 sword strikes in an instant, and it proved to be no exaggeration. Another teammate echoed, "This is utterly bizarre. It defies all logic. Who could possibly dash several dozen meters in the blink of an eye? Moreover, she not only covered such a distance, but also unleashed a flurry of over 100 strikes in an instant. Is she truly human?" While the crowd stood astounded by Xia Holan's prowess, I hastily donned my makeshift glasses. At that moment, a deep blue malevolence swirled around Xia Holan, detaching from her and converging towards the sword at her waist. The aura surrounding the sword was distinct from that of Xiaoluyan. The difference lay not in hue, but in intensity. Xiaoluyan's energy stemmed from her own formidable strength, while the potency emanating from the sword was due to the presence of countless souls entwined with it. It was astonishing to discover that the Longquan sword harbored so many spirits. In a wonder, she could teleport such distances and execute so many strikes. She was harnessing the power of these souls. As the statue was cleaved into countless fragments, the entire mall, akin to paper consumed by flames, rapidly succumbed to destruction. We found ourselves once again upon the stone steps, but this time, we were not at the foot or the center of the mountain. Rather, we had reached its summit. Atop the mountain stood a solitary structure, a 6-story residential building, its surface marred by numerous cracks. Xia Holan approached us, gazing at a teammate whose legs had been utterly crushed. The makeshift bandages were soaked in blood, flowing relentlessly from the wounds. He was weakened to the brink of death due to massive blood loss. If the bleeding could not be stopped, survival was improbable. He was beyond saving. Xiahou Lan placed her hand on the hilt of her sword, preparing to draw it. Xiao Bai, quick as lightning, lunged forward, forcefully pushing the half-drawn sword back into its sheath. What are you trying to do? Xiao Bai's brow furrowed, her eyes filled with inquiry and anger. Xiahou Lan remained unfazed by Xiao Bai's gaze. Isn't it better to grant him a swift end? His wounds continue to bleed, and he stands no chance of survival. Even if there were a way to staunch the blood, he would only burden us further. You saw for yourself. The statue in the mall possessed power far surpassing the creatures in the hospital. We are faced with another structure, and as the final building, the spirits within are likely even more formidable. Even with both of us, survival is not guaranteed, let alone for the others. These individuals cannot even protect themselves. And carrying someone incapacitated only increases the likelihood of their demise. Granting him a swift end would be a mercy for all. Xiahou Lan's words plunged the injured teammate into despair. No, don't kill me. I don't want to die, he pleaded desperately to Xiahou Lan, who refused to acknowledge him. Recognizing that she was resolute in her intent to end his life, he swiftly turned his gaze to the other teammates. You have to help me, please, save me. I don't want to die. His pleas fell on deaf ears as the other teammates averted their gazes. Xiahou Lan spoke the truth. Bringing along such a burden could very well cost them their lives. Who would willingly sacrifice their own for a stranger? If they are of no use, I shall carry him myself. Xiao Bai shot a fierce glare at Xiahou Lan before crouching down to examine the injured teammate's wounds. With great care, Xiao Bai peeled back the cloth covering his leg, revealing exposed bone and muscle, a sight too harrowing to behold. Blood flowed uncontrollably from the wound. At this rate, even without Xiahou Lan's intervention, he would not last much longer. Xiao Bai stared at the injury, biting her lip, contemplating a way to save the wounded teammate. I glanced at the others, noticing their complex expressions as they observed Xiao Bai and the injured man. It was evident that they all knew how to assist their comrade. After all, the solution was relatively straightforward. They were merely hesitant to voice their thoughts for fear of complicating matters. To be honest, I felt the same. Were it not for Xiao Bai, I would have refrained from offering assistance. Sighing helplessly, I approached Xiao Bai and crouched beside her. Xiao Bai, knock him out. Upon hearing my suggestion, Xiao Bai acted without hesitation, delivering a swift strike to the injured man's neck. Rendering him unconscious, I retrieved 2 ordinary fire talismans and handed them to Xiao Bai. Burn his wound with fire. It may be cruel, but it is preferable to death. Xiao Bai immediately grasped my intention, swiftly taking the talisman. The paper ignited spontaneously in her hands, and she carefully applied the burning talisman to the wound. Flames engulfed the injury, swiftly sealing it. Xiao Bai promptly extinguished the fire, discovering that the wound had indeed ceased bleeding. She rewrapped the injury and prepared to carry him on her back. I stopped her, saying, "Let me carry him." Xiao Bai shook her head with a smile. "No need. It was my decision to save him." "I cannot impose on you," I interjected, insisting that I would carry him. "I volunteered to help. You never asked me to. Besides, I can't contribute to the fight, so let me bear him." Seeing my determination, Xiao Bai nodded in acceptance. All right then. She recognized that it was the wisest decision to have the injured man remain close to me. Chapter 83. The living wife Xiahou Lan observed my willingness to shoulder the injured man and refrained from further comment. Turning to stride towards the building before us. This time, the teammates did not follow Xiahou Lan but rather silently trailed behind Xiao Bai, for only Xiao Bai seemed to care for their safety. Upon reaching the front of the building, Xiahou Lan paused, turning to gaze at Li Luanhui, who appeared lost in thought. "Is this your home?" Li Luanhui seemed to ponder something, not responding to her question. Noticing his continued silence, Xiahou Lan placed a hand on his shoulder. "Did you hear me?" The sudden touch startled Li Luanhui, causing him to exclaim. Xiahou Lan furrowed her brow, looking at him with curiosity. "Do you have something on your mind? Have you recalled something?" Li Luanhui swallowed hard, hesitating for a moment before replying. "No, I can only remember events prior to the proposal. Do you recall what happened afterward? I would need to enter this building." Xiahou Lan was not entirely convinced by Li Luanhui's response. But lacking evidence, she pressed on. "So, is this your home?" Li Luanhui glanced at the residential building. "I'm not entirely sure, but I think I have some vague recollections. I believe we should check the 5th floor." Xiahou Lan nodded, albeit with a hint of skepticism, before stepping into the building. I knew Li Luanhui was lying. His reaction when Xiahou Lan touched him was enough to indicate he was concealing something. What memory was he hiding? Could it be that he truly had harmed Lu Mingran? I lingered at the back of the group, keeping a vigilant eye on Li Luanhui. Inside the residential building, the corridor bore no distinction from any ordinary hallway. We ascended to the 5th floor with surprising ease, encountering no obstructions. Li Luanhui approached the door of room 501, inhaled deeply, and gently knocked. Knock, knock, knock. Moments later, a woman's voice resonated from within. Coming. The voice was clear and vibrant, suggesting its owner was in good spirits. The door swung open, revealing a woman who bore an uncanny resemblance to a plaster statue, Lu Mingran. At that moment, she looked at Li Luanhui with a beaming smile. Darling, why didn't you bring the keys? The crowd was taken aback, their faces etched with disbelief. They had anticipated that beyond the door lay a formidable spirit far more daunting than those encountered in the hospital or mall. Yet, no one could have foreseen that this was the home of Li Luanhui and Lu Mingran. Lu Mingran then turned to us, saying, "Oh, we have guests. Why didn't you tell me sooner? I haven't prepared anything." She pouted playfully, then retrieved a key hanging on the wall. Without making any physical contact with Li Luanhui, she placed the key into his pocket. "Silly, remember to bring your keys with that." Lu Mingran turned and headed towards the kitchen. "Let me see what's in the fridge. If it's not enough, I'll go to the market to buy some vegetables." The others looked at Li Luanhui, noticing he was already in tears. Mingran. His voice trembled, each syllable laden with sorrow. Hearing his cries, Lu Mingran hurried back from the kitchen. "What's wrong, darling?" Her tone was gentle yet urgent, filled with concern. "Why are you crying like this? What happened?" She reached out, intending to wipe away his tears, but midway, something seemed to dawn on her. She lowered her hand, her eyes reflecting a complex emotion that was difficult to articulate. Faced with Lu Mingran just within reach, Li Luanhui's overwhelming emotions shattered his composure. He lunged forward, disregarding everything, and embraced Lu Mingran with all his might, as if he wished to meld her into his very being. "Mingran, I miss you so much. Do you know how much I long for you?" Before he could finish, he was choked with sobs. However, the scene everyone had anticipated, Lu Mingran offering gentle comfort to her husband, did not unfold in that instant of being embraced. Lu Mingran appeared utterly terrified. Her eyes widened in fear as she pushed Li Luanhui away with all her strength. "No, don't touch me," she screamed uncontrollably, her hands flailing wildly as if possessed. Grasping at her hair in a frenzy, the profound terror, one that penetrated to her very bones, compelled her to huddle on the ground, embracing herself, her body trembling incessantly. "Don't touch me. Stay away from me." The onlookers were rendered speechless by the scene, momentarily thrown into disarray. Li Luanhui hurried forward, eager to comfort the shivering Lu Mingran. "Mingran." Before Li Luanhui could finish his sentence, Lu Mingran's body abruptly ceased its quaking. Her once terrified visage twisted into a grotesque grimace. Hee. An eerie, sinister laughter emerged from her lips, echoing ominously. Hee, ha 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 ha. The laughter grew increasingly intense, reverberating louder and louder. At that moment, the entire space shattered like a mirror crashing to the ground. In the next instant, we inexplicably found ourselves back atop the mountain. Before us stood the same cracked residential building. What is happening? Why have we returned to the mountaintop? The man in the lab coat gazed around, astonished. What is this situation? Is it an illusion, or are we caught in a ghostly loop? The short man who had been bickering with him interjected, "Both are possibilities. After all, there isn't much difference between the two." Xiahou Lan paid no heed to her teammates' discussions, instead focusing her gaze on Li Luanhui. "Why did she react so strongly after you embraced her?" It was not surprising that Xiahou Lan was unaware. They had set off separately, oblivious to Lu Mingran's affliction. Li Luanhui then disclosed Lu Mingran's condition to the group. Xiahou Lan stroked her chin, lost in contemplation. "I understand the illness, but why were we transported away?" The man in the lab coat spoke again. Could it be related to the act of touching her? His words piqued the attention of his teammates. She seemed fine before, but once touched, she suddenly went mad. And then we were transported out. In other words, if we hadn't touched her, she wouldn't have gone insane. If she didn't go insane, we wouldn't have been transported out, would we? The teammates exchanged glances, skeptical of the lab-coated man's hypothesis. Yet, With no alternative theories, they reluctantly decided to adopt his suggestion. Once more, we ascended to the 5th floor. Li Luanhui stood at the door, poised to knock, when he sensed something unusual in his pocket. He reached inside and retrieved the key to Lu Mingran's door that she had given him. Chapter 84. I caused her death since he could produce the key. It confirmed that what had transpired moments ago was not a mere illusion. Li Luanhui stared at the key, hesitating for a moment. Ultimately, he inserted the key into the lock. As the key turned, the door swung open successfully. We glanced inside and found Lu Mingran sitting on the windowsill, her gaze vacant as she stared outside. She appeared lost in thought, oblivious to the door's opening. Mingran? Li Luanhui's voice jolted her back to reality. She turned, surprised to see us. Darling, you're back? Why didn't you let me know you were bringing so many guests? Her lips curled into a faint smile, though it seemed forced. The first time we met, her smile was genuine, but now it resembled a mere facade. She hurriedly rose and dashed into the kitchen. Let me check what's in the refrigerator. If it's not enough, I'll go buy some vegetables. This time, Li Luanhui managed to restrain his emotions and refrained from touching her. As Lu Mingran rummaged through the fridge, she retrieved a variety of ingredients. Afterward, she tied on an apron and began preparing the meal. Not forgetting us in the living room, she turned back, offering a stiff smile. Darling, please arrange for everyone to take a seat. Lu Mingran moved with remarkable efficiency, washing, chopping, and stir-frying in one fluid motion. Before long, 2 plates of stir-fry dishes were placed on the dining table. This was all rather bizarre. Were we to dine on food prepared by a ghost in this haunted abode? Perhaps out of anxiety or momentary distraction, Lu Mingran accidentally cut her hand while chopping vegetables, accompanied by her scream. The knife clattered to the ground. Blood dripped from the wound, falling drop by drop onto the tiled floor. Mingran! Li Luanhui rushed to check her injury, but she vehemently shouted, "Don't come near." Lu Mingran seemed to be once again triggered, collapsing onto the ground, trembling in fear. "Stay away from me. Don't come near." A sense of dread washed over me. Could it be that we were about to? Sure enough, Lu Mingran emitted that same eerie laughter once more. Ha 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 ha. The entire space shattered again, like a fractured mirror. We found ourselves outside the residential building once more. No, this shouldn't be happening, and no one touched her this time. Did they? How did we end up back here? The man in the lab coat scratched his head, perplexed. The short man added, according to your hypothesis. Did we leave this time because she cut her hand? He inquired of Li Luanhui. Is she afraid of getting touched, or does she fear cutting her hand? Li Luanhui shook his head. I don't know. I shouldn't, but cutting her hand? That reasoning seemed far-fetched. It was less about the fear of cutting her hand and more about the dread of bleeding. But why would she be afraid of blood? I stroked my chin, pondering the reasons behind this fear of blood. Wait. The fear of being touched, combined with the fear of bleeding. Could it be that in an instant, all the answers flooded my mind like a tidal wave? So, it was like this. Indeed, I maintained an impassive facade, yet my molars ground together. All right. Xia Holan addressed the group. Rather than speculating wildly, we should go up and take another look, since each time, we were transported out due to her madness. This time, let us eliminate her and see what unfolds. Hearing Xia Holan's intent to kill his wife, Li Luanhui's heart jolted. He wanted to say something, but ultimately, silence prevailed. We once again ascended to the 5th floor. And Li Luanhui opened the door. Lu Mingran had undergone yet another transformation. She now cowered in the corner, her body covered in numerous deep cuts. A closer inspection revealed these were marks of self-harm. Upon seeing us enter, Lu Mingran immediately lifted her head. Her face was a mask of terror, as if she were on the verge of a breakdown. Just as Xia Holan was about to draw her, Xia Holan firmly grasped Li Luanhui and entered the room. The scene within once again surpassed everyone's expectations. Lu Mingran was dead. She hung lifelessly from the beam, having taken her own life. Upon witnessing this tragic sight, Li Luanhui summoned an inexplicable strength. Breaking free from Xia Holan's grip, he rushed to the lifeless body of Lu Mingran and hastily cradled her in his arms. Mingran, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault, Li Luanhui cried out, his voice a cacophony of despair. This time, his wails were far more frantic and heart-wrenching than before. Humph, you finally realize it was you who caused my demise. The body lying in Li Luinhui's embrace suddenly opened its eyes. A sinister smile spreading across her face as she fixated on him. "It was you who brought me to this end. I want you dead." Lu Mengran's hand shot out, attempting to strangle Li Luinhui. However, Xiao Bai's whip swiftly coiled around Li Luinhui's waist, pulling him back. Xiao Bai's intervention left everyone astounded. Xiahou Lan furrowed her brow, glaring angrily at Xiao Bai. "What do you mean by this? Wasn't it agreed that Lu Mengran would kill him? Why are you going back on your word?" Xiao Bai met Xiahou Lan's gaze with a subtle smile. "Humph, I have changed my mind. Is that a problem? You." Xiahou Lan wished to argue further, but Lu Mengran behind her stirred. She slowly stood, an eerie laughter escaping her lips. Well, Li Luinhui, you're quite fortunate this time. You've managed to gather so many allies. But your companions don't seem very united, do they? Do you truly expect them to come and kill me?" The air around them instantly solidified, the entire space fracturing once again. However, this time, they did not return to the mountaintop, but instead found themselves in an entirely new realm. This space resembled a city in ruins, composed of familiar hospitals, shopping malls, residential buildings, and the venues for rendezvous. The structures were riddled with cracks, and the ground was slick with a foul, viscous liquid. There was no time for astonishment, for from this noxious liquid emerged faceless female monstrosities, nurses, patients, passers-by, tourists, and salesgirls. An overwhelming tide of various female creatures surged forth. A glance revealed a sea of darkness, numbering at least in the thousands. Though these monsters were not formidable individually, their sheer numbers posed a grave threat. Even a single cockroach is harmless, yet thousands could devour a person alive. The creatures crawled forth from the ground, charging at them like ravenous zombies. The teammates, realizing the gravity of the situation, readied their skills for a life-or-death confrontation. I hurried to Li Luinhui's side and struck the back of his neck with my palm. He collapsed into my embrace. I glanced at Xiao Bai, who instructed me, focus on dealing with the enemies. Xiao Bai nodded at me, releasing the whip that was wrapped around Li Luinhui's waist. Supporting the injured on my back and dragging the wounded Li Luinhui with me, I swiftly retreated to a distant building. The others, perceiving me as a useless burden, expressed no objections to my escape. Finding refuge behind a structure, I quickly produced gasoline and encircled the two unconscious individuals with a ring of it. Leaning against the building, I peered towards my teammates. The sight was chilling. They were all engulfed by a monstrous wave, which roared and charged towards my direction. I hastily pulled a finger towards the gasoline and shot a red lotus flame talisman at it. With the wall of fire encircling them, I could momentarily ease my concerns for Li Luinhui and the injured. Since I could not see my teammates, it implied they could not see me either. I stepped out from the building, facing the oncoming monsters with a faint smile. Perfect, time to test the red lotus flame blade. I unsheathed the modified red lotus flame blade from behind me, with searing flames erupting forth. The power of this flame far surpassed that of the talismans. I closed my eyes, slightly crouched, gripping the hilt tightly. With a deep breath, I suddenly opened my eyes and swung the Tang knife with force. Channeling my body into the movement, a sharp sound rang out as a scorching wave of sword energy surged forth, hurtling towards the monsters. In an instant, hundreds of them were sent flying by the force. Engulfed in flames, their cries of agony echoing through the air. A horrific sight to behold. I dared not relent, unleashing a flurry of sword energies. The intense flames ignited among the horde, quickly forming a massive firewall. As soon as the monsters approached, they would inevitably ignite their burning KINT. Seemed that as long as I wielded the red lotus flame blade, no matter how many of these feeble creatures came, they would not stand a chance against me. Soon, the ignited monsters were all consumed by the flames. Yet again, a multitude of creatures surged towards me. Should I attempt the fusion of human and ghost? The last time I faced Zhao Feng, it was Xie Luyan who controlled me. If I could harness her power, I could potentially annihilate all the monsters, perhaps even the master of this place. Just as I hesitated over whether to invoke the fusion, I heard Xiahou Lan's voice rise above the chaos. "Everyone, protect yourselves, protect ourselves." Was she preparing to unleash some kind of ultimate move? No way. Before I could finish my thought, a deep blue light illuminated the center of the monstrous horde. The light abruptly vanished, only to reappear instantaneously hundreds of meters away, behind the army of monsters. I shouted in alarm and turned to flee. Just as I had run a few dozen meters, a cacophony of slicing sounds filled the air behind me. Turning back, I beheld deep blue sword energies cleaving through the air. Appearing before my eyes, the sword energies were overwhelmingly powerful, spanning over 1,000 meters. Within their reach, every monster, along with the surrounding structures, was reduced to fragments. The entire space was engulfed in smoke and gore. As the haze cleared, I found all the monsters, including Lu Mingran, had been vanquished. Chapter 86. So this is the truth. I stepped over the fragments of corpses, slowly making my way toward Xiaobai, who sat on the ground beside the two unconscious teammates. She had wrapped herself in them in her extended whip, preventing any injuries. Approaching her, I spoke. Are they the only two left? Xiaobai stood and nodded. Yes, they are the last ones. Everyone else is dead. Her eyes brimmed with sorrow as she gazed at the unconscious teammates. I placed a comforting hand on her shoulder before moving to Xiahou Lan's side. She lay on the sticky ground, also unconscious, her complexion ashen and her body trembling, beads of cold sweat cascading down her form. Hiss! Why does this state resemble possession? I donned my glasses and noticed dozens of ghosts swirling around her, emanating a deep blue malevolence. The spirits were weak, but Xiahou Lan was far too frail, allowing them to take advantage of her. So they are the little ghosts from the sword. I unsheathed the red lotus flame blade, the dominating flames quickly capturing the attention of the specters. As I drew the fire near, they fled back into the sword in fright, restoring Xiahou Lan's color to normal. Once I had dealt with her, I approached the remains of Lu Mingran. She had been cleaved into several pieces by Xiahou Lan, blood oozing from the scattered fragments. I conjured a red lotus flame talisman, patiently awaiting the transformation of the remains. Xiaobai approached, puzzled. Commander, what are you waiting for? For Lu Mingran to resurrect, I replied. What? Xiaobai exclaimed, startled. Is she not dead? Suddenly, she recalled something and glanced around. Oh right, the ghost realm hasn't vanished. That indicated Lu Mingran was not yet dead. No, regardless of whether Lu Mingran is alive or dead, this ghost realm will not dissipate. Why words only deepened Xiaobai's confusion. Huh? Commander, what do you mean by that? I don't quite understand. Xiaobai. This place is not Lu Mingran's ghost realm at all, and no matter how she dies or how many times she dies, it will remain. Xiaobai furrowed her brows, looking at me with deep confusion. Not Lu Mingran's ghost realm? Then whose is it? Just as I was about to respond, a voice interrupted. It is mine. We turned to see Li Luanhui, having awakened at an unknown time. He hunched over, staggering towards us, kneeling before the remains of Lu Mingran. Xiaobai looked at him and asked, You mean this is your ghost realm? But you were being chased by monsters the entire time. How could it possibly be yours? Li Luanhui pressed his lips together, a relieved smile breaking across his face. Indeed, this is my ghost realm. I actually recalled it long ago. It's just that you were too embarrassed to tell us. Weren't you? I interjected, picking up on his words. Li Luanhui turned to me. So knew I had remembered all along? I nodded slightly in response. Not just that, I have surmised what transpired between you and your wife. This is precisely why I am aware that this place is your haunt. It is also the reason you have yet to eliminate yourself. Upon hearing my description, his gaze grew exceedingly complex. I see. So, do you believe that I killed Mingran? Xiaobai, completely bewildered by our conversation, anxiously inquired, What riddle are you speaking? Can you enlighten me, dear aunt, as to what is happening? Li Luanhui raised his head and let out a profound sigh. He then recounted the tale of his marriage to Lu Mingran in the presence of family and friends. They exchanged vows. Yet post-marriage, Lu Mingran forbade Li Luanhui from touching her in the prime of his youth. He had desires. Initially, it posed no issue, but as time elapsed, complications arose. Since the day Lu Mingran fell ill, 2.5 years had passed. Throughout this period, Li Luanhui had not once been intimate with another woman. Whether encountering alluring nurses in the hospital or passing by provocatively dressed pedestrians on the street, his desires would ignite. Yet she had a girlfriend, a wife. He could not engage with other women. He was compelled to suppress his cravings. This led to an increasingly volatile temperament and an unstable character. Misfortunes compounded. Lu Mingran exhibited no signs of improvement after their marriage. Instead, her condition worsened. What began as normalcy soon devolved into her sitting by the window in a trance, occasionally shedding tears for no apparent reason. Subsequently, She would curl up in bed, succumbing to terror, at times exhibiting erratic behavior, pleading with Li Luanhui not to abandon her point one day, upon returning home from work. Li Luanhui discovered Lu Mingran engaging in self-harm, carving deep gashes into her skin, leaving her covered in blood. Terrified, he momentarily forgot that she could not be touched. Instinctively, he grabbed Lu Mingran to take her to the hospital. However, upon being touched, she reacted violently, slashing Li Luanhui's arm with the knife in her hand. Lu Mingran swung the blade wildly, screaming for him not to come near her. Confronted by his deranged wife, who had just inflicted harm upon him, Li Luanhui was overwhelmed by an intense sense of grievance, which swiftly transformed into rage. Why should he return home from work to enjoy the comforts of a wife and child while he was faced with a madwoman? Each day was filled with either her blank stares or her insanity. Even the simple act of touching her was denied. He had a wife, but was forced to endure a marriage akin to widowhood. No, it would be better to truly be a widower, at least then. He could seek solace with other women rather than suffer in silence. Anger clouded his judgment, compelling him to vocalize all his pent-up frustrations. The erratic Lu Mingran, upon hearing his words, fell silent, sitting on the bed with her head buried in her knees, crying incessantly. After expressing his grievances, Li Luanhui turned and stormed out of the house. In truth, he had regained his composure. He did not wish to abandon Lu Mingran. Rather, he intended to seek the assistance of a neighbor downstairs to forcibly take Lu Mingran to the hospital. After all, those wounds could not be neglected. Yet, upon returning home with the neighbor, they discovered that Lu Mingran had hanged herself. The neighbor screamed in terror. Rushing down the stairs, Li Luanhui hurriedly brought his wife down. And faced with the lifeless body of his wife, he was engulfed by profound sorrow. He believed his impulsiveness had led to her demise. Had he not complained to her, had he not slammed the door, had he exercised greater restraint over his desires, she would still be alive. It was he who had caused Lu Mingran's death. Chapter 87. I noticed long ago having caused the death of his wife. Li Luanhui felt there was no longer a reason for him to continue living. He believed that everything had begun at Dongshan. Let it all end there. He took his wife's corpse and drove to the foot of Dongshan. Ascending the mountain they had never fully climbed together. If they could not be the first couple to conquer the peak, they would instead be the first couple to perish in love. Thus, Li Luanhui embraced his wife's lifeless body and leaped from the summit. This is the tale of my relationship with Mingran. Li Luanhui finished recounting his story. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. Xiaobai listened quietly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. So, this truly is your haunt. But if this is indeed your haunt, why do the monsters here seek to kill you? Li Luanhui opened his mouth, attempting to respond to Xiaobai's question, but he could only choke on his words, producing a broken and labored sound from his throat. Zai let out a breath. Allow me to answer. After Li Luanhui's death, consumed by overwhelming grief and self-loathing, a haunt formed at Dongshan. Since the source of his resentment lay within himself, he had no desire to harm others. Thus, the haunt only manifested at night. Unable to forgive his own actions, he sealed away his memories within the haunt, rendering himself an ordinary person. He transformed his anguish into the figure of Lu Mingran, who repeatedly killed him. Initially, Li Luanhui constructed a single residential building. However, upon encountering Lu Mingran, his sealed memories would awaken. Thus, he manifested a shopping mall and the 99 doors in the corridor. He loathed his own desires, believing that they had led to his wife's death. He allowed those desires to morph into faceless, seductive monsters, which would relentlessly hunt and torment him. He had thought the shopping mall was perilous enough to trap him indefinitely. Yet, to his surprise, the amnesiac version of himself loved his wife even more deeply. In the course of several hundred cycles, he successfully gathered 99 gifts. Somehow, he managed to escape from the statue, encountering Lu Mingran in the residential building and regaining his memories, in a bid to further torment himself. He manifested a third structure, namely a hospital, just a fortnight ago. Yet, this hospital was situated at the foot of the mountain. Your original position has been reset as well, now located outside Dongshan village. Li Luanhui wiped away his uncontrollable tears. You are truly remarkable. You have deduced everything. When did you realize this was my haunt? I replied softly. From the moment the second building appeared in the first building, you had not yet regained your memories. Hence, the Lu Mingran in the hospital attacked all three of us, myself, Xiaobai, and you. However, in the second building, when suspicions arose that you had killed Lu Mingran, even you began to doubt yourself. The statue in the shopping mall only targeted you. It was from this moment that I began to suspect this was your haunt. Li Luanhui slowly closed his eyes, taking a deep breath to calm the tumult within him. Moments later, he managed a faint smile. I apologized. I did not anticipate that I would burden you with so much trouble, even causing the loss of your teammate's life. The dismembered remains of Lu Mingran around him seemed to spring to life, gradually coalescing and eventually forming the living Lu Mingran. She slowly approached Li Luanhui from behind, revealing a sinister smile. Her hands stretched toward Li Luanhui's neck, intent on choking him. Rest assured, in the next cycle, I will remove the hospital, ensuring I do not add to your troubles. Allow me to remain here to atone for my sins. Wait. Xiaobai urgently shouted at Li Luanhui. Your wife's death was merely an accident. You did not harbor the intent to kill her. This cannot be simplistically interpreted as you having murdered your wife, can it? Li Luanhui shook his head, looking at Xiaobai with a sense of acceptance. Thank you, but there is no need to comfort me. It was indeed I who caused Mingran's death. Mingran was already in a state of distress. At that time, she was engulfed in fear and despair. I said so many hurtful things, relentlessly pushing her to the brink. She must have harbored immense hatred for me. Tio chose suicide, leaving me forever shackled with regret and guilt. At this point, the tears he had previously managed to suppress began to flow once more. Now, I have caused the deaths of so many others, and my sins have multiplied. Let me endure this eternal cycle here. Tio, repay my transgressions. Xiaobai wished to say something more, but upon seeing Li Luanhui's resolute demeanor, the words caught in her throat. Should Li Luanhui truly perish like this? Indeed, as long as there was no hospital, Li Luanhui would refresh at Dongshan the following night. After all, the haunt only manifested at night. Dongshan was closed to the public after dark, as long as it did not trouble the villagers below. This case could be considered resolved. But is that truly sufficient? Li Luanhui's sins are not so grave as to warrant eternal suffering in a cycle of torment. Yet he would not heed any counsel. What could alter his mindset? Just as I was lost in thought, my phone suddenly rang. I pulled it out to see a message from Gu Tianyu, accompanied by an image. Upon opening the picture, I discovered a letter left behind by Lu Mingran. This was it. This was the key item that could change his perspective. I activated the red lotus fire symbol in my hand, casting the talisman toward Lu Mingran. The red lotus fire ignited swiftly, and before long, she was reduced to ashes. Li Luanhui assumed that I would persuade him in the same manner as Xiaobai did. There is no need for you to persuade me. I will not lift the curse. Li Luanhui gazed at me with unwavering determination. Even if you kill me, it would be futile. I shall resurrect again the following night. Li Luanhui, have you perused the letter left by Lu Mingran? Upon hearing my inquiry, Li Luanhui appeared distinctly taken aback. He had not anticipated such a question from me. I have not. When I last beheld Mingran's lifeless body, I was indeed in bed, and I spotted a letter. However, I lacked the courage to open it. It must have contained Mingran's grievances against me in life over the years. I feared that if I read it, my sorrow would compel me to leap from the building. That would render it impossible for me to bring Mingran to Dongshan, to fulfill the unaccomplished wish we had made 5 years ago. Chapter 88. A letter to my husband. I knew it would be thus. I interrupted Li Luanhui's words. Li Luanhui, after your disappearance, the elder sister downstairs reported to the police. They discovered Lu Mingran's letter in your home. The letter has been kept in the evidence room. I have already enlisted a friend to retrieve it for you. Do you not wish to see it? Upon learning that I possessed the letter, Li Luanhui was evidently moved. He wanted to look, yet hesitated, remaining knelt in place, embroiled in turmoil. Xiaobai, equally curious about the letter's contents, took a swift step forward and seized the phone. As she read the letter, her already reddened eyes shimmered with fresh tears, which soon spilled forth. Having only perused the opening lines, she approached Li Luanhui, urging, "You must see this. It is entirely different from what you imagine." Li Luanhui turned his head, his gaze falling upon the phone, his eyes filled with uncertainty and confusion. After a brief internal struggle, He extended a trembling hand to accept the device, as he beheld the words on the letter. His eyes widened in shock. This is indeed Mingran's writing. He fixated on the screen, reading the letter word for word. Luan Hui, by the time you read this letter, I will no longer be among the living. I know that you have never given up on me, striving to cure my illness. I am aware that you have suppressed your desires solely to prevent my deterioration and to uphold our marriage. Luan Hui, in truth, I should not have accepted your proposal. I understand my condition is not conducive to marriage. Your life would undoubtedly be better without me. Yet, I cannot bear to part with you. Each night, I resolve to end our relationship the next day. However, upon seeing your bright and gentle face again, my resolve crumbles in an instant. After our marriage, my health declined further. Even mundane tasks like cooking and tidying became insurmountable challenges. Each day, you returned from work only to care for me and manage this household. Observing your daily struggles and self-restraint truly pierces my heart. Yet, I am unable to repay you, not even in the slightest. I should have departed from your life long ago, but I love you too deeply. I cannot envision a life without you. Hence, I have resolved to end my own suffering. Allow me to cherish your presence in the time that remains. Lest I forget your visage in another realm, after my departure, I hope you remember me as I was in health and happiness, rather than as one tormented by illness. Luan Hui, without me, you must continue to live well. Thank you for allowing me to experience what true happiness feels like. Forever yours, Mingran. Upon finishing the letter, Li Luan Hui's cries echoed throughout the desolate city. This letter served as a key, unlocking the long-held shackles of guilt and regret that had imprisoned his heart. The truth was that his wife's death stemmed not from hatred, but rather from love. Mingran. Mingran. He remained kneeling on the ground, calling out his wife's name. Xiaobai sat beside him, gently stroking his back. Neither Xiaobai nor I uttered a word. Merely remaining silently by his side, he needed to weep to alleviate his emotions. After a considerable time, Li Luan Hui's tears ran dry, leaving only sobs and choked breaths. At this moment, Xiaobai finally spoke to offer comfort. It is all right, do not cry. Your wife would not wish to see you in such a state. I nodded in agreement. Indeed, you have tormented yourself here for far too long. Your wife would surely be saddened to witness this. Do not persist in this cycle, go seek your wife. Perhaps she is waiting for you in the underworld, eager to reincarnate with you. Li Luan Hui rubbed his swollen eyes, nodding vigorously. All right, I will heed your words. I will go to the underworld. Go find Mingran. I flipped my fingers, conjuring a talisman from thin air. The talisman ignited in my hand without flame, then I pierced it with a wooden sword. Beginning to chant the rebirth incantation. Soon, a faint blue light emanated from Li Luan Hui's body, and he began to levitate slowly. His form gradually faded in accordance with my incantation. By the time I completed the rebirth incantation, he was nearly transparent. He looked at us, finally revealing a genuine smile. Thank you, not only for safeguarding me to this final destination, but also for unraveling my heart's turmoil and aiding my transcendence. Without you, I fear I would be endlessly trapped in this cycle. Xiaobai wiped her tears while bidding farewell to Li Luan. It is all right. This is our duty. You need not feel burdened by it. I remained silent, simply waving goodbye. He reciprocated the gesture, waving to both Xiaobai and me before vanishing into the AIR.in that instant. The entire city abruptly faded away, and the surroundings transformed into the summit of Dangshan. The moonlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating Dangshan, rendering the entire peak breathtakingly beautiful. I donned my glasses once more, ensuring there was not a hint of malevolence in the vicinity. Xiaobai wiped her tears and offered me a faint smile. How wonderful! We have not only completed our mission but also helped Li Luan Hui escape the cycle of reincarnation. It is a pity we lost several teammates. Otherwise, it would have been perfect. No, this matter is far from over. I could no longer contain my inner fury, my expression becoming decidedly fearsome. Xiaobai had never witnessed me display such a countenance and, feeling apprehensive, inquired, "What is it, strategist? What remains unresolved?" I disregarded Xiaobai's question and dialed Gu Tianyu's number. It wasn't long before he answered the call. Hello? Hello, I have a matter to discuss with you. Although the case has been resolved, it has unveiled further complications involving other individuals. May I handle them independently? Gu Tianyu, being quite astute, grasped the underlying implications of my question in an instant. I do not comprehend what you are implying. However, as the future head of the Spirit Management Bureau, you possess the authority to deal with individuals connected to spirits without needing to report to me. Once you assume leadership, simply submit a case closure report afterward. With that, he terminated the call. Having received tacit approval, I was now free to act without restraint. Let us go. Xiaobai, we shall avenge Li Luanhui and Lu Minggran. Avenge? Xiaobai inquired, bewildered. Their deaths were not merely accidents, were they? No, their demise appears to be an accident. Yet, in reality, it was orchestrated by others, the village chief and his son. What? But Lu Minggran and Li Luanhui committed suicide. Did they not? How did they cause their deaths? Xiaobai was utterly perplexed, confusion etched across her face. Xiaobai, do you recall that Li Luanhui mentioned the village chief and his son invited them for a meal? Xiaobai nodded. Yes, I remember. Lu Minggran has a habit of sleeping early, so she did not attend. It was precisely because of this that she fell victim to the weasel's possession, leaving behind psychological trauma. No, this matter has no connection to the weasel. I inhaled deeply, moderating my pace. The weasel merely took the blame for them. The true source of Lu Minggran's psychological trauma was the village chief's son. Years ago, when the village chief and his son invited Li Luanhui to dine, the son took advantage of being inebriated to stealthily infiltrate the inn. Meanwhile, the village chief kept Li Luanhui occupied with drinks. The village chief's son seized this opportunity to assault Lu Minggran. The injuries on Lu Minggran's body were not sustained from a struggle with the weasel, but rather inflicted during the assault by the village chief's son. Prior to seeking out Lu Minggran, the village chief's son captured a weasel and placed it in the inn to fabricate the illusion of possession. Upon hearing my account, Xiaobai was utterly astounded. This cannot be right. If the village chief's son assaulted Lu Minggran, then why did she not speak out? Observing the excitement radiating from Xiaobai, I let out a soft sigh. Xiaobai, are you aware of what the majority of girls' first reaction is after experiencing such a traumatic event as assault? Well, it goes without saying, they would undoubtedly wish to eliminate their assailant, Xiaobai fervently retorted. That reflects your perspective. For most girls, after being assaulted, if no one else is aware, the majority would choose to conceal it. After all, it is not a matter of honor. If it were to leak out, it would significantly impact their future lives. Xiaobai clenched her teeth, the muscles in her face twitching slightly with indignation. So, Lu Minggran was left with psychological scars from being assaulted by the village chief's son, which led to her fear of being touched by others. Yes, but not entirely, I continued. Initially, it was indeed the psychological trauma that caused her to dread the touch of men. However, if that were the sole reason, Li Luanhui's meticulous care should have healed those wounds. What truly left her with a lifelong shadow was the HIV. Xiaobai's eyes widened in disbelief. HIV? Are you implying she contracted HIV? Yes. I took a deep breath, my tone heavy with resignation. The village chief's son transmitted HIV to Lu Minggran. Although it remains unclear what method Director Huang employed to erase portions of Lu Minggran's memories, the reality of the HIV lingered in her subconscious. She feared passing it on to others. Thus, her refusal to allow men to touch her escalated to a refusal of contact from anyone. As time passed, her memories gradually resurfaced, and her physical resistance waned. Her body began to exhibit rashes. To conceal the undeniable rashes, she resorted to cutting her skin with a knife. You all failed to notice. If you had looked closely, you would have spotted the rashes beneath her scars. Deep down, she wished to spend more time with Li Luanhui. Yet, after being touched by him, she instinctively used the knife to inflict harm upon herself, inadvertently risking the transmission of HIV to him. Unable to confront Li Luanhui any longer, she chose to end her life. Xiaobai's fists clenched tightly, her knuckles turning pale from the pressure. So it was like this. Why didn't you inform Li Luanhui? Why not let him take revenge for Lu Minggran? I shook my head in resignation. Xiaobai, Lu Minggran would rather choose death than allow Li Luanhui to harbor a tarnished image of her in his heart. What right do we have to shatter the image she has maintained for so many years? Xiaobai lowered her head, momentarily at a loss for words. Nevertheless, it matters not, we can avenge them. Individuals like them would not limit their actions solely to Li Luanhui and Lu Minggran. Allowing them to remain would only bring further calamity. Xiaobai pressed her fists down hard, the joints cracking under the strain. Agreed. I shall ensure they pay the price. She turned to gaze at her unconscious companions. What about them? No need to worry. The crisis has been averted. Once they awaken, they will return on their own. Leaving Tangshan behind, we headed directly to the village chief's residence. The journey was marked by silence, heavy footsteps, and a heart filled with indignation. Upon reaching the village chief's home, we discovered they were absent. Their abode was in disarray, evidently a hasty attempt to pack and flee, with no time taken to restore the chaos. Strategist, they must have fled to evade justice. What should we do? Xiaobai fretted, pacing in circles. In no need to panic, I retrieved my phone and opened the tracking application. From the moment I encountered the village chief and his son, I sensed something amiss. Thus, while everyone was distracted, I discreetly placed a locator in the village chief's pocket. I never anticipated it would prove useful. I assumed they would leave the city, but to my surprise, they ventured into the undeveloped depths of the mountains. This considerably simplified matters for me. Glancing at the time, it was already 3 in the morning. The location was not too distant. We should be able to catch up with them before dawn. Without hesitation, Xiaobai and I set off towards the mountains. An hour later, we arrived near the designated location, discovering a cave. The tracker indicated that the village chief and his son were within. As we entered the cave, we found the two of them seated by a fire, roasting a mountain chicken. They were relishing the feast, clearly enjoying themselves. Had we not arrived, they might have devoured the entire bird. How did you? The two of them stood up, their faces a mask of disbelief. The village chief was the first to regain his composure, awkwardly chuckling and wiping the remnants of food from his mouth with his sleeve. You must have dealt with that ghost, right? Oh dear, you have truly worked hard. Upon seeing us glaring at him with palpable hostility, he could only continue to feign ignorance. We came here to camp. That mountain chicken is quite delicious. Why don't you give it a try? Xiaobai's chest heaved violently, her body trembling. She withdrew her whip and advanced step by step towards the two. I'll taste your demise. Chapter 90. Revenge for him. You two wretched beings, I shall ensure your demise. I hastily restrained Xiaobai. Wait, Xiaobai. The village chief's son is infected with HIV. If you come into contact with his blood, you may become infected as well. I have a better plan. Allow me to handle them. Xiaobai turned to me, puzzled. What plan? I flashed a smirk at Xiaobai before turning my gaze towards the village chief and his son. After a night of confinement, you must be feeling quite pinned up. You can finally come out for some fresh AI art. No sooner had I spoken than Xia Luyin eagerly emerged from within me. The moment she appeared, Xia Luyin stretched lazily. Finally out. The outside world is wonderful. Upon seeing the red-clad ghost materialize, the village chief and his son jumped back in fright. The village chief's son stammered, Is there another ghost? The village chief, while also startled, attempted to maintain a facade of calm. Ahem, what do you mean by this? We can't quite comprehend what you just said. Furthermore, aren't you the department responsible for dealing with ghosts? Why haven't you dealt with this one before you? I stepped forward, my expression serene as I regarded the two. What? Do you still wish to play dumb at this juncture? Do you need me to remind you of the despicable acts you committed against Lu Minggran? The village chief attempted to deny it, feigning ignorance. Do not know what you are speaking of. Unperturbed, I laid out the facts. You colluded with your son to assault Lu Minggran and transmitted HIV to her. Truly, you are an exemplary father. Once exposed, they ceased their pretense. And so what? My son contracted HIV, but he was infected by someone else, wasn't he? If he hadn't contracted HIV, we wouldn't be seeking revenge against society by spreading it to others. I couldn't help but laugh at the village chief's words. You are truly something else. It was your son who went out and engaged in reckless behavior, contracting a filthy disease. Yet you audaciously claim to seek revenge against society. You are utterly shameless. I turned to Xia Luyin. Xia Luyin, eliminate them in the most brutal manner possible. Ensure that they become vengeful spirits after death. At the mention of this, Xia Luyin's expression twisted into one of madness. Oh? Are you saying I can have my fun with them? Ha 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 ha. Her voice brimmed with barely contained glee as she licked her fingers, her lips stretching into a grin that nearly reached her ears. Excellent. It has been far too long since I felt this exhilarated. Xia Luyin cast her gaze upon the village chief and his son, instantly sending them into a paroxysm of fear. Yet, before they could recover from their terror, Xia Luyin appeared behind them in the next moment. With her icy fingers, she traced their faces. Hee. You two, shall entertain me for a while. No, please don't. Ah! It had been ages since Xia Luyin had tasted human blood, and her brutal slaughter of the two was nothing short of horrific. Not only I, but even Xiaobai felt her legs weaken at the sight. Unable to bear the gruesome scene any longer, I quickly turned to Xiaobai and said, Xiaobai, would you like to join me outside to set up an array? Xiaobai nodded vigorously, her head bobbing like a drum. Yes, let us hurry. The two of us made our way to the cave entrance. I began to set up the array outside. Xiaobai, curious, inquired, Strategist, what kind of array are you setting up? A gathering of evil spirits array. I replied. Huh. A gathering of evil spirits array. ISNT that's supposed to strengthen the spirits? You're allowing Xia Luyin to turn them into vengeful ghosts and then setting up this array here? Once they become exceedingly difficult to deal with? What exactly are you planning? In response to Xiaobai's barrage of questions, I merely smiled faintly. Don't rush. You'll find out soon enough. After the formation was completed, Xia Luyin floated out from the cave. It was done. My methods were exceedingly cruel. In a moment, they would transform into vengeful spirits. Both Xiaobai and I had witnessed her tactics before. Indeed, they were most brutal. The three of us returned to the cave, only to discover that the bodies of the two had already become unrecognizable. They had bled profusely. Xiaobai and I dared only to observe from a distance, too fearful to approach. Soon, two intense waves of malevolent energy emanated from the corpses. This energy coalesced in the air, taking on the forms of the village chief and his son. Their faces were twisted, their eyes filled with resentment and fury. How dare you kill us? I will make you pay. Before they could finish, two Red Lotus Inferno talismans struck them. The Red Lotus flames ignited instantaneously, consuming them relentlessly. Based on past experiences, it usually took only half a minute for the Red Lotus Inferno to vanquish a vengeful spirit. However, the father and son, engulfed in flames, struggled for a full 4 to 5 minutes. Still fiercely battling against the Inferno, their limbs contorted grotesquely, their features twisted in agony, despair flooding their eyes. The cries of pain echoed relentlessly. Yet, there were no signs of their demise. Xiaobai curiously inquired, Military strategist, why are they not turning to ashes? I gazed at the writhing figures and snorted coldly. Because they cannot turn to ashes. I instructed Xia Luyin to employ the most ruthless methods to ensure that after their demise, they would harbor sufficient resentment. I had set up a gathering of malevolent energy formation, continuously replenishing their resentment and malice. Finally, I ignited their souls with the least concentrated Red Lotus Inferno talismans. The damage inflicted by the Red Lotus flames would be compensated by the gathering formation. Yet, the Inferno would continue to burn until their souls vanished. The internal struggles of Lu Mingran over the years, and the cyclical torment endured by Li Luanhui, would see these two eternally consumed by the Red Lotus flames here. Let them pay. We three exited the cave and subsequently collapsed its entrance, ensuring that no one would unwittingly wander inside. At this point, it was nearly 5 o'clock, and the sky was beginning to pale. After a night fraught with trials, both Xiaobai and I felt somewhat fatigued. We returned to the village, discovering that our teammates had also made it back. This assessment had been exceptionally brutal. Only 4 survivors remained, one of whom had lost both legs. We boarded our teammates' vehicle and returned to Yuehua City. Upon arrival, we bid farewell to our companions. A week later, the second round of the selection matches would commence. At that time, we would have to engage in a true contest of skill against them. Chapter 91. My strategy. Upon returning to my master's shop, I noticed that Xiaobai was in a rather despondent mood. Clearly, she had yet to recover from the incidents involving Li Luanhui and Lu Mingran. I had no time for sentimentality. The group elimination round was approaching in a week. With my current abilities, defeating Xiahou Lan seemed like a mere pipe dream. Should I encounter her in the elimination round? My defeat would be inevitable. I had to devise a method to surpass her. I recalled Xiahou Lan's ultimate technique, capable of teleporting 100 meters away in an instant and delivering 100 strikes in a single second. It was the signature skill of the Xiahou family. If I could replicate it might leave her with lasting psychological trauma. I stroked my chin, pondering the feasibility of this replication. This technique harnessed the power of spirits. Those 100 strikes represented 100 spirits attacking simultaneously, swiftly returning to the sword after the assault. If Xia Luyin were to execute it, she could likely achieve something even more extraordinary. However, I couldn't afford to let her appear. Not even for a second. It was far too perilous, given that spies from Wuyin village lurked everywhere. Should we be exposed, my plans with Gu Tianyu would be thrown into disarray. Was there no alternative? I closed my eyes and thought deeply, ultimately settling on a plan. I ventured into the courtyard and began to implement my devised strategy. After 2 days of repeated experimentation, I finally replicated a technique akin to Xiahou Lan's. However, this technique lacked practicality. It could only be utilized to undermine Xiahou Lan's confidence and to impress the spectators. After perfecting the technique, I asked Gu Tianyu to investigate all the individuals who had passed the preliminary round. Knowing both my adversaries and myself would ensure that I would be invincible in battle, in the remaining 5 days, I thoroughly researched and analyzed all the participants in the selection matches. Ranking them according to their abilities, naturally, Xiahou Lan topped the list. Had I not interfered, she would undoubtedly be the head of the Spirit Control Division. Before long, the week came to an end. The selection matches were held at a closed football stadium in Yuehua City. The venue had been minimally modified. The artificial turf was removed and replaced with a concrete surface. The selection matches were open to the public, but only those involved in geomancy and metaphysics were permitted to attend. I had anticipated a sparse audience, yet to my surprise, hundreds filled the stands. It seemed there were far more practitioners of this craft than I had imagined. A total of 120 individuals participated in the selection matches. Divided into 12 groups of 10 for the elimination rounds, only one from each group would advance to the next stage. Gu Tianyu, acting as the temporary head, approached the competitors with a box for drawing lots. Everyone lined up, drawing their respective groups. I found myself in Group 7, while Xiaobai was in Group 3 and Xiahou Lan in Group 1. Fortunately, I was not grouped with Xiahou Lan. Once everyone had drawn their lots, the selection matches commenced. Xiaobai and I took our seats in the audience to observe the first Group S competition. As soon as the participants entered the arena, the other 9 surrounded Xiahou Lan. Apologies, one of them spoke first. We are not your match individually, so we must prioritize eliminating you. The 9 surrounding her watched her warily, subtly adjusting their positions and tightening their grips on their weapons. Ready to strike, I had anticipated this. Revealing one's strength too early often led to such outcomes. Thus, I feigned weakness, ensuring I would not become a target. That's fine. Xiahou Lan spoke confidently, her lips curling into a self-assured smile. As she drew her Longquan sword and performed several impressive flourishes, she nonchalantly declared, "Come at me all at once. Don't waste time." Given her invitation, the 9 assailants felt no psychological burden and simultaneously attacked her with their weapons. Yet, Xiahou Lan's speed was astounding. She darted like lightning to one opponent, deftly evading their strike. Drawing her sword from its sheath, she struck that individual on the back with a resounding thud. The force knocked him out cold, creating a gap in the encirclement. Without pausing, she continued her assault on the others, employing the same tactics to effortlessly incapacitate the remaining 8. Within less than a minute, the match concluded. Xiaobai's match unfolded similarly. As 9 opponents attempted to overwhelm her, only to be swiftly dispatched. 2 hours later, the 6th match finally came to an end, and it was my turn to compete. Xiaobai patted my shoulder, encouraging me. "Go for it, military strategist." I nodded in response, then descended from the stands to the arena. Our group did not contain particularly strong participants, so the scenario of 9 against 1 did not unfold. Instead, chaos erupted as the match began. However, no one targeted me. They all assumed I was a mere underperformer who had secured a spot through backdoor means, completely disregarding me as a threat. I stood quietly to the side. Observing their battles, after several minutes, the remaining 8 lay sprawled on the ground, leaving only a burly man, muscles rippling and covered in battle scars. He staggered, clearly at his limit, and looked at me, panting heavily. "You lucky bastard." Managing to get in through the back door. Just admit defeat and settle for being a nominal spirit master. I smirked slightly, a glint of amusement in my eyes. "Sorry, but I'm feeling quite spirited today. I'd like to play a few more rounds." With a flick of my wrist, I produced a talisman from thin air. The talisman ignited without flame and shot towards him, already grievously wounded. He was unable to evade the talisman. With a deafening explosion, the burly man lost consciousness. Damn, he can actually use some magic. I had thought he was merely a waste of space who got in through connections. Yet, even that was limited. Just look at how slow that talisman was. Clearly a novice, merely lucky to be in the right place at the right time. Oh dear, these poor souls. The audience buzzed with speculation about my abilities. Internally, I reveled in my cleverness. Slowing the talisman's speed had proven to be the right choice. They still viewed me as a fool, which was crucial for the upcoming matches as time passed. The first round concluded. A total of 12 individuals advanced to the next stage of selection. The subsequent matches would consist of two-person teams. After the drawing, I was shocked to find that my opponent was a teammate who had previously assisted in resolving the Li Luanhue case. Chapter 92. They all accuse me of being corrupt, yet I truly am. This individual was second only to Xiaobai and Xiahou Lan among the practitioners. The next day, the second round of elimination matches commenced as scheduled. I stood resolutely on the competition field alongside the master of the exorcists. With a commanding shout from Gu Tianyu, the contest commenced. The master of the exorcists was the first to act, her hands weaving intricate seals while her right foot rhythmically struck the ground. Please, white immortal, ascend. Before she could finish her incantation, I raised my hand, and a talisman shot forth from my wrist with remarkable speed. Striking the master of the exorcists in an instant, a deafening explosion ensued, plunging her into unconsciousness, her figure enveloped in darkness. Damn, this kid is cheating. The audience erupted in derisive jeers directed at me. Who could possibly launch a talisman without forming seals or chanting spells? Moreover, the speed of that talisman was astonishing. Indeed, this boy must be up to something. In the previous match, he activated his talismans with such slowness, yet now he could unleash them in an instant. Something was amiss. There had to be foul play involved. Despite the derision from the spectators, I paid it no mind. Instead, I turned to Gu Tianyu. Our eyes met, and he nodded before addressing the crowd. Enough of the clamor. This is not foul play. It is his magical artifact. He gestured toward the metallic backpack at my waist. That very backpack. The competition permits the use of magical artifacts and allows you to investigate your opponents in advance. You assumed he was merely a useless underdog, neglecting to scrutinize him properly. And now you have the audacity to accuse us of foul play. Gu Tianyu's words silenced my detractors, leaving them speechless. In truth, I had orchestrated this revelation, instructing him to disclose my possession of a magical artifact capable of instant talisman activation after the second match. This way, they would continue to regard me as a mere weakling, redirecting their focus entirely onto my backpack. Thus, I successfully advanced to the next round. The upcoming round was a 6-3 match. Gu Tianyu had arranged a rigged draw, ensuring I would face an opponent primarily focused on defense. As long as I triumphed, he would grant me a bye, allowing me to proceed directly to the finals. On the third day, the 6-3 match arrived as scheduled. Confronted by an armored adversary charging toward me, I swiftly raised my hand, unleashing a talisman that struck with lightning speed. Boom! With a violent explosion, my opponent was engulfed in a cloud of black smoke. Ha ha ha! The armored foe emerged from the smoke, laughing heartily. You truly are unlucky. Your magical artifact, capable of instant talisman firing, cannot penetrate my defenses. Perhaps not, I replied with a cold smirk. Raising my hand once more, countless talismans shot forth from my sleeves. Boom, boom, boom. 1,000 talismans rained down like a Gatling gun upon my opponent's armor. The explosive force reverberated throughout the entire stadium, shrouding it in thick, black smoke. The audience coughed incessantly, overwhelmed by the noxious haze. Minutes passed before the dense smoke began to dissipate, and after several more minutes, the visibility improved. The cement ground at the center of the field had been blasted into a massive crater, and my opponent, still clad in armor, lay unconscious within. Remarkably, the armor remained unscathed. While the shockwave from the explosion had rendered him unconscious, his entire form cloaked in darkness, with wisps of black smoke emanating from his orifices. A truly pie. Only in this way do I stand a chance. Xiaobai patted her proud chest and confidently proclaimed, "Rest assured, strategist. With me around, I guarantee you will witness all her moves." Xiaobai appeared composed and self-assured. Oh? Is that truly the case? I have heard from my master that Xiahou Lan is the most formidable member of the Xiahou family. What if you prove to be no match for her? Zhang Lingshu interjected. Oh, come now, old cheat, haven't you been beaten by Xiaobai for an entire year? Do you still not understand? This little girl possesses immense strength. To put it plainly, within the contemporary geomancy and supernatural circles, there is no one under the age of 30 who surpasses Xiaobai. Indeed, Xiaobai and I have been sparring for a year, and my record stands at 0 to 365. Even though I am thoroughly familiar with her techniques, I remain utterly without hope of victory. However, judging by the performance of Xiahou Lan in the ghostly realm, she clearly outshines Xiaobai. Wait a moment. Who said that it was Xiahou Lan who shone? The true brilliance lies in that dragon spring sword. Xiahou Lan relies entirely on the sword's power to vanquish so many spirits. It is not a reflection of her own strength. Upon receiving praise, Xiaobai immediately placed her hands on her hips, lifting her chin in pride. The red-haired monster spoke correctly. Just wait and see what I can do in 3 days. Watching Xiaobai's arrogant demeanor, I couldn't help but smile knowingly. Very well, let us see your performance. 3 days later, the semifinals commenced as promised. The audience for this round was far greater than in previous matches, numbering at least in the thousands. It appeared that many prominent figures had come to witness the event. Some donned Taoist robes, while others were clad in suits, clearly representing the upper echelons of society. Moreover, there were members from several influential families, all dressed in matching styles, sitting together in groups of 10 or more. I counted, and there were precisely 7 families present. It seemed that these individuals were indeed members of the 7 great families. Among them, I spotted someone whose attire was similar to that of Xiahou Lan, all clad in elegant white and blue hanfu, with a dragon spring sword hanging at their waist. The person who resembled Xiahou Lan's father sat in the center, flanked by a few elderly gentlemen. Several young individuals stood at their sides. I never anticipated that the selection of the Yuling division in Yuehua City would attract such illustrious personages. Could it be that they have caught wind of something? I once again adorned myself as a female and took a seat behind the Xiahou family, aiming to glean their secrets, though I currently regarded Xiahou Lan as my rival. Once I became the leader of the Yuling division, I would need to cultivate a good relationship with the Xiahou family residing in Yuehua City. If possible, I would entice Xiahou Lan to join the Yuling division as one of my subordinates, thus amassing formidable strength. As soon as I settled in, I overheard a conversation between Xiahou Lan's father and the elders. Hmph, Patriarch, you can't possibly believe that if Xiao Lan becomes the leader of the Yuling division, we would agree to let her inherit the Lingyuan sword and the Patriarch's position. Xiahou Lan's father seemed all too accustomed to such derision, his expression remaining unchanged as he replied calmly. Oh, why not? Xiao Lan is the most gifted individual the Xiahou family has seen in centuries. Why shouldn't she inherit the Lingyuan sword and the Patriarch's title? The elder who had scoffed earlier let out a disdainful huff and continued. Patriarch, the Xiahou family has been passed down for over 2,000 years, and there has never been a female patriarch. You are breaking tradition. If we agree to this, how will we face our ancestors in the afterlife? Xiahou Lan's father immediately countered, that is only because we have not encountered Xiao Lan until now. Had we met a woman of such extraordinary talent earlier, we would have had a female patriarch long ago. The elder attempted to argue further but was cut off by Xiahou Lan's father raising his hand. Enough with the nonsense. The competition is about to begin. As my master had predicted, the elders of the Xiahou family did not permit Xiahou Lan to inherit the patriarch's position. If there were a way to facilitate her succession, perhaps I could truly win over the Xiahou family for my own purposes. Chapter 94. Genius is merely the threshold to my door at this moment. Xiahou Lan and Xiaobai stood at the center of the arena, facing each other. Xiaobai crossed her arms, chin slightly raised, her eyes filled with arrogance. At long last, I can engage in combat with you. The emotionless one, I have long found you displeasing. Xiahou Lan ignored Xiaobai's provocation, her expression remaining cold and unyielding. You'd best be careful then. Her hand lightly rested on the hilt of her dragon spring sword. Weapons are unforgiving. Should you inadvertently be harmed, do not take it to the old master. Xiaobai laughed at Xiahou Lan's words. Ha ha ha, how amusing. If you can manage it, then give it a try. Do not think that just because others have hailed you as a genius, you truly believe yourself invincible. I have encountered many so-called geniuses like you, and they soon learn what true genius is upon meeting me. With a flick of her wrist, her whip coiled into her palm like a sinuous serpent. Genius is merely the threshold to my door. Xiahou Lan ceased her banter and slowly drew her dragon spring sword. The blade gleamed with a chilling light under the sun as she stood still, like a statue, awaiting the commencement of the match. Observing that both were prepared for battle, Gu Tianyu announced loudly. The match begins. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xiahou Lan's form suddenly surged forward. She propelled herself off the ground and charged towards Xiaobai at an astonishing speed. This was the first time I had witnessed Xiahou Lan move with such swiftness. It appeared she had been deliberately holding back, seeking a decisive blow. However, Xiaobai reacted even more swiftly. With a flick of her wrist, the long whip shot forth like a dragon, piercing the air, aimed straight at Xiahou Lan. Xiahou Lan's charge was too rapid to evade. She had no choice but to meet it with her sword. Yet the whip, supple as a serpent, entwined itself around the sword's blade at the moment of contact. A smirk curled at the corner of Xiaobai's mouth as she exerted force, attempting to wrest the dragon spring sword from Xiahou Lan's grasp. Xiahou Lan, not to be outdone, clutched the sword's hilt firmly. The two remained locked in a stalemate, neither able to gain the upper hand. Xiahou Lan withdrew the sword sheath and, with a forceful flick, sent it hurtling towards Xiaobai's head. Xiaobai hastily turned her head to evade, the sheath narrowly grazing her ear as it flew by. Seizing the moment, Xiahou Lan swiftly rotated her body, wrapping the long whip around her waist and using it to pull herself closer to Xiaobai. She closed the distance and struck out with a powerful palm. Xiaobai twisted her waist and narrowly dodged the attack. In response, she unleashed her strength, yanking the whip and sending Xiahou Lan spinning through the air like a top. However, in midair, Xiahou Lan demonstrated remarkable core strength. Stabilizing herself, she pivoted her sword and thrust it directly at Xiaobai. Upon seeing this, Xiaobai promptly shortened the whip, folding it into a short weapon, and engaged Xiahou Lan in close combat. The two moved with incredible speed, exchanging blows in the blink of an eye. Despite the whip's disadvantage in close quarters, Xiaobai held her ground. As they clashed, Xiaobai gradually gained the upper hand. She seized upon a slight opening in Xiahou Lan's defense, her long whip striking down upon the dragon's spring sword with the ferocity of a dragon emerging from the sea. Xiahou Lan stumbled back, retreating several steps before regaining her footing. A smug smile graced Xiaobai's lips. Well, even in close combat, which is my weakest area, you still cannot match me. If you have any hidden cards, feel free to reveal them. In the audience, the elders of the Xiahou family began to mock Xiahou Lan as they observed her struggle against Xiaobai. Ah, this so-called prodigy of the Xiahou family, the most gifted in centuries, seems to be rather lackluster. Indeed, I would say it takes a man to fulfill such a great responsibility. Women cannot bear such a burden. Xiahou Lan's father darkened his expression, casting a cold glare at the elders. Oh, is that so? Then tell me, do you believe you possess the ability to defeat the granddaughter of the old master? If you can defeat Xiaolan, then I shall gladly hand over the position of patriarch to you. How about it? The elder was left speechless by the patriarch's retort and could only close his mouth. On the arena, Xiahou Lan's expression hardened as she suddenly swung her sword. A flurry of deep blue sword energy shot forth, relentlessly slicing towards Xiaobai. Xiaobai cracked her whip, deflecting the sword energy with precision. Yet, in the next instant, Xiahou Lan vanished from sight, reappearing before Xiaobai in the blink of an eye. Seemed she had finally harnessed the power of the spirits within her sword. With swift motions, she unleashed another barrage of sword energy aimed at Xiaobai. Xiaobai countered with her whip, but Xiahou Lan's figure blinked out of existence once more, only to reappear behind Xiaobai. Once again, a series of sword energies surged forth from her blade. As Xiahou Lan continued to swing her sword, the sword energy assailed from all directions. A flash of cold light flickered in Xiaobai's eyes. With a sudden flourish, she swung her long whip at a blinding speed, creating an impenetrable protective circle around her body. Not only did she deflect the sword energy, but she also forced Xiahou Lan back. Xiahou Lan retrieved her sword sheath and slowly sheathed the dragon spring sword. She crouched slightly, preparing to gather her strength. In an instant, her figure flickered and appeared several dozen meters away. Rest assured, I have restrained my power. You will only suffer minor injuries. I have a compelling reason not to lose. Thus you will only endure a few superficial wounds. She twirled her wrist, the sword tip tracing graceful arcs in the air as she gradually returned it to its sheath. In that fleeting moment, a tempest of 100 slashes erupted like a torrential storm, all aimed at Xiaobai. Xiahou Lan turned back to confirm whether Xiaobai had been incapacitated, only to find that Xiaobai's whip had suddenly lengthened. Like an ancient giant python, It coiled tightly around Xiaobai, as the whip gradually shortened. Xiaobai stood unscathed in her original position. You truly are brazen, daring to claim you could harm me. In reality, you haven't even touched a single hair on my body. With a flick of her petite hand, 3 talismans ignited spontaneously in her grasp, transforming into 3 streams of light that shot forth from the center, targeting the east, west, and north. Upon landing, the talismans morphed into 3 figures, identical to Xiaobai. The scene left Xiaolan in shock, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. I had never witnessed Xiaobai employing this technique before, nor had I ever heard of talismans capable of creating doppelgangers. Hastily donning my homemade glasses, I discerned that the 3 Xiaobais were mere illusions, so that was her intent. She sought to deceive Xiaolan. Xiaobai wielded her whip, and the 3 phantoms mimicked her every move. In the spirit of reciprocity, the lady would demonstrate her prowess. The whip lashed out like a tempest, moving so swiftly that its trajectory was nearly imperceptible. The sound of its slicing through the air was relentless. Sparks flying from the ground. To the onlookers, it appeared as though 4 Xiaobais were assaulting Xiaolan from every conceivable angle, creating a scene of utmost intensity. Chapter 95. Xiaobai's strength. Xiaolan felt an immediate chill run down her spine. Her eyes wide with astonishment and confusion. For a moment, she didn't know where to defend. Yet the whip offered her no respite. It struck her like a torrent, and in the blink of an eye, her body bore the marks of its ferocity. Xiaobai had evidently tempered her strength. Otherwise, Xiaolan would have been left with grievous wounds. As Xiaobai retracted her whip, the 3 illusions vanished. Xiaolan, covered in scars, collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Oh heavens, could Xiaolan truly be on the verge of defeat? If she were to lose, would that not mean Qi Siyuan might actually ascend to leadership? Come on, Xiaolan, you must not falter. The crowd rallied to support Xiaolan, anxious that I might effortlessly claim victory. Xiaolan struggled to rise, using her sword for support, her face etched with pain as she confronted the relentless Xiaobai. With great difficulty, she uttered, I never expected you to be so formidable. It seems I am indeed no match for you. Xiaobai gazed at Xiaolan with pride. Humph, I have long asserted that genius is merely a threshold one must cross. Nevertheless, it matters not. I intend to concede. Before Xiaobai could finish her sentence, a brilliant blue light erupted from Xiaolan. Upon witnessing this, Xiaolan's father sprang from his seat, shouting to his daughter, Xiaolan, no. Xiaolan looked towards her father, forcing a faint smile. Do not worry, father. Xiaolan will fulfill your wishes. I shall never yield to anyone. Through my makeshift glasses, I saw the hundreds of spirits within the Longquan sword surge forth, encircling Xiaolan, attempting to enter her body. Except for me, the top experts in the audience also opened their celestial eyes, realizing Xiaolan's intent. The spirits swirled around her twice before diving into her form. Accompanied by a wail, the blue light around Xiaolan intensified. Her body trembled violently, blood oozing from her 7 orifices. Forgive me, I have stated. I possess an absolute reason not to lose, even if it means killing you. I cannot concede. Xiaobai, perceiving Xiaolan's plight through her celestial vision, wore a serious expression. Xiaolan, are you truly throwing your life away? You dare to invite such a multitude of spirits into your body simultaneously? I have no choice. You have forced my hand. Xiaolan's voice was laden with agony and resolve. The blue light coalesced into a colossal vortex, spiraling around her. She made the motion to unsheath her sword once more, intent on delivering her final strike. Forgive me. After your demise, I shall personally atone at Longhu Mountain. Xiaobai shook her head in resignation. There is no need for apologies. You cannot harm me. And no sooner had the words left her lips than her whip elongated rapidly, within mere seconds covering a substantial portion of the arena. Her intention was clear, either to prevent Xiaolan from harming the audience or to shield them from witnessing her upcoming technique. Soon, the arena was completely enveloped by the whipped. I glanced at the old celestial master, my master, and Zhang Lingxiu, and noted their expressions were devoid of concern. This implied that Xiaobai still possessed a hidden card. Before long, a deafening roar resonated from within the whip, a woo. The sound was reminiscent of a tiger the size of a mountain, emitting a thunderous growl that made the audience hastily cover their ears. Nearly shattering their eardrums, I too felt a wave of dizziness and had to shake my head vigorously to regain my hearing. What had that roar been? Was it from Xiaobai or Xiaoholan? Moments later, the whip that shrouded the arena began to retract, revealing the figures of Xiaoholan and Xiaobai once more. Xiaoholan lay on the ground, her expression pained, while Xiaobai stood unscathed before the crowd. It seemed that the earlier roar had indeed originated from Xiaobai. Could this be the life-preserving technique Zhang Lingshu had mentioned? Yet, why did Xiaobai wish to keep it hidden? I recalled that previously. In Li Luanhui's ghostly lair, Xiaobai had rejected my glasses and headlamp out of concern for her appearance. Was it possible that she feared becoming unattractive? Seeing that his precious daughter was merely injured and not in mortal danger, Xiaoholan's father finally breathed a sigh of relief and slumped back into his seat. It's over. Xiaoholan has lost. Qi Siyuan is truly poised to become the leader of the Spirit Control Bureau. How could a mere nepotistic fool be allowed to ascend to such a position? The supernatural community of Yuehua City is doomed. The audience watched Xiaoholan, sprawled on the ground, lamenting her fate. At that moment, tears streamed down Xiaoholan's face as she realized the insurmountable chasm between herself and Xiaobai. Even with the forbidden techniques of her family, she could not shake Xiaobai in the slightest. Forgive me, father. Your daughter cannot fulfill your wishes. I have lost, I concede. Xiaobai quickly interjected, causing an uproar among the spectators. What? The old Celestial Master's granddaughter is conceding. But wasn't she guaranteed to win? Why would she concede? Isn't she clearing the path for Qi Siyuan? Xiaoholan too was perplexed. Struggling to lift her head, she gazed at Xiaobai. You said what? You want to concede. Why? Xiaobai smiled gently. Indeed, because the strategist said he wishes to defeat you personally. Thus, I must concede. Xiaoholan remained baffled. Strategist? You mean Qi Siyuan? He wants to defeat me himself? Are you jesting? Xiaobai shrugged with a nonchalant demeanor. Believe it or not, that's exactly what the strategist told me. With that, Xiaobai waved at Gu Tianyu. I concede. Qi Siyuan asked me to convey whether we could wait until Xiaoholan has fully recovered before proceeding to the finals. Gu Tianyu, being my confidant, understood my intentions immediately. He nodded and replied, no problem. I will arrange the match for half a month from now. Her injuries are not severe. Half a month is more than sufficient. Thus, the semifinals came to a close. I went to the restroom to change back into my male attire before seeking out Xiaobai and the others. Chapter 96. The old Celestial Master seeks an audience with me as soon as I laid eyes on them. Zhang Lingshu approached me eagerly. Hey, old Qi, my master wishes to see you. Tio, meet him? My brow furrowed, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Surely the old Celestial Master does not seek to collaborate with me as well? Xiaobai, upon hearing this, clapped her hands in excitement. Yay! I haven't seen Grandpa in a year. I've missed him terribly. Zhang Lingshu cast an awkward glance at Xiaobai, his words laced with a hint of apology. Xiaobai, perhaps you should wait. You can visit your grandfather tonight. Understanding his implication, the master smiled as he lifted Xiaobai into his arms, rubbing her tender cheeks against hers. Oh, my dear disciple, why not accompany your master for a stroll? It has been over a month since I last saw you. Will you indulge me? Xiaobai, fond of her master, nodded enthusiastically. Sure. I'll accompany you first. With that, Zhang Lingshu let out a sigh of relief, casting a grateful glance at his master before hastily taking my hand and leading me away. We'll take our leave now. Farewell. Zhang Lingshu hailed a taxi, ushering me into the back seat. Once the vehicle was in motion, I couldn't help but inquire, Old Zhang, does the old Celestial Master wish to discuss something significant with me? Zhang Lingshu's expression turned grave as he nodded. Yes, old Qi. This matter involves both you and Xiaolui. Is this related to all of us? This has certainly piqued my interest, as the supreme leader of the supernatural realm. The old Celestial Master must possess the most information. I had previously sought an opportunity to inquire why the old Celestial Master ventured to the underground palace of Wuyin Village. Perhaps this is a fortuitous chance. Half an hour later, we arrived at the hotel where the old Celestial Master resided. Upon pushing open the door, I found him sitting upright at the table, his gaze intently focused on the ancient tome in his hands. Master, I have brought old Qi, Zhang Lingshu said from outside, bowing respectfully. The old Celestial Master did not lift his head, merely gesturing with his hand. In a low and authoritative voice, he commanded, let him in, and you may withdraw. The disciple then took his leave. Zhang Lingshu acknowledged and retreated outside, gently closing the door. Once the sound of Zhang Lingshu's footsteps had entirely faded at the end of the corridor, the old celestial master leisurely placed the book on the table. He stood up, his countenance grave as he scrutinized me. After a long while, he inquired in a commanding tone, "Are you Qi Siyuan?" I met the old celestial master's gaze and replied respectfully, "Indeed, I am the junior, honored to meet the old celestial master." Seeing my response, the old celestial master's formerly stern expression blossomed like a peony in April. Breaking into a smile, "Ahahaha, come, come," he said warmly, waving enthusiastically at me, as if greeting an old friend after a long separation. "Qi Xiaoyu, do not just stand there. Come, have a seat." Confronted with this abrupt shift in the old celestial master's demeanor, I was momentarily taken aback. What on earth was happening? The old celestial master I knew was not someone to be so affable. Why had he suddenly become so approachable? Noticing my bewilderment, he chuckled amiably. "Ah, do not mind it. Before my disciples, I must maintain an air of superiority. Otherwise, how would they keep their heads up? Now that they are not present, there is no need for pretense. After all, acting can be quite exhausting." So that was how it was that I had not expected the old celestial master to possess such a personality in private. No wonder Xiaobai was so attached to him. I approached a chair and returned a polite smile. "Then I shall not stand on ceremony." "Oh, not be courteous. Do not be courteous," the old celestial master replied, resuming his seat, his face alight with joy as he regarded me. "I shall not beat around the bush any longer. The matter of making you the leader of the Yuling division was decided jointly by me and Gu Xiaoyu after discussion. I represent the supernatural realm, while Gu Tianyu represents the official side. I believe you can see that Gu Tianyu's power far exceeds his actual position." I nodded in understanding. "Indeed, I can surmise. Old Celestial Master, you and Gu Tianyu have made me the leader of the Yuling division. However, you want me to help root out the individuals from Wuyin village?" "Yes, but it is not limited to that," the old Celestial Master continued. "Do you still remember our journey to the underground palace of Wuyin village?" "Of course, I remember," I replied. "I have been seeking an opportunity to ask you why you went to the underground palace of Wuyin village." The old Celestial Master's expression grew serious. "Because we received news that the people of Wuyin village intend to create a deity." "Create a deity?" The revelation astounded me. Can humans truly create deities? In my studies, I had indeed come across texts suggesting that individuals could transcend to become immortals after reaching a certain level of cultivation. However, those were merely theoretical texts, the authenticity of which was difficult to ascertain. Moreover, they only detailed methods for achieving personal immortality. Yet, the creating a deity the old celestial master spoke of clearly did not refer to personal ascension. Why opt to create a new god instead of becoming one themselves? I found it perplexing. Precisely. When we first received the news, we were equally incredulous. But as our investigation deepened, we discovered that Wuyin village was indeed executing such a plan. They have established 4 pillar deities and 10 malevolent grounds. These locations collect malevolent energy to continuously supply the underground palace of Wuyin village, which serves as nourishment for their so-called deity. Now it made sense, and no wonder there were so many powerful spirits in the hospital. They were gathering energy for what they termed a deity. Those spirits were already terrifying enough. It was difficult to imagine the extent of a deity's power. Therefore, old celestial master, what is the purpose of informing me of all this? I asked directly. The old celestial master smiled slightly. "Ha ha ha, Qi Xiaoyu, you are indeed straightforward. Do you know who provided us with this information?" "Brace yourself," he lowered his voice intentionally, adopting a tone of mystery. "It was Xia Luyun." "What?" I exclaimed involuntarily. "You mean, the one who told you was Xia Luyun? But she is not absorbed by Xia Luyin, isn't she?" The old celestial master interjected. "Zhang Lingshu has informed me of these matters. Xia Luyun was indeed absorbed by Xia Luyin, but all this information was conveyed to me before that occurred. Through our investigation, we found that Xia Luyun not only informed us about Wuyin village's plans to create a deity, but she was also quite active within the 10 malevolent grounds. Chapter 97. The Three-Faced Spy. I recalled the words of the little girl who once told me, "Xia Luyun came looking for me. She left you a gift." Xia Luyun had sought her out, but what exactly was said and what gift was left for me remained unclear. This implied that Xia Luyun had her own agenda, and everything was part of her plan. Wait a moment. Could it be that being absorbed by Xia Luyun was also part of her design? The thought sent a chill down my spine. If my conjecture were true, then I, Xia Luyin, the old Celestial Master, and Wuyin Village, our four factions had all fallen into Xia Luyin's scheme. But was my assumption truly correct? A plan capable of ensnaring so many individuals, only to be set into motion after her departure from this world, seemed prone to error. If everything was indeed proceeding according to her design, then this person must be truly formidable. Whether it be Xiao Bai, Zhang Lingxiu, or your master, they all praise your intelligence. You can surely deduce that all of us may have fallen into Xia Luyin's trap. Yet no one knows what her true intentions are. Does her twin sister possess any knowledge regarding this? At that moment, I felt Xia Luyin's voice resonate within me. Do not ask me. I am not familiar with Xia Luyin and know nothing. I relate her words to the old Celestial Master as it seems our only option is to start from the hospital and inquire about Xia Luyin's information from that little girl. I nodded and then asked, Old Celestial Master, have you clarified the locations of the other malevolent grounds? And what about the individual possessing Zhao Feng? Do you have any information regarding his situation? The old Celestial Master sighed. Alas, the locations of the other malevolent grounds are quite unique, unlike the hospital, which has distinct floor levels as reference points. However, we have indeed made some progress. We will be reallocating personnel to investigate these locations. According to the descriptions from those who survived the 10 malevolent grounds, those places are far more perilous than the hospital. Our manpower is currently stretched thin. Even I will be going personally. You have already deciphered the mystery of the hospital's floors, and with your Red Lotus Fireblade and Xia Luyin's assistance, we cannot allocate personnel to you. You will have to select your teammates from among the participants once you become the leader of the Yuling division. As for the individual possessing Zhao Feng, this is the first time we have heard of it. We are not even certain whether he is human or ghost. After listening to the old Celestial Master's words, I fell into silence. It seemed that this investigation of the hospital would have to rely solely on me. Well, we have discussed the main matters, the old Celestial Master said, rising with a hint of encouragement in his tone. The purpose of sharing this information with you is twofold. First, to ascertain whether Xia Luyin is aware of these matters. Second, to solidify your resolve in becoming the leader of the Yuling division. Only by becoming the leader can you better investigate this issue. Do not lose in the competition half a month from now. I nodded solemnly. Rest assured, old Celestial Master, I will certainly secure the championship. The old Celestial Master appeared pleased with my response, his eyes filled with approval. Very well, I shall look forward to your performance in half a month's time. Now, you may take your leave. Before you go, please summon Zhang Lingxiu for me. I steadied myself against the table and stood up. In that instant, I discreetly affixed a small black object beneath the table. Understood. Old Celestial Master, I shall take my leave first. After bidding farewell to the old Celestial Master, I stepped out of the room. Zhang Lingxiu stood at the other end of the corridor, leaning against the wall, engrossed in a game. Upon seeing me approach, he immediately shut off his phone. Hey, how did it go, old Chi? Has Master spoken to you yet? What are your plans moving forward? I shrugged. What plans could I have? I can only aim to win the championship in the selection competition. Then, as per the established route, I will investigate the hospital. All right, I shall return to Master now. The old Celestial Master has called for you. It seems he has something to discuss with you. All right, you go ahead. Daoist will come to find you later. Zhang Lingxiu waved at me and dashed into the old Celestial Master's room. After the door closed, I took out my headphones and put them on. Within the headphones, I could hear the voices of the old Celestial Master and Zhang Lingxiu. Hey, Master, you called for me? Yes, come over and take a seat. As I descended the stairs, I listened to the conversation between Zhang Lingxiu and the old Celestial Master. How is it, Master? Does Lao Qi believe what you said? The old Celestial Master resumed his deep and serious tone. It seems he should believe it. However, he is quite cautious. Whether he truly believes it is still hard to say. Next, you will stay close to Xiao Bai and observe his every move. Report to me at any time. Got it? Zhang Lingxiu replied readily. The old Celestial Master spoke again, by the way. Has there been any movement from Wuyin Village recently? They also want me to stay close to Lao Qi. Zhang Lingxiu answered, I will report his whereabouts at all times. These bastards see that they cannot kill Lao Qi, so they want me to act as a spy. When we investigate the hospital, they will place an undercover agent. At that time, the agent will find a way to contact me. What should I do? The old Celestial Master pondered for a moment. The hospital is our breakthrough point for investigation. We must not allow any mistakes. If necessary, we can eliminate the undercover agent. All right, master, just watch me. Zhang Lingshu paused and added, however, based on my understanding of Lao Qi. He might anticipate this. He may resolve this matter on his own without my intervention. The old celestial master suddenly shifted the topic. That would be for the best. By the way, over there, upon hearing this, Zhang Lingshu immediately became cautious. Over there is the same. They are also asking me to monitor Lao Qi. However, they seem to be somewhat wary of Lao Qi. There shouldn't be any new movements for the time being. After contemplating for a moment, the old celestial master slowly said, it seems that everyone's thoughts are aligned. The key to the matter relies on how Qi Xiyuan and Xia Luyan choose to act. All right, you may leave now. Continue to foster your relationship with Qi Xiyuan and await the next task. Understood, master. I shall take my leave then. After listening to the conversation, I removed my headphones. I hadn't anticipated that Zhang Lingshu was a triple agent, maneuvering between the old celestial master, Wuyin village, and an unknown force. Zhang Lingshu's identity was far more complex than I had imagined. Thus, his previous appearance at my home was not a coincidence but rather a deliberate act. My earlier speculations were too simplistic. Moreover, my survival from the pursuit of Wuyin village was not solely due to my concealment, but rather the protection offered by the authorities and Xia Luyan. Wuyin village found it difficult to take action against me. It seems that collaborating with Gu Tianyu was indeed the right choice. However, these matters were not what I should be contemplating at present. The most pressing task at hand was to find a way to surpass Xiahou Lan. Upon returning to my residence, I began devising strategies to outshine Xiahou Lan. Over the past half-month, aside from my daily training, I devoted all my energy to this endeavor. Soon enough, half a month had elapsed. The finals arrived as scheduled. I specifically asked Gu Tianyu to reschedule the finals for the evening. Only at night could the shock effect of the flames reach its peak. I must put on a grand display before everyone to completely reverse my reputation. Go for it. Xiahou Lan, defeat that underhanded fellow. We cannot allow him to become the leader of the Spirit Control Division. Indeed, the supernatural realm of Yuehua City relies on you. Expose the dark schemes. Expose the dark schemes. The audience erupted with cheers, all voices rallying behind Xiahou Lan, while I felt like a rat in the street, a target for everyone's disdain. Only Xiao Bai, the master, and Zhang Lingshu disregarded the peculiar gazes of others, offering me their support. Xiahou Lan's injuries had fully healed, and Xiao Bai was quite restrained, leaving no irreparable scars on her skin. Now, she was in her prime. Her aura formidable. It was essential to surpass her in such a state for it to hold meaning. Xiahou Lan drew her Longquan sword, her expression stern as she gazed at me. You should concede. With that talisman paper-spouting artifact of yours, there is no way you can defeat me. You have no chance against me. My expression remained calm, a smirk playing at the corner of my lips. Oh, I beg to differ. The fact that I chose to allow you to return to your peak state indicates that I possess a means to surpass you. From her expression, it was clear that she did not believe my words. I continued, Xiahou Lan, how about we make a wager? Xiahou Lan furrowed her brow, questioning me with intrigue. A wager? What are we wagering on? If I can defeat you, you shall join the Spirit Control Division, of course. I won't let you join for nothing. I will assist you in inheriting that Lingyuan sword at your waist, as well as the position of your family's clan leader. Although Xiahou Lan was somewhat skeptical of my words, she was evidently intrigued by my proposal. And what if you lose? If I lose, I shall not compel you to join the Spirit Control Division. However, I will still assist you in inheriting your family's clan leader position. Seeing her expression, it was clear she was tempted. But how can you prove that you can help me become the clan leader? I replied, Xiahou Lan, you must have noticed that Captain Gu has been giving me the green light all along. My relationship with the old Celestial Master's granddaughter is also quite special. This is sufficient proof that I have connections within both the authorities and Longhushan. If you gain the support of both factions, wouldn't your chances of becoming the clan leader increase significantly? This time, Xiahou Lan was indeed swayed. Though my interactions with the old Celestial Master and Gu Tianyu had been limited, our relationship had not reached that level of intimacy. However, to outsiders, my identity as a dark horse had solidified. Xiahou Lan had no reason to doubt me. Regardless of whether she could win or not, she would receive support from both factions. For her, there was no risk involved. All right, I accept your wager. Excellent. The first step of the plan has been achieved. I looked up at Gu Tianyu. signaling him to commence. With a command from Gu Tianyu, Xiahou Lan instantly vanished from her position. A flash of cold light passed by, and my metallic backpack at my waist was unexpectedly sliced into countless fragments. Hooray! That underhanded fellow's artifact has been destroyed. Let us see how he can win now. Ha 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 ha. The audience erupted with joy, mockingly taunting me. Xiahou Lan turned around, a hint of triumph gracing her cold face. So, I told you. Before she could finish, her gaze inadvertently fell upon the metallic fragments scattered on the ground. Among the fragments, not a single talisman paper remained. What is happening? I deliberately amplified my voice so that everyone present could hear me. Humph. Xiahou Lan, did you think I wouldn't guess your intentions? The reason I deliberately only used this artifact in the first 2 matches was to make you all think I was an incapable fool. I reached behind me, grasping one of the 2 tang knives hidden there, and drew it with a flourish. In an instant, a torrent of raging flames surged forth, like a wild beast breaking free from its cage. Roaring and swirling in the darkness, I twirled my wrist, executing several extraordinarily intricate sword flowers. These sword flowers, which I had practiced for a long time, held no practical combat significance, but the flames danced around me, swirling and mesmerizing, exuding an awe-inspiring spectacle. This was precisely what I desired. The more dazzling and ostentatious the display, the more it could captivate the entire audience. My goodness, those sword flowers he is spinning are incredibly impressive. Is he really a fool? Those sword flowers appear to be the work of a sword master. Moreover, his knife is on fire. How dazzling is that? Could it be that he has been pretending to be a fool all along? Impossible. I believe this fellow is merely bluffing. Why would he still act like a fool if he were truly this capable? It makes no sense. Voices of doubt and astonishment arose from the audience. Though not many, they were sufficient to serve as the overture for the main event. The real show was yet to unfold. Xiahou Lan stared at my knife for a long time. The fire on your knife. Is it just ordinary flames? Indeed, it is ordinary fire, I replied, raising the tang knife and pointing it at Xiahou Lan. However, even ordinary flames possess the power to suppress ghosts. The ghost residing in your sword is not particularly strong. This fire can counter it. The 2 knives I wielded were both crafted by myself, and my intention was simple: to use this competition to inform everyone in the supernatural realm that I possess 2 tang knives that can ignite flames. Following the match, I could replace one of my blades with the Crimson Lotus Flame blade. After all, to the naked eye, the Crimson Lotus Flame appears no different from an ordinary fire. Only an exceptionally knowledgeable individual could discern the distinction. Chapter 99. Scheming against Xiahou Lan. From this moment onward, I could confidently carry the Crimson Lotus Flame blade without attracting the attention of those within the circle, ensuring I would not be the subject of anyone's envy. Xiahou Lan crouched slightly, preparing for battle. The ability to perceive the specters within the Lingyuan sword indicates that you are indeed no fool. However, even without the power of Lingyuan, I am far from weak. Can you withstand my assault? As she spoke, Xiahou Lan lunged fiercely toward me. Her movements were agile, her steps astonishingly swift. In the blink of an eye, she was upon me, wielding the Lingyuan sword with ferocity. I dared not be complacent and hastily raised my Tang Dao to parry her attack. Her strikes were incredibly rapid, and I exerted every ounce of my strength to barely fend them off. Fortunately, my master and Xiaoyuyan's swordsmanship surpassed Xiahou Lan's, and my practice with them had significantly honed my skills. Otherwise, I would have found it impossible to withstand such an onslaught from someone of Xiahou Lan's caliber. Though I appeared somewhat on the defensive, the fiery aura emanating from my blade lent an air of spectacle to my stance. To the audience, it seemed as though I was effortlessly withstanding her attacks. The flames dancing in the night, creating an illusion of ease. Is this underhanded trickster truly capable of withstanding Xiahou Lan's onslaught? Could it be he has been feigning weakness all along? It makes sense. If he were truly a weakling, what right would he have to befriend the granddaughter of the esteemed master? He would not enjoy the privileges of favoritism. The murmurs of skepticism among the audience grew louder, though they still paled in comparison to the jeers directed at me. Yet, their numbers were swelling. As Xiahou Lan's assault intensified, I felt the pressure mounting. If this continued, my ruse would surely be revealed. Seizing the moment, I swung my Tang Dao with great force. The rosin powder within the blade dispersed, igniting instantaneously into a fierce fire dragon that surged toward Xiahou Lan's face, with a swift retreat. Xiahou Lan narrowly evaded the fiery onslaught, her expression one of astonishment. What manner of blade is this? It catches fire, and yet it also breathes flames. I glanced at my Tang Diaodam, self-crafted weapon. Do you like it? If you do, I could gift you one. Xiahou Lan shook her head, her gaze fixating on the Lingyuan sword. No need for that. Possessing the Lingyuan sword is sufficient for me. She lifted her chin, her expression grave. Qi Siyuan, I must admit, I underestimated you. Your swordsmanship is indeed formidable, yet it lacks refinement. It appears your training has been brief. You are undoubtedly talented, but your wings have yet to fully unfurl. At this moment, you are still no match for me. Truly, a genuine master can effortlessly see through your fate. If I do not unleash my full potential, I fear I will not emerge victorious against Xiahou Lan. With a slight shift in her stance, she readied herself for another assault. Brace yourself. This time, I shall exert my utmost effort. With that proclamation, she shot forth like an arrow released from its bow. I raised my Tang Dao to block, only to discover that both her speed and power had escalated beyond her previous strikes. After several rapid exchanges, my arms trembled from the impact, revealing the considerable gap between my abilities and Xiahou Lan's. Seizing the opportunity, she aimed to strike at my shoulder. I deftly twisted my wrist, sending a talisman shooting from my sleeve. Xiahou Lan, taken aback by my talisman's sudden appearance following the shattering of my artifact, had no time to evade and could only meet it with her sword. With a resounding explosion, Xiahou Lan was thrust back several paces before regaining her footing. How can you still utilize talismans? Wasn't your artifact destroyed by my strike? I pulled at my robe, revealing the inner lining, which was adorned with countless talismans, meticulously arranged like scales on a fish. That was merely a decoy. The talismans were all concealed within. I looked at Xiahou Lan, a smirk of derision gracing my features, before shouting, Xiahou Lan, in terms of swordsmanship, I may indeed be slightly inferior to you. However, that does not imply your strength surpasses mine. From the outset, I have been toying with you. From this moment onward, I shall remain here, my feet firmly planted. I wager you will not be able to touch me. Declaration sent the audience into an uproar once more. Xiahou Lan maintained her composure, seemingly unfazed by the clamor from the stands. Yet, soon I would unravel her steadfast resolve. A faint azure glow radiated from Xiahou Lan, indicating her intent to harness the power of the Lingyuan sword. Let me see if you truly possess such strength. In a flash, Xiahou Lan vanished from sight. Reappearing behind me, I remained still, unwavering, as she prepared to strike. A talisman shot forth from my sleeve. I did not turn to face Xiahou Lan.